Jiangcheng, H City. Is the apocalypse really coming? It's here. Xiao Xia was casually scrolling through funny videos, laughing halfway, when suddenly his entire body froze. I have been reborn. A familiar room. Familiar arrangement. The date clearly displayed on the phone. Everything was telling him. He had returned to 3 days before the apocalypse began. No zombies yet. No monsters in sight. Everything was still salvageable. In his previous life, he had awakened the top-tier skill, Lord of Slaughter. Unfortunately, he was too soft-hearted. Coupled with the sheer terror his ability invoked in others, no one dared stay by his side. His talent was never fully developed, and in the end, during a battle with a mutated monster, he was torn apart on the spot. This time, no one will get in my way. Recalling the memory of his body being ripped apart, Xiao Xia's gaze turned icy cold. He closed the video and pushed open a door he hadn't touched in years. The blazing sun hung high, and the streets bustled with people going about their days. Everything appeared peaceful and ordinary. Too bad, this won't last for long, he muttered, retracting his gaze. He headed out, relying on his faint memory to walk to a nearby bank. Inserted the card. Checked the balance. Your account balance is 260,000. Only 260,000? He distinctly remembered having earned close to $500,000 through investments during this time. Where did half the money go? Just then, the phone buzzed. He answered the call, and a sweet, coquettish voice came through. Xiaoji, I really want this handbag. I'm out of money. Can you send me some, please? It's on sale for just 20,000 yuan. Such a deal. Hearing that voice, his gaze instantly frosted over. Lu Yao. In his past life, it was this exact woman who caused him to lose the best window for growth. At the start of the apocalypse, she would cry beside him every day, begging him not to kill or to help save others. Soft-hearted as he was, he listened to her time and time again, missing countless opportunities. Once she realized he wasn't advancing fast enough, she ran straight into the arms of a gym rat who had awakened a lightning ability. Before leaving, she even left behind a note, telling him she had been cheating on him all along, and that the tens of thousands of yuan she swindled from him had been used to support her lover. At that moment, he had practically gone insane. He stormed into Lightning Guy's hideout and tore the two of them apart with his bare hands. But the price he paid was severe injury and a massive setback to his progress and power. You could say that this woman was the very first hurdle that blocked his path to becoming unbeatable. Xiaoji, why aren't you saying anything? Lu Yao's coy voice continued over the phone. Xiao Xia's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. She didn't know that the person on the other end of the call was now a god of slaughter who had crawled back from hell. Though his anger burned, he forced it down. Acting rashly now could disrupt his plans. Yao Yao, I've got something big to tell you. Forget about the handbag for now. He had already thought of how to take care of her. What's the big deal? Her tone immediately cooled when she realized he wasn't transferring money. Some of my buddies tipped me off about an upcoming stock. It's going to triple in a few days. Xiao Xia spoke with conviction. Transfer whatever cash you have right away, and let's make a killing on this together. The moment she heard triple, Lu Yao's brain went blank. She had personally watched him once turn $20 into 370,000. It didn't even cross her mind that he could be lying. For real. Her voice quivered. Of course. Hold on, I'll go borrow some money. Don't buy yet without me. With a sharp click, the call ended. Xiao Xia smirked coldly. With her level of greed, she'd do anything for money. Pathetic, he sneered internally, turning and leaving the bank. Back home, he started mapping out what to prepare before the apocalypse hit. Combat power, food, water, shelter. You'd hardly survive without all four. Food and water? He had experience. Shelter? He'd find a way. The true crux of the problem lay in combat power. In the apocalypse, there were no rules. Your ability to throw a punch determined whether you lived. He only survived last time because of his awakened skill. Asterisk Lord of Slaughter, gain points from killing. The more points, the greater the rewards. Asterisk. The first thing he ever killed was a zombie hanging on by a thread. Even such a weakling had rewarded him with a sharp little dagger. This time, he planned to make all the necessary preparations ahead of time. Grabbing his phone, he started Googling livestock. Cows? A few grand each. Pigs? A couple hundred, but still pricey. Chickens? Tens of dollars, but not enough quantity. He frowned deeply. Buying animals in bulk wasn't practical. Plus, they could also mutate. The bigger they were, the fiercer they'd become. If dozens of mutated creatures charged at him, he wouldn't be able to stand his ground now. So what do I kill? Just then, he caught a faint buzzing sound. A mosquito flew right in front of him. You've got the nerve to suck my blood while I'm trying to think. Smack. Xiao Sha clapped his hands together, killing the mosquito instantly. He glanced at his palm, now stained with a small patch of blood. Just as he was about to wipe it off, he froze, staring fixedly at his hand. Looking at the squashed mosquito, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Of course, mosquitoes. After the zombie apocalypse begins, the easiest thing to kill would be mosquitoes. He was so excited he almost jumped up. All he needed to do was collect a ton of mosquitoes and burn them all the moment they mutated. Low risk, high efficiency. With a clear goal in mind, he immediately opened his laptop to do some research. A few minutes later, he stared at the screen and cursed under his breath. 10 mosquitoes for $25? Are you out of your mind? On a certain online shopping platform, there was actually a shop selling mosquitoes, just one shop, though. In the apocalypse, human lives weren't worth much. But they were still in the real world right now. Who in their right mind would spend $25 for 10 mosquitoes? His initial thought was that a few 100,000 would get him millions of mosquitoes. Now, doing the math, he realized he couldn't even get a million. No way. I need to bargain. The shop typically sold a few hundred orders a month, with people buying in lots of 100 mosquitoes. If he was placing an order for over a million, they had to give him a discount. Sure enough, the customer service replied quickly. Welcome to the Wonders of Nature store. How can I assist you today? I need 1 million live mosquitoes. Got any? The other side seemed to freeze for a moment. Dad, come here. The customer service rep was just the shop owner's son. Hearing the request for 1 million mosquitoes, he yelled for his dad right away. The owner walked out from the mosquito breeding tent, trying to stay calm. To be honest, I have no idea how many mosquitoes are in the tent. It was true. Who would bother counting mosquitoes every day? How many you've got? I'll take them all. How much? There were at least a few 100,000 mosquitoes in the tent, given how quickly they reproduce with just enough water and food. The owner hesitated. They'd only invested around $10,000 to $20,000 into the operation so far. Now, they didn't even know what price to name. After a quick discussion, father and son carefully named a price. $50,000? Xiao Sha sneered. $30,000 at most. Take it or leave it. The reply came almost instantly. Deal. Send me your address, and we'll deliver tomorrow. Xiao Sha felt a lump in his throat. He had lowballed them. They had agreed far too quickly. Clearly, he could have bargained them down further. Oh well, what was said. He couldn't be bothered to haggle anymore. Spending $30,000 on mosquitoes. He was probably the only person on the planet who would pull something like this. Lock in the deal. I'll go get the money. After sending this, Xiao Sha messaged Lu Yao. He didn't call her because she was probably too busy to pick up right now. Sure enough, she replied half an hour later. I borrowed everything I could, sweetheart. You've got to make it worth it. Smiley face. Attached to the message was a bank notification. $52,000 transferred to your account. Xiao Sha stared at the number, stunned. She was betting everything on him, not even leaving herself a safety net. Damn, that's gutsy. Babe, come to my place at midnight tomorrow. Let's witness the moment we get rich together. He made himself sound excited and sincere, then quickly added that work was keeping him busy, so she should avoid contacting him for now. At that very moment, Lu Yao was in the gym bathroom, just finishing up a flirtatious encounter with her trainer. Seeing the message, she smirked. Always working overtime? He probably doesn't even realize I'm cheating on him. Once I've squeezed all the money I can out of you tomorrow, you're out of my life, idiot. As soon as the money was in his account, Xiao Sha placed the order on the shopping platform. He even added an extra $1,000 as a rush fee, demanding the mosquitoes be delivered by the following afternoon. Because by midnight tomorrow, the apocalypse was going to begin. He needed everything ready beforehand. It'll definitely be on time. If it's late, I'll make my son personally go to your place and catch mosquitoes for 3 days straight. The owner's reply actually made him chuckle. Not exactly a low-risk venture for the son. He'd have to learn some mosquito-catching skills to boot. With the first kill species sorted, it was time to handle supplies. Water, food, and shelter were already covered, but he had to stock up on more. He still had over $40,000 left, plenty to work with. He spent a few $1,000s on 100 cases of water and a few thousand on snacks. The remaining $20,000 plus, all invested in meat. Water would arrive that same day. The rest would come by tomorrow evening. When it came to weapons and armor, he didn't plan on buying any. Mutated creatures were insanely destructive. Even if he reinforced his mansion with steel, it would still be ripped apart within a month. Rather than wasting money there, it was better to stockpile more food. Once everything was prepared, all that was left was to wait for midnight tomorrow. Xiao Xia was an only child from a wealthy family. His family's massive mansion, with its sprawling backyard, 3 walk-in freezers, and 2 basements, was more than enough to store all his supplies. Why was his family so rich, you ask? Simple. If he wasn't loaded, would someone like Lu Yao, a gold digger through and through, even look at him? From the very beginning, all Lu Yao had her sights set on were Xiao Xia's mansion and wealth. Too bad the apocalypse didn't spare this luxurious home. 3 months into the blood-soaked chaos, when the mutated creatures went into a frenzy, the villa was destroyed. That night, Xiao Xia left H City and never returned. But this life is different. As soon as the money hits his account tomorrow, he'll give that villa a pre-apocalyptic gasoline cleansing. When the global mutation begins, all it takes is lighting the fuse. Boom. Millions of mosquitoes will turn into sacrifices to herald the arrival of the Lord of Slaughter. Xiao Xia coughed lightly and gathered himself, hiding his smile. There's still 1 day left, enough to do other things, like scouting some teammates ahead of time. The next day at noon, only 12 hours remained before the apocalypse. The supplies started arriving and were being stored in cold storage. Only then did Xiao Xia realize the villa didn't have enough room for it all. 3 cold storage rooms were packed full, leaving him to stuff the meat and snacks together in the basement. Stocking up like it's the end of the world tomorrow, huh? A middle-aged man joked as he helped unload supplies. Just buying for fun. Xiao Xia casually brushed him off with a grin. Rich people's business. No one usually questions it. 3 hours later, the last of the supplies were in place. The mosquitoes still hadn't arrived. Standing on the 3rd floor, Xiao Xia studied the map of H City. In the apocalypse, maps are worth more than life itself. Electronics and weapons will fail entirely, causing humanity to collapse in an instant. At 6 p.m., over 20 large cages filled the backyard, trembling with the buzz-buzz sound of mosquitoes beneath black covers, making one's scalp tingle. Tens of thousands of blood-sucking mosquitoes, each at the first mutation stage, were enough to turn this area into a living hell. Too bad for you. You met me. Xiao Xia sneered and walked away from the villa. With the apocalypse approaching, he decided to enjoy one last good meal. A dinner costing a few grand? That's no problem for him. On his way to a nearby upscale restaurant, he was about to push open the door when he noticed a girl in a white dress squatting nearby, sobbing as her entire body trembled. Her quiet sobs filled the air, her shoulders rising and falling as she shook uncontrollably. In the past, Xiao Xia wouldn't have cared, but with the apocalypse so close, he was oddly intrigued. Crying here in the middle of the night for what? His sharp tone startled her. The girl shot up, glaring at him with red, tear-streaked eyes. I'm already this old and never even been to a high-end venue. Why can my coworker sleep with the boss and get to go? Seriously? That's it. Xiao Xia thought she'd get dumped or something. It's just a restaurant. Come with me. I'll take you, he offered nonchalantly, brushing it off with a wave of his hand. Relax, I'm not interested in you. Just have too much money to spend. Really? You mean it? Her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Looking at her tear-streaked face, Xiao Xia felt a faint sense of familiarity. This youthful appearance reminded him of a certain formidable figure in the apocalypse. Who exactly? He'd find out later. It's just a few grand. If you want to go, then follow me. With that, Xiao Xia sauntered into the building. The girl hesitated for 2 seconds, wiped her tears, and hurried after him. Good evening, Mr. Xiao. The staff at the entrance greeted him respectfully. Take her to freshen up, then bring her to private room 318, he instructed casually. With a gold membership card in hand, his word was law here. In the 5888 luxury suite, the girl was eventually seated across from him, visibly cautious. Xiao Xia chuckled. This future powerhouse was, for now, just an inexperienced girl sheltered from the world. Since I'm treating you, it's not unreasonable for me to ask a few questions, right? He leaned back, swirling his wine glass. She nodded in agreement. What's your name? Chun Ling. Hearing that name made Xiao Sha's heart skip a beat. Spirit manipulator Chun Ling, the wielder of spiritual beings that enhanced her combat prowess. In the previous life, she was ranked among the top 5 in H City's fighting forces. Although she was slightly inferior to Xiao Sha, who was ranked second, she was still a top-tier talent. To think that a simple dinner led him to encounter such a high-caliber individual. He made up his mind. He had to recruit her. With her at his side, his growth rate would skyrocket. While he had a plan, he was unsure how to bring it up. He couldn't just outright say, "The apocalypse is starting tomorrow. Stick with me if you want to live." She'd probably think he was insane. As he poured himself wine, his mind churned with ideas on how to broach the subject. Meanwhile, Chun Ling, having been given the green light, was completely engrossed with devouring the feast before her. King crab, lobster, Buddha jumps over the wall. Every dish made her question whether she had lived the right way up until now. A measly few thousand yuan a month, dealing with harassment from her boss. An epiphany struck her. She was done with regular jobs. She would secure Xiao Sha's support today, no matter what. Even being a mistress would be acceptable to her. While Xiao Sha was still strategizing how to recruit her, Chun Ling, blushing furiously, spoke up. "Mr. Xiao, I don't want to struggle anymore. Could you, support me? I've never even dated anyone before." Xiao Sha froze on the spot. He hadn't even made a move, and she surrendered first. Feeling a sense of mischief, he tested her reaction. "What if I asked you to slap my ex in the face? Would you dare?" "I'd dare. If you told me to kick her, I'd do it." She looked up, her eyes blazing with determination. Xiao Sha smiled broadly, thoroughly entertained. A slight nod. That kind of ruthless determination. Now that's someone worthy of being a teammate. When she arrives, the moment you step through the door, strike first. Chun Ling immediately got up, stretching and loosening her muscles. Her well-sculpted figure wrapped in a fitted suit was enough to make anyone incapable of looking away. Xiao Sha was about to send a message when he saw his ex had already texted. Said she wouldn't be coming tonight. He sneered coldly. Probably off hooking up with another man. Whatever. Once the apocalypse arrives, she'll be the first he kills. That humiliation he endured in his past life wasn't going to mean nothing. She's not coming. Chun Ling obediently sat back down, but her mind was still spinning, replaying what he'd just said. If his ex was off messing with someone else, didn't that mean she had a chance to take her place? While Chun Ling was off in her daydreams, Xiao Sha glanced at the time. 10:45 p.m. This meal had dragged on long enough. She devoured most of the food, but in exchange, he'd secured himself a strong ally. A bargain well worth the price. "Let's go. Come home with me." His smile carried a deeper meaning, and Chun Ling instantly got the message. Since she was already betting on this move, there was no turning back now. The two left the restaurant and strolled a short distance down the street until a luxurious villa came into view. Xiao Sha unlocked the front door with his fingerprint, and it swung open automatically. In that moment, any lingering unease she had melted away. A man who could live in a place like this certainly wouldn't have any trouble supporting her. For the first time in her life, she felt like she'd made the right choice. But once inside, all Xiao Sha did was have her take a seat. Nothing else happened. She sat on the sofa watching TV, waiting until it was nearly midnight, eyelids growing unbearably heavy. Finally, Xiao Sha spoke abruptly. "Come out." "Oh, okay." She followed him to the backyard. When the door opened, a rancid, pungent smell assaulted her senses, and she instinctively covered her mouth and nose with her hand. "Mr. Xiao, what's all this for?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Sha remained silent. He was waiting for that comet. The comet that would herald the end of the world. The seconds ticked by slowly. Suddenly, a dark red streak tore through the night sky. The comet descended. Xiao Sha immediately ignited the gasoline at his feet. A fiery blaze roared to life, a serpent-like flame slithering straight towards the cage of mosquitoes. Welcome to the era of apocalypse. Talents have been distributed to surviving humans. Fight the mutated creatures. 3 chilling voices echoed simultaneously in the minds of everyone. For those who didn't receive a talent notification, and countless animals. Their bodies began mutating uncontrollably. The gasoline-drenched mosquitoes began to twist and swell grotesquely. But before they could finish their evolution, the flames devoured them whole. Congratulations. Talent unlocked. Lord of Slaughter. Killed tier. 1 mutated mosquito times 1. Killed tier. 1 mutated mosquito times 1. System notifications blared endlessly, an unrelenting stream clogging his mind for 10 solid minutes, announcing every single kill. It wasn't until the last mutated mosquito was reduced to ash that the noises ceased. Lord of Slaughter activated successfully. Rewards earned. Bloodthirsty wings. Pengu's bloodline. Infinite backpack. 3 beams of radiant light materialized before his eyes. Xiao Sha threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The blood-clad god of slaughter is back. Watching Xiao Sha cackle like a madman, Ling felt her chest tighten with unease, but she still reached out to embrace him. She didn't understand the notifications in her mind or whatever illusionist role she'd apparently gained. But her instincts told her that this man was her ticket to survival. Linger, go wait for me in the room. Xiao Sha gently patted her head. Okay, I'll wait for you. The night was filled with ghastly roars and the desperate cries of humanity. And yet Ling still tiptoed to kiss him, then turned and headed inside. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Sha finally began inspecting his rewards. Bloodthirsty wings. Transformable armor capable of flight, grows stronger by feeding on blood. This was the very pair of wings he'd acquired 3 years into his past life. The wings that earned him the moniker Blood-clad God of Slaughter. Infinite backpack. Unlimited storage capacity. In the apocalypse, food was the most precious resource, priceless, even. But the most terrifying of all was the last reward. Pengu's bloodline. All attributes increased by 100 times. Xiao Sha froze in disbelief. The strongest bloodlines in his past life only amplified stats by a factor of 9.5 times. That alone made their holder one of the era's most formidable forces. And yet here he was, at 100 times. He alone was equivalent to an elite army. The grudges of his past life. This time, he'd trample them all. But for now, there were zombies banging on the gates outside to take care of. And the venomous snake across the street, Lu Yao. The sound of clawing and thudding against the iron gates intensified. Xiao Sha's gaze turned ice cold. I wasn't looking for you all, but you had to throw yourselves at my front door. With that, he began fusing his newly gained bloodline and wings. 2 incredible forces surged through his body. Within seconds, crimson wings burst from his back, aglow with eerie light, dripping as if made of blood itself. He opened his eyes, his pupils turning a faint golden hue. Power surged and roared within him. He felt as though one punch from him could level the entire villa. The zombies outside. Nothing more than fragile shells waiting to be crushed. Metamorphosis. Crimson wings morphed into a blood-red cloak that draped across his back. He stepped toward the living room. A few zombies had already crawled inside. The corners of Xiao Sha's mouth curled into a cold sneer. Let's see if my fists are hard enough for you. With a deafening boom, he leaped, clearing nearly 50 feet in one bound. Upon landing, he grabbed a snarling zombie, his fingers tightening as if it were a ripe fruit. The thing's head exploded on impact, and he casually flung the lifeless body aside. To others, these monsters were more terrifying than ghosts. But in the eyes of someone with 100-fold physical prowess, they were no more than oversized, mindless watermelons. Flying toward another, he raised a single hand. Asterisk crack asterisk, another head shattered to bits. The sound of bones splintering echoed through the villa's exterior, one agonizing crunch after another. Upstairs, Ling watched with a mix of astonishment and horror, her stomach churning. Still, she couldn't help but silently rejoice. She'd bet on the right horse. Nice work, Xiao. She began to call out, only to gag mid-sentence. The scent of blood was overwhelming. She couldn't hold back and threw up on the spot. But she adapted quickly. This was the apocalypse. After all, there was no room for weakness. A woman bold enough to become the other woman wasn't fragile in spirit. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Sha had cleared every zombie within a 60-foot radius. For the rest of the night, there would be no monsters approaching. Low-tier zombies might lack intelligence, but they could sense death in the air. When danger was present, they were instinctively drawn to other, safer prey. For tonight, at least, this villa was untouchable. Ding. Host has killed 26 first-tier zombies. Slaughtermaster triggered. Reward: 1 vial of Constitution Enhancement Serum. Bloodwing Cloak has absorbed trace amounts of blood. Progress: plus 0.5%. Xiao Sha eyed the crimson vial now sitting in his inventory, sneering softly. What a pathetic reward. In his previous life, this might have thrilled him. After all, a direct gain of 20 points to health was nothing to sniff at. But for someone with bloodline-based skills, this particular serum was practically useless. And it only worked a maximum of 3 times anyway. As someone possessing the rarest of all bloodline abilities, he smirked dismissively. I'll keep it for now. Let's see how she performs, he thought to himself. With the zombies cleared, his gaze drifted to the towering building across the street. In his previous life, Lu Yao had left behind a note that spelled out her regular haunts in painstaking detail. For a thrill, she used to always book rooms in the building facing his villa, and enjoyed flaunting her escapades on the balcony for him to see. Disgusting. This time around, Xiao Sha already considered her dead. Ling, there's a flashlight under the couch. Guard the villa carefully. I'll be back after I kill a bitch. His words barely landed before he launched himself skyward, darting toward the opposite high-rise. Ling watched his figure vanish into the night, replaying the carnage and those words in her mind. Only one name came to her lips: Homelander. Meanwhile, Lu Yao was tangled up with a man in the bedroom. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. She jolted up, trembling with excitement. Darling, did you hear that? Watching her pale, impish expression, the pretty boy partner beneath her was already grinning. It said the apocalypse has arrived, and I've awakened a lightning ability. He opened his palm, a faint blue spark crackling between his fingers. That means my healing skill is the real deal too? Lu Yao shuddered with glee. Yes, the pair of scumbags had stuck together once more. While chaos unfolded outside, with the streets overrun with the undead, the two experimented gleefully with their newfound abilities, one unleashing sparks, the other healing injuries to keep the fun going. Let's go to the balcony, Lu Yao teased with a sly smile, beckoning him with a single finger. Ah, babe, you really know how to pick the perfect spots. Even facing his villa, the two stepped out onto the balcony, the world below bathed in firelight. But Lu Yao's focus wasn't on the chaos. Her voice carried a cold edge. I hope Xiao Sha hasn't been bitten yet. It wouldn't be fun if he's already dead. The fitness buff holding her chuckled, his arm draped around her casually. Let's go finish him off tomorrow and take that villa for ourselves. What neither of them realized was that Xiao Sha was hearing every sordid detail from just beneath the balcony. Mom, please, don't bite me, came a desperate scream from the building below. A family member had turned, the haunting wail echoing upwards. Other residents leaped from their windows, hoping to avoid something worse than dying. In the apocalypse, staying alive was a crueler fate than death. Xiao Sha kept ascending. Finally, he heard their voices, the very ones that had haunted him in his last life. He looked up and saw Lu Yao and Pretty Boy standing at the railing. Found you. The humiliation of his prior life still burned in his heart like a scorched brand. But now he felt elation coursing through him like wildfire. In his eyes, they were indistinguishable from the zombies, filthy, mindless creatures to be eradicated. Oh, were you talking about me? A blood-red figure hovered in midair, no more than 15 feet away. Xiao Sha. Lu Yao blanched, her smugness draining faster than blood spilled from a fresh wound. His smile was faint but suffocating, like the Grim Reaper's silent touch. A dark, metallic tang filled the air, the stench of blood thick enough to drown in, lingering as if a massacre had only just occurred. Lu Yao could feel the chilling, suffocating aura with her healing ability. Pretty Boy, though, remained clueless. Seeing Xiao Sha floating, he made the fatal mistake of attempting to provoke him. Hey, cuckold, I've already slept with your woman. What are you going to do about it? Lu Yao tried to stop him, but it was too late. The killing intent rolling off Xiao Sha was suffocating. She quickly positioned herself between them, her hands trembling. Xiao Sha, I stopped loving you a long time ago. I'm sorry. She tried to sound sincere, but all he felt was nausea. After seeing them tangled together without a care in the world, How could I let this slide? I wish I could let it go, but my hands itch. Not killing someone leaves me agitated. He sneered coldly. Lu Yao was drenched in cold sweat. In her eyes, his killing intent was so intense, it almost felt tangible. There are so many monsters out there. Don't turn against us. We'll leave H City immediately, she pleaded. The thunder-wielding man stood with his hands behind him, silently gathering power, his expression icy and ruthless. He was confident his thunder ability would be enough to obliterate Xiao Sha in an instant. What he didn't realize was the vast gap between their strength. His movements had long been seen through. Xiao Sha didn't expose him, waiting instead for the moment when desperation would take hold. Die! The man struck suddenly. Lightning struck Xiao Sha's body. Yet, he remained utterly unscathed. Impossible, the thunder-wielding man muttered, his face drained of color. What's your ability? He asked, voice shaking. Too weak. Xiao Sha launched forward, his fist driving the man into the wall. In an instant, life and death flipped. Just moments ago, Lu Yao had forced a smile. Now, she was trembling from head to toe. The fear of death surged from her feet to her head. Brother Xiao, he forced me to do it. Her voice quivered as she spoke. Even she knew how ridiculous her lie sounded. Xiao Sha had initially planned to scare her a little more. But as he saw her vacant eyes and weak knees, he lost all interest. You won't get another chance, he said, stepping closer to the woman whose fate had already been sealed. As soon as their eyes met, Lu Yao understood she was done for. Paralyzed by fear, she couldn't move as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Compared to the you now, I'd prefer you dead. The sound of a sharp blow. Lu Yao's chest was pierced through, and her lifeless body plummeted from the 21st floor. The dull thud of her body hitting the ground resonated below, but Xiao Sha felt nothing inside. She liked being poked through? Then he granted her wish. Time to head back, he muttered. Leaping into the air, he swiftly returned to the villa. On the 3rd floor, Chun-Ling shone a flashlight, nervously waiting for him. When Xiao Sha appeared, her eyes lit up, though she managed to stifle the urge to shout. Xiao Sha landed in front of her. Mr. Xiao, you're back, she said softly, unexpectedly wrapping her arms around him. Her anticipation stunned him for a moment. Aren't you curious about something? He asked. Chun-Ling smiled faintly. Curiosity killed the cat. Xiao Sha's eyes narrowed. It sounds nice, but it warrants testing. Alone, the tension between them thickened. Chun-Ling straightened herself and whispered, See for yourself. He didn't hesitate further, lifting her into his arms and walking into the room. Night fell. Outside the villa, monsters howled. Inside, the only sound was labored, stifled breathing. The noise finally ceased as dawn approached. Looking at the sleeping Chun-Ling, Xiao Sha felt an unusual trace of tenderness. The Pango bloodline really is something else, he murmured. After covering her with a blanket, he left the room. The streets were eerily silent, traces of the night's events still lingering in the air. Everything seemed normal, but as he passed the charred mosquito cages set out last night, he suddenly stopped. One cage bore several scratches, 4 to 5 centimeters long. Burnt cages shouldn't have such marks left on them. And such strength was far beyond what a first-tier blood-sucking mosquito was capable of. Damn it, Xiao Sha muttered, touching the scratches, his face darkening. A second-tier blood-sucking mosquito must have been created last night. Only one of its level could withstand flames, puncture the cage, and escape. Caught up in hunting zombies and killing Lu Yao, he had let the creature slip. While blood-sucking mosquitoes themselves aren't formidable, constant feeding lets them evolve endlessly. In his previous life, they were like a low-budget version of xenomorphs. Once out of control, their destruction was catastrophic. Under normal circumstances, it should take a month of blood feeding for it to grow. A fully fed second-tier mosquito posed no danger to him now. But what truly worried him was the possibility of it killing future powerhouses prematurely. That would throw the future entirely out of his control. The safest course of action was to find and eliminate it within a month. With his understanding of mutated creatures, finding it wouldn't be too difficult. For now, though, the priority was training Chun-Ling. Among the 12 zodiac spirits under her control, one was skilled in treasure hunting. It would significantly speed up their search for rare resources. Still, after last night's ordeal, she'd need another 3 to 4 hours of sleep. As Xiao Sha considered his next steps, A cry for help suddenly broke the silence. It came from the right side of the villa. A bespectacled man on a third-floor balcony waved frantically, shouting, "You've got so many supplies and you're killing monsters. You must know some secret. Help me, or I'll tell every survivor your secret. Even if you're strong, you can't possibly fight an entire neighborhood, can you?" The man seemed to think he had the upper hand. What he didn't realize was that his yelling had already drawn the attention of several other survivors. It was only day one of the apocalypse, and greed hadn't fully surfaced yet. But Xiao Sha's eyes narrowed. "Where does your confidence come from, pretentious man?" Xiao Sha responded impatiently before abruptly leaping into the air. Everyone in the neighborhood froze upon seeing him fly, their eyes filled with envy. Some even began contemplating asking him for help. "What's with the act? Aren't you still here to save me?" The man with glasses smirked as Xiao Sha flew over, clearly feeling triumphant. He was convinced Xiao Sha wouldn't dare attack him in front of everyone. Too bad he guessed wrong. Xiao Sha had never been one to follow rules. Everyone thought he was coming to save the day, but to their shock, he suddenly dove down, grabbing the glasses-wearing man by the neck. "Who the hell do you think you are? Too scared to kill zombies, but audacious enough to threaten me? I slaughter zombies without hesitation. Where'd you find the nerve?" Like a farmer hoisting a chicken, Xiao Sha lifted the struggling, gasping man for everyone to see. "If anyone bothers me again, their fate will be the same as his." With those words, he casually tossed the man into the crowd of zombies below, his expression indifferent and unbothered. The message was clear: cross him, and you die. "Help me. He's just a madman who can fly. He's insane. Please save us." The screams quickly turned into the sound of vicious tearing, echoing through the entire building. In that moment, they all realized, just because someone could fly didn't mean they were an angel. They could very well be a devil. Xiao Sha swept his gaze across the crowd, his killing intent receding. "Hiding in fear will starve you to death. If you want to survive, fight for your own life." He had no love for these people. But in the future, when monsters overran the city, they might still be of use to him. He wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. Only those who crossed his bottom line would die. The glasses-wearing man had tried to use the food in Xiao Sha's home as leverage. That was unforgivable. And so he had to die? The residents' faces turned pale as paper, and they all hastily retreated back indoors. His purpose of making an example had been achieved. Xiao Sha turned and flew back to his villa. Those words from earlier reminded him. All the food was stored in the cold storage and basement. To be safe, as soon as he arrived home, he started moving everything into his infinite backpack. Half an hour later, finally, he sighed with relief as the last of the food from his basement disappeared into his backpack. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he turned to leave. But just as he left, a mosquito the size of a fist crept out of the corner. Its blood-red compound eyes scanned the room. Once sure it was empty, it darted toward the drainage grate. With one sharp swipe of its front limb, the metal bars broke apart. It scurried out through the sewer, only to find itself surrounded the moment it emerged above ground. "Boss, this mosquito's mutated." Back on the surface, Xiao Sha found himself facing another wave of zombies swarming the villa. The threat of the earlier corpse scare had worn off, and now even more zombies were closing in, attracted by the scent. They pounded on the doors, scaled the walls, slowly but steadily gathering in greater numbers. At this rate, the walls would eventually buckle under the pressure. "Time to change tactics," he muttered, continuing to clear out the horde while planning his next move. Ordinary materials wouldn't be enough to hold back these mutated creatures. Later in the apocalypse, humans would use crystal cores to refine rare gold crystals strong enough to withstand the creatures. But crystal cores wouldn't appear until after the Black Rain descended. The Black Rain would unlock genetic potential, drastically strengthening all mutated creatures. For now, these zombies were still just beginner-level foes. But as soon as that rain fell, they'd become terrifyingly fast. Thinking about this, he looked up at the sky. In the distance, a group of survivors was using their abilities to fend off zombies. A man wielding a baseball bat finally collapsed from exhaustion. Xiao Sha walked over and handed him a cigarette. "Save some of your strength next time. If you burn out too quickly, you won't last long." The man's shaking hands took the cigarette, and he inhaled deeply. The zombies he'd just killed had all been familiar faces to him. "They're no longer human," Xiao Sha said flatly. "In this world now, You can only rely on yourself. The man sat in silence for a moment. Is there any saving this world? The world's too big for you to save. For now, just protect this neighborhood. I can barely fight off these monsters. Not like you, you're insane. The man's tone was resigned and bitter. Xiao Sha shook his head. Not everyone is cut out to fight. You're more suited to managing people. The man froze, his thoughts racing in disbelief. How did he know? His unique ability, elite management, allowed him to organize survivors and slightly enhance their overall stats. It was something he had never revealed to anyone. Xiao Sha offered no explanation. 1 week from now, I'll have a job for you, Wang Ming. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned with a faint smirk. Until then, try not to get yourself killed. Wang Ming didn't fully understand Xiao Sha's intentions, but one thing was clear. Sticking close to this man was his best shot at survival. This was someone who could crush monsters as if they were nothing. A true god of slaughter. Xiao Sha never wasted time on pointless charity. He only helped people who were worth his while. In his previous life, Wang Ming had become one of the key leaders of the Eastern District. With him on board, no one dared cause trouble. This is my territory. But of course, everything would have to wait until the black rain fell. When he returned to the house, Chen Ling was already awake. Noticing that he wasn't around, she decided to cook a meal. The gas wouldn't ignite, and the electricity was out. The apocalypse had arrived, and global power systems had collapsed. She was brooding over this when a laugh suddenly came from behind. Hungry? Ah, Chen Ling jumped in fright. You're going to scare me to death. She puffed up angrily and pounced at him. After some playful scuffling, they finally sat down. Xiao Sha raised a hand and retrieved a full roasted chicken meal from Madare, complete with sides. Chen Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just how many secrets do you have? You only need to know that I'm very skilled in bed, he replied, smirking. His suggestive remark left her instantly speechless. Her legs were still weak from last night's escapades. She ate a couple of bites quietly before finally murmuring. Since it's the apocalypse, why don't you find a few other sisters? I'm not sure I can keep up. An awkward silence. All right, Xiao Sha replied decisively. In this post-apocalyptic world, strong men were never short of women, and he was no exception. Yet, whenever the idea of another woman came up, a particular figure always surfaced in his mind, a cold and haughty little girl. In his past life, in H City, he ranked second. First place? That was her. The undying fire phoenix, Tan Yu. The more Xiao Sha fought, the stronger he became, whereas Tan Yu seemed to grow fiercer with every death. The incident etched most deeply in his memory was when he fought a level 6 mutant wolf king in a grueling battle, neither side gaining the upper hand after ages of struggling. Then Tan Yu showed up, calmly snapping her fingers and killing the wolf king instantly. As if that weren't enough, her cold eyes fixated on him disdainfully. Struggling for ages with just a level 6? Doesn't seem very manly to me, she scoffed. Just wait until I catch you. Tan Yu. Xiao Sha fumed inwardly. When I do, I will definitely teach you a lesson. The thought of her icy expression infuriated him to no end. All that frustration was ultimately vented on Chen Ling, who, despite having just woken up, ended up too exhausted to even stand. After their meal, the two of them spent over an hour exercising. Then, Xiao Sha led Chen Ling to the empty backyard. It's the apocalypse now, he said, his gaze steady. Without combat skills, no one can protect you. Chen Ling nodded obediently. If you want to survive the apocalypse, it's all about your abilities. It's that. Phantom Spirit Master, right? Chen Ling raised her hand curiously. Xiao Sha nodded, gesturing for her to activate her power. While he had heard of the 12 spirits and knew the mouse spirit could find hidden treasures, his knowledge of the others was limited. Chen Ling took a deep breath and closed her eyes, concentrating. It took hardly any effort before she noticed a small, golden, fish-like creature swimming freely in the air beside her. It's a snake. A golden snake is swimming by me, she exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Sha guessed this must be her spirit creature. Try touching it. Chen Ling stretched out her hand to touch the golden snake. Instantly, a flood of information surged into her brain, and she immediately understood the snake's spirit's ability. But just as Xiao Sha was about to ask questions, Chen Ling's body convulsed violently. Her silhouette blurred and distorted. A few seconds later, there stood someone identical to Xiao Sha. What the hell? He had never heard. in his past life, that the fifth-ranked Phantom Spirit Master could shapeshift. It suddenly made sense how she'd always managed to escape encirclements unscathed. Clearly, she likely killed one of her attackers and then infiltrated their group unnoticed. This golden snake can turn me into someone else, Chen Ling said delightedly, staring at her new form. Xiao Sha didn't waste any more time. Now that you've learned it, let's get to the real thing. His face turned serious. Chen Ling reverted to her original appearance. She understood that Xiao Sha couldn't protect her forever. If she wanted to stand by his side, she needed strength. I'll go grab a weapon, she said before walking back inside to fetch a familiar kitchen knife. Once ready, Xiao Sha carried Chen Ling out of the city, landing in a desolate junkyard with only a sparse number of zombies wandering around. It was safe and ideal for practice. There, he pointed at 3 zombies nearby. Use your wits. Kill them. Chen Ling gripped the knife tightly and took a deep breath. Her figure flickered, morphing into one of the zombies. As she suspected, the other zombies ignored her entirely. She inched closer, seizing the opportunity to strike when one wasn't paying attention. The knife pierced through its chest, eliciting feral growls before it slumped lifelessly to the ground. Staring at the corpse, Chen Ling was visibly shaken, her hands trembling violently. It took several minutes before she composed herself. The second time, there was no hesitation. She swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 zombies. Blood dripped from the blade, and her stomach churned. Gritting through the queasiness, she managed to mutter, "I did it," before promptly vomiting. Xiao Sha landed beside her and gently patted her back, handing her a bottle of water. "Not bad at all. I was even more scared my first time," he reassured. Chen Ling nodded weakly, the fight having drained her entirely. After she rested, the 2 returned to their villa. 3 kills on the first day were enough. He wanted her to adapt, not become a mindless killer. Not long after they left, a group of men in suits arrived at the junkyard. "Boss, all the zombies here are dead," a man gripping a steel pipe exclaimed in astonishment. The burly-faced Lin Biao stepped forward, his expression darkening as he saw his prey snatched away. "How dare anyone touch what's mine? I'll chop them up and feed them to my pets." Everyone around shivered in fear. That creature of his could gnaw an entire pig down to just bones. "Bao Akuan, stay here. Report to me immediately if anything happens," he ordered. The 2 men slipped into an old shipping container. Lin Biao crouched down to examine the bodies, discovering that each of the zombies had been killed with a single, clean strike. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Someone capable of killing zombies this efficiently wasn't ordinary. If he didn't track this person down and deal with them, it was only a matter of time before the Black Dragon Gang got crushed under their feet. "You 2, don't come back before sundown," Lin Biao instructed. "As for the rest of you, load the bodies up. We're heading back to the nightclub." With that, Lin Biao and his men left, leaving Bao and Kuan to watch over the junkyard. The 2, bored and restless, pulled out a deck of cards and started playing inside the container. "Why'd the boss leave us here of all people?" Bao muttered as he shuffled the deck. "Why do you think?" "Because we're the most useless," Kuan deadpanned. The air seemed to get colder with that one sentence. Bao's unique ability let him absorb sunlight to glow, but without sunlight, he was pretty much useless. Akuan, even worse. All he could do was mimic a rooster's crowing. "Man, if I knew it'd be like this, I wouldn't have joined the Black Dragon Gang." Akuan grumbled under his breath, feeling more bitter by the second. 3 days passed with not a single person or even a shadow showing up. When they returned to the Black Dragon nightclub, Lin Biao couldn't be bothered to keep tabs on the junkyard anymore. "Forget about that place," he said, holding a woman in his arms. Then, waving his hand dismissively, he gave out a new order. "Head east. Try to pull the survivors there into the gang." He paused and added, "Give them 1 day. If they don't comply, I'll deal with them myself tomorrow." The mention of targeting the eastern part of the city brought a spark of excitement to Bao and Kuan's eyes. With over 100 people in the Black Dragon Gang, taking on scattered survivors would be easy. Word had it there weren't any big players over there. "You can count on me, boss. I'll deliver the message," Kuan declared, leading a group of 10 out the door. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiao Sha and Chen Ling were having breakfast. Over the past 3 days of brutal training, Chen Ling had practically transformed. With the help of enhancement serums and rigorous combat drills, she could now take on 3 or 4 regular people on her own. Are we going zombie hunting again today? Ling asked. Not today. Let's wait for the rain, Xiao replied coolly. Great. Finally, a chance to rest, she cheered, only for him to immediately rain on her parade. Resting doesn't mean slacking. We're going to spar. What? Sparring with you? Ling's face turned pale. You can crush a creature's bones with your bare hands. How am I supposed to stand a chance against you? Half an hour later, Ling found herself slammed to the ground again. She had thought that if Xiao held back, she might have a chance. Instead, he completely overpowered her. Focus on your footing, Xiao said coldly. If you only know how to attack and can't defend, no one will show mercy when you face an actual enemy. Enough. I can't beat you no matter what. Ling flopped onto the ground dramatically, refusing to get back up. But Xiao had already figured out her little tricks. Fine. I'll carry you back, then, he said flatly. Fine by me. Ling immediately stretched out her arms, pretending to be agreeable. She didn't expect him to come closer, only to lift her up and slam her to the ground again. What was that for? She shrieked in pain, her face full of grievance. If you don't train properly now, you'll have nothing to regret when a monster tears through you later, Xiao said, his tone icy. Ling gritted her teeth. Fine, let's keep going, she muttered, climbing back to her feet. Soon, the two were going at it again. By this time, the zombies in the surrounding area had started avoiding them altogether. They seemed to sense the dangerous aura from this villa and instinctively steered clear. Over in the east side of the city, Kuin and his group had just arrived when they noticed something was off. Boss Kuin, why are there so few zombies here? One of his subordinates whispered. It was too quiet, eerily so. Relax. Maybe they wandered somewhere else, Kuin said, trying to sound calm. They pressed on further until someone pointed ahead. Boss Kuin, look over there. On a blood-streaked basketball court, a group of people were casually playing a game and laughing loudly. It was bizarre to the extreme. Even the Black Dragon gang wouldn't be this carefree. Hand out the flyers. Do it quickly, and let's get out of here, Kuin hissed, suppressing the rising unease in his chest. The group hurriedly scattered, stuffing their propagandistic flyers into random corners. Within minutes, they regrouped and left, retreating as fast as their legs could carry them. Back at the Black Dragon nightclub, Lin Biao's face darkened as soon as he saw them return so quickly. What happened? He barked. Boss, something's really wrong with the eastern part of town, Kuin reported, wiping sweat off his brow. I thought there were no big players there. Lin Biao snapped, glaring at his subordinates. Heads lowered all around. The intelligence they'd received had clearly stated there was no leadership in the eastern zone. Idiots, Lin Biao roared before turning his attention back to Kuin. Explain. Now, Kuin recounted everything. The unsettling lack of zombies, the people casually playing basketball in a blood-drenched court, and the general ominous vibe of the area. It wasn't just unusual, it was terrifying. A lower number of zombies could be rationalized, but playing basketball out in the open? That was a whole other level of confidence, or craziness. It didn't make any sense at all. After all, zombies had an incredibly sharp sense of hearing. You ride a bike, and everyone can't help but turn their heads to stare. Trying to play basketball in front of those monsters? That's just asking to get yourself killed. You're not making stuff up, are you? Lin Biao narrowed his eyes, his tone dangerous. How could I dare, boss? You don't believe me? Asked the guys. They all saw it. Seeing Kuin this panicked, Lin Biao figured it was probably true. But why weren't they afraid of the zombies? Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to speak. Suddenly, Lin Biao slammed the table and burst into laughter. I've got it. They must have some artifact that keeps the zombies at bay. Everyone froze. Lin Biao scoffed. What else could it be? You think someone in East City wiped out every single zombie? Kuin flinched and quickly nodded in agreement. The group started singing praises to Lin Biao. His anger subsided a bit. Kuin, take more people and go investigate. We've got to find that artifact. Once it's in our hands, the Black Dragon gang can dominate all of H City. But they hadn't even ventured into the heart of East City. The flyers they distributed went unnoticed. Xiao had no clue he'd already been targeted. For the past few days, he and Ling had been training at home, honing their combat skills. Though, Honestly, most of the time, Chun-Ling preferred other kinds of exercise. You know what I mean. Today was different. The black rain Xiao Sha had been waiting a week for finally arrived. Darkness blanketed the city, and inky black rain poured down. Zombies and mutated creatures began their second evolution, growing faster and stronger. An hour later, dawn broke just slightly. From the shadows of the city, pairs of crimson eyes began to glow. Thankfully, most people were hiding indoors, so casualties weren't that severe. The Black Dragon Gang, however, wasn't so lucky. Scurrying all over the city, they ended up surrounded and slaughtered by the newly evolved creatures. Of over 100 men, only 60 or so survived. At this moment, three familiar voices boomed in the minds of all survivors. Human gene locks activated. Zombie and mutant enhancements complete. This is my final gift to you. Rejoice. Standing atop his villa, Xiao Sha heard the voice and sneered coldly. I don't care who or what you are, god, devil, or alien freak. When I find you, you're dead. The apocalypse? It was brought upon the world by this thing. Didn't matter who or what was responsible. Xiao Sha had written this grudge into his soul. If he ever got the chance to find the mastermind, he'd drag them to hell, even if it cost him his life. Something's wrong with this rain, huh? Chun-Ling asked, sitting up from his embrace. Do you know why I've left the zombies around us untouched this whole time? Xiao Sha countered. Chun-Ling shook her head, baffled. Watching the newly evolved zombies in the distance, Xiao Sha's lips finally curled into a smile. Because now, they're real monsters. Before, killing zombies wasn't worth it. They didn't yield crystalline cores. But now, with crystalline cores, they were finally worth hunting. Those cores were the key to leveling up. Seeing she still didn't fully grasp it, Xiao Sha leapt into the air and made a squeezing motion towards a distant zombie. In an instant, the creature's head exploded. Killed level 1 zombie. Obtained level 1 core. A deep green crystalline core rolled onto the ground. This, he handed the core to Chun-Ling, is the foundation of your strength. Chun-Ling stared at the core, her eyes gleaming. If it could make her stronger, then she had to get her hands on more of them. I'll help you collect them, she said firmly. She wasn't a vase to be placed on a shelf. In her past life, she had been a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Sha wasn't about to pave her path for her. Be careful. If you come across creatures you don't know, retreat first, he warned. Got it. They split up. Chun-Ling went after zombies. Xiao Sha headed straight to the west side of the city. He was hunting for stronger prey. If his memory served him correctly, H-City's first level 2 mutated creature was there. That thing carried a crucial item. He had to get it, deal with that, and then track down the lone mutated mosquito. That thing, pretty sure it mutated out of a pet store. Flying through the sky, he scanned the ground below. Every now and then an airborne mutant would lunge at him, only to get punched into oblivion. It didn't take long for him to reach the city's west side. The area was already in ruins. Most of the buildings had been destroyed by looting and infighting. The few remaining standing structures had been seized by various factions. Just 7 days, and all sense of order has evaporated, he muttered. Perching atop a tall building, he began to survey the surroundings. Based on the timeline, the level 2 mutant, Golden Eagle, should have already shown up. But all he saw was dead stillness. Something wasn't right. On the ground below, a group of survivors stood motionless, staring at him with eerie eyes. Other than that, nothing. What the hell's going on? He muttered with a frown. Could he have unknowingly disrupted the sequence, and the mutated mosquito took the Golden Eagle's place as level 2? Impossible. He'd lived through this hell for over a decade in his previous life, and there'd never been a rule stating only one level 2 creature could exist at a time. Either someone killed it early. Xiao Sha's gaze turned icy. Or someone hid it. The thought of someone stealing his prey made his face darken instantly. Without hesitation, he leapt from the 20-story building. Boom. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a giant crater as a shockwave burst out, flinging surrounding debris high into the air. The survivors nearby were petrified on the spot. When the dust finally settled, Xiao Sha emerged unscathed, and their faces froze in disbelief. Is he even human? Could he be some kind of humanoid monster? He's heading this way. What do we do? As panic swept through them, Xiao Sha was already standing right in front of them. Wasn't there supposed to be a powerful eagle around here? He asked nonchalantly. Hearing him speak, The crowd finally let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as they heard he was asking about the eagle, their faces turned pale again. "Are you talking about the golden eagle?" someone stammered. From their reactions, Xiao Sha immediately knew the creature had been spotted here. "Yes, where did it go?" It killed a lot of people. The martial arts master and his men are chasing it now." "It should have fled toward the barren hills," a man stuttered in response. "The martial arts master? The barren hills?" Xiao Sha didn't ask more questions. After giving a quick thanks, he leapt into the sky. He didn't care who this martial arts master was, but he was very familiar with the barren hills. Back when H City fell, he'd hidden there for several days while escaping. The barren hills were one of 3 mountains west of the city, named for their sparse vegetation. But something about the situation raised his suspicion. The golden-winged eagle was already at Tier 2. Humans below Tier 2 couldn't possibly harm it. So why had it fled? Could it be a feigned retreat to lure humans away? The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. The one being chased might not be the Tier 2 golden eagle at all. The actual Tier 2 eagle may be hiding in the city. The fleeing one is probably its parents, serving as bait. That way, the Tier 2 eagle could safely adapt to its newfound power. Realizing this, Xiao Sha let out a cold laugh. These mutated creatures were craftier than most humans. Without hesitation, he changed direction, abandoning the barren hills and heading straight for the west side of the city. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the western outskirts, he saw a massive golden eagle rampaging through the residential district. Buildings crumbled, lives were lost, it was utter chaos. So this was a case of lure the tiger out of the mountains. No wonder people earlier had said many had died in the West before they allegedly took down this creature. Realizing he'd been toyed with by a mere beast, Xiao Sha's expression darkened and his speed skyrocketed. His blood-red robes shredded as he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before the golden eagle. "Take this." Boom. The punch was so powerful it shattered the air. Shrieking in agony, the golden eagle crashed into the ground, sending dust and debris shooting skyward. A mighty Tier 2 beast, reduced to near death by a single blow from him. This was the confidence one could have with a 100-fold enhancement. The golden eagle lay twitching on the ground, letting out weak, intermittent cries. As Xiao Sha prepared to finish it off, a roar suddenly erupted in the distance. "Stop! That monster was taken down by all of us together. How dare you claim credit?" Xiao Sha paused, slightly surprised. He had incapacitated the creature with one punch, yet someone was claiming it was taken down collectively? What a joke. Too lazy to argue, Xiao Sha dove down for the killing blow. Another punch landed clean. The golden eagle died instantly. Ding! Tier 2 golden-winged eagle killed. Skill acquired, Eagle Eye, absorbing blood essence. Bloodthirst wings evolution progress, plus 8%. Eagle Eye, just as his companions from the previous life had described. This skill, even if its special effects didn't activate, would drop alongside the creature's crystal core. Its function was simple yet game-changing. Eagle Eye allows the user to assess an opponent's combat power and weak points. As soon as the skill fused with him, Xiao Sha's eyes darkened in color. Information about the golden eagle instantly surfaced in his vision. Tier 2 golden-winged eagle, deceased. Combat power, 0, peak power 1380. Weak point, thin abdominal defense. Just a few lines, but this was one of the most practical abilities in the apocalypse. It revealed combat power directly. Before Xiao Sha could check his own stats, the same voice burst out in anger again. "Bastard! We risked our lives for this thing all day, and you swoop in with your fancy flying skills to steal the kill." Xiao Sha finally chuckled. He turned around slowly, fixing an icy stare on the man. Eagle Eye automatically activated. Wang Shihua. Combat power, 268. Weak point, fragile upon contact. With numbers like that, it wouldn't even be enough to help the golden eagle pick its teeth. "You think you could have taken it down?" Xiao Sha smirked faintly. "Whether we could or not isn't the point. We were the first to engage. You stole our prey. How's that fair?" Wang Shihua shouted stubbornly, his neck stiff with defiance, while those behind him chimed in to back him up. The air grew tense. Xiao Sha's smile, however, turned colder and colder. While Wang Shihua mouthed off, his eyes darted about, signaling his men to quietly encircle Xiao Sha. Such petty tricks? Xiao Xia saw right through them. Crystal clear. He was utterly calm, first taking a glance at his combat power panel. The massive numbers displayed there gave him confidence. His attack stat was 500, while the other side barely had 5. The difference was like heaven and earth. In his eyes, these people were as good as dead. You think you've surrounded me. Why do you think I haven't run away yet? Xiao Xia asked indifferently. Wang Xihua's heart sank. Anyone else would have fled long ago unless they were absolutely sure they could wipe out everyone here. But there were 7 or 8 awakened people on his side. How could they possibly lose to one person? Forcing himself to suppress the unease rising in his chest, Wang Xihua suddenly clapped his hands. I get it. You're waiting for reinforcements. Xiao Xia blinked, dumbfounded. This guy's way of thinking was truly something else. However, Wang Xihua mistook Xiao Xia's expression as a revealing slip. Stop the chatter. Kill him now, Wang Xihua immediately ordered. The group barely had time to react before Xiao Xia was already in front of Wang Xihua. I gave you a chance, he said softly. The words had barely left his mouth when his fist smashed forward with terrifying force. Wang Xihua didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded into a bloody mess. The blood splattered across the stunned faces of everyone around him. Everyone froze instantly. It was only now they realized the man they provoked wasn't just any ordinary awakened fighter. Xiao Xia didn't give them time to recover. In mere seconds, the remaining 8 members of the group all hit the ground, lifeless. The blood on the ground was quickly absorbed by the blood-red armor that clung to Xiao Xia's body. Blood-devouring wings have absorbed the blood essence of 8 first-tier humans. Progress increased to 16.5%. The ability to trigger this reaction from kills wasn't high. But in this apocalyptic world, anyone harboring killing intent toward him would never live to see another day. From a distance, survivors in the western part of the city watched in horror, their faces pale. They realized then that the 8 individuals didn't even have a chance to use their innate abilities before being slaughtered. Everyone was acutely aware. This man's strength was terrifying. Most assumed Xiao Xia would leave after the massacre. Unexpectedly, he reached down, gripped the head of a golden-winged hawk with his bare hand, and crushed it, pulling out a light blue, prism-shaped crystal from its shattered skull. With this, I should be able to reach the 2nd tier, he muttered to himself. The reason he said should was because in this lifetime he had awakened the Panga bloodline, a monstrous innate talent. The stronger the talent, the harder it was to progress. Ordinary people could ascend with just 1 or 2 first-tier energy crystals. For someone like him with a top-tier bloodline, dozens, if not hundreds, were needed. But he wasn't in a rush. After finishing here, he planned to hunt down a blood-sucking mosquito. 2 second-tier crystals should suffice. What exactly does that crystal do? A mature female voice suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Xia tucked the crystal into his backpack and looked up. Not far away stood a woman in a pale yellow dress. Her clothes were spotless, her demeanor poised, but her eyes carried a trace of carefully concealed fear. Her alluring figure and fair complexion didn't go unnoticed. Xiao Xia's heart tightened. For someone to survive in such conditions with such refinement, it was absolutely not simple. Not to mention she had just witnessed him ripping people apart and still dared to step over corpses to approach him. Why should I tell you? Xiao Xia replied coldly. To him, beauty earned 0 extra points. If anything, it usually meant added trouble. The woman froze for a moment, clearly not expecting his blunt response. If I have a crystal like that, can I join you? She cut straight to the point, pulling out 2 green crystals and offering them with both hands. Xiao Xia immediately understood. She was looking for protection. These aren't enough, he said, shaking his head. Being able to kill 2 zombies was impressive for an average person, but it wasn't nearly enough for her to join his group. The woman bit her lip, her voice dipping. I can offer other things. What do you think? Her eyes glimmered with a subtle hint, her cheeks slightly red. Xiao Xia chuckled. If I truly wanted you, do you think you'd have any choice to resist? That single sentence cut off any possible retreat. Her face turned pale. She couldn't deny the truth. Given the strength he'd demonstrated earlier, there'd be no refusing him if he wanted anything from her. She finally understood. This man neither lacked women nor allowed himself to be swayed by beauty. My apologies for disturbing you. She bowed slightly, turned around, and left without further insistence. In such a merciless world, a woman who knew when to advance and retreat was a rare sight. Based on their brief exchange, she seemed to have more merits than drawbacks, though her abilities were yet to be determined. Tang Muxing. Combat power, 628. Weakness, frail, easily shattered. Xiao Sha activated his eagle eye ability and immediately saw through her facade. She wasn't as fragile as she appeared. Wait, he called out, stopping her in her tracks. She turned around sharply, her face lighting up with hope. You've changed your mind? She thought she had been invited to stay. Xiao Sha shook his head and left her with one sentence. You have one day. Walk from the west side of the city to the Xiao family villa on the east side. Make it there, and I'll take you in. With that, he soared into the skies. The Xiao family villa on the east side. Tang Muxing froze in place. The route from the west side to the east side was a full 20 kilometers long. Before the apocalypse, it was just half a day's walk. Now, the city is overrun with zombies and mutated creatures. Crossing it alone within a day doesn't just require strength. It's a gamble with your life. I accept this challenge. She clenched her fists, her eyes fierce with determination. Before she could pack up her belongings in the house, a sleazy chuckle came from behind her. He doesn't want you, babe. I do. Come with me, and I'll make sure you're happy every day. Tang Muqing turned back, her face cold. It was a shirtless man holding two butcher's knives, his eyes filled with vulgarity. You? In your dreams. With a tremor of her hands, her innate ability surged out. The man didn't even have the chance to react. The ground exploded beneath him, and a sharp earth spike erupted from under him, impaling him instantly. He collapsed lifelessly, without even a scream. Trash. Thinking you could compare to him? She muttered under her breath before turning and walking back into her house. If Xiao Sha were here, he'd immediately recognize it. The sheer scale of her earth manipulation, even at the first tier, was remarkable. A top-tier elemental talent, the mother of earth. On the other side of the city, Xiao Sha returned to the eastern side, scouting the area for blood-sucking mosquitoes. These creatures prefer darkness and fear the light. When first born, they would hide in the shadows, aggressively growing in size. Their prey only had two fates, either drained dry or torn apart. By finding the remains, he could trace the mosquito's location. Yet after scouting from above for half a day, he hadn't found a single matching clue. That's odd. Did it move to another area? Xiao Sha landed on the rooftop of a small house, frowning in thought. No, that's impossible. Blood-sucking mosquitoes grow their wings very slowly. Without wings, they could only catch small, non-mutated insects for sustenance at night. Logically, it couldn't have moved far. After pondering for a long time, there was only one explanation left. Someone in the city had captured it. Most likely, someone was hiding the creature and feeding it daily. And they must have used certain methods to mask its scent, evading his detection. No use wasting time here. I'll check on Chunling first. Xiao Sha decided, heading back to the villa. The moment he entered, he caught a familiar scent. As he landed, a figure leapt into his arms. Brother Xiao? I think I've gotten stronger. Xiao Sha swiftly reached out to steady her, preventing her from falling. Chunling, full of excitement, rubbed her head against his chest. He had no choice but to inspect her himself. Chunling. Phantom Spirit Master. Battle Power, 1825. Weaknesses. For you, all are flaws. Upon seeing the display, Xiao Sha couldn't help but chuckle. To outsiders, she was an unbreakable powerhouse. But to him, her every move was riddled with vulnerabilities. And her battle power of 1825, higher than a golden-winged eagle. You've ascended to Tier 2? He asked. Chunling didn't answer directly. Instead, she couldn't wait to brag about her exploits. I just killed 12 zombies. And then you found some treasure, didn't you? How did you know that? Her eyes widened in disbelief. This kind of strength wasn't achievable at Tier 1. Even if she trained day and night, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 days to advance. Come on, spill it. What did you find? She pouted, but her excitement soon bubbled to the surface again. I was passing by 318th Street and saw a bunch of zombies crowding into a supermarket. When I went in, there was nothing there, except for a glowing crystal lying on the floor. I lured the zombie horde away, dashed inside, and grabbed it. She animatedly described how she maneuvered and escaped. But her excitement soon gave way to a hint of grievance. I wanted to bring it back for you, but halfway home, it just merged into my body. What was that thing anyway? Xiao Xia smirked. This girl's luck was insane. To stumble upon a heaven's amethyst like it was nothing. Those were the rarest treasures, renowned for enhancing recovery abilities. They were only born under specific conditions when a crystalline meteor struck and fused with a zombie's core. A rarity of the highest order. One could only dream of finding it. You found heaven's amethyst. Not only is it brimming with energy, but it also significantly boosts recovery. Xiao Xia explained. Is it really that amazing? Chunling was a bit skeptical. She only felt slightly stronger than before. Xiao Xia clarified. It was because she hadn't been injured. Once truly hurt, she'd understand just how outrageous its effects were. Chunling suddenly blushed and asked, so, earlier, could it help recover from that too? Xiao Xia froze. Even in his past life, he'd never encountered such a treasure, and its specific applications were a mystery. He leaned closer, his voice low. Why don't we test it again? Okay. One thing led to another. By the time the clock struck 6, Chunling was fast asleep. Xiao Xia came to a conclusion. It works, but only slightly. He carefully tucked her in. The quilt, in the living room, extracted 79 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. He held the cores in his hands, focused, and began absorbing. The energy would flow into his body, with each first-tier core taking 5 seconds. Cross-legged, he sat down and rapidly absorbed them. Before long, all the first-tier crystal cores were depleted. His combat strength surged dramatically, but he was still on the verge of a breakthrough. All that remained was the pale blue, second-tier crystal core. Seconds passed. He opened his pale golden eyes. Still not quite there, he growled through gritted teeth. If he could just kill that blood-sucking mosquito and absorb a second-tier crystal core, he'd surely level up. Name, Xiao Xia. Bloodline, Pangu. Combat power, surging. Weakness, you cannot defeat yourself. The power doubling did improve his mood a bit, but so long as that mosquito was alive, a suffocating frustration lingered in his chest. I don't believe you can hide forever, he muttered furiously, taking off from the villa with newfound resolve. During the day, there was no trace of it. At night, it had to surface. A few hours passed, and he returned with a heavy sack containing first-tier crystal cores. The good news? He had cleared over 100 zombies and mutated creatures. The bad news? The blood-sucking mosquito remained elusive. With this many cores, I have to break through, he thought coldly, his gaze steely. Without the mosquito's crystal core, Xiao Xia had to grit his teeth and continue absorbing first-tier cores. One after another, a total of 100, and still, no breakthrough. When the last crystal core dimmed and lost its luster, frustration overcame him entirely. Damn it! His outburst stirred Chunling from her sleep. She gently walked out and found him sitting on the floor, lost in thought. What happened? He explained the mosquito situation, adding that if she could awaken her mouse spirit to the second tier, it might help locate the creature. Unfortunately, her last awakening yielded no new spirit. Forget it. We'll think of something later. He patted her on the shoulder and headed back to his room. The next morning, Xiao Xia called Chunling out of bed. Breakfast time. You kept me up all night, she complained groggily. I slept fine though. I was thinking about the mouse thing, she murmured. Only then did Xiao Xia realize she'd been worried on his behalf. Don't overthink it. Worrying won't help. After breakfast, he handed her a crude map and a piece of paper. Go see Wang Ming. Let him know I sent you. Give him this. What about you? I'm going to check if your new sister has arrived yet. Rather than getting annoyed, Chunling's eyes lit up. You actually found me a sister? Is she pretty? Whether or not she qualifies depends on her skills. What's the test? She has to walk alone from the west side to the east side to find us, he said nonchalantly. Chunling froze. That would mean navigating straight through zombie territory. If she can't do it, she doesn't qualify. With that, he walked off. Chunling looked down at the paper in her hands, her heart sinking. Suddenly, she felt like meeting Xiao Xia that night had been an absolute stroke of luck, like she'd just narrowly escaped death. At least she didn't have to face a horde of zombies on her own. Inwardly, she prayed for her sister briefly, then left the villa to complete Xiao Xia's task. The location on the map wasn't far, and most of the surrounding zombies had been cleared. In just 10 minutes, she reached the marked residential area. A makeshift barricade of tables and chairs blocked the entrance. "Who are you looking for?" A man's voice called from the building above. She lifted her head and saw two guys in their early 20s standing on the second floor, their expressions tense. Clearly, they were on watch duty. "I'm looking for Wang Ming." The two exchanged a glance and smirked knowingly. Just a few days ago, Wang Ming had brought in a third woman, and now it seemed they assumed Chen Ling was that kind of person as well. After a bit of low-voiced chatter, one of them called down with a smirk, "District Chief Wang is in a meeting. Come back later." Chen Ling frowned. "Xiao sent me. Go tell him. We don't care who sent you. District Chief Wang is busy." Scram. Their smug, power-tripping faces irritated her, but since it seemed Wang Ming truly was occupied, she couldn't be bothered to argue. Stuffing the note back into her pocket, she went off to hunt some zombies, curious to test her strength. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was indeed engaged in negotiations upstairs in his third-floor office with representatives from another survivor base. "District Chief Wang, the Sunshine Complex agrees to the terms. We're all survivors here. It's only right we unite. From now on, we're family." After 2 hours of talking, they finally struck a deal. Seeing off the representatives, Wang Ming couldn't help but grin. The regional survivor bases were coming together nicely under the arrangements he'd made for Xiao. Now, all that was left was to await Xiao's orders. "Our third survivor base secured. Progress is solid." Feeling buoyant, Wang Ming descended the stairs and casually asked the new recruits on watch duty, "Any updates?" The two men jumped, startled, and hastily stood at attention. "Relax," Wang Ming chuckled. "Just asking around. It's all good. Nothing to worry about." Wang Ming nodded and was just about to head upstairs. Suddenly, one of the young men called out to him, "Director Wang, a stunning woman just came looking for you." "What's this now, number 4? Stunning woman?" Wang Ming froze for a second. He only had one wife. Where would a fourth even come from? What does she want with me? At first, Wang Ming didn't think much of it. Plenty of women had come looking for him before, and naturally, gossip followed too. She said she was introduced by Xiao. "Director Wang, you know so many people. How about hooking us up with some girlfriends?" "Yeah, seriously, who's Xiao? Don't tell me he's in the business of recruiting women or something." The mention of the name Xiao sent a chill down Wang Ming's spine. "Are you sure she said she came on Xiao's word?" Wang Ming took a deep breath, his voice suddenly chilling. The two men hadn't realized just how serious this was. "She had 2 notes with her. Said Xiao told her to." "Where is she?" Before the words were even fully out, Wang Ming lunged forward and grabbed one by the neck, slamming him against the wall. The other guy stood frozen on the spot, utterly stunned. She left. I told her to come back later." Wang Ming's vision darkened with rage. Of all the people they could have turned away, it had to be someone sent by Xiao. That maniac who slaughtered his way through an entire street. If this mess wasn't handled properly, the entire neighborhood could be wiped out. Downstairs at the Happiness Complex, Wang Ming dragged 2 half-dead young men and threw them heavily to the ground. With a single shout, he summoned the remaining 31 residents of the complex who were still alive. "We've got a problem," he said in a trembling voice, his face pale as a sheet. The crowd gathered around him. "What's wrong, old Wang? What did those guys do now?" "Well, out with it." In the week since the apocalypse had struck, Xiao was the one killing monsters while Wang Ming held things together. Cooking, calming nerves, building defenses, rationing supplies. He had done everything he could, but seeing him like this now sent a chill through everyone's hearts. They chased away the woman Xiao sent over, and they thought she was some kind of streetwalker. The moment those words fell, silence blanketed the crowd. "Chasing away one person isn't that serious, right?" a young girl murmured. Smack. Her mother slapped her across the face. "Are you out of your mind?" The girl clutched her reddened cheek, furious. Before her mom could respond, someone else spoke with a chilling tone. "He cleared an entire street of monsters. By himself. Kills monsters like they're ants beneath his feet. Anything that comes at him doesn't even leave a bone behind. If it weren't for him, at least half of us would be dead by now." As the others explained, the girl finally realized who Xiao really was, a one-man killing machine. No wonder everyone was terrified. He was vicious, relentless, and never let go of a grudge. Whoever crossed him was as good as dead. The last time someone from another complex insulted him, they ended up strung up from a tree the very next day. Now not only had they mistaken his woman for a streetwalker, they even sent her off. If Xiao Xia found out, the whole complex could be doomed. No one dared to speak. No one was willing to risk their lives to test his fury. Is Wang Ming here? A woman's voice, calm yet commanding, suddenly rang out. Wang Ming practically jumped out of his skin, scrambling toward the gate. I'm here. Let me open the door for you. He frantically cleared the debris blocking the entrance and welcomed her inside. This was it. He thought he was as good as dead. But to his surprise, Chen Ling, the woman they had driven away, had returned. Maybe there was hope yet. Chen Ling stepped in, immediately noticing the peculiar atmosphere hanging over the crowd. Wang Ming shot a glance at some of the residents, motioning for them to drag the two young men over. Their faces were so swollen they barely looked human, as they were forced to kneel on the ground. They insulted you. I've already dealt with them, Wang Ming said, his tone filled with caution. It's up to you now what should be done. Chen Ling's gaze turned icy. Hearing that they'd mistaken her for a streetwalker, her expression darkened. She knew full well that if Xiao Xia ever found out about this, it wouldn't just be these two guys who'd pay the price. Likely the entire neighborhood would be wiped off the map. The residents stared at her with pleading eyes. Blame your own loose mouths, she said. A gleam of silver flashed. Parents hurried to cover their children's eyes. It's done. She handed Wang Ming a slip of paper. These are Xiao Xia's orders. Follow them. Without another word, she turned to leave. Taking care of those two didn't stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. It wasn't about whether they deserved to die. It was an unspoken truth that everyone in the neighborhood understood. The powerless didn't even have the right to talk about the strong. Even if she was merely Xiao Xia's woman, she wasn't someone just anyone could trample on. Just as this was wrapping up, elsewhere, Xiao Xia had finally tracked down the lead to the blood-sucking mosquitoes. He scoured the city, but still hadn't seen any trace of Tang Muqing, when suddenly, thought she hadn't come, let out a sigh and murmured, "What a shame," before continuing the search for the blood-sucking mosquito. Another sweep, leaving no stone unturned. The result? Still nothing. He skipped lunch back at the villa. Because he found the bodies. A pile of dried-up corpses. Near the city outskirts, at the eastern sewer exit. More than a dozen shriveled, broken bodies piled together, looking like drained husks. At the sight of this, he felt both excitement and unease. Excitement because the blood-sucking mosquito was still somewhere in the east. Unease because it had likely evolved from its larval stage into a fully grown, mutated adult. And, most concerningly, his earlier suspicion had been right. Someone in the city was secretly feeding it. Feeding it live humans. Raising a monster like that was like setting up a time bomb. If it went out of control, the ones who would pay the price were the defenseless survivors. But the sewer opening was too narrow. It was impossible for him to go through. He stared at the dark, churning sewage with a cold, piercing gaze. I will find you. East side of the city, at the Black Dragon nightclub. After the Black Rain, Lin Biao suffered heavy losses. Half his crew was gone. Brother Leopard, a Kun's close ally, had fallen to a horde of zombies. Well, did you get the people and the crystals? Lin Biao roared in the meeting room. Ever since hearing that the crystals inside monsters' heads could be absorbed for power, he'd forced his men to hunt them relentlessly. Capturing people? That was for feeding his pet. Boss, it's been tough finding anyone moving about alone lately, a Kun muttered, reporting quietly. But we did manage to grab 3 crystals. Lin Biao snatched the crystals and kicked him squarely, sending him flying. Useless. Can't find them? Then keep looking. A Kun, crashing into a chair and sprawling flat on the floor, felt a flicker of malice flash through his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Biao had awakened the physical enhancement ability, a Kun would have turned on him ages ago. But his own abilities were far inferior. For now, tolerance was the only option. Yes, right away. Bracing himself against the wall, a Kun rose to his feet. He had barely taken a couple of steps away when Lin Biao called him back. That treasure in the east, any updates? A Kun's thoughts twisted sharply. A sinister idea emerged in his mind. Rumor had it that the east side of the city played host to the so-called blood-clad Reaper, a lone figure who exterminated entire streets full of monsters. As for the treasure Lin Biao mentioned, Akun felt it was nothing more than a pipe dream. Lin Biao, you're growing wings now. Acting like the brothers mean nothing to you? Fine. Don't blame me if I decide to turn my back on you. Akun sneered inwardly. Boss, found it. The thing's stashed in a villa, he lied smoothly. Lin Biao shot to his feet, greed flashing in his eyes. But a moment later, his expression darkened, his gaze boring straight into Akun. You found it and didn't say earlier? Boss, there's a big bad over there. The brothers couldn't handle it at all. Akun feigned hesitation and hesitation. No matter how deadly they are, can one person take on 50 of us? Rally the team. Bring my pet. We're moving out. With the command issued, no one dared protest. Even though they knew heading eastward might amount to a suicide mission, refusal wasn't an option. Gathered and ready, Lin Biao unlocked the nightclub's hidden chamber. A gnashing sound came from the darkness, accompanied by a faint, ominous buzzing of wings. My darling, let's go hunting. There's something you'll love over there. Closing his eyes, Lin Biao tapped into his second ability, telepathic communication. It was this power that had allowed him to tame the creature entirely, supplementing it with fragrant flowers and perfume to mask its terrible stench. A buzzing sound swelled. A massive shadow crawled out of the darkness. It stood nearly a meter tall, mantis-like, bristling with spikes, its mouthparts lethally sharp. The blood-sucking mosquito. The monster Xiao Sha had been hunting all along. It had actually been raised in Lin Biao's care. Afraid of light, huh? Fine, I'll get you a cage. Lin Biao promptly found an iron cage, wrapped it with a black cloth, drenched it with perfume, and instructed 4 underlings to carry it. The apocalypse was absurd beyond measure. A group of people carrying a monster bred to feed on blood, heading off to kill yet another group. Half an hour later, Lin Biao and his crew headed eastward, only to bump into a blood-soaked, stumbling woman. It was Tang Muxing. She had fought through 3 waves of zombies, battling with everything she had, and had pushed her abilities up to Tier 2. She finally reached this point by sheer force of will. 20 more minutes of walking, and she'd reach Xiao Sha's villa. She was running on fumes, but sheer determination kept her going. Yet fate wasn't planning to let her off so easily. From the empty streets, a huge group suddenly emerged. She thought, at first, they must be survivors and instinctively stepped aside. Little did she know, the blood-sucking mosquito inside the cage had already caught her scent. A Tier 2 human, and one at her weakest moment. Devouring Tang Muxing now would let it break through to Tier 3, enabling even greater evolution. The blood-sucking mosquito immediately alerted Lin Biao, demanding the capture of the woman. You want her? Sure. Lin Biao acquiesced to his pet, fully aware of its terrifying prowess. He wasted no time ordering his men to capture Tang Muxing alive. But even though she was gravely injured, a Tier 2 combatant wouldn't easily. It wasn't something you could easily mess with. For people surrounded her, just about to unleash their abilities. Tang Muxing suddenly stomped down hard, and 2 sharp earthen spikes burst from the ground, instantly skewering 2 of them to death. The remaining 2 launched ranged attacks, only to have them blocked by the newly formed earthen shield she conjured. Don't push me, or no one's walking away happy. Tang Muxing coldly stared them down. Instantly losing 2 of their own, Lin Biao started second-guessing his choices. He was here to snag that treasure. Losing too much here wasn't worth it. How about we get her later? Think that'll work? He cautiously suggested to the blood mosquito. The blood mosquito, however, was fixated on her, firm in its belief that she was the key to its evolution. Its tone turned furious, demanding Lin Biao act now. But Lin Biao didn't move. The next second, a black cloth-draped cage began violently shaking. With a loud bang, the blood mosquito broke free. It still vividly remembered Xiao Sha slaughtering countless of its kind. Had it not hidden away in some basement, masking its scent with raw meat, it wouldn't have survived. And now, if it could only devour Tang Muxing, completing its 3rd evolution, it was confident in its ability to kill Xiao Sha in return. Fellow kin, justice will be served. It flapped its wings, soaring into the sky before turning into a blur, darting straight toward Tang Muxing. But little did it know, at the very moment it broke free from its cage, a man enjoying barbecue ribs in a nearby villa caught a familiar scent. A blood mosquito. You've finally shown yourself. Xiao Sha tossed the ribs aside, rocketing into the air. Moving at an inhuman speed almost invisible to the naked eye, he closed in on the battlefield within seconds. Lin Biao hadn't planned to continue engaging, but seeing his pet out of control, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and issue an order. Akui, Afa, bring the crew and assist. The two men were just about to spring into action when the blood mosquito launched its attack. Diving at lightning speed, its sharp proboscis shot straight at Tang Muxing. Boom. Caught off guard, her final earthen shield was instantly shattered. The immense force flung her several meters away. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold on, Tang Muxing thought, despair filling her mind in what she believed would be her final moment. It had never crossed her mind that she would die as a result of collusion between humans and monsters. Thrown nearly 15 meters by the creature's strike, the fall toward a jagged pile of rocks would likely finish her off. Just as she braced for impact, eyes squeezed shut, a strong arm caught her steadily out of the air. Not bad. You passed this test. A low, gravelly voice murmured near her ear. Startled, Tang Muxing's eyes flew open. There he stood, a blood-stained, brooding man with an icy aura. Xiaosha. Incredibly, he had caught her before her fatal fall. Aye, she struggled to speak. Xiaosha silenced her with a raised hand. Weakly, she nodded, gently placing her on the ground. He turned to face the now panicked group of over 50 men, and the blood mosquito hovering menacingly overhead. His mere turn quieted the entire battlefield. Even the once arrogant blood mosquito hesitated, unwilling to move recklessly. It's just some flying bug, what are you so scared of? Lin Biao barked toward the creature. Already wary of Xiaosha, the blood mosquito's anger flared at Lin Biao's provocation. Feigning a retreat toward Lin Biao's side, it suddenly accelerated, its proboscis piercing straight through Lin Biao's chest. You son of a... Lin Biao coughed up blood, cursing bitterly. Only now did he realize this monster had never truly seen him as its master. Before he could even collapse, the blood mosquito ruthlessly stabbed him again with its forelimb, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Biao's pained screams faded into silence, his life extinguished. The Black Dragon Society members broke down instantly. Boss is dead. Forget loyalty. I'm out of here. Run. The killing demon's about to make his move. The group scattered like headless chickens. Xiaosha cast a glance at the now feeding blood mosquito. Type, blood mosquito. Battle power, 3149. Weakness, brakes on contact. It greedily consumed Lin Biao's blood, its power surging wildly, climbing from over 1,000 to well beyond 3,000. If it continued like this, it might soon break through into Tier 3. And a Tier 3 core? Definitely worth something. Better to wait until it finishes evolving, then kill it for maximum gain. Fine, I'll let you live for a few more minutes. After confirming Tang Muxing's breathing had stabilized, he moved. It could fly, and its sense of smell was enhanced 100-fold. Did these runners think they could escape? Launching himself skyward, his fist struck with precision. Each hit was a clean, immediate kill. Within 5 minutes, the battlefield was littered with lifeless bodies. Xiaosha surveyed the carnage, ensuring none had survived before finally redirecting his gaze toward the now grotesquely bloated blood mosquito. Blood mosquito. Progress, 56 tier, 1 humans absorbed, plus 62% completion, now at 78.5%. Battle power, 9,155. Weakness, slightly less fragile trash, but still bursts with one good strike. It had consumed 56 people, its limp wings now pulsating with surging power. Xiaosha could sense it. Soon this mosquito would enter Tier 3. A proper Tier 3 mutated life form, boasting 5-fold the strength of a Tier 2. Without an absorbed core himself, this could have been a bit tricky. It didn't matter now. Time's up, he muttered. Smirking coldly at the grotesque nightmare insect, he prepared to crush it. With ruthless efficiency, because no matter how powerful it appeared, a pest was still just a pest. But now Xiaosha's combat power starts at 30,000. From the moment he poured gasoline on it, this mosquito's fate was sealed. Enough sucking, let's hit the road. As soon as the words left his mouth, the monster's body swelled to 2 meters and leapt off Lin Biao. Its compound eyes locked tightly onto Xiaosha, full of resentment and venom. It evolved desperately just to avenge its kind. Today, It was going to tear this human apart. The blood-sucking mosquito burst forward with full force, simultaneously shooting the newly acquired poison needles. The poisonous needles were dense, yet they couldn't even break through Xiao Sha's defense. It still dived like it was crazy. Prepare to die, human. Smack. The sound abruptly stopped. Before the spike even touched his face, Xiao Sha clasped his hands together. Like swatting a mosquito, he directly smashed its head to pieces. A third-level blood-sucking mosquito's final death is very simple. Swatted to death with one slap. Can't just be a good mosquito, huh? Gotta bring about your own death. He put away the crystal core and kicked the corpse flying. Successfully killed a third-stage vampire mosquito. Triggered Lord of Slaughter. Gained ability. Night vision. Bloodthirsty wings absorbed third-stage essence blood. Progress plus 36%. Evolution value is full. Bloodthirsty wings begin to evolve. This time, he made a big profit. The third-stage crystal core is in hand, and I even got night vision. Looks like mosquitoes are my lucky charm. From now on, I'll specially hunt them. He held the crystal core and walked toward Tang Muqing. She was too badly injured and could only recover slowly. The wings are also evolving and can't be used for now. Xiao Sha had no choice but to pick her up and head towards the villa. He hoped that Chen Ling, who stayed home to eat, wouldn't be angry that he ran too fast. What should have been a few minutes' walk took him more than 10 minutes. Many survivors wanted to come up to help, but he refused them all. Everyone watched as Xiao Sha carried Tang Muqing back to the villa, understanding clearly that this woman was not to be trifled with. Chen Ling upstairs saw this scene and felt a pang of bitterness. Running so fast just to find a woman? Even if you're finding me a sister, you can't change people so quickly. She is not against expanding the team. She just doesn't want to be neglected. Today he flew away without saying a word, and she really felt hurt. She suppressed her emotions and smiled as she took the person over. So this is the new sister? A second-tier power can easily carry a person. Xiao Sha could tell her smile was forced. Change her clothes and arrange room number 2 on the 3rd floor. After you finish, come down. I have something to say. Not long after, Chen Ling went downstairs and deliberately sat far away. What's wrong? Xiao Sha pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? Her face instantly turned red. She thought he was going to do something, so she simply closed her eyes. But he just touched her briefly and then stood up. Chen Ling became anxious and threw herself at him, hugging him. She just arrived, and you already don't want me anymore. Don't be ridiculous. I'm here to explain why I suddenly left. He took out a purple crystal core from his backpack. Chen Ling's eyes immediately lit up. What is this? That lone blood-sucking mosquito. I was chasing it away. Tang Muqing just happened to save it. Chen Ling stared at the crystal core in silence for a long time, murmuring softly. I thought you were someone who liked the new and disliked the old. Not that extreme. Who told you to leave without a word? She lightly punched him a few times. I'll tell you in advance next time we take action. That's more like it. Having said that, the jealousy in her heart dissipated. She clearly understood that if Xiao Sha wanted to find a woman, no one could stop him. Those little schemes just now were nothing more than a woman's instinct. What exactly is this for? Chen Ling regained her composure, sitting on his lap and spinning the 3rd-level crystal core. It's for upgrading me to the 2nd level, Xiao Sha said casually. Chen Ling's movement stiffened. You are only 1st rank. She widened her eyes. Impossible. He could kill 3rd-rank creatures, fly through the sky, and escape underground. How could he only be 1st rank? I have always been 1st rank, Xiao Sha said helplessly. Then how did you kill the 3rd-rank vampire mosquito? That doesn't make sense. She still didn't believe him. Xiao Sha carried her aside and took the crystal core. I'll upgrade it now. You keep watch around us. With that, he began absorbing immediately. The energy in the crystal core surged wildly, and his combat power skyrocketed. 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, instantly surpassing 100,000. At the moment of breakthrough, golden light soared into the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds rolling. Before all the survivors could react, a massive human figure appeared in the sky. Long hair flowing, aura ancient and desolate. He raised a giant axe and struck fiercely into the darkness. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn open, the black clouds dispersed, and sunlight returned. Who was that? An ancient human powerhouse. Is it Pangu? The entire city of H was thrown into an uproar. No one knew that this was merely a phenomenon caused by someone ascending to the second tier. As the sky cleared, Chun-Ling remained speechless for a long time. What kind of power could be hidden inside this seemingly ordinary man? No matter how strong he is, she is determined to catch up. She will never give any other woman a chance. Xiao Sha opened his golden eyes. Nothing happened, right? Nothing. You almost split the sky. Chun-Ling's heart was in turmoil, but she said calmly, "It's nothing, just a bit bright," like a giant appeared in the sky and struck it. Xiao Sha had just seen that scene in his mind and thought he was the only one who could see it, but unexpectedly, it was projected onto the sky. Perhaps this is the terrifying power of the Panga bloodline. Fearless, breaking 10,000 laws with a single force, this is true momentum. Are you now even more thirsty? Chun-Ling asked, blushing. She didn't wait for an answer and began to run her hands over him. After confirming there was no significant change in muscle, she finally relaxed. Your appearance hasn't changed, so the improvement shouldn't be much, right? Xiao Sha smiled. True strength isn't written on the surface. I'm at least 10 times stronger than before in every aspect. Chun-Ling's face turned pale. 10 times stronger, can she still survive? Take it easy next time, she reminded softly. Xiao Sha said nothing. She was going crazy herself. Though dizzy, her body was still moving. Since she still had some strength, he naturally wouldn't stop. Stop talking about this. Go check if your sister is awake. He pinched her cheek. Chun-Ling had just turned around when he saw Tang Muqing standing behind him. The atmosphere instantly became tense. I'm already awake, Tang Muqing said calmly. Xiao Sha looked at her, and the combat power data immediately appeared. Combat power 2045, still rising slowly, increasing by 10 points every 10 seconds. Obviously related to her talent. He wanted to ask in detail, but saw the two exchanging an awkward look. You two go make dinner and chat while you're at it. Mu Qingjia, the kitchen is this way. Chun-Ling quickly smoothed things over. The two left one after the other. After the person left, Xiao Sha checked his data. Talent, second-tier Panga bloodline, second-tier Lord of Slaughtered. Combat power, 127,000. Abilities, Blood-Devouring Wings, Night Vision, Eagle Eye. Weapon, Heaven-Splitting Axe. Luxurious, ridiculously powerful. As for this combat power, there is no need to say more. He was very clear that he was now the strongest man in the apocalypse. No matter how strong others were, their combat power could not exceed 20,000. Only he, with the Panga bloodline's 100-fold bonus, could stack such an exaggerated stat panel. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye has also upgraded, showing more information now. Xiao Sha watched the brand new attribute panel, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. Wait! He suddenly froze. I actually have a destiny weapon. The panel clearly stated, Destiny Weapon, Kai Tian Axe. Xiao Sha's breathing grew heavier. A destiny weapon is the highest existence in the apocalypse. It grows alongside its owner and comes with terrifying abilities. In his past life, he saw a 9th-rank sword immortal with extremely strong talent, whose innate weapon was the Zhuxian sword. That sword had an ability, Zhuxian. Every strike had a 1% chance to instantly kill the enemy. It was this 1% that allowed that person to have a prolonged battle with a 9th-rank mutant beast for countless rounds, and finally trigger the effect, killing it in one slash. The monster shattered into pieces on the spot. He has never forgotten that scene. At that time, he was insanely envious. If he hadn't been outmatched, he would have wanted to kill that person just to see if he could get the Zhu Xian sword to drop. But now, things are different. He, Xiao Sha, now has his own destined weapon. He silently chanted in his heart. The next moment, a giant axe with black and white patterns appeared out of nowhere and landed steadily in his hand. The axe body was only half a meter long, but astonishingly heavy. He could clearly feel the power contained within, enough to destroy a city. Heaven-Splitting Axe. A fated weapon born with the Panga bloodline, the only one in the world. Ability, Splitting Heaven and Earth. Effect 1. Any target struck by your Heaven-Splitting Axe cannot dodge the damage. Information automatically surfaced in his mind. This is just too twisted, Xiao Sha muttered under his breath. Unable to dodge. Only 4 words, yet they were extremely domineering. Now, The enemies he encountered were all low-level trash, and he could kill them instantly with ease. But at the 4th and 5th levels, all kinds of godlike abilities would emerge. Shields, evasion, reflect damage, damage transfer, damage reduction, invincibility. Whatever exists in the game, all of it is here. But now he was not afraid at all. As long as the axe swings, the damage is guaranteed to hit. No one can dodge. It will be simpler to deal with enemies from now on. If it can be solved with one punch, then kill with one punch. If one punch isn't enough, then chop with one axe. Just as he was marveling at how absurd he was becoming, Tang Muqing came out of the kitchen. That Linger asked me to get some pork. As she spoke, she instinctively stared at the axe in Xiao Sha's hand. That Kaitian axe was silent, but carried an oppressive aura. The stronger the innate weapon, the more it resists being touched by outsiders. If someone got too close, it might be instantly suppressed and killed. Sensing something was off, Xiao Sha immediately withdrew the axe. Is 3 pieces enough? What else do you want to eat? He said as he took the pork out of his backpack. Pork appeared out of thin air, leaving Tang Muqing stunned. It was her first time seeing someone casually conjure food like that. She was too nervous to say much, took the meat, and went back to the kitchen. Once the door closed, the atmosphere quietly became tense. Tang Muqing thought Chen Lingling was lively and well-behaved, and could cook, exactly the type men liked. Chen Ling was also quietly assessing her. Tang's figure was hot and beautiful, and if she dressed up a bit more, her impact would be even stronger. Both appeared calm on the surface and cooked separately. One pan-fried pork chop, the other simmered soup, occasionally passing seasonings to each other. In the first round of their contest, neither gained the upper hand. After a few words, Chen Ling realized she was 3 years older and had to call her Muqing sister, while the other called her Lingling. The mood settled, avoiding any awkwardness. Soon, the 3 sat down to eat. Xiao Sha sat alone on one side, while the 2 women sat opposite each other. "What's your talent?" he asked, cutting the pork chop. "Mother Earth, able to control earth elements for offense and defense," Tang Muqing replied while eating. Xiao Sha nodded. "This is a top-tier elemental talent, not only controlling earth, but at higher levels, even rocks, water, and air on the ground can be manipulated. No wonder you recovered so quickly. The talent enhances self-healing," he said. Tang Muqing was stunned. This was her biggest secret, yet he had exposed it with one sentence. Chen Ling laughed beside them, reminding, "He understands everything, but don't ask him why. If you do, you might get beaten up." The atmosphere lightened. Tang Muqing understood in her heart that this man was frighteningly powerful, yet protective. At least Chen Ling dared to complain in front of him, which showed he didn't bully people every day. "I know Lingling is an illusionist, but what about you?" Tang Muqing finally asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. Xiao Sha curled his lips. "Invincible, my talent is invincibility." He wasn't deliberately hiding it. In his current state, he really could take on anyone without losing. Invincible? You can't even find a mosquito, and you dare say you're invincible? Chen Ling laughed mockingly. Xiao Sha's face darkened. That guy sprayed a whole lot of perfume, so the smell was completely covered up. Of course, he couldn't smell it. "I'm invincible in a fight. If he hides, there's nothing I can do." "Then that doesn't count as invincibility. Are you asking for trouble?" Muqing, look, he's getting angry. This time I'm on his side. "You two are bullying me." The meal ended amidst the noise and quarrels. At the same time, in a 3-story villa on the outskirts of H City, a man who looked very much like Lin Biao, but more muscular, was being fed by 4 women surrounding him. "My brother already owns a whole street in the city. In a few days, I'll take you all to enjoy the good life," he boasted while taking advantage. The woman endured the pain and pleased him. "Really, Brother Lin?" "Of course, my brother made his way in the nightlife scene, with plenty of men under him. When I join forces with him, we can take over other territories too." The women's eyes all lit up, as if they had already become gang wives. "Brother Lin, take me with you. He's already given you everything." Lin Kadi laughed heartily and pulled her into his arms upstairs. "Whoever serves me well, I'll take with me." He still didn't know that the so-called invincible brother had long been drained dry like a skeleton by blood-sucking mosquitoes. Night fell. The 3 people in the villa finally faced the last step. Tang Muqing unhesitatingly took off her clothes, then calmly helped the other two unbutton theirs. Her movements were so natural that Xiao Sha suspected she was very experienced. But when it actually started, she froze. "You were so calm just now. Why are you nervous now?" Xiao Sha teased with a smile. Chun Ling quietly approached Tang Muqing, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and subtle. I've seen quite a lot of related content, but I've never actually tried it even once," she said softly, covering her face. Tang Muqing, who had been a strong woman for so many years, was nervous like this for the first time. "It must be Brother Xiao causing too much trouble. That's why Sister Muqing is so nervous. Let me help you." "Don't touch recklessly. Xiao Sha, you calm down too." Chun Ling's outburst instantly caused the atmosphere to spiral out of control. Before long, ambiguous sounds echoed from inside the villa. Only after the two of them were beaten into begging for mercy did Xiao Sha stop. They were so exhausted they fell asleep immediately. He quietly went to the kitchen and ate a little more. Feeling half full, he was about to go back to sleep when he habitually opened eagle eye to check the status. What he saw stunned him. Their attributes, how did they increase? At lunch, both of their combat powers were around 2,000. Now, however, Chun Ling, 3685, Tang Muqing, 3866. Both of their combat powers surged by nearly half at the same time, a very rare occurrence. Could it be that the bloodline has a dual cultivation effect? He quickly dismissed the thought. The Panga bloodline can't possibly have such an ability. After thinking for a long time without any conclusion, he decided to ask again tomorrow. Early the next morning, he woke up first. What he couldn't understand last night suddenly became clear at this moment. Feeling the changes within his body, he finally figured out the reason. Previously, he had used the blood-sucking pattern crystal core to advance to the second stage. The energy of that crystal core far exceeded what was needed. After the advancement was completed, the surplus power remained within his body. Last night, this power was guided by his bloodline and distributed to the two of them. This is a good thing. In the future, his upgrades will only become more difficult, and his energy will increase. He is naturally satisfied if he can give the excess power to his woman. Looking at the two sleeping peacefully, he left a note. After dinner, tidy up the backyard. Lingling will help Mu Qing dig a swimming pool in the backyard. I'll come back this afternoon to inspect it. There will be punishment if it's not done well. After writing, he left a kiss on each of their faces and turned to leave. Today's goal is very simple. Go find Wang Ming and check on the progress of the task. He has long appointed Wang Ming as the spokesperson, responsible for receiving survivors from the east side of the city. Why gather people? First, to facilitate unified management and prevent internal conflicts. Second, to have someone guard the villa when he goes out treasure hunting. Third, to fight together when monsters attack the city. These survivors all have talents. To make use of their value, someone has to coordinate. Anyone can sit in this seat. But Xiao Sha chose Wang Ming, who was the best manager in his past life. With him here, he just needed to stay behind the scenes. When it comes to management, it's best to leave it to a smart person like Wang Ming. The blood-devouring wings haven't fully evolved yet. Xiao Sha could only take it step by step. Good morning, young Master Xiao. Up so early today? Young Master Xiao, my mom made tea eggs. Want one? I'll get one for you. Want to play basketball, young Master Xiao? I've been practicing for 2.5 years. My skills are definitely solid. Along the way, acquaintances all greeted him. Behind his back, they called him the Killing God, saying he was a demon from hell. But when they actually met, no one dared to shout recklessly. They would all respectfully call him young Master Xiao. Without him, this neighborhood would have long been taken over by monsters, and no one would be able to leave their homes. Xiao Sha was quite pleased with the title, chatting casually with people as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the happy community where Wang Ming lived. After the last incident, Wang Ming held a meeting to warn everyone that no one was allowed to cause trouble anymore. So now, when the residents see strangers, their first words are, "Did Xiao Sha call you?" As soon as he entered, two young men stopped him. Xiao Sha understood clearly that since he was always flying in the sky, it was normal for others not to recognize his face. "I am Xiao Sha," he smiled and asked. "Where does Wang Ming live? Aren't you the one Xiao Sha called?" "Wait, you say you are Xiao Sha?" The other side instantly became nervous. Xiao Sha nodded. One of them turned and ran away. Don't move. I'll go get District Chief Wang. The remaining young man stood in place, his palms sweating. The man in front of him smiled brightly, but the oppressive aura on his body made it hard for him to breathe. Don't be nervous. I don't eat people. Xiao Sha patted his shoulder. If you have something to do, just go. You don't have to stay with me. The man felt as if he had been granted a great pardon, quickly found an excuse, and slipped away immediately. Not long after, Wang Ming hurriedly ran down from upstairs. Young Master Xiao, you're here. How's the progress on the plan I gave you a few days ago? Xiao Sha asked straightforwardly. Wang Ming was obviously well prepared. He took out a notebook, opened it, and began to recite. Currently, 326 survivors have been received, including 153 combatants and 183 non-combatants, covering 7 communities. There are still 4 communities that are temporarily unwilling to join. In addition, there are 3 small groups of 10 people each that have clearly refused to join. After the report, he lowered his head and waited for a response. Xiao Sha just smiled. Wang Ming felt uneasy at the smile, thinking he was about to be scolded. Well done. Xiao Sha suddenly spoke. Wang Ming had just relaxed. The next second, Xiao Sha's tone turned cold. You made a big mistake. Some openly say they won't join, then they're not people of Qingdong. People like that, you still want to let them stay here. Wang Ming listened, cold sweat pouring down. Xiao Sha just stood there, yet it pressed down on him so heavily he could barely breathe. It was as if he moved, even slightly, he would die on the spot. I think they still. He lowered his head to try to explain. In the apocalypse, if you give them a chance, will they give you one? Xiao Sha interrupted coldly. He doesn't even consider you one of his own, and you're still soft-hearted for him? Do you have to wait until he stabs someone else, or stabs you, before you wake up? With this shout, all of Wang Ming's last hesitation was completely shouted away. Yeah, if they are not one of us, why keep them? Drive them away or kill them. You're smart. Don't make me say this twice. Consider this a final warning. Either get out of East City or die in East City. As the words fell, the pressure weighing on Wang Ming instantly dissipated. Yes, young Master Xiao, I've got it. Only then did he realize this was not the world he once knew. In the apocalypse, everyone could kill. If they are not one of us, they are a threat. Either remove them or eliminate them. Before tomorrow, put the difficult-to-handle list in the villa mailbox, and I'll take care of it. After saying this, Xiao Sha left. Wang Ming watched him leave, his face slowly darkening. Shameless, today I'll clear you all out. After breakfast, he led a group of the strongest fighters to start clearing the east side of the city. The first stop was a 2-story department store. He stood at the door and shouted, "Those upstairs, listen up. This is your last chance. Either get out or die." A window plastered with advertisements cracked open, and a head peered out. What are you pretending for? Do you dare to kill me? This is my home. No one can drive me away. After cursing, the window slammed shut with a bang. I'm not even afraid of zombies. Why should I fear you? Just as the words fell, a dart broke through the window and instantly lodged in his chest. He struggled only a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Wang Ming walked upstairs to the 2nd floor, looked at the corpse, and said coldly, "It's the apocalypse. Without strength, what home do you have? I give you a way out, but you insist on seeking death. Let's go to the next place." After a whole day of bloodshed, this street was finally cleared, all falling under Xiao Sha's name. Originally, for communities were unwilling to join, 2 sensibly left, while the other 2 still wanted to make a move. But they hadn't absorbed much crystal core. How could they be a match for Wang Ming's elite squad? Almost at the first encounter, they were completely wiped out. The task was completed swiftly and cleanly. Xiao Sha, who had been following in the shadows all along, finally showed a smile. Only by doing this can you suppress people's will. After the team withdrew, he did not leave. He had seen clearly just now that among the 2 groups leaving, there was a familiar face. The 3rd strongest in H City, the fierce shark Chinfeng. This person was ruthless and cruel. Those targeted by him 9 times out of 10 died from ambush. His talent was called Fierce Shark, which allowed him to mark people as prey. By killing the prey, he could absorb part of their attributes. It sounded ordinary, but the more he killed, the higher the attribute stacks. Back then, he ranked 3rd solely because of his stacked high attributes. tough skin and flesh, and fierce attacks. As for why Xiao Xia ranked second, because his attributes were even higher, and he could fly. Chen Feng, in this lifetime, will you also treat me as prey? Xiao Xia had already quietly followed up. He wanted to see if this group of people would make a move on him, who was alone. Stop! He covered his face, changed his outfit, and shouted loudly. Chen Feng, who was walking at the front, turned around. In that instant, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. But he knew very well that the other party daring to come alone meant they were not afraid of their more than 20 men. We've already left. There's no need to chase us so closely, right? His tone was calm. This calmness actually surprised Xiao Xia a little. The people behind him were restless, but Chen Feng held them down. Friend, we just hate being controlled. We don't want to die. Chen Feng continued. After a few exchanges, Xiao Xia was certain that this person was not to be trifled with. But he also didn't cross the line. Xiao Xia let him go, and he left. Xiao Xia shouted stop, and he stopped. No trouble, no resistance. He had no reason to make a move on such a person. Let's go. After thinking for 2 seconds, Xiao Xia turned and left. He deliberately slowed his pace. But when he looked back again, those more than 20 people had already disappeared around the street corner. From beginning to end, there was not the slightest sign of aggression. Dusk was approaching, and Xiao Xia knew clearly that very few of these people would survive. If I clean out all the monsters, do you really think it will be safe outside? Once you leave the city, you'll understand what the apocalypse really means. Those who refused to listen to him would have to face the tidal wave of corpses and those bizarre mutated beasts in the wilderness on their own. These few people had just stepped out of the residential complex. They had barely seen blood a few times. If they managed to keep their bodies intact, they were lucky. The outcome was just as Xiao Xia had predicted. As they left the east side of the city and stepped into the southern outskirts, a large group of zombies suddenly burst out of the woods, along with several robust mutated stray dogs. Zombies? Don't panic, they won't. Dad, my dad got bitten. Chen Feng, help. Why are you running? The screams exploded instantly. Only then did they understand why the east side of the city was safe and why Xiao Xia was terrifying. Unfortunately, no one was left to shield them from disaster. Half an hour of argument resulted in 5 minutes of slaughter. Soon, the forest fell into deadly silence. Only more than 20 torn-apart corpses remained on the ground. Chen Feng fled desperately like a mad dog. Accidentally veering off course, he stumbled into a rural area in the suburbs. A faint light flickered from a 3-story building ahead. He clung to it like a life-saving straw, running and shouting, "Help!" Someone poked their head out from upstairs. "Jump into the yard." Several zombies chased closely behind. Chen Feng climbed over the wall and jumped into the yard. The man upstairs snorted coldly, leapt down directly from the 3rd floor, grabbed a wooden stick, and rushed out. The stick flew wildly, knocking the zombies down in just a few swings. Then he shot each of them in the head one by one. Chen Feng was panting while watching his movements. Seeing this kind of strength, he felt not a shred of gratitude. Instead, he quietly activated his talent, marking the man as prey. The man pulled out a crystal core and turned to look at him. Escaped from H City? Chen Feng was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded. Qingdong. Hearing Qingdong, the man's eyes brightened. Do you know Lin Biao? Chen Feng's heart stirred. Lin Biao from the Heilong gang. He looked up and asked. Yes, that's him. Lin Kadi quickly nodded, eager to hear about his younger brother's whereabouts. The next second, Chen Feng's expression darkened. He's dead. Lin Kadi's smile froze instantly, his eyes bloodshot, and he suddenly grabbed Chen Feng's collar, shouting, "Who killed him?" Chen Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately took the opportunity to fabricate a lie. The toughest man in the east of the city, Xiao Xia. He forced the Black Dragon gang members to surrender, killing all who refused. Your brother was among them. I also refused to bow down and barely managed to escape. There were more than 20 of us running together, but we were chased by his men, and I was the only one who survived. He spoke with tears and sobs, shifting all the blame for being chased by zombies onto Xiao Xia. Yet, Lin Kadi believed it. Chen Feng's clothes were tattered, his body covered in wounds, looking like he had barely escaped death. Xiao Xia. Lin Kadi gritted his teeth. I will make him suffer more than death. But Chen Feng deliberately poured cold water on him. Brother Lin, I understand your hatred. But he is too strong. We are simply no match for him. Lin Kadi angrily said. How strong can he be? He can fly. With one punch he can smash down walls, killing monsters like cutting vegetables. Almost all the monsters in the east of the city were cleared by him alone. Lin Kadi fell silent. Anger was slowly suppressed by reason. If it's true, what do they have to fight with? Just the ability to fly makes it unsolvable. Go to the south of the city tomorrow to find help, Link D said in a deep voice. Once we are confident, we'll sneak into the east of the city to kill him. Chen Feng, with nowhere else to go, could only nod. East of the city. After clashing with Chen Feng, Xiao Xia returned to the villa on time in the afternoon. In the backyard, the swimming pool had already taken shape, with two women waiting for him. His reaction was completely different as soon as he appeared. Chun-Ling directly pounced on him, clinging to him, laughing and shouting, "You're back." Tang Muqing stood nearby, smiling warmly, waiting until Chun-Ling had her fun before slowly approaching. One is clingy and coquettish. The other is gentle and cares for the household. Their personalities are completely opposite. Both came up to him enthusiastically, so of course he couldn't neglect either of them. With full emotional intelligence, Xiao Xia, holding Chun-Ling, walked up to Tang Muqing and asked softly, "After building the swimming pool today, has your strength improved?" Tang Muqing didn't expect him to walk over carrying someone, inexplicably giving off a feeling of a family of three. Improved by almost 20%. She gently brushed the fallen leaves off his shoulder. Chun-Ling in his arms was not having it. "Fine. As soon as you return, you look for Muqing and ignore me." Tang Muqing joked rarely. "Then next time let him carry me, and you just stand and watch." "I think that works." Xiao Xia nodded seriously. The two sang in harmony, scaring Chun-Ling into waving his hands. "No. Sister Muqing is so big, it's uncomfortable to carry her." The two of them were amused by her. This girl's way of thinking is always unexpected. Who would have thought she was once ranked 5th among the strong? "All right, let's get to the point. What did you do today?" Xiao Xia put away his smile. Chun-Ling immediately stood at attention and reported. "We finished digging the pool and also went nearby to buy clothes. The supermarket owner was nice, didn't charge us any crystal cores, and gave us several sets for free." "That's right. Sister Muqing bought black stockings, and I bought white stockings." Xiao Xia didn't respond to that remark, instead turning to look at the pool. Less than 20 meters from the villa, a 20 by 15 meter deep pit had already been dug in the open space. With some reinforcement and water filling, it would become a swimming pool. "Well done. In a few days, I'll take you all out for a tour," he said with a smile. In the apocalypse, while everyone else was desperately trying to survive, he was still in the mood to talk about having fun. Chun-Ling immediately became excited. "Don't tell me we're going to do something thrilling?" Xiao Xia was taken aback. "I meant a proper outing." But Chun-Ling's words got more and more suggestive. Even Tang Muqing blushed and whispered, "I bought a lot of disposable ones, if needed." The two bounced off each other's innuendos, which ended up throwing Xiao Xia off track. He actually started thinking about where would be suitable for the three of them to play together. By evening, he had someone notify Wang Ming to bring a few survivors with architectural talents to help out. During dinner, the three of them discussed where to go. Xiao Xia suggested going to the northern district of the city. It was the most prosperous area before the apocalypse, and now the monsters there evolved the fastest. It would be perfect to catch some second-level creatures for them to practice on. They could clear monsters while improving their strength, killing two birds with one stone. "Why not go tomorrow?" Chun-Ling couldn't help but ask. Tang Muqing also looked at Xiao Xia, her eyes full of anticipation. "I still can't fly right now," Xiao Xia said straightforwardly. This upgrade of the bloodthirsty wings was different from the previous life. The time has been too long, and he wasn't sure what it would turn out like. "Then let's drive." Chun-Ling was not convinced. Aren't there people nearby driving as well? Driving? In the post-apocalypse, the sound of an engine is a death knell. Xiao Xia can kill all the zombies blocking the road, but every battle leaves piles of corpses and countless pits on the ground. After too many fights, the corpses can block the road completely, making it impossible for the car to move. "They can drive because I've cleared out the monsters in this area," Xiao Xia said calmly. "If you really go beyond this, the car is useless." Chun-Ling was momentarily speechless. She always felt those monsters weren't that scary. How could they even block the roads? Tang Muqing gently tapped her. Lingling, he's right. When I came from the west side of the city, I saw many drivers, all surrounded and trapped on the road. Ling bit her lip. No car meant more waiting. But she couldn't wait. Xiaosha sensed something was wrong. Ling usually loved to mess around, but she never made a fuss over serious matters. Today, she insisted on driving to the north side of the city, which was obviously suspicious. Are you hiding something from us? He stared at her, his tone serious. Ling lowered her head. Tang Muqing sat beside her, holding her slightly trembling hand. With Xiaosha here, what are you afraid of? Just tell me. After a long silence, Ling finally spoke. She was an orphan but had an online friend in the north of the city whom she had been talking to for a long time. Although they had never met, she knew where the other person lived. After the outbreak, she had been unable to contact them. Male or female? Xiaosha immediately asked. Female. Ling glared at him, then quietly added, I just didn't say because I was afraid of causing you trouble. Hearing that it was a girl, Xiaosha felt relieved. But then he thought, if Ling had someone she cared about, what about Tang Muqing? He looked over. Tang Muqing understood his meaning, her expression calm, yet distant. I am an only child. After taking over the company at 18, I never saw my parents again. I have nothing to say to them, and I don't want to see them. Her voice was cold, tinged with exhaustion. This time Ling tightened her grip on her hand. Don't be afraid, Sister Muqing, we are always here. Tang Muqing nodded, the agitation in her heart slowly fading. Xiaosha looked at them and directly pulled both of them into his arms, instantly softening the atmosphere. As for Ling's female online friend, wait until they finish their intimacy, and until Xiaosha's strength rises another level, then we'll talk. Early the next morning, Wang Ming sent 2 people with construction talent, a man and a woman. Hearing that they were here to build a swimming pool for Xiaosha, the 2 had been waiting at the villa gate before dawn. If Xiaosha hadn't gotten up early, they would have had to keep waiting. Coming this early? He asked as he opened the door. Hello, young Master Xiao. The 2 immediately bowed. Don't be shy, come in. But Xiaosha invited them to have breakfast together, and they refused to enter the house no matter what, only agreeing to sit in the pavilion in the backyard waiting for work to start. He had no choice but to go back and prepare a few Western-style breakfasts. 2 servings were for the 2 lazy bums still sleeping. The rest were brought to the architect. He was a straightforward person. Whoever was sincere to him, he would repay. They came to work early in the morning without even having eaten, and he couldn't pretend not to notice. This is too much, young Master Xiao. They verbally declined, but their eyes were fixed on the plates. Milk with a burger. It wasn't a big deal before the apocalypse, but now it's a luxury. It's already made, so just eat it. Xiaosha pushed the plate over. The 2, who had been tense, relaxed a bit. Before coming, they had heard that Xiaosha killed without blinking and that a wrong word meant death. Now seeing him, it was all just rumors. The person in front of him was very gentle. Thank you, young Master Xiao. The 2 took the plates and started eating heartily. Their wolfish eating made Xiaosha's heart sink. Almost a month had passed since the apocalypse. His people wouldn't be running out of food so soon, would they? He didn't care about others. The East District was his territory. No one there could be allowed to starve to death. After they finished eating and expressed their thanks, he finally asked, How much supplies do you and the nearby people still have? The 2 were stunned. After a long silence, the female architect finally whispered, About enough for half a month. If we can't find more food, people will really die. If he hadn't asked casually, he wouldn't have known such a serious situation had occurred. Wang Ming was the same, so focused on dealing with the enemy that he forgot to report the residents' survival situation. Xiaosha stood aside and watched for a while. These 2 people with architectural talent were indeed extraordinary. As long as they had a design in their mind and were given energy materials, they could build things like printing them out. He threw over 2 sacks of crystal cores, and the 2 immediately began scanning by the poolside. The hologram slowly took shape, but since they were only first level, the speed wasn't fast. If you get tired, rest in the pavilion. I've put out fruit and water. The 2 hurriedly nodded. Xiaosha turned to look for Wang Ming. This kid was probably afraid of him and never reported proactively. 5 minutes later, in the neighborhood, Wang Ming sat nervously across from him. Have you accounted for the residents' supplies? Xiaosha asked directly. Wang Ming felt a sinking sensation, thinking he had come to ask for food. There wasn't enough to eat now. If more was distributed, everyone would starve. Almost every household has only enough for 1 week. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Sha slammed the table. It seemed those two who could still eat their fill were already considered lucky. The rest were almost out of food. I don't want to trouble you. Xiao Sha sighed. You can be afraid of me, but you don't need to avoid me. Problems that can't be solved must be reported. If you're really scared, have the kids pass the message. He would be away for years to come. If these people caused trouble, who would guard his villa? Wang Ming nodded. Only then did he realize that Xiao Sha was not here to seize the supplies. With his strength, if he really wanted them, he would have just taken action. What about the supplies? Wang Ming asked cautiously. Actually, the method is very simple. Since the day of the Black Rain, material exchange machines have appeared in the city. You can exchange crystal cores for food, with no limit on the number of times. But near each machine, there are powerful monster groups lurking. Xiao Sha never lacked food, so he was too lazy to deal with it. Inform them to prepare the crystal cores within 2 days, as many as possible. Xiao Sha looked at Wang Ming. From now on, only crystal cores will be accepted for all materials. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Wang Ming hadn't figured out his true intention yet. He just noted it down in his notebook. Xiao Sha immediately left, and it was less than half an hour in total. Back at the villa, he glanced at the backyard. The swimming pool was only about 1/5 completed. Going up to the second floor, he just happened to see Chun Ling and Tang Muqing sitting across from each other, eating potato chips. Eating this in the morning isn't healthy, he said, casually taking a pack. You like it too? Chun Ling pouted in response. Xiao Sha was about to say that he had a good constitution when suddenly a prompt sounded in his mind. Bloodthirsty Wings successfully evolved to level 2. New ability acquired, Blood Prison. Blood Prison? He was directly stunned. In his last life, the second-tier ability was clearly acceleration, but this life, he actually opened a domain. Blood Prison consumes vital energy and creates an independent space. Inside, he can suppress his opponents, weaken their combat power, and block escape routes. The Sword Immortal in his previous life had a similar execution sword formation. But for a normal person below the 9th tier, it's simply impossible to possess a domain. Absurd, he muttered softly. It's mostly because he was fed high-level essence blood that his wings evolved prematurely. After all, it's impossible for a first level to kill a third level. Tang Muqing saw him staring blankly at the chips and softly asked, "Do you want me to feed you?" He didn't snap out of it, so she tried to bring the chips to his mouth. Xiao Sha instinctively bit down and ate. Showing off your love. Chun Ling immediately freaked out. That shout woke him up. Tang Muqing offered another chip, and he opened his mouth to eat it again. Chun Ling refused to eat and grabbed the chips, stuffing them into his mouth. Eat mine. You're not allowed to only eat Sister Muqing's. She fed him 7 or 8 pieces in one go before stopping. By the time it was her turn, the bag was already empty. Give me back my chips, she glared at him pitifully. You fed me, it wasn't me who snatched them. Xiao Sha smiled and shrugged. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he not only cleared out zombies, but also scavenged all the supplies around. The chips in his backpack could fill an entire basketball court, no exaggeration. Eat when you get back, there's something to do today. He pinched Chun Ling's face to stop her. Tang Muqing kept smiling as she watched the two of them, then asked, Are we going out? Yeah, today we'll first solve everyone's food supply issue. Xiao Sha released his grip and said. Chun Ling was rubbing her face, about to make a sarcastic remark, but as soon as she heard the word food, her eyes immediately lit up. Are we going to loot supplies? Xiao Sha rolled his eyes. Do I look like that kind of person? In the first few days after the apocalypse started, you kept yelling that you wanted to loot. Chun Ling unceremoniously threw him under the bus. That's called picking up a bargain. No one wanted it on the road, so I just took it with me. Though she complained verbally, Chun Ling moved quickly and had already strapped on her equipment. Tang Muqing hadn't brought anything. Without any offensive spirit beasts, Chun Ling could only obediently carry her weapons. Once ready, Xiao Sha held one of them in each arm and took off directly from the villa's entrance. To be honest, holding Tang Muqing was indeed more comfortable than holding Chun Ling. Tang Muqing had a more shapely figure. Wow, so fast! Chun Ling excitedly waved her hands in midair. Tang Muqing hugged Xiao Sha tightly, quietly observing the surroundings. Xiao Ge, where are we going? Chunling poked him. To the wasteland mountain in the west of the city. There's something good there. Xiao Sha lowered his head and replied to her. The two girls exchanged a glance and didn't ask any more questions. Carrying the two of them, he didn't fly very fast. 20 minutes later, the wasteland mountain in the west of the city appeared before them. On the mountaintop, there was an apocalypse exchange machine. Found it. After landing, 50 meters ahead, a blue exchange machine over 2 meters tall stood there. But next to it, there was an even more conspicuous presence. A zombie over 2 meters tall, with sharp eyes, stared intently at the surroundings. It really is a Tier 3, Xiao Sha laughed. Only a Tier 3 zombie would be this alert. It's so big. Chunling instinctively took half a step back. Stronger than us, Tang Muqing said with a serious expression. Tier 3 zombie. Combat power, 8255. Skills, frenzy, corpse driving technique. Weakness, shatters on contact. Xiao Sha finished reading the information, a slow smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The big ones are up to you, I'll handle the small ones. The two women were stunned at the same time. Are you crazy? Those are 3rd level. They were only 2nd level. Xiao Sha didn't explain further, leapt forward, and charged directly into the horde of corpses. Fists flew wildly, with the sound of bones shattering ringing out continuously. In less than a few minutes, dozens of zombies all fell to the ground. On the desolate mountain, only that one 3rd-level zombie remained. It stood in place, showing fear for the first time. Successfully killed 11 2nd-level zombies, did not trigger the Lord of Slaughter. Bloodthirsty wings absorbed essence blood. Evolution progress, plus 0.1%. This is too strong, Tang Muqing said, her face full of shock. Xiao Shaking finished off the zombie and put the supplies machine into his backpack. Then, he grabbed the neck of the 3rd-level zombie and slammed it hard onto the ground. Later when you fight my woman, if you dare go berserk, if you dare fight back, I will crush you immediately, understood? Chunling and Tang Muqing were dumbfounded. They had seen people being threatened, but never zombies. Even more absurdly, the zombie actually nodded cautiously. It really agreed. You too, go. Xiao Sha tossed the zombie aside. The two women exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth as they took their positions. Tang Muqing moved first, and spikes of earth suddenly shot up from the ground. But the zombie raised its hand to block, and the earth spikes shattered instantly. How could it not break through? Her face turned pale. Xiao Sha in the air lightly shook his head. The gap was too great. The damage was simply not enough. But the two refused to admit defeat. Tang Muqing raised a cloud of dust to block their view, and Chunling took the opportunity to transform into a zombie form to feign an attack. Their coordination was seamless, and their movements were clean and swift. Keep going, Lingling. Got it. But their strength was what it was. Before long, the two were already gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Xiao Sha landed and reached out to stop them. Enough. Being able to do this already means you're very strong. Growing from the weakest 1st level to the 2nd level and being able to defend themselves, that is something many people cannot accomplish. As for killing above their level, it's still too early. Chunling's eyes reddened. Am I just too useless? She felt she couldn't help, but was instead dragging them down. Tang Muqing also lowered her head. The atmosphere was suffocating. It's not that you two are weak. I'm just too strong. Xiao Sha pulled them both into his embrace. They leaned against his chest, their tense emotions gradually easing. Their breathing slowly steadied. At that moment, Xiao Sha's gaze turned cold. Someone was approaching. A moment later, angry curses rang out. Damn, who stole our treasure? Chunling and Tang Muqing suddenly looked back. Only then did he realize that 8 fierce-looking men were standing behind them, their presence unnoticed until now. Treasure? I haven't seen anything like that. I'm just passing by. Xiao Sha pretended to look innocent. The other side immediately exploded. Damn it. Everything's gone as soon as you arrived, and you still dare to play dumb. Hand over those 2 women, and we might spare you. TSK, these 2 girls are really something. Xiao Sha was too lazy to pretend anymore and said quietly to the 2 women, Go, kill them and prove it to me. As soon as the words fell, Chunling and Tang Muqing's eyes instantly turned cold. They walked over step by step. Those 8 people were still laughing. Hee hee, little sister. Before the words were finished, sharp spikes suddenly burst from the ground, piercing right through them. Blood splattered, and the air instantly fell silent. The remaining few turned pale. The leader immediately changed his expression. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. We didn't want to fight. The others quickly echoed his words. Chun Ling's anger surged uncontrollably, not even listening to their explanations. What act are you putting on? Her figure flashed, and a knife slashed across the man's neck. Clean and swift. In less than a second, the 2 women each dealt with one person. The hesitation and fear from before completely vanished. Lingling, don't swear, Xiao Sha gently reminded. Sorry, I got too excited, Chun Ling obediently admitted. This scene gave the remaining people a glimmer of hope. If he could control them with just one word, wouldn't it be enough to beg him? Someone fell to their knees with a thud. Big brother, have mercy. I was really just passing by. The one who died was the mastermind. The others immediately began to cry and shout along. We were forced into it. Don't kill us. Each one cried as if it were true. Unfortunately, they had encountered Xiao Sha. From the moment he decided to kill them, there was no way out for them. Whether to forgive or not is God's matter. They are responsible for sending you to meet him. As the words fell, the 2 women struck simultaneously. A pillar of earth shot up, flinging people into the air. The glint of a blade followed closely, delivering the final strike. The coordination was swift and decisive. Xiao Sha watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This scene, how is it so much like a double mage combo? The battle ended in less than 2 minutes, with all 6 people wiped out. Only one somewhat sentient zombie remained. How about that? Didn't I say you're strong? Xiao Sha smiled as he looked at the 2. They stared at the corpses on the ground, silent for a long time. Only after 3 minutes did they turn around, their faces smiling again. Chun Ling's first words were, when do we kill that zombie behind us? Xiao Sha had already sensed something was wrong. Other 3rd-level zombies would be afraid, they would flee. But this one neither ran nor moved. Not scared stiff, just assessing. Can you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Sha asked. How could a monster understand human speech? It was probably just scared earlier. Chun Ling frowned. If Xiao Sha says it's possible, then it really is possible, Tang Muqing said softly. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the zombie actually nodded. Xiao Sha held up 5 fingers. What number is this? The zombie stared for a moment, then used its stiff fingers to awkwardly write a 5 on the ground. Is it really that smart? Chun Ling exclaimed. No wonder it didn't dare fight back earlier. It knew it would die. Tang Muqing looked at Xiao Sha. They understood him. If he really wanted to kill it, he would have done so long ago. Keeping it now must have a purpose. Xiao Sha was also weighing his options. Keeping it could serve as practice for the 2 of them. But a zombie is still a zombie. Who can guarantee it won't turn around and bite back? He can't gamble. East City District. Wang Ming gathered all the neighborhood leaders to convey Xiao Sha's orders. If there's anything, send the kids to find him. Prepare the crystal cores in advance. No one dared to oppose. After listening, they went back to pass on the message. Soon, discussions erupted throughout the neighborhoods. That white crystal core can enhance strength. He's already so strong. Why bother collecting more? The stronger the person, the more greedy for strength. Don't you understand that? Better say less. It's already good enough that he didn't steal your food. Most of those speaking had never truly come into contact with Xiao Sha. In this world, whatever he wants, he never negotiates. Either you defeat him, or the things belong to him. The strong are just this straightforward. At this moment, a voice interrupted. Xiao Sha is not that kind of person. He would never forcibly take everyone's crystal cores. Everyone turned their heads, looking at the architect who had just repaired the swimming pool for him. You built a swimming pool for people. You must have taken quite a few perks, right? Yeah. Who doesn't know Xiao Sha is a cold-blooded killing machine? The group sneered sarcastically. He frowned, and his anger flared up immediately. You don't even know what Xiao Sha looks like, yet you slapped the label of cold-blooded on him. If it weren't for him clearing zombies, would you even be alive to chat here? With your pitiful talents, you'd have long been gnawed to death by zombies trapped at home. After those 3 sentences were dropped, the other side was completely silenced. What he said was all true. No one could refute it. After a long while, someone grudgingly mumbled, even without him, someone would have cleared them out, right? The architect burst out laughing, raised his hand, and pointed to the woods outside the city. There are over 100 zombies in that forest. Our entire neighborhood spent half a month killing them and still didn't finish. He alone killed over 1,000. Still can't silence you. Not even calling him young Master Xiao. Do you deserve to live? After speaking, he spat hard on the ground. The faces of those few people flushed bright red, like fish bones stuck in their throats, painful and suffocating. At the entrance of Xingfu community, Wang Ming was chatting with neighbors when a young man suddenly ran in. District Chief Wang. Something happened. Wang Ming felt a pang of anxiety, thinking someone had caused trouble for Xiao Xia again. It's not that someone provoked him. It's that he brought back a 2-meter-tall zombie and put it in the gym. What? The news instantly spread throughout the east of the city. Many people rushed towards the gymnasium. Inside the gym, Chun Ling and Tang Muqing stood beside Xiao Xia. Next to them was a third-level zombie, along with that resource exchange machine. The zombie wrote to Xiao Xia, telling him that as long as he stood by the machine, he could continuously gain energy. Xiao Xia tested it for several hours, confirming it wouldn't go out of control or bite people upon seeing blood, before placing it beside the exchange machine. But this scene was seen by others, and the place quickly filled with people. Quiet. With a light remark from Xiao Xia, the entire crowd immediately fell silent. You're curious about what it is, and what this machine is. I'm going to tell you now. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing dozens of people, his presence so imposing that no one dared to breathe loudly. It's called Big Fool. Don't be fooled by it being a zombie. It doesn't bite everyone it sees. It's very smart. The crowd dared not make a sound. Just as he was about to continue, a childish voice suddenly came from the corner. Can it understand what we say? Xiao Xia looked towards the voice. It was a little girl about 10 years old. If he wanted everyone to believe Big Fool was harmless, it had to prove it for itself. He patted Big Fool. Say hello to the little sister. Big Fool let out a low growl, obediently nodded, and raised his huge palm to wave at the girl. The crowd instantly stirred. Can it really understand? This big guy doesn't seem so scary after all. Wang Ming and the others also rushed into the gymnasium, and the scene instantly became lively. Xiao Xia raised his hand to lower his voice. Big Fool is an exception. I'm talking about serious matters. He pointed to the machine nearby. This is a material exchange machine. Input an item, insert the crystal core, and you can get something in return. Clothes, food, weapons. As long as you have crystal cores, you can exchange for them. Everyone was shocked, and some questioned whether such a small machine would be sufficient. Xiao Xia was too lazy to explain. Try it yourself. He was about to leave when Chun Ling tugged at him, whispering that she wanted ice cream and wanted to be the first to exchange. Xiao Xia smiled and simply let her be the demonstration. Chun Ling quickly input the information and inserted a first-level crystal core. The next second, a whole box of Häagen-Dazs appeared inside the machine. She hugged the ice cream and cheered. The crowd stared with wide eyes. Tang Muqing was even more ruthless, exchanging a single crystal core for a whole fried chicken combo. As the aroma spread, the crowd almost lost control. Xiao Xia tore off a chicken leg and took a bite. Tastes good. Let's get started. The three stepped aside. The gymnasium was instantly packed. Everyone took out their crystal cores and lined up to exchange them. With Big Fool guarding the place, no one dared to cause trouble. Busy until the afternoon, the exchange finally ended. Almost every household had stocked up enough supplies for a month. The street was bustling, with everyone praising Xiao Xia and how amazing the exchange machine was. What did your family exchange? Rice? That's a big loss. One crystal core only gets you 25 gene of rice. I exchanged for cabbage and got 50 gene. As long as I'm full, that's enough, right? You really know how to calculate. But among the hundreds of people in the east part of the city, there were always a few who didn't do anything and didn't have any crystal cores in their hands. They whispered in the corner, saying Xiao Xia was buying people's loyalty and deceiving everyone out of their crystal cores. Some even rambled that one crystal core could originally be exchanged for a whole truckload of rice, but Xiao Xia had embezzled most of it. The more they talked, the more passionate they became, and their voices grew louder. When others overheard these words, a few hot-headed young men immediately exploded, rushed over, pinned those people to the ground, and started scolding them. Young Master Xiao is concerned about everyone, and you're spreading rumors here? Those few stubbornly talked back. You've all been bought off by him, so you have no right to talk about us. The young men weren't polite either. Since they claimed to have been bought off, they decided to check each neighborhood one by one to see who was really at fault. As soon as this was announced, people responded. Dozens of people escorted the four of them directly to the happy community where Wang Ming was. After hearing the whole story, Wang Ming's face darkened. You four useless guys, how dare you talk about Xiao Xiao? Take them to the woods and feed them to the zombies. Ungrateful things. On the other side, Xiao Xia took the two women home, and while they were eating, he rummaged through his backpack. There was so much food it was piled high like a mountain. 768 first-order crystal cores, 16 second-order ones. It seems like a lot, but they are actually not very useful to him. To ascend to third order, at least fourth-order creature crystal cores are needed, along with a bunch of third-order crystal cores. But he is not in a hurry. Xiao Xia. Talent. Second-order Panga bloodline. Second-order Lord of Slaughter. Combat power. 187,000. Abilities. Second-order Bloodthirsty Wings. Night Vision. Second-order Eagle Eye. Heavenly Destiny Weapon. Heaven-Cleaving Axe. The blood domain of the wings directly increased his combat power by nearly half. Now, he was almost invincible. Not to mention 4th stage. Even if 5th stage opponents come, he could kill them with some effort. Lingling, mooching, starting tomorrow, additional training. Xiao Xia looked at the two women. Since they were going to the north of the city to find someone, their strength had to keep up. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be too late for regrets. 1 week later, Tang Muqing and Chun Ling both rose to the 3rd tier. Chun Ling, who had always lacked combat power, finally turned things around. She awakened her 2nd spirit, the Tiger Spirit, causing her combat power to soar, and her original Snake Spirit was also strengthened. As for Tang Muqing, it was even more exaggerated. She actually evolved in the direction of the Rock Sparrow. After rising to the 3rd tier, she learned soil sliding. Just like the Rock Sparrow in the game, she could control the soil beneath her feet to push herself forward. In contrast, Xiao Xia's combat power hardly changed. It only increased from 180,000 to 240,000. Not worth mentioning. He originally planned to accompany them to the north of the city to meet that online friend. But seeing that both of their combat power exceeded 10,000, he gave up immediately. Top rankings on the post-apocalyptic leaderboard with such combat power. Does he still need to protect them? Had sex all night last night. Early the next morning, Tang Muqing and Chun Ling had already set off for the north of the city. After a busy week, I can finally take a break. Xiao Xia felt very pleased inside. But just as the thought arose, he sensed someone approaching the villa. Young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao. A tender voice called out from outside the door. Xiao Xia instantly flew out, landing in front of the little girl. He handed her a snack and smiled, asking, "What's the matter?" "Thank you, young Master Xiao." She carefully took it, then spoke. "District Chief Wang said someone came to cause trouble and asked you to check it out." Someone causing trouble? Xiao Xia's eyes lit up. It had been too long since anyone dared to provoke him. His skills were almost rusty. "Don't eat too much. I'll go deal with the bad guys." He stuffed another handful of snacks into her hand. I only eat a little bit every day." Seeing her obediently nod, he soared into the air and headed straight for Happiness Neighborhood. After circling around, he saw Wang Ming at the south gate of the Chengdong Protection Station. The so-called Chengdong Protection Station is the enclosed area under his jurisdiction. The south gate is one of its entrances. Wang Ming was confronting a group of strangers outside the gate. Xiao Xia landed. Before he could speak, the leader on the opposite side sneered first. "Is this bird brain your boss? Is this the level in the east of the city?" Xiao Xia raised an eyebrow. "From the tone of your voice, you think you're better than me?" He stepped over the fence and stood in front of the other party. A panel appeared on his right eye. Huang'an, 2nd level illusionist. Combat power, 1573. Talents, illusion, hypnosis. Weakness, shatters at the slightest touch. Is that all? Xiao Xia laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at? How dare you be so bold in front of our Captain Huang?" The underling behind immediately jumped out. But Xiao Xia hated more than anything to be interrupted while laughing. He stifled his laughter and threw a punch casually. Boom. A fist blast erupted, and a fierce wind swept across the entire scene, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When the wind finally stopped, they looked again. The person who had just spoken was beaten into a bloody pulp by a single punch from Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha looked at the trembling Huang Un and asked coldly, "Your little brother is ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Any objections?" Huang Un immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, and the others followed, kneeling in a mass. Xiao Sha grabbed him up and sneered. "Didn't you say I was trash? Come on, use your illusion to hypnotize me. Either you succeed in escaping, or I'll poke out your eyes." The crowd shuddered at his words. Xiao Sha gave him 5 seconds, standing still in place. Huang Un grit his teeth and cast the illusion. 5 seconds later, Xiao Sha's eyes went blank, as if he was truly affected. Huang Un laughed loudly, and just as he turned around to mock him, Xiao Sha revealed a smile behind his back. In the next second, he grabbed Huang Un's head, driving 2 fingers in forcefully. Blood splattered everywhere, and a scream tore through the air. The 100-fold attribute made Xiao Sha completely unaffected by this trivial illusion. "I don't want to cripple you. You're just too useless," he said. The others were terrified out of their wits and turned to run. Wang Ming led people in pursuit and quickly captured them all. Xiao Sha, holding Huang Un, who was still screaming miserably, asked, "What are you here for?" Huang Un just kept rolling on the ground. Xiao Sha kicked him. A second-level body, playing dead for what? He lifted the man up, brought him close to his ear, and whispered, "Answer honestly, or I'll have someone crush your balls." Huang Un's lower body suddenly shuddered. Cold sweat instantly poured down. If his balls were really crushed, who could bear it? "Don't make a move," I said. Xiao Sha threw him aside. "What do you want?" Huang Un didn't dare hesitate. "The Black Rose Church sent us to probe you." Black Rose? He had never heard of it. "Where are you from?" "West of the city. There are subways in the east and west of the city, no monsters underneath. We'll pass through there." Xiao Sha frowned. "There is only one second tier in their team. It's impossible to force their way through." So they were taking the subway. He sealed off the eastern city exit, but other station exits were still accessible. "Who told you to come?" "Black Rose herself. Someone commissioned her. 2 men, one called Mad Shark, the other called Martial Saint." Huang Un grew increasingly anxious, fearing that even a slight delay would cost him his life. "Is there more?" "No more." Xiao Sha nodded. "Then let's end it here. Don't rely on others in your next life." After speaking, he turned and entered the shelter. Huang Un thought he was going to be killed and begged for mercy desperately. Xiao Sha said faintly, "I don't waste time with the dead." As soon as the words fell, several people felt sharp pain in their chests, convulsed all over, and collapsed to the ground. The poison had already taken effect. Xiao Sha looked at the corpses and sneered coldly. "The Black Rose has thorns, and you still dare to touch it." The moment he heard the words, West City, he guessed that the other party was talking about the Black Rose cult. That was a thoroughly mad organization. The leader, Black Rose, would quietly poison all her subordinates from within. Anyone who didn't return to see her after a while would die suddenly on the spot. Because it was too sinister, this group was wiped out within a few months back then. In the previous life, she died. In this life, Xiao Sha developed intentions. This organization was very skilled at gathering intelligence. If he could take down Black Rose, the intelligence network could be used by him. In chaotic times, information is even more important than a blade. Not to mention, there was still Chen Feng, that escapee. Last time he got away, this time it's absolutely impossible. No matter what kind of martial saint, if you dare to provoke him, you die. Wang Ming, full alert recently. Before I return, the guards are all on standby. Yes. Wang Ming immediately went to make arrangements. Xiao Sha didn't leave immediately. Most of the guards were 3rd rank, and there were a few 2nd rank, but it still wasn't secure enough. He had to add one more layer of insurance. He flew to the gymnasium and shook Air Sha, who was sleeping, awake. The over 2-meter-tall 3rd-stage zombie opened its eyes. "Da Sha, listen to them. If someone causes trouble, you take action, understand?" Roar. Da Sha nodded and went out to patrol. Not to scare people, Xiao Sha even personally explained that it was one of their own. After making arrangements, he soared into the air and headed straight for the west side of the city. He didn't know. Just as he was rushing to the west side, in the subway tunnel on the east side of the city, Another fully armed squad was quietly approaching. Leading them was Chun Feng, the raging shark who had endured for a long time. Xiao Sha arrived at the west side of the city, pondering where to find someone. He didn't fly for long before stopping. A faint rose fragrance floated in the air. It wasn't the scent of flowers, but poison. Inhaling too much, without the black rose antidote, one could only slowly wait to die. But he couldn't care less. Following the scent, he landed in front of a rose shop in the city center. Kicked the door open. Inside the shop stood a woman with a scorching hot figure. She just turned around, and her curves made it hard to breathe. "So you are Xiao Sha?" The moment she spoke, she called out his name. She wasn't afraid at all. With a lift of her black dress, she sat directly on the table, deliberately crossing her legs. Her actions bold and flirtatious, clearly seducing him. "Purple, I see it clearly," Xiao Sha said calmly. Black Rose paused for a moment, then quickly smiled again. As expected, the strongest man in Qingdong. "Cut the crap. Since you know me, you should know my rules." "Where are they?" Xiao Sha went straight to the point. "Sorry, I won't reveal the guest's information." She said this while deliberately stroking her thigh in front of him. "If you want to act tough with me, you can't afford the consequences." Xiao Sha's tone turned cold. She immediately changed to a soft, coquettish voice. "I really don't know. Don't be so fierce." Xiao Sha had intended to act immediately, but since she knew he was ruthless and still dared to stay, she must have a trump card. So he decided to play along with her. "You're beautiful and a great actress. But you actually despise men, don't you?" He slowly closed in. As soon as he spoke, Black Rose's gaze clearly wavered. With every step he took, her vigilance grew stronger. "If I were to touch you from head to toe, would you behave better?" he said with a smile, inching closer. She suddenly jumped down from the table. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power," she suddenly shouted. Xiao Sha stopped in his tracks. He activated Eagle Eye to scan. Xia Qianmei, Black Rose. 3rd level Black Rose, 1st level Space Traveler. Talent, Thorned Rose, Blink. Weakness, breaks with one touch. Double talents. Blink allows instantaneous spatial teleportation. No wonder she is so fearless. Seeing him stop, Xia Qianmei became proud. "You think you're invincible? Yet today you still got played by me. All men in the world are the same. Useless." Xiao Sha laughed. "Are you sure you fooled me? Aren't you still standing in front of me?" He pretended to know nothing and replied. Xia Qianmei laughed loudly, mocking the man's incompetence, while secretly activating her teleportation ability. Her body began to blur, and she smugly shook her head at Xiao Sha. "Blood Prison, activate." Xiao Sha suddenly spoke. The next moment, the blood-red space suddenly sealed off, forcibly interrupting her teleportation. Xia Qianmei panicked and questioned what he had done. Xiao Sha did not answer, pressing her hands against the wall. He sneered, saying the useless man was seeking revenge. She struggled desperately but couldn't move, finally showing fear. She lowered her head to admit her fault, even begging him to spare her and willing to negotiate terms. Xiao Sha noticed her strong aversion to men. Originally, he only intended to force her to give information, but still decided to press her further. He deliberately provoked her with words, moving closer. Her breathing became rapid, almost losing control, pleading with him not to touch her. Xiao Sha hardened his heart and directly grabbed her chest. She let out a cry mixed with pain and breakdown, her whole body almost losing reason. An awkward yet dangerous atmosphere filled the blood prison space. After a few minutes, Xiao Sha noticed the shame and anger mixed in her eyes, so he withdrew his right hand but still held her arm. Half mockingly, he asked if she still dared to underestimate men. Xia Qianmei turned her face away and said nothing. Just as he was about to talk business, he suddenly realized she was no longer trembling. "Your fear of men, hasn't it been cured by my touch?" he asked instinctively. She kept her head down and said nothing. The air suddenly grew cold. Xiao Sha felt a tightening in his heart. If he ruined her, who would provide him with intelligence in the future? "You knocked her out," Xia Qianmei suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as ice. Her tone was completely different from before, as if she were a different person. "What do you mean knocked out? Weren't you keeping your eyes open?" Xiao Sha frowned. "I have a dissociative identity disorder," she said calmly. "Dissociative identity disorder?" Xiao Sha was shaken inside and immediately scanned her again with his eagle eyes. The panel didn't change, The name was still Xia Qianmei, but the talent was already different. In other words, what she said was true. Are you not afraid of men with this personality? He asked as he loosened his grip. One was already malfunctioning, and if this one messed up again, all his intel would be lost. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, her legs weakened, and she collapsed completely into his arms. Xiao Sha instinctively caught her. In catching her, he held her tightly against his chest. She suddenly trembled violently, let out a low cry, and her body shook even more intensely. What exactly is going on? Xiao Sha was completely bewildered. Could it be that it's not fear of men, but oversensitivity? After a few minutes, her breathing slowly calmed down. The panel displayed a black rose. Don't tremble. I'm letting go, just try to calm down. Xiao Sha lowered his voice and gently placed her on the ground. The black rose recovered after a while, her eyes clearing. The two stared at each other for a long time. Xiao Sha cleared his throat. Now you know how formidable I am. She nodded without speaking. Since you know, handle things for me in the future, understood? She nodded first, then shook her head. Xiao Sha was even more confused. Before he could ask, she suddenly stood up, grabbed his hand, and pressed it against herself once more. You really are the man destined for us. Her eyes were complicated, seeming shocked yet resigned. After a while, Xiao Sha withdrew the blood prison. The situation with the Black Rose was more complicated than he had imagined. She has had two personalities since she was young. Black Rose is responsible for protecting herself, with a strong and cold personality. The original one is the main personality, timid and introverted. There's nothing wrong with the personalities themselves. The key is, her grandfather is an old sorcerer. The old man told her that as long as there is a man who doesn't disgust her by appearance and whom she doesn't reject in her heart, that person is her destined man. Today, although Xiao Sha made her blush and her heart race, she didn't feel any aversion at all. This is ridiculous, Xiao Sha frowned. This is even more absurd than Chun Ling willingly being a mistress or Tang Muqing trekking across the block on foot. But that's the reality. Xia Qianmei blushed, looking like a young girl who just fell in love. Yet she was clearly a mature woman, and this look made her even more irresistible. Let's not talk about that for now. Where did Kuang Sha and the others go? Xiao Sha forcefully changed the subject. He needed to deal with Chen Feng and his group first. Them? I poisoned them in advance, so the poison should be kicking in now. Xia Qianmei smiled as she sat down on the small wooden chair. Both sides were third level, but Xiao Sha knew clearly that the poison might not necessarily kill the mad shark. Did they say where they were headed? Xia Qianmei rubbed the red mark on her arm, thought for a few seconds, and shook her head. They only told me to send someone to check on your side, nothing else. Chen Feng was always cautious, but sending someone to find him, what was the intention? Could it be to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Thinking that something might be happening in the east of the city, Xiao Sha did not stay any longer. You want to be with me? First, make Black Rose stronger. I want you to gather intelligence for me. Leaving this sentence behind, he flew directly toward the east side of the city. Xia Qianmei looked at his back and recalled the words, I need you, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Half an hour ago, Chen Feng, Lin Kedi, and a few newly recruited people took advantage of Xiao Sha's absence and sneaked into the east side of the city through the underground passage. After arriving, Chen Feng first sent someone to gather information. The person had just reached the door and hadn't spoken yet when Wang Ming pressed him down. Whether he's there or not, kill his family first. Link's anger surged, and he charged straight at the wall. Chen Feng could only grit his teeth and follow. The guards immediately noticed the commotion and hurriedly sounded the alarm. Link's hatred made his teeth itch. Seeing the opponent calling for help, he suddenly leapt up and threw his silver spear with all his might. But the next moment, a burly figure blocked the way, taking the spear with his body. How is that possible? Link focused and was stunned. In front of that human stood a zombie over 2 meters tall. Its eyes were clear and its expression calm. It actually took the attack for someone. Aren't zombies brainless monsters? How could it block a bullet for someone? Lin Kedi's mind was in a mess. Chen Feng stepped forward, frowning and murmuring, this zombie is off. But their goal hadn't changed, to kill everyone in the Xiao Sha shelter. Don't bother with it. While Xiao Sha isn't here, kill the others first. Lin Kedi's eyes were full of murderous intent. Chen Feng nodded, drew the newly acquired big knife, ready to unleash a slaughter. In these past 10 days, their luck had been relentless, both rising to the third level. Dealing with first and second level enemies was easy. But before they could make a move, Dasha had already grabbed Lin Kadi's silver spear and suddenly hurled it back fiercely. The strength of the zombies far exceeded that of ordinary people. The spear tore through the air, piercing through the fence like a cannonball. With a puff sound, a person behind Chen Feng was pierced on the spot. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Chen Feng looked at his teammate's tragic death, but secretly felt relieved. Link had no time to care about this. He was plotting how to bypass Big Fool and rush into the shelter to slaughter. Suddenly, he glanced at Chen Feng beside him, a smirk twisting his lips. "Hold it off, we'll rush in." Before he finished speaking, he kicked Chen Feng outward. Chen Feng was caught off guard, stumbling and falling in front of the shelter door. Big Fool's scarlet eyes stared fixedly at him, then suddenly jumped out from inside. Chen Feng was so scared that he kept retreating, fearing that he would be smashed into mince the next second. "It's too clever, it won't be fooled." He retreated back to the group, forcing a calm expression on his face. But in his heart, he had already cursed Linkty all over. That kick almost cost him his life. Indeed smart, it stayed right at the door. Linkty stared at Big Fool, frowning deeply. Before he could come up with a plan, there was suddenly a commotion in the shelter. Big Fool held the front line. "If it weren't for it just now, I would have been stabbed to death. Dare to ambush my brothers and big silly brother, looking for death. Brothers, go out and fuck them up." In less than 2 minutes, the guards all charged out. Lin exchanged a glance with a few others, their faces hardening. "Don't get attached to the fight. Kill a few and retreat," he shouted as he charged forward. But the next second, several of them suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, as if bugs were gnawing at their hearts. The poison under the black rose suddenly took effect. Several of the second-tier warriors spit blood and collapsed on the spot, dead instantly. Chen Feng and Lin Kadi were both rank 3 after all. They withstood the poison but couldn't survive this round of rampage by Big Fool. The moment several people charged up, Big Fool casually grabbed a log, activated his rage, and spun wildly on the spot. He looked like a meat grinder, forcibly smashing 2 people flying more than 10 meters away. But rank 3 opponents aren't that easy to kill. The poison combined with heavy blows only left them seriously injured. Damn, Big Fool is so fierce. He spins like a tornado. Who can stand against that? The shelter was filled with exclamations. Dashin was about to rush forward to finish him off. Unexpectedly, the fallen Linkety got back up again. He took an old copper pocket watch out of his chest pocket. Dashin roared excitedly, lifting the log to smash down. "Wait for me to come back. All of you will die." Linkety shouted angrily and pressed the button. Ding! In that instant, time seemed to have been paused. When Dashin's stick came down, it only hit one person. The dying man-eating shark Chen Feng. The battle suddenly ended, and everyone immediately gathered around. Some checked on Dasha, while others cleaned up the scene. "He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Director Wang, what should we do?" Wang Ming took a glance. Chen Feng had taken a heavy blow, but his body showed no obvious damage, only blood at the corner of his mouth. "Wait for young Master Xiao to come back and handle this. Tie him up for now, and let Dasha keep watch." "Yes." The guards just finished tying him up and were preparing to take him away. Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With a jerk of his arms, the ropes snapped, and several people were directly thrown flying. The power of the third-tier Mad Shark fully erupted. "You think you can catch me just like that? Didn't expect me to recover so fast? Huh? Ha ha." His expression was crazed, unsure if it was from poisoning or madness caused by the beating. Dasha immediately charged forward. But without the berserk boost, he couldn't even push Chen Feng. The opponent crossed both arms, firmly blocking it. "Recover quickly? Let me try then." A voice descended from the sky. Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. Looking up, he just saw Xiao Sha descending from the sky. What made him even more desperate was that he saw the fist coming down, but had no time to defend. Bang! With a dull sound, Chen Feng was kicked away like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Sha chased after him and, upon landing, saw that his internal organs were completely shattered. "Damn, I already put in my strength." He originally wanted to test if Chen Feng had gotten stronger, but he lost control and directly killed him. Unfortunately, Or perhaps inevitably, with his current combat power, such a slip-up was only too normal. System prompt. Killed a third-level human. Wings absorbed essence blood. Progress increased to 1.15%. After dealing with the corpse, he returned to Wang Ming and the others to inquire about what happened. The group said it was Desha who single-handedly sent 2 third-level enemies flying. Xiao Sha nodded with satisfaction, relieved that he had brought back this third-level zombie, or else the casualties would have been significant. He patted Desha and said he would get it a good weapon next time. When it came to Link's enemy escaping, Xiao Sha suddenly frowned. You said he took out a pocket watch. The crowd talked all at once, saying it was a Western-style old pocket watch, and pressing it made the person disappear. Someone even joked that it was like Kurumi's ability. But Xiao Sha felt heavy-hearted inside. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Pressing it could make someone disappear. This was definitely not an ordinary tool. He told everyone to return to the shelter first, and he stayed behind to investigate. A few people left worriedly, leaving him standing alone on the battlefield. 2 pools of blood on the ground were especially glaring. One pool belonged to Chen Feng, the other to the martial saint. Since blood had been shed, it was impossible for the person to leave without a trace. Xiao Sha closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood spread under his nose. The scent of the dead, the scent of the living. He distinguished each one and began to track the trail of the scent. 5 seconds later, Xiao Sha suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Found you. In the mountains 10 kilometers outside the Chengdong shelter. Link held his chest, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Damn it, it must be Black Rose who poisoned me. He had only come into contact with that woman. No one else would harm him. Fortunately, I joined Annihilation, otherwise, I would have died in Chengdong long ago. He looked at the pocket watch in his hand, feeling a sudden chill of fear. He and Chen Feng were able to reach the 3rd tier so quickly, all thanks to that organization. But who those men in black really were, he still didn't know. The other side only said they were from Annihilation, tossed them 3 bottles of medicine and a pocket watch, and left. 2 bottles are for enhancing strength. 1 bottle is a resurrection potion, which Chen Feng drank. Chen Feng suddenly woke up after being captured earlier because the potion took effect. The pocket watch in his hand is an enhanced teleportation device that can instantly transfer him 10 kilometers away. That guy Chen Feng wouldn't have been slaughtered before resurrecting, would he? He didn't care whether Chen Feng lived or died. He only wanted to kill 2 people. Black Rose, Xiao Sha. As long as these 2 are not dead, he won't sleep peacefully even for a day. Just as he gritted his teeth and planned his revenge. 5 meters ahead, 2 figures in black robes suddenly appeared. Link's eyes lit up, and he immediately knelt down. Greetings, Observer Lord. A cold voice sounded. Link, why did you use the pocket watch so quickly? Reporting to my lord, I was ambushed and had no choice but to flee for my life. Who did you encounter? Yes, this is he. The voice fell from the air. Xiao Sha slowly descended behind the 2 men in black robes. The men in black turned around calmly. Link D, however, screamed. Lord Observer. It was him who harmed me. Xiao Sha spoke no more and spread his blood-stained cloak. Blood Prison. The crimson domain spread instantly, enveloping all 4. He directly pushed the suppressive force to the limit. Link was immediately forced to the ground, his bones cracking. Within seconds, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he died. The 2 black-robed men remained motionless. One of them spoke calmly. Opening a domain at the 2nd rank. You truly are a genius. The man in black said coldly. Join Oblivion, and we will help you become the strongest. This sentence made Xiao Sha's heart sink. The other party not only saw that he was at the 2nd level, but also recognized that the blood prison was a domain. The apocalypse had only lasted for a little over a month, so it was absolutely impossible for anyone to have such insight. The mysterious pocket watch, the eerie aura, and their attitude. These guys very likely, just like him, did not belong to this era. Who is your leader? Xiao Sha directly asked the key question. The other party avoided answering and kept urging him to join. Xiao Sha completely lost patience and punched one of them. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. This punch directly tore through the opponent's clothes. But just when he thought the other was surely dead, he realized. His fist had actually passed right through the opponent's body. as if it wasn't a physical entity at all. You don't have a body? Xiao Sha asked coldly. The creature seemed somewhat surprised and slowly turned its head. Human, you cannot escape the fate of annihilation. Surrender. Join us. And there's still a way out. Xiao Sha's expression darkened. He hated these mysterious types the most. If he wasn't still trying to get information, he would have lost his temper long ago. What exactly is annihilation for? He asked, holding back his anger. Our goal is to protect the Earth. The other party answered bluntly. Xiao Sha found it ridiculous after hearing that. Something that doesn't even seem human, claiming to protect the Earth? The apocalypse has come to this. How do you plan to protect it? He sneered. The other party's tone was frighteningly calm. Eliminate all living beings, and the Earth will naturally be safe. Xiao Sha was stunned for a moment, then understood. They intended to destroy all life. After so much talk, the other party was here to kill him. Do you think you can kill me? He said coldly, while summoning the sky-opening axe. No living creature can escape our judgment. This time, there was arrogance in the other party's tone. Xiao Sha knew it was pointless to ask again. Hawkeye couldn't discern the other's combat strength, but he was very clear. The heaven-cleaving axe would surely hit. If one axe wasn't enough, then 10 axes. If 10 axes weren't enough, then 100 axes. Even if it took 10,000 axes, he would still be able to chop them out. Xiao Sha gripped the giant axe tightly, staring intently at the two figures in black robes, murderous intent surging. The weapon is not bad, but humans will never be able to touch us. The opponent sneered coldly, not even taking the black and white great axe seriously. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Xiao Sha sneered coldly, swinging his axe straight at the man in the black robe. Don't waste your effort, what? Before the words were finished, the axe light fell. With a whoosh, another man in a black robe was immediately cut in half. Even stranger, the other party actually had a physical form. The corpse turned into a pool of black water, falling to the ground. The black water spread out, revealing a bizarre insect corpse. The thing was covered in black fur, full of tentacles, somewhat like a rat, but not quite. Disgusting to the point of nausea. This is impossible. The creatures here can't even touch us. The remaining figure in the black robe's voice was trembling. Tomorrow anything can happen. Nothing is impossible. Xiao Sha raised his axe and approached. The other party struggled desperately, but couldn't escape. Another swing of the axe, directly chopping into a bloody mess. Successfully killed 2 unknown creatures, Slayer triggered. Obtained, mimetic armor. Mimetic armor can enhance the body, incredible defense, capable of arbitrary shape-shifting. Xiao Sha didn't rush to study the armor. He was more concerned about that strange insect. I had never heard of such a thing in my previous life. He activated Eagle Eye once again. The information finally surfaced. Mimic worm. Unknown parasite. Combat power. 0, 100 when alive. Talents. Mimicry, absolute defense, self-learning, rapid development. Weakness. Blood. It turns out it can disguise itself as the target. While disguised, it is in absolute defense, almost invincible. Only blood splashed on it, or attacks that cannot be dodged, can kill it. Where did such a monster come from in the previous life? Is it a variable caused by reproduction, or was his level insufficient back then? Fortunately, I used the Kaitian axe, otherwise, I would have been disgusted to death. For the first time, he felt his cognition was inadequate. This was also why he urged Black Rose to build an intelligence network. But it will take at least another half-month for the intelligence network to take shape. Forget it, let's go back first. He unlocked the blood prison and prepared to leave. His peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 insect corpses. Trying to exterminate humanity? I'll make sure you disappear completely first. To prevent resurrection, he swung the axe. Swing after swing. Until the bodies were chopped into pieces, no longer recognizable. Only then did he stop and leave. Before long, Xiao Sha returned to the east side of the city. Upon arriving at the villa, he immediately began studying the newly acquired armor. He took the equipment out of his backpack, and the next second, a white circular barrier unfolded around him within a meter. He had originally thought it was just ordinary armor. After testing it once, he realized this thing was simply unbelievable. Not only did it inherit the absolute defense of the mimic insect, but it also greatly enhanced recovery and attack power. As soon as the armor was activated, his combat power doubled instantly. surging to 510,000. Now the monsters really have no way out, Xiao Sha smiled. What does 510,000 even mean? He alone could easily flatten H City. But that kind of thing is too boring. He couldn't be bothered. If Ling had this power, maybe she really would cause a scene. Thinking of the two girls, one big and one small, his heart softened. If you're both already at Tier 3 and still can't clear north of the city, don't embarrass me. He looked toward the north of the city, a smile on his lips. One day ago, Ling and Tang Muqing rode land skateboards heading north of the city. Not as fast as Xiao Sha, but they arrived in less than an hour. This used to be the busiest area in H City, but now it is more dilapidated than the west side of the city. Buildings collapsed, streets silent. Only zombies and mutated creatures wandered around. Lingling, be careful, Tang Muqing warned. Let's go. The two walked toward the female netizen's former residence. Building 13, Unit 104, Minka Street. The door was still relatively intact. Ling took a deep breath and lightly knocked on the door. Is anyone there? The surrounding zombies had already been cleared out, so they were not afraid of being surrounded. Is anyone there? There was no movement inside the room. Ling's eyes slowly darkened. Tang Muqing no longer hesitated and kicked the door open. With a bang, the door fell down. A pungent smell of decay hit their faces. Ling covered her mouth and stepped inside. On the bed lay a withered and rotten female corpse, still holding a dagger in her hand. Obviously unable to hold on any longer, she ended her own life. Nana. Ling's voice trembled. Tang Muqing stepped forward and gently covered her eyes. Don't look, Lingling. The next second, Ling broke down, hugging her and crying uncontrollably. After all, she was only in her early 20s. Her best friend before the apocalypse died right before her eyes. This kind of blow, no one could bear. After leaving that room, Ling was restless. Tang Muqing originally wanted to go straight back, but in her condition, if she encountered zombies on the road, she wouldn't be able to hold on. There was no other choice, so she had to act like a caring older sister, pulling Ling around the north part of the city. The two of them slipped into an entertainment room. Cards, mahjong, billiards, claw machines. They clumsily played with things they had never touched before. Laughter gradually increased, and Ling's complexion eased. At dusk, the two sat on the rooftop of a tall building, watching the sunset while eating. Muqing, do you think we might die too? Ling asked, facing the sunset. Tang Muqing followed her gaze and looked at the broken bridge over the sea. H City is an island, and that bridge is the only way to the outside world. Now it has already collapsed. Everyone dies. Tang Muqing smiled. Who can be an exception? Ling suddenly tilted her head, smiling somewhat foolishly. I don't think Xiao Sha will. Tang Muqing was momentarily speechless. With his current strength, it really seemed like no one could kill him. He is very strong. She paused. But no matter how strong, he is still human. Everyone experiences birth, aging, sickness, and death. Ling lowered her head, softly repeating, birth, aging, sickness, death. The atmosphere grew heavy again. Tang Muqing quickly handed her a piece of bread. Ling took a bite, then suddenly looked up. But are we still human now? With this kind of power, this kind of ability? Tang Muqing was stunned. She couldn't answer. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Ling interrupted herself. Let's talk about Xiao Sha instead. As soon as he was mentioned, both of them became energized. Before the apocalypse, I had just graduated and was doing sales. Ling smiled with eyes curved like crescent moons. He treated me to a big meal, and I shamelessly insisted on following him, even willing to be the mistress. Tang Muqing chuckled. Then you were really lucky to meet him early. Unlike her, who had to desperately cross 2 districts just to stand in front of him. Looking back now, that was the best decision she ever made in her life. So what did you used to do, Sister Muqing? Ling tilted her head and asked. They rarely talked about the past because it no longer held any meaning. But this question still pulled Tang Muqing back to those times. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. Before the apocalypse, I ran a small company in the west of the city. After the apocalypse broke out, I realized my ability was very destructive. That day, I braved it and killed 2 zombies, digging out 2 crystal cores. This chapter is not over yet. Please click next page to continue reading. Chen Ling listened quietly. She knew very well that without Xiao Sha by her side, Tang Muqing's journey to this point would have been much more difficult. After digging out the crystal core, I kept wondering what use it really had. Until that day, when I went to watch a group of people attacking that golden giant eagle, Xiao Xiao appeared. That monster was ridiculously strong, killing many people more powerful than me. No one could stop it. But he flew over with a smile and punched it to pieces in one blow. That punch was arrogant and domineering, and I still can't forget it. It was at that moment that she made up her mind to follow him. In the apocalypse, a woman fighting alone is too dangerous. Thinking of the past between the two, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Sister Muqing, your expression is way too love-struck. Chun Ling chuckled. Tang Muqing glanced at her. After a whole day of teasing, this girl finally recovered. I may be love-struck, but it's nothing compared to how exaggerated you get when you're holding Xiao Sha. Chun Ling's face instantly flushed red. The two started arguing as they talked. It's obviously you who's more proactive, letting Brother Xiao touch your bunny every day. That's what he likes. You kissed him in the bathroom, and I didn't say anything. You're still fooling around under the dining table. Day 49 of the apocalypse. Xiao Sha sat alone at the dining table eating breakfast. Those two girls hadn't come back for 2 days. At their pace, going back and forth would take half a day. He felt a vague unease in his heart. We can't wait any longer. He decided to go north of the city to find someone. Day 50 of the apocalypse was a critical point. H City would face its first bloody night. The monsters would riot, their strength overall increasing. From midnight to dawn, it was their home turf. Xiao Xiao was not afraid. But those two girls might not even be able to hold out against Black Rose. To secure the east of the city, he entrusted to Sha and Wang Ming. He also had the mimic armor transform into his own appearance and sit cross-legged at the villa entrance. It was like an empty city stratagem. As for whether a real Sima Yi would come, it was up to fate. After arranging everything, he flew to the west of the city and found Black Rose at the flower shop. Don't run around tonight. Find a sturdy place to hide, he reminded her. The woman watering the flowers suddenly looked up, her eyes full of surprise. But she saw him turn around to leave. You wait. She mustered the courage to call after him. Xiao Sha impatiently turned back. What now? Xia Qianmei knew he was doing it for her own good, biting her lip as she spoke. Take me with you, please. Xiao Sha said coldly. If you want to follow me, prove your worth. But almost everyone in the western city has joined the organization. No one can help you get information. She was anxious. These words reminded Xiao Sha of the previous life. The west of the city was in chaos, so she fled to the south, but ultimately died there. If you really want to gather intelligence, the east of the city is actually more suitable. He made a quick decision. Come with me, don't tremble anymore. No, hope lit up in her eyes. Xia Qianmei picked up the only 3 remaining bags of flower seeds and was carried up by him. The journey went smoothly, though her face was very red. Soon, the two landed at a villa in the east of the city. Stay on the first floor, pick any room you want. With the words spoken, Xiao Sha turned and flew away. She knew he was going to find those 2 women and could only silently nod. The bloodthirsty wings cut through the air as he quickly reached the northern part of the city. But the scent in the air had long since dissipated. Unable to find any trace, it could only mean the person was no longer there. He rushed to the female netizen's residence, only to find a corpse. Unable to contain his anger, he threw a punch, causing the entire building to collapse instantly. The noise alarmed both zombies and survivors. Sanctuary, he suddenly realized. In 2 days, they couldn't have avoided contact with humans. As long as we find the sanctuary, there will be clues. 1 month into the apocalypse, except for the west side of the city, strongholds had been established everywhere. In a small sanctuary in the northern part of the city, subordinates rushed into the command room in panic. Leader, a man fell from the sky and knocked out the entire guard team. The leader cursed angrily. Nonsense, 1 person can't overthrow an entire team. No sooner had the words fallen than the door was kicked in with a single blow. Xiao Sha walked in, coldly saying, You really are stupid. The leader's heart immediately sank halfway when he saw Xiao Sha, not even daring to think about resisting. He had a feeling that if he said one wrong word, he would be pinned to the ground and thoroughly beaten. You came? Why didn't you say something in advance? Please have a seat. He hurriedly moved his chair over. Xiao Sha didn't even glance at him and said coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Have you seen two women here, one big and one small, both very beautiful, who can ride dirt and slide on the ground?" The leader was completely stunned. Beautiful, big, and small he could understand, but what the hell is riding dirt and sliding? This, you have to ask the sentry, he swallowed and replied. The shelter was originally a supermarket, with few people and only 3 sentries per day. After the call, someone quickly nodded. I've seen them. Those two women riding on dirt bikes went to the Northern City department store. Xiao Sha suddenly appeared before him, his gaze icy cold. Is anyone following them? Are they injured? Are there any monsters nearby? The man was so scared he trembled, but still honestly said that when he saw them the day before yesterday, both were fine, looking quite happy, no injuries, and no one tailing them. After confirming he was not lying, Xiao Sha immediately rushed to the Northern City department store. Once he left, everyone else collapsed. Who is this guy? His presence is too intimidating. He just descended from the sky, kicking someone flying. I thought it was a compatriot. Luckily, he didn't go all out. Otherwise, even combined, we wouldn't be enough to kill him. Kill what? He probably can't be bothered to kill us. At least zombies have crystal cores. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The truth hurts the most. Xiao Sha arrived at the Northern City department store, found traces of 2 people eating on the rooftop, but no further clues. So another nearby shelter got unlucky. Have you seen 2 women, one big, one small, very pretty, able to ride soil slides? He grabbed the leader's collar and asked. The other party frowned and thought for a long time, only to shake their head desperately. Xiao Sha was about to leave when several women nearby suddenly spoke up. I know where they are. He turned around sharply. Where? A woman with a good figure sashayed over, pressed close in front of him, and said coquettishly, Take me away, and I'll tell you. Baijia, level 1 Jiu-Jitsu. Combat power, 100. Xiao Sha activated his eagle eye and gave her a cold glare. This broken panel was ridiculously bad. Xiao Sha didn't even bother to look at it again. I'm giving you a crystal core. To be honest, his voice was as cold as a blade. Seeing that he wasn't as terrifying as imagined, the other party immediately grew bolder. If you don't take me with you, I won't say a word. She deliberately lifted the hem of her clothes and smiled suggestively. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Sha had already moved. His figure flashed, gripping her neck tightly, his eyes icy. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Several women around sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to pull them apart. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't pry his hands apart, which clamped tightly like iron pliers. Where are they? He growled lowly, his fingers slowly tightening. Bai Jie's face turned purple, her breathing choked off, unable even to plead. Last time, where are they? For the whereabouts of those 2 women, he finally loosened his grip. Bai Jie fell to the ground, immediately retreating with her companions to a distance, clutching her neck with a cold sneer. Who knows where those 2 sluts are? I was just messing with you. Xiao Sha's face turned completely cold, his golden pupils flickering faintly. Several women recklessly mocked. What uses strength? It's not like we haven't killed before. When we got close to you just now, we already planted quite a few bombs on you. Our ability is miniature explosives. If you dare move, you'll die. Xiao Sha said nothing and walked straight towards them. Don't move. Move again and we'll blow you up, someone screamed. But he advanced step by step, like the Grim Reaper. The women, enraged, immediately detonated the powder bombs on him. Boom. The explosion rattled the surroundings. Bai Jie stared at the billowing smoke and finally smiled. I thought it was so tough, could carry a bomb. The fat woman beside her sneered. If you'd listened earlier, you might have lived a few more days. Looks pretty good, just too naive. Once it's burned clean, take the bones to feed the dogs. They joked as they waited for the outcome. The next second, the thick smoke was parted by a figure. Xiao Sha slowly walked out, unharmed, not even a thread of his clothing torn. Done bombing. His voice was low and deep. Several people's faces turned pale instantly. What? This is impossible. No one could withstand so many bombs. Our bombs can even kill second-level zombies. How could you still be alive? The people opposite were full of terror, their voices trembling, their legs so weak they could barely stand. But Xiao Sha didn't give them any chance at all. He flashed forward, tackled a woman down, and resolved it with a raised hand. Then he grabbed the second one and threw her straight into the air. The last fat woman hadn't even reacted before he punched her to death. In less than 5 seconds, only one woman was left on the scene, the one responsible for detonating the bomb. She stared blankly at Xiao Sha, begging desperately. "Spare you? When you triggered the bomb earlier, you didn't think about sparing me," Xiao Sha sneered. The woman cried out in fear. But now it was the apocalypse. Crying can also cause death. Xiao Sha grabbed her and decisively broke her neck. His expression was cold and indifferent. In the apocalypse, without absolute strength, you can be schemed against at any time. According to his previous style, this kind of shelter would leave no survivors. But now, his most important task was to find those 2 women. He couldn't waste any more time. If anyone else tried to block his way, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all. Xiao Sha leapt into the air, continuing to search for clues. He almost turned the shelter in the northern part of the city upside down before finally making a breakthrough. A child told him that yesterday morning, while she and her friend were scavenging for supplies, they saw 2 older sisters sliding past a dirt mound and heading toward the cross-sea bridge. Xiao Sha immediately flew over the cross-sea bridge. The bridge was empty, with only a few first-level zombies wandering around. He searched along the coastline. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure by the sea. A blue long dress, a frail body gently swaying in the wind. She stood alone by the shore, gazing absent-mindedly across the sea. Look more closely. Behind her, a faint silhouette of a phoenix appears. She is the #1 expert in H City from a past life. That little woman who always outshone him. The undying divine phoenix, Tan Yu. "Phoenix Maiden, have you seen 2 women?" Xiao Sha asked behind her. This was his way of addressing her in their past lives. He was used to it and couldn't change it immediately. Tan Yu slowly turned around. In those eyes burned a fierce flame. Xiao Sha felt a shock in his heart. This was simply not Tan Yu. It was the phoenix bloodline within her controlling her. Those burning pupils were the proof. At this moment, he also understood where those 2 women had gone. They must have entered the phoenix secret realm along with Tan Yu by accident. Tan Yu, 4th tier undying divine phoenix, 12%. Combat power. Talents: Phoenix Nirvana, Phoenix Fire, Divine Phoenix Burning, Phoenix Shield, Divine Phoenix Possession. Weakness: slightly stronger than a newbie, but still shatters at a touch. Seeing that 12% progress, Xiao Sha was clear in his mind. The 2 of them must have leveled up close to Tan Yu and were pulled into the Phoenix secret realm together. No wonder he couldn't sense their aura at all. The Phoenix girl said that as long as you get close to the Phoenix, you will be drawn into the secret realm. He recalled this as he walked closer to Tan Yu. When the distance was only 10 meters, a blinding light instantly engulfed him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing inside the Phoenix secret realm. The so-called secret realm resembled more of a world of flames. Beneath his feet was a volcanic crater, and all around was void. Just as expected, it's here. He looked down and saw the colorful candy wrapper on the ground. That was Chun-Ling's favorite candy. Following the direction, he saw a stone staircase leading deep into the volcano. That was meant for ordinary people. He doesn't use it. He could fly. He flew down along the stone steps, and after a few hundred meters, he finally saw a figure. At the very bottom of the volcano, Tan Yu was sitting cross-legged on the central altar. Molten lava churned around, and flames soared into the sky. Chun-Ling and Tang Muqing stood by the side, nervously staring at her. Just as Xiao Sha approached, the 2 almost simultaneously looked up. "Brother Xiao." Their voices were full of surprise. The moment he landed, the 2 directly threw themselves into his arms. Tang Muqing was still as soft as ever. The 3 said nothing, just held each other. The warmth of reunion after the ordeal was hotter than a volcano. After a long while, he finally asked in a low voice, "What exactly is going on?" The 2 of them recounted what had happened. After last night, Chun-Ling wanted to visit the cross-sea bridge early in the morning. Coincidentally, Tan Yu advanced to the 4th tier. As a result, the 3 of them were caught up in the secret realm together. They tried every possible method but couldn't get out. They could only wait for Tan Yu to complete the advancement. "I'm sorry, it was my stubbornness," Chun-Ling said with her head down. "It's my fault for not protecting her well. If you want to scold someone, scold me." Tang Muqing also stood up. Xiao Xia looked at them and suddenly smiled. I'll punish you by making you go back and wear black and white stockings. The two were stunned for a moment. The next second, they nodded in unison. After making things clear, the two girls were finally less afraid. Xiao Xia released them and began thinking about how to leave here. The Blood Night was approaching soon. Tan Yu stood alone by the sea, not knowing how many monsters would be teleported in. He had to resolve it quickly. What do we do now? Chunling looked at Tan Yu. Tang Muqing remembered something. She said that after awakening to a certain level, a phoenix would fly out, and as long as we defeat the phoenix, it would be over. Fly out. Defeat. Xiao Xia's eyes lit up. Since defeating the phoenix would allow them to leave, he might as well lower the magma and draw the phoenix out to deal with it. Muqing, give me an earth shield. He stared at the churning lava. The two women instantly understood his plan. He was going down there to fight hard. Isn't that too dangerous? Tang Muqing's face turned pale. Xiao Ge, how about waiting until she finishes awakening? Chunling held him back. That was lava, after all. But to Xiao Xia, it was nothing. With the Pango bloodline enhancement, his fire resistance was absurdly high. Be good, I'll be back soon. The two couldn't stop him, only able to watch helplessly as he jumped into the lava. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Every second felt stretched out. They stared fixedly at the magma, their hearts pounding wildly, even beginning to pray. At this moment, Ting Yu's absorption progress reached 15. Her body couldn't take it anymore. She opened her eyes, wanting to rest for a bit, but saw her two elder sisters nervously staring at the magma. It's okay, I can handle the phoenix, she reassured them. But when she heard that someone had jumped into the magma, her expression changed instantly. That's magma. Even with the power of the phoenix, I wouldn't dare to resist it head-on. How could anyone stay inside? Just as the words fell, the magma surged violently, shaking the altar. The next second, a man wearing a blood-red jacket broke through the magma and rushed out, holding a drooping, listless phoenix in his hand. The entire venue was silent. Tan Yu was directly stunned. Chunling and Tang Muqing were the first to react, shouting excitedly. Xiao Ge is insanely handsome. As expected of my man. Tan Yu stood in place, her mind completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? Is this really a secret realm, or is it some kind of setup? Xiao Xia had no idea what the three women below were thinking. Just now, he caught the phoenix that was sleeping down there. Without a word, he dragged it out and started beating it up. Submit or not. He pressed the phoenix against the wall, pounding it down with each fist. Still not submitting? Then keep going. With 3 punches, bang, 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 the phoenix was completely deflated. It had submitted, but it couldn't speak at all. Still being stubborn? Xiao Xia's voice exploded in its ear. Just as Feng Huang was about to nod, another punch struck his head, making stars flash before his eyes. If this keeps up, he really might die. Tan Yu watched nervously from below, finally unable to hold back, shouting, "Stop hitting it. It's about to die." Xiao Xia looked down and saw that Feng Huang's claws and wings were limp, truly on the verge of death. He was about to let go when suddenly he remembered something. It's a Feng Huang. It can be reborn through nirvana, right? Try a couple more times. Terrified, Tan Yu jumped up, anxious like a rabbit. Stop hitting it. It's only the spirit of the Feng Huang. It won't come back to life. Seeing her so anxious, Xiao Xia felt secretly pleased. In the previous life, she had tormented him enough. Now it was finally his turn to vent. He deliberately beat the phoenix right in front of her to make her feel distressed. But it never begged for mercy. How would I know if it submitted? Xiao Xia said loudly on purpose. It submitted. It just can't speak. If you put it down, I can touch it, and then we can get out. Tan Yu's voice was choked with tears. Tang Muqing and Chun Ling exchanged a glance. Ling Ling, don't you feel like he's teasing the little girl? Tang Muqing whispered. I think so too. If he really wanted to strike, the phoenix would have been gone long ago. Chun Ling whispered back. Suddenly, an absurd thought popped into both their minds. He wouldn't even spare children, would he? At this moment, Xiao Xia tossed a barely alive phoenix in front of Tan Yu. Hurry up and level up, let us out. Otherwise, I'll keep beating you. He put on a stern face and finished threatening, then walked over to the two women. Tang Muqing suddenly grabbed him and whispered, Do you like girls? Xiao Xia was taken aback. What does that have to do with girls? Are you pregnant? He asked seriously. Tang Muqing instantly blushed, almost at a loss for words. Ling stomped her foot anxiously nearby. It's not that. Sister Muqing is asking if you have feelings for that little girl. As Ling spoke, she raised her eyebrows at Tan Yu, who was still communicating with Feng Huang. This little gesture caught Xiao Sha's eye, and he laughed on the spot. Don't talk about whether you like her or not. She's not a child. Why are you so nervous? He said, looking at the two of them. She's 20 years old and was a university student before the apocalypse, he added. How is that possible? She looks so young, and that face is like a little girl's. There's no way she's 20. Ling shook her head, completely unconvinced. Tang Muqing nodded along as well. Xiao Sha knew there was no use in explaining further, so he simply turned around to check Tin Yu's progress. The eagle eye showed that her progress was already at 86%, and it was estimated she would finish within half an hour. But what he didn't know was that not explaining only made Ling more suspicious. She started feeling uneasy. If Xiao Sha really likes younger girls, then what about her and Tang Muqing? One is 24, the other 27, and no matter how you look at it, they can't compare to this adorable little girl in front of them. Muqing Jit, look at him. His eyes are almost glued shut. What should we do? Ling was extremely anxious. Tang Muqing is always calm. She believes Xiao Sha won't lie to them. If he says 20, that means 20. At most, he might be developing slowly and just looks young. He usually looks at us like that too, haven't you noticed? She said lightly. But Ling simply wouldn't listen. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. So she quietly leaned close to Xiao Sha's ear and whispered, if you really have any thoughts, just say it. It's not like we couldn't accept it. Tang Muqing stood behind, rubbing her forehead in disbelief. Xiao Sha immediately knew she was overthinking again and directly reached out to pinch her face. Can you stop overthinking? I really don't mean that. Then why? Were you staring at her for so long? Ling asked drowsily, still having her face pinched. Xiao Sha was momentarily stunned. They didn't know he was a reincarnator, nor did they know how strong Tan Yu would become in the future. He couldn't bring himself to say these words. After thinking for a moment, he could only respond perfunctorily. She's cute. Isn't it normal to look at her a few more times? No sooner had the words fallen. Tan Yu had already completed her promotion and was standing quietly behind him, watching him. Hearing Xiao Sha's words, she frowned and said coldly, thanks for the compliment, but I don't like you. As soon as she said this, Ling instantly exploded. Did you hear that? She doesn't like you. Now you really can't pester her, can you? Ha ha ha. She broke free and laughed like a madwoman. Tang Muqing couldn't stand it and pulled her aside. Be more ladylike. Xiao Sha, however, didn't care at all. He just glanced at Tan Yu lightly and said to Ling with a smile, since when did I need others to like me? People who want me to like them line up from one end of the street to the other. Ling's smile stiffened. It seemed he wasn't wrong. Both she and Sister Muqing had been the ones actively pursuing him. Suddenly, Ling leaned close to Tan Yu and whispered exaggeratedly, stay away from men like that. He's handsome, but very bad. Always fighting and killing, and he loves bullying women. Tan Yu, who already found him violent, felt even more disgusted after hearing that. I would never have anything to do with someone like that, she snorted coldly. Just as her words fell, the secret realm collapsed, and the four were instantly back on the shore. Amid the sound of the waves, Xiao Sha was the first to wake up. Let's go. Ling and Tang Muqing each hugged him from the left and right. The next second, he stepped into the air, taking the two straight up into the sky. Little sister, be careful. Ling's voice floated down from the sky. Tan Yu was stunned. Not only can he fly, he can even carry others. She had searched for someone who could fly for a long time. Now the person was right in front of her, but she had rejected him with her own words. Wait, she reached out to call, but the sky was already empty of people. She froze in place, and after a long while, she lowered her hand and looked across the sea. In such a big city like H, it's impossible that no one can help me cross the sea. Sister, wait for me, definitely wait for me. It wasn't until dusk that she turned and went home. She didn't know that in today's H city, the only one who could truly help her cross the sea was Xiao Sha himself. Because of the arrogant words she said today, the gears of fate had quietly started to turn, dragging her and her sister along. Just before reaching home, Xiaosha suddenly remembered something. Xia Qianmei had already been brought back by him, so he had to give a heads up in advance. I have something to say, don't get too excited, he said cautiously. Chunling looked at his expression and asked directly, is she older or younger than me? Still so straightforward. Older than you, about the same age as Mu Qing. Wait, that's not the point. Xiaosha finally realized he had been led astray by her. He clearly meant to say that Black Rose was here to help gather intelligence, but it sounded like he had brought another woman home again. I'm relieved she's older than me. Chunling chuckled slyly. Mu Qing, your rival has arrived. Tang Muqing looked up at him, her tone faint. I trust you won't be fickle, start something, and then abandon it. Always picking. Stop, Xiaosha hurriedly interrupted. I'm not that kind of person. Not that kind, yet you bring her home. She continued to sneer. Only been gone 2 days, and you're already rushing to find a replacement. Saying that, she even pinched his waist. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have been bruised by now. You'll find out when we get back. He decisively shut up, no longer explaining. Soon, the three returned to the villa. In the backyard pavilion, Xia Qianmei was sitting and immediately stood up upon seeing them. You're back. She smiled as she came forward. The two women responded coldly. The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Xia Qianmei simply changed people. In the blink of an eye, it was Black Rose standing in front of them. She said nothing, just smiled and handed the floor to Xiaosha. All right. You three are giving me the creeps with all that laughing, Xiaosha sighed. Let me make it clear. Under the gaze of the three, he recounted everything from start to finish. About the dissociative identity disorder, the looming crisis of Blood Knight, and Black Rose being in charge of intelligence. As for what status she holds in this family, he wisely didn't mention it. The rest, let them figure it out themselves. Do you really have 2 personalities? Chunling stared at the Black Rose. Yeah, I handle the outside world. She's quieter. The Black Rose nodded. Doesn't that mean you're bringing back 2 at once? That one sentence stunned the Black Rose. It sounded correct, but something felt off. Don't get hung up on the numbers. Xiaosha was already frustrated. Everyone go cook. Xiaosha drove the 3 into the kitchen, throwing out a sentence. Make more. Tonight you'll definitely be killing until your hands go numb. If you make too little and get hungry, don't blame me. After the 3 busied themselves, he put on his mimic armor and patrolled around the eastern part of the city to check the defenses. Upon inspection, something really had happened. In the very center of the shelter, the subway entrance he had sealed off somehow had a big hole broken through it. The sun was about to set. This hole appeared too suddenly. Without his orders, Wang Ming and the others would never dare to move the seal. Could it be monsters? He frowned. But at this stage, there shouldn't be such a clever monster. He landed in front of the cave entrance, staring at the pitch-black opening, and sent out his senses. There were more than a dozen auras moving below. The movements were light and slow, as if deliberately trying to keep quiet. Just as he was about to go down and check, someone called from behind. Young Master Xiao? He turned around and saw Aunt Zhao standing there holding a bunch of pastries. She was the dessert chef at the shelter, and whenever she saw him, she stuffed food into his hands. Most of those desserts ended up in Chunling and Tang Muqing's stomachs. He preferred stronger flavors. Aunt Zhao, where are you going so late? She glanced at the cave entrance, showing an understanding expression. Wang Ming hasn't told you yet, has he? Since you weren't around today, he probably forgot in the rush. Get to the point, Xiaosha interrupted. Aunt Zhao hurriedly said. A group of people escaped from the south of the city today and came in through this cave. Wang Ming originally wanted to kill or drive them away, but found that 2 of them have special abilities. Thinking you might want to keep them, he let them stay at the subway entrance for now. So they were fugitives. And what about their food? They exchanged crystals for food, and Wang Ming agreed to let me bring it. Hearing this, Xiaosha's expression darkened. He sent you alone? Not even a single helper? His tone was icy. Aunt Zhao saw his face and knew he was truly angry. Young Master Xiao, we are short-handed. He left in a hurry and didn't have time to arrange. She explained on Wang Ming's behalf. I understand being busy, but what if the people down there are bad? Who's responsible for your life? More than a dozen desperate people, with starving eyes, would they not turn violent when they see food? Who can guarantee that? Aunt Zhao fell silent. The group of people below is indeed dangerous. If it weren't for Xiao Sha's warning, she wouldn't have thought in this direction at all. Give me the stuff, and call Wang Ming over. Yes. She handed over the pastries and hurried away as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Xiao Sha walked toward the cave entrance holding the pastries, stopped at the edge of the darkness, and spoke coldly. Everyone in front of me within 10 seconds. If you don't come, you die. With him here, no matter how capable outsiders are, if they don't obey, they get wiped out immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a commotion inside, and the crowd rushed out in panic. Soon, 9 dirty, pale-faced young people stood at the subway entrance. They lined up, some with heads down, some dazed, some suspicious, but no one dared to speak. Seeing that they were still fairly honest, Xiao Sha stuffed the pastries into the arms of a long-haired girl. Here, take it. Handle a few who are looking for death first. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. From deep within the subway came several short, sharp screams, followed by the dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. Thud, thud. The sound struck deeply in everyone's hearts, and their legs began to tremble. But more than fear, their eyes were fixed on the pastries in the girl's arms. Several boys' gazes were glued to the food, and some were already staggering as if about to rush forward. Sis, I'm so hungry. The little girl beside her whispered. The long-haired girl replied softly. Eating now will be fatal. But hunger is the most maddening. The two boys who were staring the hardest exchanged a glance, then turned and approached menacingly. Give us the food. He's already gone in. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and share. The girl had felt Xiao Sha's pressure and didn't dare to move recklessly. No, wait until he comes back. These words made the few people hesitate for a moment at first. Xiao Sha was still not back, and the crowd began to grow restless. He won't be back anytime soon. Let's eat first. Eat first, then run. What can he do? Right, makes sense. Though hesitating verbally, their minds were already in turmoil. Xiao Sha was exactly waiting for this moment. The test only lasts 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, as long as no one touches the food in front of them, they pass. Anyone who dares to snatch or cause trouble will end up like the 4 corpses at their feet. But reality quickly gave the answer. He had only disappeared for a minute when the crowd exploded. Give up the food. The stuff in your hands isn't yours either. Xiao Sha put on a mimicry armor, taking on the appearance of one of the corpses on the ground, pretending to be someone who had fled back, gasping and shouting. He went after someone else. The long-haired girl holding the pastry instantly turned pale. The others heard this and immediately surrounded her. These can't be eaten. Wait for him to come back. She fiercely protected the food. Stop pretending to be high-minded. Hand it over. Everyone is running for their lives. Don't force us to fight. Let's split up and go our separate ways. They were so hungry their eyes turned red. Even Xiao Sha didn't care about fear. But little did they know, Xiao Sha was watching from behind. Don't eat it. If we eat it, none of us will get away, the long-haired girl said urgently. Didn't you see him disappear instantly just now? That speed is impossible to dodge. She stood in front of the food, clearly tormented by the aroma herself, but gritted her teeth and refused to back down. A few people hesitated for a moment, but the fragrance grew stronger and stronger, and reason gradually collapsed. I don't care anymore. If you don't give it to me, I'll stab you to death. A man with red eyes pulled out a knife. 2 other accomplices also stepped forward. Among the 9 people, led by them, the atmosphere completely soured. The remaining 2 middle-aged women also gathered around. Don't bully my sister, the short-haired girl suddenly rushed out and stood in front. 1 man and 1 woman remained standing there, observing. Xiao Sha also didn't move, coldly watching the show. Your sister won't even give you food, and you're still protecting her? She wants to hog it all. Step aside, or I'll stab you both. The short-haired girl didn't back down a step. With a knife pressed against her, there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. After a few seconds of stalemate, the long-haired girl finally lowered her head. Don't touch my sister. The food is here, take it yourselves. She gritted her teeth and put a big pile of pastries on the ground. 3 men and 2 women rushed over like mad. They're all mine. Don't grab. Who took my egg tart? The 5 of them formed a cluster, devouring the food greedily, finishing with greasy mouths in a few bites. The 2 sisters stood nearby, trembling with hunger but dared not step forward. The man and woman beside them couldn't help themselves either, crouching down to snatch some food. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? If you don't want to eat, are you waiting for someone to give you charity? Someone sneered while chewing. That guy over there is useless too, his legs broken? Too scared to come fight for it, someone else shouted at Xiao Sha. Enough talk. Eat quickly and run. That guy is coming back. Yeah, hurry up, or we'll all die. They thought Xiao Sha was powerless against them. The next second, blood prison. The voice was very soft, yet it sent chills down the spine. The food in several people's hands all fell to the ground. The moment the domain fell, they couldn't even move a bit. The terrifying oppression pinned the 7 people firmly to the ground, making even breathing a luxury. Xiao Sha, who had gone from ragged clothes to a man covered in blood-stained clothing, exuded a chilling aura. He walked up to the 2 sisters, speaking in a calm tone. Welcome to the East City Sanctuary. The 2 were not suppressed, and upon seeing him approach, there was even a hint of expectation in their eyes, as if they had finally found the person to save them. But just as they were about to nod, bang, the pressure suddenly intensified. The 7 people were instantly crushed, blood splattering, a few drops splashing onto the faces of the 2 sisters. At this moment, they finally understood. The figure before them was not a gentle neighbor boy, but the life-taking king of hell. Thank you. The long-haired girl's voice trembled as she barely managed to squeeze out a sentence. Xiao Sha retracted the blood prison and glanced at them. Qin, Crystal Core Research. Qin Bai, Architectural Design. He was a little surprised. One is a future researcher, the other an architect. Both are scarce talents. Just worried there was no one studying crystal cores, and now the person is right in front of me. Plus, there's an extra one in construction. Not bad luck. Young Master Xiao, I'm late. Wang Ming arrived panting, his expression tense. Xiao Sha glanced at him, but didn't get angry. Let it go this time. Find an assistant later. You just handle the big things. Don't run around doing everything yourself. I don't care what kind of assistant you find, as long as they can get things done and understand simple instructions. Just these 3 sentences fired Wang Ming up with passion. Yes. He held back for a long time and only managed to squeeze out one word. After speaking, he pointed at the 2 sisters who were eating. Find a better neighborhood for them and settle them well. Remember, they are very important. Wang Ming glanced over and found they weren't the 2 people previously arranged. Judging by Xiao Sha's relaxed demeanor, the others were most likely already dead. Understood, I'll handle it immediately. He nodded and left with the 2 sisters. Xiao Sha resealed the subway entrance and looked up at the sky. The sun had completely set, and a blood-red full moon hung on the horizon, faintly visible. The blood night was coming, and he was ready to start killing. Over the next 6 hours, 90% of the world's human population would have to hide from the monsters. He is different. He had to kill enough 3rd-tier creatures within 6 hours. As long as he collected enough crystal cores, he could advance to the 3rd tier and gain new abilities. After arranging the shelter's defenses, Xiao Sha returned to the villa. The 3rd daughter had already prepared the meal, sitting on opposite sides, creating a subtle atmosphere. Chun Ling and Tang mooching on one side, Black Rose and Xia Qianmei on the other. 2 personalities count as 2 people, so no problem. Stop playing palace intrigues and come eat, Xiao Sha smiled. The 3 felt a bit awkward. All right. Coming. There wasn't much idle talk at the dining table. The 3 of them teamed up to clean up the area around the shelter in the east of the city. As for the strong monsters outside, he dealt with them personally. Midnight. The blood-red full moon fully rose. Strangely beautiful, yet terrifying to the extreme. Roar. Under the blood moon, lurking undead creatures howled in unison, as if worshipping it. In less than 5 seconds, they all completed their enhancement. Their eyes were blood-red, frantically searching for prey. The bloody night had arrived. Xiao Sha stared at the blood moon, recalling the time he fled for his life from H City. At that time, he was laughably weak, only able to flee and leave his hometown. Since I get to start over, I'll give it another try. Monsters, I want to see who can destroy City H this time. Ha! He hung in midair, his blood-stained clothes merging with the blood moon, his laughter wild. That laughter reassured the people in the shelter and made the monsters tremble. It seemed that what the blood moon strengthened was not the monsters, but him. Young Master Xiao is so handsome. When will I be like young Master Xiao, standing at the top, with no one daring to mess with me? Give me a break. You can barely handle a zombie. And you want to be king? You dare look down on my cooking skills? Tomorrow, your community will have reduced meals. While everyone was arguing, trouble had already broken out in the east of the city. Several third-level monsters targeted the shelter. A nearly 3-meter-tall wasteland wolf approached with its pack, exuding deadly intent. Howl! Wolf howls pierced the night sky, and the lone wolves in the city all responded. Third-tier wilderness wolf? Not worth mentioning. Xiao Sha stood in midair, his expression calm. These wolves could slaughter most of the survivors, but they couldn't touch him. He is waiting. Wait until the real monster leading the corpse tide to sweep through H City appears. As for these wolves, in less than 5 minutes, Chun Ling and the others had taken it down. Stinky dog die. Chun Ling activated the tiger spirit power and shattered the wolf's head with a punch. Tang Muching and Black Rose cooperated nearby, their eyes full of admiration. Just as she was about to extract the crystal core, she looked up and shouted into the air. Xiao Gu, stop pretending and help out. Xiao Sha shook his head. The real opponent hasn't arrived yet. Just knew it was a show. Chun Ling angrily punched a few more times, smashing the wolf corpse into a bloody mess. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably be scared silly. Here they come. Xiao Sha's expression changed. An even more terrifying aura erupted from the northern part of the city. An undead emperor of unknown rank. You're exactly who we've been waiting for. He suddenly surged upward, heading straight for the north of the city, moving so fast that only a bloody afterimage remained. After a few breaths, he was hovering above the northern city. Help! Zombies are breaking in. Oldly, your dog has gone mad and killed them all. Someone please save us. Sister, where are you? Below his feet was a scene of hell. Shelters fell one after another, and the crowd scattered in panic. Under night vision, the despair on every face was unbearably clear. He suddenly remembered his last life. He was forced out of his home by the tide of corpses and endured 3 days and 2 nights on a desolate mountain. At that time, no one came to save H City. This time I will. As the thought crossed his mind, the black and white Kaiden axe appeared in his palm. Chaos and origin converged at the blade's edge. Whoosh! He swung down in midair. A destructive beam of light tore through the air, striking straight at the heart of the corpse horde. The 4 third-level monsters that were rampaging hadn't even reacted before they were chopped to pieces by a single axe strike. The explosion shook the entire city, causing those fleeing for their lives to stop and look up at the sky. In midair stood a man covered in blood, his expression wild. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone stared at Xiao Sha. Is he here to save us? Those monsters were killed with 1 axe strike. Who exactly is he? I wish I had this kind of power too. No one knew who first shouted the word hero. Soon, the cheers rose one after another. Under the darkness and blood moon, people waved their hands, treating him as their last hope. The crowd, once filled with suspicion toward each other, finally found someone to rely on. But they were mistaken. Xiao Sha's target was always the high-level monsters that humans couldn't deal with. However, he still spoke up. I am not a hero. Look around you. Those who are desperately blocking the monsters. They are the true heroes. Everyone turned around and saw people fighting monsters in a bloody battle, and even children holding weapons. Those running away had red eyes. I'm not running anymore. Today, either we die or the monsters die. Charge. Xiao Sha wiped out third-level monsters along the way. On the North City Cross-Sea Bridge, some people were desperately trying to escape out to the sea. They rowed the boat, swam in the water, just wanting to leave H City. But the monsters in the sea were even more vicious. By the shore, Tenyu saw with her own eyes that those people were all dragged into the sea. Not a single one survived. But what was truly terrifying was not the fish monsters. A few minutes ago, she saw a zombie covered in white bones, draped in a robe. It led a horde of the undead and directly smashed the human shelter to the ground. Why do such monsters exist? Standing by the sea, Tenyu couldn't help but shed tears. She was originally the strongest human in H City. Xiao Sha could suppress the spirit of the phoenix, and she could do it too. In other words, the two were of similar strength. But just now, she only exchanged a glance with that zombie. The spirit of the phoenix within her sounded a frenzied alarm, telling her to escape immediately. That meant the opponent could kill her instantly. If a monster that even she couldn't defeat exists, who in H City could stop it from destroying humanity? Tanyu felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't believe anyone could win. Ha! Corpse Emperor, is that all you can do? Suddenly, a wild voice came from the sky. Is it him? That annoying and ridiculously powerful man. Tanyu suddenly looked up, jumped onto a huge rock by the shore, and looked towards the north side of the city. He's confronting the Corpse Emperor. On the roof of the department store in the north side of the city, Xiao Sha stood in midair, laughing out loud. The Corpse Emperor commanded the zombie horde to stack up layer by layer, forcefully creating a corpse ladder, and stepped on the bodies as he climbed up to the rooftop step by step. The two were less than 20 meters apart. A few minutes ago, Xiao Sha had swung his axe several times in a row, even using the heaven-cleaving axe, yet he hadn't even broken the creature's skin. He even suspected that this monster didn't have a health bar at all. Human, you are very interesting. The Corpse Emperor spoke, his voice deep like thunder. Submit to me, and I will grant you the power to transcend all beings. As soon as the words were spoken, it swung its staff, and a bolt of thunder shattered the nearby building. The human, who had just kindled hope, fell silent instantly. Even the man with the axe couldn't hurt it. Invincible? Only I deserve that title. Xiao Sha sneered coldly and swung the axe again. 1 swing, 10 swings, 100 swings. The Corpse King remained unharmed. Stubborn and unyielding, lightning punishment. The thunder roared down, forcibly interrupting the attack. The lightning struck Xiao Sha. His mimic armor and 100-fold defense activated simultaneously, yet he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Second-level strength is ultimately too weak. Corpse Emperor, who is behind you? Xiao Sha wiped away the blood. My lord, the Corpse God. The Corpse Emperor spoke with reverence, as if victory was assured. Tanyu on the shore looked pale. Are humans really going to lose? Xiao Sha, however, laughed. Better to be human than a walking corpse. He made a gesture toward the Corpse Emperor in midair. The Corpse Emperor flew into a rage. Desecrating the divine, you shall die today. The Corpse Emperor roared as he raised his staff, lightning wildly converging at its tip. Dark clouds instantly pressed down above Xiao Sha's head, black as if about to collapse. The person in the dark saw the thick clouds and turned pale. Humans simply cannot withstand this kind of lightning strike. Die! The thunder roared down, thicker than a bucket, striking Xiao Sha, who was giving the middle finger straight up. An explosion detonated in the air, the white light dazzling the eyes. Chun Ling and the others in the east of the city were all shaken, looking up toward the north of the city. The thunder lasted for a whole minute before stopping. He is a hero. Why are the monsters so strong? It's over, we simply can't defeat them. Everyone slumped to the ground as if they had lost their backbone. In the dead silence, the Corpse Emperor suddenly screamed. Why aren't you dead? Everyone abruptly looked up. In the sky, the blood-clothed war god was still standing, not even lowering his middle finger. Second-level attacks can't hurt you. So I have advanced to the 3rd tier. Xiao Sha's tone was calm, yet it caused an explosion throughout the entire venue. The lightning strike just now, which could destroy heaven and earth, was actually only 2nd tier. He absorbed all the 3rd tier crystal cores during the lightning tribulation, even swallowing the power of the lightning itself. With energy fully charged, he took the opportunity to break through. Prepare to die, waste. Under the blood moon, the entire H city was shrouded in a layer of nothingness. The Corpse Emperor's heart raced wildly, wanting to issue orders, but found himself unable to move. The Void Yakiv, a giant shadow whose shape was unclear, emerged. The giant shadow raised a huge axe and struck down at the Corpse Emperor. Heaven and earth shook. The Corpse Emperor didn't even have time to struggle and instantly vanished without a trace. Not even ashes remained. Xiao Sha opened his eyes. Everyone in the city, humans and monsters alike, had all fallen to their knees. This should have been the moment of deification. But he sneered and cursed. Worthless Corpse Emperor, still got slaughtered by me. So what if there's a corpse god behind him? Sooner or later, we'll cut him down together. After cursing, Xiao Sha finally felt relieved. This Corpse Emperor shouldn't have appeared at this stage at all. His axe was smoking from the swing, yet the opponent's health bar barely moved. In the end, it was only through the manifestation of the Pangu Phantom during his advancement that he managed to kill with one strike. If I had known from the start to advance, I wouldn't have bothered, he muttered self-mockingly. On the ground north of the city, a group of people looked up in a daze. They thought the Corpse Emperor was invincible, but they didn't expect the real terror to be Xiao Xia. With one swing of the axe, the monster vanished instantly, not even given a chance to struggle. The shock hadn't yet faded when someone suddenly noticed the monsters beginning to retreat. Humans have won. Long live the hero. The cheers rose one after another, the entire northern city boiling with excitement. We won. The monsters have retreated. He is a hero, and so are we. The survivors laughed wildly in celebration as if it were a holiday. No one noticed that the figure in midair had already quietly left. Even the dazed Tanyu forgot to hold them back. When she snapped out of it, only the blood moon remained in the sky. Why didn't you stay a little longer? She clenched her fists, her face full of unwillingness. But the person had already gone far. She simply couldn't catch up. Phoenix, didn't you say that after the fourth stage, I could be almost on par with him? She asked in her heart. Phoenix was silent for a moment, her tone becoming vague. I was just afraid you lacked confidence before, so I was encouraging you. I knew it. There's no way he could have scared you. Tenyu sighed with relief. The Phoenix hesitated. In fact, it was very clear that if Xiao Xia really took action, it and Tanyu would have died long ago in the secret realm. The power within that man was unfathomable. Even if it regained its peak strength, it wouldn't dare confront that shadow. Girl, you should go beg him, the Phoenix suddenly said. Otherwise, how will you see your sister? Disgust flashed in Tanyu's eyes. His own woman said he loves to bully people. How could he possibly help me? The Phoenix sighed. But you've searched for so long. Has anyone come and gone as freely as he did? Besides him, no one can cross that broken bridge, and no one can carry you flying across. Think it through yourself. With those words, the spirit of the Phoenix fell into slumber. Tanyu clenched her trembling fists, silent for a long time. She looked toward the opposite shore, her gaze growing resolute. Sister, for you I'm all in. She lowered her head in shame and anger, looking at her own body. Xiao Xia struck down the Corpse Empress with one axe blow, and all the high-level monsters retreated simultaneously. He made a round of inspection, confirmed that City H had returned to calm, and then flew towards the villa. On the way, he couldn't wait to check the promotion rewards. Xiao Xia. Talent. 3rd tier Panga Bloodline. 3rd tier Lord of Slaughter. 1st tier God Devourer. Combat Power. 2. 738. 700. Weapon. Creation Axe 2nd form. Item. Night Vision. Eagle Eye. Tier 3. Bloodthirsty Wings. Divine Blood. Mimicry Armor. Seeing the stats panel, he was almost stunned. Not only did God Eater get added, the wings advanced, and the heaven-splitting axe also unlocked a new form. The wings directly transformed by devouring the Corpse Emperor's essence blood. Heaven-splitting axe special effect, World Destroyer. Attacks carry chaotic power, and when energy is fully charged, it can instantly annihilate enemies. This is equivalent to an execution skill. Bloodthirsty Wings special effect, Sharpness. Forms air blades while flying, destroying everything. Even flying became a large area killing move. And the most terrifying thing was the new talent. God Devourer. Triple damage to gods and their servants. Double damage to other creatures. Xiao Xia's heart jolted. The appearance of the God Devourer indicated that gods truly existed. But he had never heard of it in his past life. The divine blood dropped by the Corpse Emperor seemed to hint at a hidden mastermind. The overnight destruction of City H back then might not have been an accident. He stared at the city filled with smoke and fire, his gaze cold. If there truly are gods controlling all this, I will make them taste death personally. He wanted those lofty beings to also experience the despair of being toyed with. 3 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ling, Tang Muqing, and Xia Qianmei sat back to back on the ground, gasping for breath. The monster is finally gone. If it weren't for Sister May's healing, I wouldn't have held on. Chen Ling rubbed his wrist and smiled wryly. Tang Muqing looked at Xia Qianmei. I really didn't expect you two to have different personalities and talents. Xia Qianmei was a bit shy and only responded softly. Compared to Black Rose, She was too cold by nature and not good at speaking. Chun-Ling suddenly looked toward the north of the city. Why hasn't Brother Xiao come back yet? She had witnessed Xiao Sha's promotion with her own eyes. That commotion just now was most likely caused by him. For him to break through on the spot, the enemy must be very strong. Tang Muqing nodded. That giant axe shadow should be him. Xia Qianmei had just turned her head, her chest visibly rising and falling, caught plainly by the two. Chun-Ling blew up on the spot. Breathing can shake like that? I'm so jealous. Tang Muqing couldn't help but take a few more glances, secretly comparing in her mind. Xia Qianmei's face turned even redder, and she whispered, "It's been like this since I was little. People used to call me Big Boobs Girl." As soon as she finished speaking, laughter came from the air. Xiao Sha slowly descended. Chun-Ling was the first to rush over. Seeing the bloodstains on his chest, her expression changed. "You're injured." "I'm fine, just testing my body strength," Xiao Sha stubbornly said. "You're lying. You usually solve things with one punch. This time, you must have met a tough opponent." After checking, she found the wound had healed. Suddenly, she hugged him and rubbed against his chest. "Still smells like Brother Xiao." Xiao Sha was startled and pulled her away. "Are you a zombie? You bite people whenever you see them." The more she was mocked, the more energized she became. Chun-Ling turned back and gave Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei a proud smile. "I've already licked them. Do Muqing sis and Rose sis still dare to touch? You just don't understand." This girl's thought process was always uniquely bizarre. Xiao Sha even suspected that when she went crazy, she was fiercer than himself. But what she said wasn't wrong either. Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei indeed didn't step forward again. They just smiled softly at the two, their expressions ambiguous. Back at the villa, the four immediately started eating to replenish their energy. At the dining table, the three girls reported the results of the battle. 16 third-tier monsters, 48 second-tier, and too many first-tier ones. They were too lazy to even pick up the crystal cores. "Good teamwork. I thought there would be at most 10. Xiao Sha spoke sincerely. At this stage, they could take down 16 third-tier monsters, which was a top-tier achievement even in their past lives. Third-tier monsters were rare to begin with, so their accomplishment was already quite extraordinary. "You're not that impressive. You don't even take care of your own woman, wandering around everywhere." Chun-Ling whispered her complaint. "The strongest people naturally go after the toughest monsters, otherwise you guys can't handle it," Xiao Sha said, pinching her thigh as he spoke. "Ah." Chun-Ling's body went soft, her face flushed red. "What are you doing?" She tried to pinch back, but it was like pinching against an iron plate. No reaction at all. "Make any more noise, and tomorrow you won't be able to get out of bed," Xiao Sha said, holding her hand with a dangerously playful smile. Since Tang Muqing joined, he had restrained himself somewhat, to avoid them being unable to fight the next day. If he fully let loose, with his hundredfold attributes, no one could withstand it. No. Chun-Ling immediately gave in when she remembered the night she was dominated. The atmosphere was ambiguous when Tang Muqing suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Sha, what kind of monster did you encounter today? How could it hurt you?" Her tone was serious, her eyes cold. Anyone who dared to hurt them had to be found. "That thing," Xiao Sha's gaze darkened. "Holding a staff, it could speak and even cast lightning. It's not simple-minded. This kind of monster shouldn't be appearing now. If you encounter it, you're doomed." A few words sent chills down the three women's spines. A talking zombie? And it could use magic? So what level is it? Xia Qianmei couldn't help but ask. Chun-Ling and Tang Muqing were also staring at him. They all wanted to know just how strong that monster really was. Theoretically, it has no level. If we had to categorize it, its strength is already above the 9th rank. Above the 9th rank. The three women were stunned on the spot. What the 9th rank means is something they simply cannot imagine. But the surging clouds, the phantom cleaving the heavens and earth, it already says it all. That is a power that can call the wind and summon the rain, a power that exists alongside heaven and earth. "So, have you also surpassed the 9th rank?" Xia Qianmei looked up and asked. Xiao Sha simply smiled. Tang Muqing answered for him. "Don't ask about his rank. It doesn't mean anything for him. Even so, if they encounter those zombie-like god servants again, or even the previous mimic worms, he must remain cautious." "Qianmei," Xiao Sha looked at her. "Where do you plan to build the intelligence headquarters?" Xia Qianmei panicked instantly. It was the Black Rose who was named, not her. I'm asking you. One sentence cornered her against the wall. She took a deep breath, suppressing her panic. Give me the map, I can try to find it. She lowered her head, clutching the edge of her clothes tightly. Her perfect appearance now looked unbearably nervous. Xiao Xiao frowned. With such boldness, you won't survive long in the apocalypse. Come over, sit on my lap. The atmosphere immediately tensed. Tang Muqing quickly went to get the map and handed it over. Chunling sneered but didn't dare to ask more. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xia Qianmei blushed as she sat down. This time, she didn't tremble. Look up, look at me. She barely raised her eyes but did not dare to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, I'm scared. As soon as the words fell, cold sweat had already broken out on her forehead. The immense psychological pressure made her feel like she had fought a battle. Sweat soaked her shirt, and her whole body trembled. Xiao Xiao was not distracted by her distress. He had already seen through the problem. You're not afraid of men. You were bullied as a child, right? Those words stabbed into her heart like a knife, and she shuddered violently. No one helps you, and you don't dare to resist, so you become more and more afraid of people. Misandry is just an excuse you give yourself. She finally broke down, looking up and howling. I want to resist, but there are 7 or 8 of them, and how can I fight alone? They call me fat, call me ugly, but I clearly haven't done anything wrong. She cried bitterly in his arms, years of grievances erupting all at once. Xiao Xia calmly asked, that was before. Now you have talent. What is there to fear? Mentioning talent, she cried even harder. My ability can only heal. It can't be used for fighting at all. I can still only be bullied. She originally thought the apocalypse would be her chance to turn things around, but she got an ability with no offensive power, which is even more cruel than before. Who says healing is useless? Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears. Have you heard of a curse? She froze, quietly saying she didn't want others to touch her. Xiao Xiao shook his head. That's not what I meant. Healing can backfire and hurt people too. Haven't you thought about that? For the first time, a light flickered in her eyes. But that is the ability of the rose. The rose was her second personality, split off for self-preservation. Xiao Xia shook his head, pointing at her body. You both share one body. If she can do it, there's no way you can't. There is only one explanation. You two are at odds, and your power has been forcibly split in half. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianmei was left speechless. I can feel that she often wants to kill. She says I'm too soft and unsuited to solving problems. We even fight when we sleep. At this moment, she finally regarded Xiao Xia as her only support. It was this choice that rewrote the dark first half of her life. What to do about bullying? People from the previous life would say, go to the parents, go to the teachers. And the result? The teacher calls the other party over and makes them apologize in front of you. You can only nod and say it's okay. But once they turn away, they only get worse. This is easy to handle. Xiao Xia withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Tell me, where do they live? When others bully you, the most direct way is to push back. And this kind of thing, he was too familiar with. You want to help me get revenge? Xia Qianmei couldn't believe it. It's not me, it's you. Xiao Xia pointed at her, smiling meaningfully. He didn't say much, but she understood. He wanted her to settle old scores with her own hands. The humiliation endured over the years, she could finally take back. Do you still remember the address? Yes. I'll never forget it for a lifetime. This time, her eyes no longer looked away, only determination remained. All right, after breakfast tomorrow, we'll go out and get things done along the way. Now go downstairs and rest. His tone was casual and indifferent. But Xia Qianmei suddenly panicked. She thought he found her dirty. The ones who bullied me back then were all girls. No one ever touched me. This is my first time, she hurriedly explained. Before she finished speaking, he pressed his finger against her lips. You're only at the first level. Your body is too weak. You'll die, he said very seriously. She was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Tang Muqing cleared her throat and quietly added, he's not lying to you. With his, it really can improve strength. She recalled certain scenes, her face turning red. But your level is too low. You can't withstand the energy. You will be crushed to death. Xia Qianmei finally understood. Simply put, she was too weak. If she forced it now, she would really lose her life. When will it be possible? She stared at Xiao Xia, her tone straightforward. To others, it might seem like a small matter, but to Xia Qianmei, this was a top priority. Such an excellent man. Missing him once, she would regret it for a lifetime. At least third tier, the same level as Ling Ling and Mu Qing. Or you can cut it into black roses and let her do it for you. Xiao Xia just said it casually, not expecting her to take it seriously. Xia Qianmei immediately nodded and silently called on the black rose. Before he could speak again, the black rose had already taken over the body. Leaving all the good things to me? Little sister really knows how to be sensible. She smiled suggestively, staring intently at Xiao Xia. Let's go. She grabbed his hand, her tone ambiguous. Chunling suddenly rushed over and pulled her away. Get down. I'm the boss here. After saying that, she directly leapt into Xiao Xia's arms, declaring her claim. Xiao Xia smiled helplessly and led the three upstairs. Before long, ambiguous sounds echoed again in the villa, and this time from three people. Early the next morning, the three got up to make breakfast for Xiao Xia. Xia Qianmei felt everything from last night. Although she wasn't the one in charge, the sensations were clearly shared. Her conclusion was summed up in 4 words: ecstatic to the point of losing control. High until midnight, both personalities couldn't hold on. Just as she was blushing and savoring the moment, Chunling hugged her from behind. Thinking about a man? She was so scared she almost dropped the bread. Don't scare her. Be careful or the black rose will come out to deal with you, Tang Muqing said with a smile. Sister Qianmei is nothing like that woman. I was dizzy last night, and she still told Xiao Xia not to stop. It made me so angry. As soon as these words were spoken, both of their faces flushed bright red. Getting red just from a few words. How boring. Chunling pouted and went off to fry the meat patties. Once she left, the atmosphere finally calmed down. Qianmei, were you really very fat before? Tang Muqing looked her up and down, disbelief written all over her face. I was raised by my grandfather. He passed away when I was in elementary school. At that time, I developed early, was very fat, and had acne all over my face. It really wasn't good looking. On top of that, I was introverted, so the girls who were leaders at school always liked to pick on me. Xia Qianmei slowly began to talk about the past. To avoid them, I transferred schools in high school and desperately tried to lose weight. It wasn't until college that my weight finally stabilized. After graduation, I opened a flower shop. Before the apocalypse, I always took care of it. At this point, she smiled. That day when Xiao Xia came to find me, I knew he was my destiny. After hearing this, Tang Muqing's gaze turned cold. Some people are born vicious, always picking on the weak. Don't be afraid. We'll help you take it back soon. When dealing with people like this, she and Chunling have always been straightforward and ruthless. Making mistakes is your business. Forgiving is God's business. Xiao Xia is responsible for sending people to meet God. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xia spread out the map. Before taking revenge, first confirm the location of the intelligence headquarters. By the time we return, it will be just completed. Xia Qianmei looked around and pointed to a residential area by the river. Building it outside the shelter is safer. The intelligence is too sensitive. It's also close, so we can support quickly if something happens. She spoke plainly, without the shyness she had yesterday. Xiao Xia nodded. Is that it? The feeling of being acknowledged made her heart sweet. Chunling sent the map away and returned quickly. The three exchanged glances. Are you ready to make them despair? 10 minutes later. Shelter on the southern edge of the city. The guards patrolled listlessly. Old Zhang, did I play mahjong too late last night? I just saw someone sliding on a pile of dirt. You might as well say someone can fly. I really saw someone flying. Cut it out. Holy shit, someone really is flying over here. Old Zhang scoffed and turned his head. He really saw Xiao Xia and the others leisurely walking toward the shelter, even admiring the scenery as they went. Who in the apocalypse would be this relaxed? Someone unaware might think they were on a sightseeing trip. Survivors ahead, stop. Old Zhang raised a warning sign, not daring to shout for fear of attracting zombies. But they didn't even slow down and kept walking straight toward them. Don't panic. Our door is made of tempered steel. They can't get in. A companion whispered reassuringly. Just as the words fell, Tang Muqing squinted. A huge spike of earth suddenly shot out of the ground. instantly piercing the iron door that had withstood countless zombies, riddling it with holes. Old Zhang was momentarily stunned. It's okay. Even if it's pierced, the door is still there. The sentence was left unfinished. Chun Ling suddenly sprang up more than 10 meters high, gathering strength to deliver a punch amid the shocked gazes of the two. With Hu Ling's blessing, her strength was terrifyingly excessive. With a bang, the entire tempered steel door was blasted off, even the door frame shattered. Old Zhang was completely dumbfounded. No problem, Old Zhang, we still have. The companion was still mumbling. Old Zhang's temper exploded instantly, and he punched him in the face. Nothing at all. The important guests are already at the door, and you still don't get it? He landed a few more punches until the other dared not make a sound. Then he immediately jumped down from his post, wearing a wide smile as he approached. Esteemed guests, my apologies for the rudeness. Coming to Sanctuary number 7 in the southern part of the city, is there any instructions? He took a very low stance, able to bend and stretch as necessary. The third daughter stopped. Is there a woman named Lin Qing here? Chen Ling asked coldly. Old Zhang immediately pictured that pretentious figure. Isn't she one of the leader's women? Could they be here looking for their sister? Yes, yes, yes. Are you looking for her to catch up? Old Zhang smiled even more warmly. He still hadn't realized the problem. Yes, to catch up with her. Xia Qianmei smiled meaningfully. Where is she? I'll take you inside, Old Zhang said quickly, nodding. At this moment, Xiao Sha, who had been circling in the air, descended. You three go. I'll talk with him. End of this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. Someone suddenly fell from the sky, almost scaring Old Zhang to collapse on the ground. After the three women left, Old Zhang stared intently at Xiao Sha. His reconnaissance instincts went into overdrive, warning him that if he dared to make a wrong move, he would be reduced to ashes in the next second. This person definitely has the power to destroy a city. You looking for me? Old Zhang forced a smile, but his voice was trembling. Don't be nervous. I want to ask if you want to live differently. Xiao Sha said calmly while checking the panel. Zhang Yi. Level 1 Reconnaissance. Level 1 Shadow Power. Combat Power, 250. Talents. Danger Sense. Embrace the shadows. Evaluation, Weak. These two talents are perfect for gathering intelligence. But my leader won't agree. Before Old Zhang finished speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted behind him. He turned back and saw the leader had just rushed out of the shelter, only to be pierced by spikes and killed instantly. Now, Xiao Sha's tone was cold. Old Zhang's legs went weak and he dropped to his knees. I'll do whatever you ask. Xiao Sha casually threw out 21st level crystals. Absorb them, then go to the East City shelter to report, give my name. After speaking, he turned and flew away. Old Zhang looked at the crystal cores scattered on the ground, his heart in turmoil. Guarding the gate for 3 months, and not even as good as someone else's casual toss. Who wants to be a guard? Damn it. Elsewhere, Xiao Sha arrived before the three women made their move. Haha, Fat Xia, is this the man you found? He's as ugly as you. Xiao Sha touched his face, speechless inside. Before the apocalypse, everyone said he looked like Guanxi Yanzu. So how did he become ugly now? Qin Qing, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now you only know how to talk tough. Xia Qianmei raised her hand and slapped her, swelling her face. Facing the nightmare of the past, Xia Qianmei showed no retreat. If you have the guts, let me go. Qin Qing struggled desperately, her eyes vicious. Xia Qianmei was about to speak, but Xiao Sha stopped her. He walked up to Qin Qing, smiling gently. This is unreasonable. You used to gang up on others without giving a chance for one-on-one fights. Now you want to talk about rules? This sentence completely shattered Qin Qing's defenses. She first started cursing loudly, then shouted that she wanted to duel Xia Qianmei one-on-one. Xiao Sha was too lazy to listen to nonsense anymore. With this kind of person, action is more straightforward than words. Let's test your ability. I believe in you. He encouraged gently and gave up his spot. All right. Xia Qianmei walked up to Qin Qing, took a deep breath, and stared at her with disgust. Her ability activated, and a strong rose fragrance filled the air. Qin Qing laughed loudly. Is that it? Healing class. It doesn't hurt at all. The wound is almost healed. I really should thank you. Before she finished speaking, her smile froze. The original comfort instantly turned into a tearing pain. Her internal organs felt like they were being twisted fiercely, as if bugs were madly gnawing inside her flesh. She screamed and fell to her knees. Stop! Stop it now! She first scolded, then begged. I was wrong. Qianmei, I was wrong. Let me go. Her face twisted in pain, full of fear. But the toxin kept accumulating. Her skin quickly darkened, blood pouring from her mouth and nose, and she stopped breathing amid a piercing wail. Xia Qianmei looked on coldly, without a trace of hesitation. Only satisfaction. The images of being trampled and beaten by them in childhood shattered little by little. That kind of fear finally disappeared. She turned around, looking at the three behind her, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Thank you all. Chun Ling and Tang Muqing stepped forward to hug her, softly comforting her. Xiaoxia looked at the map and smiled faintly. This is only the first one. There are 6 more. The revenge had just begun. In the days that followed, they dealt with each one by one. Among the 7, 4 died at the hands of Xia Qianmei, and 2 turned into zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Now, only 1 remains. The one who led the bullying against her back then was Su Min. Before the apocalypse, Su Min lived in the west of the city. The 4 quickly rushed to the most chaotic area, the very place where Xiaoxia found Xia Qianmei and Tang Muqing. They searched every shelter in the west of the city, but still couldn't find Su Min. Everyone once thought she was already dead. Since they were here, they might as well check Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei's old home. Let's go to your place first, Xiaoxia said. All right, there were many things left behind last time. The group hurried to the duplex where Tang Muqing had lived before the apocalypse. As they reached the door, their smiles simultaneously froze. The door lock had been pried open. Logically, those in the shelter wouldn't need to pry open every nearby door. Those who survived until now all basically had resource exchange machines. Go upstairs and see if anything is missing, Xiaoxia instructed. Tang Muqing nodded and quickly came downstairs with several photos and a small pile of clothes. The fridge has been rifled through, but nothing else was touched. She looked puzzled. Xiaoxia noted it in his mind and looked again at Xia Qianmei. Let's go to your place and have a look. All right. They soon arrived at the flower shop. The flowers at the entrance had long since withered, making it impossible to tell their original appearance. My shop was broken into 2. Xia Qianmei frowned and went inside to check. When she came out, her conclusion was the same as Tang Muqing's. Only the kitchen is messy. Everything else is fine. This was indeed strange. Not close by, but only looking for food. Could it be that they come out at night? Chun Ling murmured. Then where do they live? Tang Muqing retorted. In the sewers. This sentence made Xiaoxia's heart sink. In the previous life, there were indeed awakened vampire-talented people who hid in the sewers to survive. Afraid of light, nocturnal, relying on blood-sucking to grow stronger, but essentially still human, they also need to eat. He suddenly looked at Xia Qianmei. Su Min, could she have turned into a vampire? Once vampires reach the 4th level, they can transform servants. So many houses have been broken into. It's very likely that a king-level vampire exists. In other words, there might be a group of vampires hiding in the sewers. Vampires really exist? Xia Qianmei was stunned. Most likely 4th level, and you might not be able to defeat them, Xiaoxia said as he walked to the street side. He looked down at the manhole cover. Sure enough, at the edge of every manhole cover, there were clear signs that they had been moved. In other words, these creatures are very active. Standing casually on the street at night could easily result in being ambushed by them. It seems we need to confirm whether the person we're looking for is among this group of vampires. He stared thoughtfully at the manhole covers one by one. The other 3 also began to plan their next move. After a moment of silence, Tang Muqing stepped forward, glanced at everyone, and calmly analyzed the situation. If we go down into the sewer to fight, my powers will be limited. Ling Ling mainly relies on brute strength, which also cannot be effective in such a narrow environment. After explaining her and Chun Ling's situation, she looked toward Xiaoxia and Xia Qianmei. You can fly and take a hit. She is good at using poison and strikes quickly. The 2 of you should go down. It's more suitable. The analysis was very clear. Xiaoxia, however, was dissatisfied. If he really had to go down with Xia Qianmei, no matter if there were 10,000 vampires, it still wouldn't be enough for him to kill. but they came out together. He couldn't possibly leave his woman waiting on the surface. Who's the brute woman? I'm Brother Zhao's little cutie. Chen Ling protested, tilting her head in objection. If they weren't outside, she would have already rushed over to teach Tang Mooching a lesson. Xiao Sha ignored their bickering. He assessed the situation and made a decision. Tonight, we'll stay overnight in the city center. Wait until they come out, then follow the trail. The three were stunned. Stay here? The environment is so bad. Where will we stay? All those houses have broken doors. It's not safe, Chen Ling whispered, afraid of being seen as a bother. Did you forget I have a magic pouch? Whatever you want, I have it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out tents, sleeping bags, firewood, and a barbecue grill from the air one by one. Nothing that was needed was missing. Right now, he was practically a mobile supermarket. You're way out of line. Is this for real? Camping is fine, but no cuddling tonight. I'm afraid we'll wake up the monsters. Lingling, I'll help you set up the tent. Don't touch around. It'll be done soon. The three of them worked busily for a while. For tents, 2 bonfires, quickly set up. Their barbecue smelled delicious. Outside the East City shelter, an uninvited guest appeared. Hey, there's a little girl approaching over there. What's going on? The guard whispered a warning. The other person immediately looked over. Sure enough, he saw a little girl no taller than 1.6 meters. Her face was dirty, but it couldn't hide her delicate and adorable features. She really is just a child. Why is she wandering outside alone? He was stunned. Under the watchful eyes of 2 guards, the little girl slowly walked to the shelter outside the east gate of the city. Is Xiao Sha here? She lifted her dusty little face and asked quietly. Hearing that she was looking for Xiao Sha, the guards became nervous immediately. They didn't dare to open the door, but threw out an unopened bottle of water. Drink some water first. We'll go get someone. The little girl picked up some water and drank it in big gulps, then sat down against the fence. Before long, a man wearing glasses and a suit arrived. In the apocalypse, this kind of outfit stood out sharply. May I ask your name? What business do you have with Xiao Sha? He asked politely. My name is Tan Yu. I am his younger sister. What? Xiao Sha's sister. That's right. She was Tan Yu, who possessed the immortal phoenix talent. Unable to find anyone to take her away from H City, she could only come to seek out Xiao Sha. Not knowing what identity to claim, she had no choice but to say she was his sister. Xiao Sha left this morning. Could she be a newly acknowledged sister? The man in the suit pushed up his glasses, feeling conflicted. Wang Ming had instructed that any woman looking for Xiao Sha should be let through immediately. But was this little girl really a woman? Hesitating for a moment, he decided to let the person in first. At this moment, Tan Yu suddenly spoke. Is Xiao Sha really here or not? He was supposed to brush it off, but when he met the fierce fire in her eyes, his mind went blank. Hey, left this morning with a woman, said they were going on a trip, probably won't be back for 2 or 3 days. Tan Yu felt her heart explode. She had gone through so much trouble to find him, and he was actually going on a trip? Wasn't it said that he often bullied women? How could he still go out and have fun with one? West central of the city. Nightfall. Xiao Sha set up a tent with 4 women, lit the charcoal fire, beer paired with barbecue skewers, and laughter never stopped. If it weren't for the ruins and monsters all around, who would have thought this was the apocalypse? While others desperately fought to survive, he leisurely barbecued in the heart of a city overrun by monsters. Soon, the commotion from their barbecue attracted quite a few monsters. However, Xiao Sha didn't even put down his skewer. Holding a meat skewer in his mouth and the sky-cleaving axe in hand, he swung fiercely around. The axe light flashed wildly, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The monster's roars quickly came to an end. When he put away his weapon and came back, only a pile of debris was left on the ground. Mutant rats, mutant cats, mutant wolf dogs, mutant cockroaches. Within 500 meters, all who dared to approach were dead. Killed 22 second-level creatures, 19 first-level creatures, did not trigger the Lord of Slaughtered. Bloodthirsty wings absorb essence blood. Progress increased to 0.01%. I'm only 3rd level, and the progress just increased by this little? Xiao Sha bit into the meat skewer, frowning. These wings are becoming more and more picky. When he reaches 4th level, is he really going to have to hunt 5th or 6th level creatures every day? But H City simply can't raise that kind of monster. He kills too fiercely. The monsters are wiped out before they can grow in number. Without enough quantity, their level can't increase. Unless a meteor falls from the sky. The alien energy brought by such a thing can instantly boost weak monsters. But the probability is pitifully low. Brother Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? You're not thinking about something exciting, are you? Let me make it clear. I'm not going out there to play with you. That's too weird. Chun-Ling said this while covering her chest, as if to ward off a wolf. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Muqing tapped her with a bamboo skewer. Chun-Ling was about to retaliate. In the firelight, several figures slowly approached. Huh? Vampires? She jumped up suddenly, adopting a fighting stance. She might be reckless, but her vigilance wasn't lacking. Ordinary people, Xia Qianmei said calmly. If there were really any danger, Xiao Xia would have acted already. She had only been with him for a few days, but she understood clearly. This man would never let danger get close to them. That sense of security was almost addictive. As the figures approached, Chun-Ling also got a clear look. One man and two women, all first tier. Their clothes were tattered, obviously scavengers who hadn't entered the shelter. Wow, you eat this much. Anyway, you can't finish it all. Let us help you out. The gray denim-clad woman walking at the front spoke righteously. The air instantly grew cold. All four of them were stunned. Hey, aren't you being a bit too familiar? Asking for food right off the bat. Who said we're giving you any? Chun-Ling stood up and blocked the three of them. If you can't finish it, what's wrong with sharing some? It's the apocalypse. Don't be so wasteful. The other side was unrelenting. Xiao Xia drank while watching the drama unfold, wanting to see how they would end up. If you want to eat, fine, but trade a tier 3 crystal core for a piece of meat. Chun-Ling stretched out her hand, looking serious. You're robbing me? The other party's face turned green. A tier 3 crystal core is enough for several meals in the shelter. Who would trade one for a skewer of meat? Buy it or not, I'm begging you. Chun-Ling smiled even more teasingly. The three immediately fell silent. In the apocalypse, moral coercion no longer works. Just wait, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later, bitten to death by monsters. The woman left a harsh threat and was about to leave. Chun-Ling's expression darkened. Threaten and then try to leave? No way it's that easy. She exchanged a glance with Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei. The next second, 3 pillars of rock suddenly shot up from the ground, blocking the 3 people's way. The other party's face instantly turned pale. We're just asking for some food. Is that necessary? The woman in jeans turned around, trembling on the surface but secretly plotting revenge. Once she got free, she would lure the monsters over so they could all die together. Stop pretending and hand over all the crystal cores. Otherwise, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies, Chun-Ling said as she reached into the woman's pocket. 2 people behind her quietly drew their knives, planning a sneak attack. Before the knives were fully drawn, the woman in jeans suddenly threw back her head and shouted wildly. Ah, that yell even made Xiao Xia laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm shouting so loudly. Creatures will be attracted any moment. We'll all die together. No one is escaping. She looked completely insane. But Chun-Ling and the others just stared at her like she was an idiot. What are you pretending to be calm for? Scared me when you're about to die? She snorted coldly. Chun-Ling rubbed her forehead and said lightly, Sis, can you look around before you speak? The woman was stunned. Look around? Isn't it just a bunch of wood? But when she looked down, her expression instantly stiffened. That pile of blackened wood was not wood at all, but the corpses of monsters. At first she didn't believe it, but when the smell of blood hit her nose, she completely panicked. Who exactly are you? She stared at Chun-Ling, her voice trembling. Chun-Ling originally had no intention of killing anyone, but they actually wanted to die together with the monster. Xiao Xia was still watching from behind. They absolutely could not leave any survivors. Chun-Ling clenched her fists and, together with Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei, closed in. Before she could even make a move, rock spikes burst from the ground, and a sudden floral fragrance spread. The pair of men and women behind the woman instantly collapsed, not even having time to scream. The woman watched her teammates be killed instantly. Terrified, she stumbled backward and fell hard to the ground. You can't kill me. My master is very strong. You definitely can't beat him. She wildly waved her hands, as if that could block the attack. Chun-Ling didn't bother with words, throwing a punch. A burst of immense force exploded. The woman was directly blasted away, like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the wall before stopping. What master? Can he beat me, Brother Xiao? Chen Ling snorted coldly at the rubble, then turned back to continue roasting skewers. Though they said they were eating, all three were actually waiting for Xiao Sha to speak. He hadn't moved at all just now. He must have had some thoughts. Xiao Sha bit off a large piece of meat, chewed it slowly, and only then looked at them. Well done. In the apocalypse, leaving no survivors is the safest. The three women finally breathed a sigh of relief. I wanted to kill them right from the start. Chun Ling blew on the skewer, murmuring softly, "Just afraid you'd say I'm too ruthless, not like a girl." "Oh, why did you want to act right from the start?" Xiao Sha asked. He knew Chen Ling wasn't actually stupid, just usually too playful. Chen Ling rolled her eyes. "Think about it. Camping in a place like this late at night, they're not strong. So why would they dare come near us? Either they are scouts from the shelter or desperados. Either way, they don't mean well. Only people like that would dare bark in front of the four of us." These words were basically all correct. The reason Xiao Sha didn't make a move was because he saw through their background with his eagle eyes. On the surface, they were first-level humans from Wandering City. But in reality, they were low-level blood slaves who supplied blood specifically to vampires. These blood slaves are usually responsible for gathering food and intelligence, then delivering it back to the vampire's lair. You guessed right. They are sentinels, but sentinels for the vampires, Xiao Sha said, raising his hand to stroke Chen Ling's head. Chen Ling looked completely content, eating while leaning into his embrace. Before long, she had snuggled into his arms and made a triumphant face at Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei. Tang Muqing felt a chill run down her spine. She also wanted to lean over and let him stroke her head. But she couldn't bring herself to be so coquettish. "I want to be stroked too, ahem. I mean, if those blood slaves die, will the vampires come after us?" She blushed and quickly corrected herself. "If I'm not mistaken, their master already knows. There is a bloodline connection between the blood slave and the master." Xiao Sha was stroking Chen Ling's head while looking towards the manhole cover not far away. Xia Qianmei and Tang Muqing also followed his gaze. In the darkness, the shadow of the manhole cover flickered faintly. The four of them stared at it, the atmosphere suffocating like the opening of a horror movie. Meanwhile, 100 meters deep underground, deep within the sewer, there was a massive base established by vampires. At the center of the base, a vampire with blood-colored flesh wings sat on the throne. She looked down at the densely packed subordinates below. She was the vampire queen, a fourth-rank gifted human, and also Su Min, who had bullied Xia Qianmei back then. Originally asleep, she suddenly opened her crimson eyes. "I sensed 3 blood slaves died in the city center. Who did it?" "Your Majesty, I will investigate immediately." A pale-faced male vampire bowed and accepted the order. Su Min nodded. Soon, he returned with news. "Queen, those 3 blood slaves were killed by 3 very powerful humans." No sooner had the words fallen than Su Min flew into a rage and stood up. Blood-red wings suddenly spread wide. "Who in the west of the city doesn't know my name? Who dares lay a hand on my people and my territory?" She was the only 4th-tier powerhouse in the west of the city. Who would dare challenge her authority? She wanted the entire west of the city to fear her. Before the apocalypse, she was the student council president. During dorm inspections, no one dared talk back. That feeling of controlling everything, she had never forgotten it. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I will immediately send someone to deal with those outsiders and show them your power." Her subordinate, terrified of being drained, hurriedly knelt down. "Send the strongest 2nd-tier squad over and wipe them out completely," she said coldly. "And what about tonight's food? Why hasn't it been delivered yet?" "Almost here. It's already being prepared." Hearing that she was about to eat, the others immediately stepped back. Su Min loved to eat live creatures. As long as she wasn't full, anything that moved in front of her would be drained. Unfortunately, she messed with Xiao Sha's woman, so this meal became her last. Her subordinates carried in a bound young girl. The girl was delicate and gentle-looking, her eyes full of fear. Su Min spread her flesh wings and landed in front of her, then stomped on her face. "What good is being beautiful? Without protection, you're still going to be drained by me." She sneered coldly as she stepped. That delicate face made her feel suffocated. She hated more than anything for others to be more attractive than her, and also hated others for being stronger than her. In her eyes, people like that only have one way out: death. Little sister, wait. I'll drain you dry until you become a desiccated corpse. Let's see who dares to look at you again, she whispered close to the girl's ear. The girl was so scared that her eyes went blank. She immediately felt bored. Don't look this good in your next life. As the words fell, she leaned down, revealing fangs, ready to pierce the girl's heart. That boiling hot blood was her favorite taste. Report to the queen. A panicked shout broke in. Su Min's face darkened instantly. She looked up and stared at the intruding subordinate. A shadow flashed. Before the subordinate could react, his chest was pierced, blood spurting wildly. Looking for death, she pulled out his heart and crushed it before his eyes. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Still not satisfied, she tore the corpse in half again. The scene was extremely bloody. The people guarding outside the base turned pale when they saw this. The two were so scared that they desperately ran out, afraid that Su Min would go mad and tear them apart too. But just a few seconds after flying out, they ran into an even higher-ranked vampire, whose face was pale and expression panicked. Where is the queen? Something serious has happened. He blocked the entrance and urgently asked. The queen has gone mad. She just tore old Yang into pieces. How can we dare go back? One of them said with a mournful face. Trash, get lost. The high-ranked vampire kicked them aside and rushed straight towards Su Min. When he arrived at the base entrance, Su Min had already vented her anger and was standing in front of the throne with a calm face. A pool of blood and flesh on the ground was still warm, proving that the two men hadn't lied. Your Majesty, the second-tier squad we sent out has been completely wiped out. His throat tightened as he knelt to report. Su Min was already furious, and upon hearing this, she exploded instantly. If second tier won't do, then send third tier. You come to bother me with such trivial matters. Have you had enough of living? Her bloodshot eyes locked onto him, the murderous intent overwhelming. The man broke out in a cold sweat and could only nod repeatedly before turning around to flee for his life. 5 minutes later, Su Min's anger slowly subsided, but she noticed something unusual. Her contracted blood slaves were disappearing one by one. Even the third-tier subordinate from just now lost contact. Who has broken into the west side of the city? She suppressed her emotions and began to assess the situation. A third tier killing another third tier in seconds was not surprising, but she had a total of 12 third-tier blood slaves under her command. In the blink of an eye, 10 had already gone missing. This was not a coincidence. It was a complete domination. The Xiao Xia from the east of the city? The girl from the north? Or the puppeteer from the south? She licked her lips. As the controller of the underground, she had control over the movements in all districts of H City. The one from the south basically never left their territory. The girl from the north was busy finding someone to cross the bridge and wouldn't run around recklessly. Only the killing god from the east loved to roam everywhere the most. The blood-clothed killing god, not someone to provoke. A wary look flashed in her eyes. Su Min dared to mess with anyone, except Xiao Xia. According to intelligence, he was ridiculously powerful. The entire population of humans in H City combined probably couldn't stop him. Not probably, definitely. As long as I don't provoke him, he probably won't harm me. However, I still have to go and apologize, just to go through the motions. She was well aware of Xiao Xia's temper, but she was unaware of one fatal fact. Xia Qianmei was the chubby girl she had led in bullying when they were children. Now, she was standing right beside Xiao Xia. Su Min, still unaware of the danger, spread her wings and headed straight for the sewer. She used her body to push open the manhole cover and soared into the air. Following the bloody scent in the air, she quickly found the camp where Xiao Xia and his group were. Seeing 3 beautiful women surrounding Xiao Xia, her heart turned sour with fierce jealousy, cursing silently. She kicked aside the corpse of a female slave at her feet and called out calmly, "Lord Xiao Xia, this is a misunderstanding." Chunling frowned, about to step forward. Xiao Xia raised his hand to stop her, his tone gentle. "I'll handle it, you rest." She nodded and stepped back. Xiao Xia dropped the skewers and finally got serious. A 4th-level vampire, with fleshy wings spread wide. He had originally intended to probe casually, but the moment his eagle eyes caught the name, His expression turned cold. Qianmei, stand up. Your childhood demon has arrived. Xia Qianmei suddenly stood up, her gaze sharp as a knife. But Su Min felt a chill all over, as if she had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Fear crawled from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Even her blood was trembling. Is this a misunderstanding? I don't know your woman. She forced a smile, pretending to be innocent. Do you remember the fat girl you used to bully at H City 6th Elementary School? Xia Qianmei asked coldly. Su Min was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the three women. None of them were fat, so she felt a bit relieved. When I was a child, I didn't understand things. Calling her a fat pig to death wasn't intentional. If she's still alive, I can apologize. She said it lightly, as if talking about something insignificant. Xia Qianmei sneered coldly. I am the fat pig you're always talking about. Su Min's face instantly turned pale, her heart sinking completely. She stared at Xia Qianmei for a long time, and no matter how she looked, she was no different from the chubby girl in her memory. Qianmei, can you please stop bringing up things from childhood? She forced a smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. But the enemy who bullied her for years back then was now standing here pretending to be sincere. How could Xia Qianmei possibly forgive her? I want you dead, she screamed, the scent of roses inside her suddenly bursting out. The strong floral fragrance overwhelmed everything, enveloping everyone present. After confirming the other party had inhaled enough of the fragrance, Xia Qianmei suddenly detonated the toxin. Die! She stared fixedly at Su Min. With a pop, Su Min secretly slapped herself, forced out a mouthful of blood, and pretended to be seriously injured. The mistakes of childhood aren't worth fighting to the death over. She weakly looked at Xiao Sha. Sir, I'm already hurt. Let's call it quits here. Before she finished speaking, she flapped her wings, trying to escape. Xiao Sha sneered, his figure flashing as he blocked her path. A cold gleam flashed by. The two flesh wings on her back were neatly severed. She didn't let you leave? How dare you leave? Xiao Sha hung in the air, looking down at her. Su Min's face was pale, but she still insisted. She's only first level. Even if she injures me, that little poison can't kill me. Indeed, it's almost impossible for a first level to cross 3 levels to kill a 4th level. What about the 3rd level? A strange voice sounded behind her. Su Min abruptly turned around. The floral fragrance on Xia Qianmei suddenly surged, several times stronger than before. A sense of death instantly rushed to her forehead. She gritted her teeth and pulled out her last trump card, a bronze pocket watch. Almost at the same time, Xiao Sha whispered 2 words. Blood prison. The blood-colored space suddenly expanded, trapping everyone inside. Su Min frantically pressed the pocket watch, but there was no response. Under the suppression of the blood prison, her breath grew weaker and weaker. She knew that she couldn't survive, but if she was going to die, she would take someone down with her. If I die, you fat pig, don't even think about living. She suddenly burst up, her claws slashing straight at Black Rose's face. However, the claws stopped in midair, unable to come down any further. When you were kids, you loved ganging up on others. Now it's your turn to taste it. Xiao Sha pinned her down firmly with blood prison, smiling easily. Black Rose raised her hand and slapped her hard, striking her pale face fiercely. The crisp sound cracked sharply, and Su Min's eyes were full of rage, as if she wanted to tear the person apart. You deserve this day too? Black Rose's curses grew harsher and harsher, striking continuously with both hands, hitting nonstop. If it weren't for her thick skin and flesh, her face would have already swollen up like a pig's head. Getting excited, she called Tang Muqing and Chun Ling over, and the 3 of them mercilessly beat the immobilized Su Min. The humiliation suffered back then was fully returned at this moment. After more than 10 minutes, Su Min, relying on her vampire constitution, was almost unharmed. Is that all you've got? You fat pig, if you've got the guts, don't rely on Xiao Sha, kill me yourself. She was still laughing wildly. Black Rose's face darkened. The gap was clear, they really couldn't kill her. The air suddenly froze. Xiao Sha spoke lightly in midair. Who said she can't? Black Rose, let Qianmei come out. I'll suppress her to 1st rank and let Qianmei finish her off with her own hands. As soon as the words fell, Black Rose laughed loudly and immediately switched back to Xia Qianmei. Su Min looked up, disbelief all over her face. Impossible. I'm 4th level. How can you? Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her strength draining wildly. In the blink of an eye, she was crushed down to the weakest 1st level. Xia Qianmei stepped on her head with a cold face, slowly releasing the fragrance within her body. At that moment, Su Min finally became afraid. So this was what it felt like to be pinned down and tortured. But she had no way out anymore. In less than 5 seconds, the once towering vampire queen, the ruler of the underground dark web in H City, bled from her mouth and nose and died on the spot. Watching the nightmare of her childhood die in the same way, Xia Qianmei was completely dazed. If it weren't for Xiao Sha sensing something was wrong and holding her in advance, she would have already collapsed. She was breathing rapidly, her expression complicated. Pinch me. I feel like I can't catch my breath. She grabbed Xiao Sha, her voice trembling. Xiao Sha didn't react immediately. She simply took his hand, pressed it against her chest, and even pressed down hard. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. She let out a soft hum, and her tense emotions finally began to dissipate slowly. As her breathing rose and fell, the warmth in Xiao Sha's palm also climbed steadily. Ahem, you should let go now. Didn't you see Ling Ling's murderous look? Xiao Sha quickly found an excuse to pull his hand back. Xia Qianmei took a deep breath, and the complex emotions on her face finally faded away. When emotions reach an extreme, the body often loses control. The first time Ling saw him slaughter zombies, she also vomited until she could barely stand. Xia Qianmei was just overly excited because her great hatred had been avenged. Only after she fully recovered did Xiao Sha look towards Tang Muqing and Ling behind them. Stop pouting. If you won't, then how about you come and pinch too? He teased with a smile. Tang Muqing's face instantly turned red. Ling looked down at herself, then compared the two of them, instantly becoming furious. She swung her fist toward Xiao Sha, shouting, "You've been staring at them all along. Being shorter is pretty cute too. Don't call me short. They're the abnormal ones." Ling's flustered appearance made Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei laugh. Normally, she wasn't bad, but she was directly crushed by the two. "All right, pack up and go home," Xiao Sha said, grasping her face to stop her from making a fuss. Ling snorted and obediently went to organize the skewers. Soon, all usable items were packed into the backpack. The three women stood apart, ready to leave. Xia Qianmei's flashing distance was limited, so she could only follow Tang Muqing sliding on the ground. Ling copied the sliding technique to move together. Although a bit slower, she was still incredibly fast. Watching them zoom across the ground, Xiao Sha felt a bit of itchiness. If he couldn't fly, he'd want to try this kind of thrill too. Heading home, Ling shouted. Each showing their own skills, the group set off on their journey back. Early the next morning, Xiao Sha looked at the three exhausted women on the bed, shook his head, and stepped outside. He had planned to go to bed early last night. But Ling and Xia Qianmei insisted on competing, pulling Tang Muqing along, and they ended up making noise the entire night. "Hundredfold constitution, truly deadly," he murmured. Then he took breakfast out of his backpack and went to the backyard to eat slowly. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly noticed someone approaching the villa. The footsteps were light and familiar, most likely the few kids who usually delivered messages to him. Coming this early, something must have happened. He put down his breakfast and flew straight to the door. In midair, he saw a blurry figure. But the more he looked, the more something felt off. "Tan Yu? Why is it you?" Landing and taking a closer look, it was indeed the undying Phoenix Queen who always liked to mock him. Xiao Sha looked puzzled. "I have something to ask of you. As long as you're willing to help, I'll agree to anything. That kind of thing is also possible, just don't be too rough." Her face flushed like it was on fire, and she trembled nervously after speaking. Xiao Sha's mind became even more confused. "Wait, first make yourself clear." He studied her for a long time, even using his ability to confirm her identity. After confirming she was really Tan Yu, he frowned and asked, "Weren't you in the northern part of the city? You came here alone." Tan Yu lowered her head and said nothing. "Hey, talk." He poked her forehead, thinking about how in the previous life she always called him useless. But now she came to beg him. Xiao Sha felt secretly pleased. Although she had helped him fend off enemies back then, her arrogant attitude always made him uncomfortable. "I want to go to City G." Tanyu suddenly knelt down. I beg you to take me. I'm willing to do anything. Her eyes were red, looking pitiful and vulnerable. Xiao Sha quickly helped her up, suppressing the chaotic thoughts. What are you going to G-City for? My younger sister studies there. She is my only family. These words instantly wiped the ease off his face. In the previous life, Tanyu never mentioned a younger sister. She either met with an accident long ago or became a zombie before the apocalypse. Moreover, G-City was the second place to experience a zombie outbreak after the great destruction of H-City. He knew in his heart that her sister was likely in a dire situation, but he wouldn't voice his suspicions. After all, he couldn't be sure, and he hadn't seen that person in the 5 years since. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Going is fine, but I have conditions. This sentence made Tanyu so excited she almost jumped up. Then let's set off immediately. She grabbed Xiao Sha's hand and was about to leave, not even bothering to listen to the conditions. But Xiao Sha stood still, a vaguely ambiguous smile lingering on the corner of his mouth. Can you wait until I get back to talk? I need to make sure my sister is safe first. She looked at him pitifully. She also thought that Xiao Sha wanted to have some kind of relationship with her, which was why he was willing to take her to find someone. Obviously, she was oversimplifying it. You're anxious, I understand. But I also have to be responsible for the survivors in the East City shelter. If we're not ready, I won't leave. He put away his smile, speaking seriously. G-City is 500 kilometers from H-City. Even if he could fly, he couldn't make the trip back and forth every day. Moreover, this time when he goes over, he wants to investigate the source of the corpse tide. Since H-City was destroyed, he has suspected it wasn't an accident. There must be someone controlling things behind the scenes. Sorry, I was too impulsive. Tanyu gritted her teeth and then whispered. Then now. Do it, so your woman won't misunderstand. She thought this was a deal, but Xiao Sha pulled her back. When did I ever say that I wanted that? Do you like men? The condition I mentioned was not about sleeping with you. What is that? He leaned close to her ear and said a few words. Tanyu froze completely. Are you sure? You want me to be your family's maid? Or the permanent clothes attendant kind? She looked utterly shocked. A maid isn't a slave. Just taking care of daily life and helping out a bit. Xiao Sha spoke very earnestly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Tanyu clenched her fists, struggled for a long time, but still nodded. That was her only younger sister. She had no way out. When do we leave? She asked softly. In 3 days. I'll take you to G-City. 1 hour later. Tanyu wore a delicate maid outfit, holding a broom, standing in the villa's living room. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only lower her head and clean. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. I was just about to go up to the 3rd floor when I bumped into Chun Ling, who was only in her underwear and yawning. She squinted her eyes and muttered, wondering if she had woken up too abruptly since she saw a little maid sweeping the floor, and she also complained about Xiao Sha being uncontrolled last night. Tanyu obediently moved aside. Chun Ling rubbed her head, thanked her, and went downstairs. Tanyu thought everything was fine and was about to continue working. Unexpectedly, Chun Ling suddenly realized something, abruptly turned around, and rushed over to stare at her. He finally made a move on the little girl. Has Xiao Sha gone mad? She shouted, calling out Xia Qianmei and Tang Muqing. As soon as the two stepped outside, they saw Chun Ling holding Tanyu's hand, her face filled with grief and indignation. Chun Ling cried, saying that Xiao Sha no longer wanted her and had found someone younger to replace her. Tanyu's face flushed, and she hurriedly explained that she was only there to be a maid. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, so the three had to pull them apart. The 4 women sat together on the living room sofa. Chun Ling was loudmouthed, but she was really just venting her emotions. Yet the 3 still looked at Tanyu with suspicion. She was petite and looked too innocent. Tanyu could only explain again that she came to work as a maid to seek Xiao Sha's help. Chun Ling didn't believe it, jumping up to complain that Xiao Sha never let women enter the villa casually, and that back then Xia Qianmei had also claimed she was there to gather information, only to end up in his room. Tang Muqing quickly pulled her back, fearing she would say something even more outrageous. Chun Ling was wild-tempered, and only Tang Muqing could keep her in check. Xia Qianmei walked over to Tanyu, took the broom from her hand, and spoke calmly. Tanyu right. Lingling is right. Xiao Sha wouldn't just bring a woman in casually. There must be something on you that attracts him. He just hasn't said it. Tan Yu didn't argue, but her view of Xiao Sha did soften a little. Just a little. 2 days passed quickly. In these 2 days, Xiao Sha didn't touch her, and she slept next door. In his eyes, she was nothing more than a maid who would come whenever called. But Chun Ling and the others treated her like a sister. Whenever they had free time, they would come to chat with her. Although 8 out of 10 sentences were reminders to be careful of Xiao Sha, at least she wasn't lonely. Xia Qianmei was busy setting up an intelligence network, and Chun Ling occasionally went to help. Tang Muqing was more straightforward, dragging her around for off-road rides, like true sisters. Only Xiao Sha, besides making ridiculous demands like washing his feet, handing him a toothbrush, or passing him towels after a bath, he hardly did any proper work. Are you going to visit your sister tomorrow? Tang Muqing asked while eating at the table. Tan Yu nodded and stole a glance at Xiao Sha once more. She was really afraid he would change his mind at the last minute, making these past 2 days of enduring humiliation all for nothing. Don't worry, they're all 4th level now. I have no reason not to take you, Xiao Sha said, propping his chin with his hand and smiling casually. Over these 3 days, he used up 1/3 of the crystal cores to push the 3 women all to 4th level. He gave another 1/3 to Wang Ming to train core members. The remainder was kept in reserve. Going to G City, whether to win people over or exchange intelligence, they would come in handy. Hey, Ye is so young. You better not mess around, Chun Ling suddenly warned. Xiao Sha raised an eyebrow. What kind of person is he? It's really hard to say. That phrase from his past life, men are useless, had already taken root in his heart. But if she really didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. These past few days of bossing her around had already vented most of his anger. I'm not that beastly. She gives me attitude every day. How could I touch her? Xiao Sha said with a smile. Tan Yu felt unconvinced. She gave attitude because he always made her do shameful things. If he treated her the way he treated those 3 women, she might actually be moved. It's safe here, comfortable, with plenty of food, and someone to keep company. Anyone would be touched under these circumstances. Take it easy. Ye is still little. Something could happen. Tang Muqing looked at Xiao Sha with concern. In their eyes, letting Tan Yu face him alone was basically a death sentence. We're out looking for my sister, not that kind of relationship, Tan Yu hurriedly explained. The atmosphere was supposed to end there. Chun Ling sneered coldly. Brother Xiao is the best at flirting. Yeah, don't be too confident. Who am I flirting with? Obviously, you all made the first move. Nonsense, you're the one hitting on us. Then who said they wanted to be my mistress? You shut up, I never said that. The crowd started making a fuss, and Chun Ling's face turned bright red with anger. That meal finally came to an end. Tan Yu liked to take walks, so after saying goodbye, she went out. 2 hours later, she returned to the villa. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chun Ling lying on the sofa in disheveled clothes, her face unnaturally flushed. Tan Yu awkwardly tucked the blanket around her and was about to go wash her face. When she opened the bathroom door, she saw Xiao Sha and Tang Muqing standing inside, looking at her with ambiguous expressions. Her face instantly flushed red. She slammed the door shut and rushed back to her room. She slept straight through until early morning. She woke up in the middle of the night, thinking that she probably wouldn't run into anyone again. Just as she approached the bathroom, the familiar voices came again. She was already numb. Pushing the door open, she saw Xiao Sha and Xia Qianmei tangled up in the bathtub. Xia Qianmei looked like she couldn't hold on anymore. This kind of intensity could only be from the black rose. You guys continue. I'm going to the bathroom, she said expressionlessly and left after finishing. But once back in her room, she couldn't fall asleep anymore. The words at the dinner table echoed over and over in her mind. She finally believed it. At this rate, if it really came down to her, she probably wouldn't be able to keep her life. Early the next morning. Yeah, you have such heavy dark circles. Did I disturb you last night? You can't really blame them. If Xiao Sha had gone with you, he might not have come back for days. They also need to collect some interest. You should be a bit more understanding. Tang Muqing smiled as she explained, but Tan Yu just wanted to calm down. The scene from last night made her scalp tingle, and she hadn't slept a wink all night. Let's go. You'll sober up once we get to G City. Xiao Sha said that, then directly picked her up and flew into the air. Tang Muqing said nothing further, just waved from behind, reminding them to be careful. The wind whispered past her ears, and Tan Yu grew increasingly sleepy. She grabbed Xiao Sha's blood-stained clothes to cover her head and fell into a deep sleep. "Sister, wait for me." She still repeated this phrase in her dream. After flying for an unknown length of time, she suddenly woke up and found herself still in Xiao Sha's arms. He was looking down, playing with a pocket watch. Remembering how he had exhausted the three older sisters to unconsciousness last night, her face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly jumped down. "Did you do something to me? My whole body hurts." Xiao Sha's expression remained calm. "You slept like a snake wrapped around me. I was holding you flying. How could it not hurt?" After he said that, he stared at the pocket watch. This thing should have been a product of the Annihilation Organization, but there was no sign of the men in black robes at the scene. Su Min was perhaps just a pawn being used. Tan Yu checked her body once, and only relaxed after confirming she was fine. But thinking about how she had slept like that, and he had no reaction at all, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. "You really didn't do anything." Xiao Sha threw the pocket watch to her, a smile on his lips. "You really want me to do something?" Tan Yu caught the pocket watch and turned her face away. "Who cares?" Xiao Sha was too lazy to keep teasing her. "When we get to G City, where is your sister's school?" Tan Yu looked around. Surrounded by dense forest, with monsters growling in the distance, it was clearly the suburbs. G City number 6 Middle School. She frowned. "I don't know the exact location either. Before the apocalypse, she always took a car to visit her sister, so who would bother remembering the route? I remember there was a large forest next to her school." She reluctantly offered a clue. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Sha was already unfolding a map of G City to check carefully. He had long kept maps of various places in his bag, just in case he got lost. "Why didn't you say you had a map earlier?" Tan Yu angrily moved closer. Xiao Sha didn't stop her and shared a corner of the map, so she could look too. He was looking not just for the school, but also for the source of the zombie outbreak back then. "Here, you've been looking for so long and still haven't found it. How silly." After a while, Tan Yu pointed to the spot and glared at him. The moment they stepped outside, her temper fully showed. If he didn't control it, she might just push back. "Forgot who you are? My personal maid." He smiled and pulled her in front of him. They were very close. Her face flushed and her heart raced, and his eyes darkened for a moment. "You can be willful, but you have to obey, got it?" He lowered his voice. Tan Yu could only nod. He released his grip contentedly. "Let's go find your sister." After confirming the direction, the two soared into the sky, heading straight for the 6th Middle School. In midair, Tan Yu curled up in his arms, stroking the pocket watch he had just handed her. "What is this for?" Xiao Sha slowed down. "A transporter. Press it when in danger, and you can leave immediately." After saying that, he accelerated again. Tan Yu looked down at the pocket watch, her heart sinking. Did he give this to her because he had long planned to part ways? As long as he was there, she never felt in danger. In her heart, the safest place was by his side, but she didn't dare to ask. Flying over the ruined city all the way until they landed at the 6th Middle School, she still didn't speak. The campus was completely silent, the ground covered with dried bloodstains. Here, it was obvious that a massacre had also taken place. What surprised Xiao Sha was, the campus was empty, not even a single zombie was present. This is not right. Could there be other time travelers who have cleared this place out? "Sister, are you there?" Tan Yu suppressed her emotions and walked towards the dormitory. Xiao Sha followed behind her, all the way to the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory. The dormitory was empty. The beds were covered in dust, blankets, pillows, and stuffed toys were still there, but no one was present. Tan Yu stood still, her eyes red. "Maybe she went to the shelter," Xiao Sha comforted softly. Tan Yu nodded and opened the cabinets one by one. Finally, she took out a small bear pendant from the corner. "This is what I gave her 3 years ago." The little bear was very well preserved. She held it tightly and closed her eyes to pray. Xiao Sha felt a heavy weight in his heart. In the previous life, he had never seen her younger sister. Mostly more bad than good. People always have to move forward. He sighed silently. When leaving school, Tan Yu hung the little bear on her waist. The brown little bear swung back and forth, making her look like a student. "Where to next?" She gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. "To the city center." Xiao Sha frowned. "This city is abnormal." There are monsters in the suburbs. Ironically, the most dangerous school is completely clean. It's too abnormal. He was just thinking when the corner of his clothes was tugged again. Tanyu hugged the little bear and asked softly, "Am I really ugly like this? You aren't even looking at me." Xiao was momentarily stunned. The apocalypse had arrived, and she was still worried about this. "Don't worry, you're very cute. Anyone who follows me can't be ugly." Tanyu suddenly smiled. "Thank you." That smile was bright and pure. Xiao, however, felt a bit uneasy. He had clearly always treated her like a tool to be used. But her gaze was becoming more and more dependent. Things seemed to be spiraling out of control. "Stop smiling. Come on, let's go to the city center and have a look." All right. The two flew swiftly and soon landed on the outskirts of the city center. Xiao released his senses. There were at least 10,000 people in the city, humans and zombies mixed together, their auras chaotic. Just as they stopped, more than a dozen people rushed this way. "Someone's coming, let me quiz you." Xiao put Tenyu down. This time, do we barge in or cozy up first? Without a second thought, Tenyu said, "Pretend to be familiar first, sneak in to gather information." Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Why?" She pointed toward the city center, her tone calm. "If you wanted to fight, you would have charged in and cleared the place long ago. You wouldn't have stopped here. Besides, they couldn't stop you anyway." Xiao smiled. "Not bad. Here's a reward. Later your role will be upgraded from maid to little sister." Tanyu was too lazy to bother with these details, as long as she could enter the city to find her younger sister. Soon, a squad of silver-armored men rushed up. "G City Patrol. The two ahead, stop and submit to inspection." The two had no intention of leaving and stood their ground, waiting for them to approach. The man in charge lifted his helmet, his face cold. "Entry permit." It had only been half a year since the apocalypse, yet these people wore ancient armor, like they had stepped out of the Middle Ages. Xiao softened his tone. "My sister and I are just passing through, haven't entered the city yet. No need to check, right?" The men nearby laughed outright. "No registration? Then you're an outsider. Outsiders must be taken in for questioning. Either you won't die or you'll at least lose some skin. Of course, if you hand over some crystal cores, we can be flexible." The tone was flippant, more like a thug than law enforcement. Xiao knew the score but pretended to be nervous. "How many do you want?" The leader squinted and sized them up. 2 adults, 10 second-tier crystal cores. He has plenty of 10-piece second-level crystal cores. But money isn't just given away for free. He deliberately swallowed. "What if we don't have it? Would you beat us to death?" The other side was still grinning, but Tanyu, hiding behind Xiao, understood. He was testing whether to make a move. As long as the other side showed any hint of murderous intent, he would act. Not necessarily to death, but our side's scrutiny means even those with flesh and blood talents get worn to the bone. With your small physique, I'm afraid you won't hold up. Be sensible and pay up, don't end up beaten half to death. Xiao originally wanted to leave them a way out. Now it seemed they didn't want a way to live. "Tanyu, have you ever played Honor of Kings?" he suddenly asked with a smile. Tanyu paused, then shook her head. "There's a saying in the game. What? When a path is blocked, use your fists to break through." After saying this, he turned around, ready to make a move. The people opposite also turned hostile. "Playing us for fools? You too? How do you expect to fight against more than a dozen of us?" The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Just then, a soft female voice rang out. "Sir, please stop." Xiao didn't make a move because Tanyu held him back. He gave her face and paused for the time being. After a while, a woman wearing a light yellow top came running over, her expression anxious. The moment the guards saw her, their faces changed drastically, and they all knelt down in unison. But this woman, who intimidated them so much, walked up to Xiao, bowed her head, and apologized. "My apologies for my disrespect. Please forgive us." The scene froze instantly. The guards were all dumbfounded. Yet there was one foolhardy enough to raise his head. "Minister, why are you bowing to outsiders? Who do they think they are?" No sooner had the words fallen. The sword light flashed. Blood splattered. The man was beheaded on the spot. The woman sheathed her sword, a smile on her face. "Is this way of handling it satisfactory, Your Excellency?" She had personally killed her own subordinate. The others fell silent, frightened. Everyone stared at Xiao Sha, as if a single word from him could decide life or death. Ruthless enough, I'm satisfied. Xiao Sha smiled. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak. The next second, Xiao Sha changed his tone again. I was stopped before even entering the city and threatened. How do you explain this? The woman's face instantly turned pale. These fools, they could have picked anyone to mess with, but they had to pick him. She had dual specializations in healing and sword mastery, allowing her to see the good and evil values on others. Ordinary people showed no abnormalities. Evil people had a faint dark shadow on them. But Xiao Sha was different. The shadow on his body shot up to the sky, as tall as dozens of floors. If I had to describe it, it was like Red Lotus Godzilla stepping into the city with flames blazing. So while he was still outside the city talking to Tanyu, she had already sensed it inside the city. Afraid that this killing god, who didn't know how many lives he had taken, would cause trouble, she rushed over desperately. But it was still a step too late, and these people had provoked him. Handle it yourself. Come after you're done. I need to ask you something. Xiao Sha tossed the problem to her and pulled Tanyu toward the city center. As soon as he left, the guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the woman rose with a cold expression, several sword flashes streaking through the air. By the time she sheathed her sword, several bodies lay on the ground. If anyone's to blame, blame your poor eyesight. You dare stop anyone just for some money, she said indifferently. 5 minutes later, under her lead, Xiao Sha and Tanyu arrived at the patrol bureau in the center of G City. Along the way, Xiao Sha kept observing. Most of the buildings had been destroyed, but there were still quite a few people. Monsters and zombies were almost nowhere to be seen. On the surface, things seemed relatively stable, but there was always a feeling that something was off. As soon as he sat down, Xiao Sha spoke directly. Can you check on someone? We're looking for Tanya, who studied at G City No. 6 Middle School before the apocalypse. He had no interest in the patrol bureau or the woman's identity. Finding Tanya's younger sister was the priority. Huang Wenjing smiled bitterly. Sorry, I'm the director, but right now we can't find any information on anyone. The apocalypse was too chaotic, order had just been established, and people were unwilling to reveal their identities and talents. The previous registration records were merely decorations. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. Huang Wenjing tried to break the silence. Haven't asked your names yet. I am Tan. Tanyu just started to speak when Xiao Sha reached out and covered her mouth. He smiled at Huang Wenjing, his tone calm. I, the god of killing. She, the immortal phoenix. Tanyu. These two names sent a shock through Huang Wenjing's heart. She was certain she had heard them before. No matter how she thought about it, her mind was blank, as if someone had deliberately erased this segment of memory. Can you tell me, where did you come from? She tried to coax information out. Xiao Sha was too lazy to explain. Since there were no clues about Tanya here, he simply changed the question. Besides the patrol bureau, what other forces are there in G City? Huang Wenjing was silent for a moment before speaking. There are 5 organizations in G City: the patrol bureau, the research department, the auction house, the trading center, and the arena. Xiao Sha nodded and asked again, which place has the most women? Huang Wenjing was stunned. Aren't you looking for someone? Why ask this all of a sudden? Tanyu quickly tugged him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. The auction house has the most women. Huang Wenjing cast him a meaningful glance. But you should know what kind of women are there. Tanyu noticed that look and her face suddenly flushed, but she didn't say anything on the spot. After chatting a few more sentences, Xiao Sha stood up to leave. Huang Wenjing suddenly stopped them and handed over a golden badge. This is the highest level badge of the patrol bureau. If you encounter trouble in G City, just show this. If anyone doesn't know better, we'll handle it for you. After the two had walked far away, Huang Wenjing exhaled deeply. She couldn't see through Xiao Sha's strength, but she could feel that as soon as he made a move, she wouldn't even have a chance to react. Once a person like him lost control, the entire G City would be thrown into chaos. Elsewhere, just after leaving the patrol station, Tanyu kept her head down, tossing and turning with thoughts in her heart. She thought Xiao Sha was really serious about going to the auction house to find a woman. The thought that she was still by his side while he was going to buy someone else made her heart ache and feel messy. As she walked, she didn't even notice that Xiao Sha had already stopped. She bumped right into him. What are you thinking? Not even looking at the road. Xiao Sha deliberately put on a stern face. Tan Yu, however, grabbed his hand firmly. Her face flushed red, but her tone was exceptionally determined. You are not allowed to look for other women. Seeing her serious expression, Xiao Sha couldn't help but laugh. So it was a misunderstanding. If he really wanted to find someone, why would he go to the auction house? But her nervous demeanor suddenly sparked a playful idea in him. He deliberately lowered his voice. Looks like you've already guessed. Xiao Sha deliberately twisted her hand open, speaking lazily. I can't help it either. Men have to find some way to vent their strength. Her hand was shaken off. Tan Yu's face instantly went pale, stamping her feet anxiously, wishing she could jump up and stop him. I promised my 3 older sisters, you can't just do whatever you want. Her voice trembled as she bit her lip and whispered, or maybe I could try too. Her words grew smaller and smaller. Even she didn't believe them. Seeing she was about to be forced to tears, Xiao Sha also calmed down. The younger sister hadn't been found yet. No need to make her lose her mind first. All right, what can a little body like yours do anyway? I never said I was going to look for a woman. He waved his hand, wearing a serious expression. Tan Yu looked up, still doubtful. If you're not looking for a woman, what are you doing at the auction house? Looking for your sister. How could my sister go to a place like that? What kind of person do you take her for? She glared at him, as if he had stepped on her tail. Xiao Sha was annoyed, raising his hand to flick her forehead. Wake up. This is the apocalypse. Who gets to live as they wish? How can she survive alone? She'd be dead long ago if she didn't rely on others. Do you think she's like me? Or like you, able to come back to life? After a round of scolding and a flick on the head, Tan Yu finally calmed down. Yeah, she and Xiao Sha were anomalies. Her sister might not be so lucky. Having no support, being taken to the auction house by someone was not impossible. Realizing she had wrongly blamed him, she panicked, covered her forehead, her eyes red as she grabbed the corner of his clothes and whispered, I'm sorry. Cut the nonsense, follow me. Xiao Sha turned and walked forward. If I were looking for a woman, it would be you. What's with this auction nonsense? At these words, Tan Yu was stunned for a moment, her face actually flushing. She wiped away her tears and hurried to catch up. Just as she reached his side, he took out a pack of tissues from his space and handed it over, saying nothing. Tan Yu felt a sweetness in her heart, smiling like a child who had just received candy. Soon, the two of them arrived at the auction house in G City. Though called an auction house, it was actually a basketball gymnasium from before the apocalypse that had been converted. The area was cordoned off, a stage was set up in the middle, and dozens of chairs were arranged nearby. Simple, but sufficient. Stop, show your ID. Just as they reached the door, 2 burly guards blocked their way. Identity. Xiao Sha frowned. Huang Wenjing never mentioned needing identification. Could it be that badge? There might be Tan Yu's sister inside, and he didn't want to cause trouble here. But someone just wouldn't let him have peace. Hey, are you coming in or not? If not, get lost and don't block the way. A coarse voice erupted from behind, interrupting Xiao Sha's thoughts. He turned around to see a fat, big-eared man with 2 seductive women draped around him, staring at him contemptuously like a nouveau riche. Wang Yang. Second-tier ability, transformation. Combat power, 2300. This level of combat power is even weaker than the wild monsters he farms. Daring to come to the auction house without ID? How tacky. Brother Wang, show them your ID to scare them. 2 women chirped in agreement. Wang walked up proudly and took out a green badge. I donated dozens of crystal cores to get this. The guard glanced over, let him in, but coldly added, low-level badges can't bring people. The 2 women's faces instantly stiffened. Tan Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly covered her mouth. If you want to laugh, then laugh. They're the ones embarrassing themselves. What are we afraid of? Xiao Sha pulled her hand away. Laughter spread. Even the guard couldn't hold back. Wang Yang's face turned pale, trembling with anger. What are you laughing at? You can't even get through the door. He pointed at Xiao Sha and yelled, while the 2 women sneered beside him, mocking him for bringing a kid out and making a fool of himself. Just a badge. Seems like everyone has one. Xiao Sha said with a calm expression. Yeah, take ours out. Tan Yu put away her smile, took a golden badge out of her pocket, and held it up in front of the guard. The gold light flashed, and the whole area fell silent. The two guards' faces suddenly changed. Patrol Bureau's highest-level badge. Only Valkyrie Huang Wenjing can issue it. The inscription on it was personally engraved by her. No one can fake it. Seeing the badge is like seeing the Valkyrie herself. The guards immediately knelt down and saluted. Wang Yang's eyes widened. His legs went weak, and he couldn't even kneel. He could only tremble where he stood. Huang Wenjing's strength might not necessarily be stronger than the young girl Tanyu. But from how quickly the others knelt and saluted, it was clear how high her status was in G City. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so terrified just by a badge. If they knew that even the Valkyrie they revered as a deity had to lower her voice and plead with Xiao Sha not to cause trouble, what kind of expression would they have? Why aren't these three kneeling? Is the badge not working? Xiao Sha deliberately pointed at Wang Yang and the two female companions, his tone mocking. Wang Yang was scared out of his wits. The two women had no idea what the badge represented. But here, ignorance also comes at a price. As soon as the words fell, two guards suddenly jumped up, kicked Wang Yang over, and pinned the two women firmly to the ground. Local people dare not salute the Valkyrie? Without the Valkyrie guarding, what are you even? Fists and kicks quickly rained down. The three were beaten until their faces were covered in blood, looking like pig heads. They didn't dare resist. The Patrol Bureau was full of experts. Whoever causes trouble is just waiting to die. Sorry, it's my fault for offending you. I accept punishment. I accept punishment. Wang Yang, his face swollen, kowtowed in the direction where Xiao Sha had left. Kowtow my foot. The man has already left. The guard cursed and kicked him again, knocking him over. Obviously, he had long disliked him. At this moment, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in and happened to see this scene. What's going on causing a disturbance in the auction hall? The guard immediately stopped and saluted upon seeing him. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qing, the second son of the auction house owner. After hearing the explanation, he was stunned. Someone was holding the badge personally issued by Huang Wenjing. That badge is only given to those who have defeated the Valkyrie. A young man actually managed to beat her? A scene flashed through his mind of when he challenged Huang Wenjing years ago, and she sliced his pants off with a single sword strike, embarrassing him in front of everyone. His face instantly darkened. Using the Valkyrie's badge to deal with this kind of loser? It's a disgrace to her. He glared angrily at Wang Yang. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Qing charged forward and delivered another fierce beating. Only when he was gasping for breath did his anger subside. Wang Yang on the ground was already unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Jiang Qing sneered. Using a Valkyrie's badge to deal with this kind of person? That kid probably isn't capable, most likely a relative of the Valkyrie. He had already made up his mind about Xiao Sha. Humph, I want to see what skills you actually have. Just thinking about being humiliated in public made Jiang Qing unable to swallow his anger. Since he couldn't get that badge for himself, he wouldn't let anyone else have it either. At the auction house, as soon as Xiao Sha entered, he went to inquire about the auction records. The other party said the boss was not here and told him to wait until the auction ended today to look at the account book. Xiao Sha saw that the other side was polite and didn't think much of it. He took Tanyu to the venue and chose a seat near the front. 5 minutes later, people arrived one after another, dozens in total. The front rows were mostly occupied by elderly or imposing figures. Only Xiao Sha was holding popcorn, eating and watching with Tanyu. No matter how you look at it, they didn't seem like they were here to bid, but more like they came to watch a movie. If it weren't for the fact that he was sitting in the front row where no one dared to move, someone would have probably long since taken him as a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. As soon as the host finished speaking, a man wearing a light blue work uniform announced the opening. Immediately after, a voluptuous and bright-smiling female auctioneer stepped onto the stage. The first round of lots includes a second-tier bloodthirsty mosquito larva, a pair of unknown monster eyes, 10 first-tier purple sunflowers, and a magic sword forged from a second-tier crystal core. As soon as she finished speaking, many in the audience's eyes lit up. Only Xiao Sha and Tanyu remained calm and indifferent. The auction begins now. Starting price for the second-tier bloodthirsty mosquito larva, 10 second-tier crystal cores, 12, 15. The price soared all the way to 25. Xiao Sha shook his head repeatedly. Even a single broken larva could be speculated to this price. These people are really rich. The auction continues. Another 7 or 8 items are snatched away. By the third round, living creatures began to appear. Men and women who looked good but had little combat power. Even those who awakened beast transformation talents and could satisfy special fetishes were all brought to the stage. Some people snatch, some people laugh. When Xiao Sha saw a cat-eared girl, his gaze lingered for a few extra seconds. If Tan Yu hadn't secretly pinched him, he might really have held up a sign. But he kept scanning people with hawk eyes. After several rounds, not to mention Tanya, there wasn't even anyone with the surname Tan. His expression gradually darkened. Just as Xiao Sha showed a look of regret, Tan Yu suddenly let go of the popcorn bucket and shook his hand desperately. Xiao Sha, that person is Xiaoya's classmate. I've seen her. She pointed to the girl on stage with a foxtail and delicate appearance, her voice trembling. Xiao Sha held her hand down, signaling her not to rush. When the auction reached that group of fox women, he calmly spoke. I bid 50 units of second-tier crystal cores. The starting price for the foxtail girl was only 1 unit. He directly raised the bid to 50, just to verify his guess. Since entering, someone had been secretly watching them. He didn't know who it was, but he could feel it. This bid was meant to force someone out. Sure enough, no sooner had the words fallen than someone pushed past him from behind. 100 second-tier crystal cores. 100 was enough to buy several good items. And it was thrown at a woman. Everyone turned around and saw it was Jiang Qing, the auction master's second son, and the murmurs immediately quieted. You're competing with me over a woman? Don't stop me, I'll fight him. 200 second-tier crystal cores. Xiao Sha turned around and shouted angrily. Tan Yu originally wanted to remind him he had the wrong person, but seeing how seriously he was acting, she immediately understood he was setting up a trap. 200 and still want to win? I'll bid 500 Tier 2 crystal cores. Jiang Qing shouted, stiffening his neck. The whole crowd was stunned. 500 crystal cores could buy enough fox women. Had he gone mad just to save face? Since it's 500, then it's yours. Xiao Sha suddenly smiled and sat back down. The auctioneer was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Congratulations to young Master Jiang Air on winning a fox woman. Applause broke out. Even Xiao Sha clapped with a sarcastic smile. Only then did Jiang Qing realize what was going on. He had originally raised the price to embarrass Xiao Sha. So how had it ended up with himself paying? Wait, that's not right, he suddenly shouted. That fox girl should be sold to him for 200. Everyone was even more confused. He had clearly bid 500 himself, and now he was going back on it. So young Master Jiang can afford to bid high, but can't pay. Xiao Sha stood up, mocking without any courtesy. Jiang Qing, already fuming, blushed red with anger at being publicly provoked. He suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiao Sha, who said I can't afford it. Then you made a bid. Why didn't you buy it? I didn't want to raise the price and affect others' bids. Jiang Qing held back for a long time before finally coming up with an excuse he thought was perfect. Before he got close, Xiao Sha spoke coldly. Placing a bid and then refusing to buy, do you think you can break the auction house rules just because you're the second young master? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. Jiang Qing's face instantly turned pale. His father, Jiang Wu, hated it most when someone caused trouble at the auction house. If he were really labeled with this accusation, he would be beaten black and blue when he went back. Don't talk nonsense. He was so anxious that he was babbling incoherently. Xiao Sha laughed. With such little courage, he dares to compete with him. He turned to the auctioneer and said, everyone heard it. Young Master Jiang didn't break the rules. That fox lady was bought for 500 second-tier crystal cores by him. Let's continue with the next item. Everyone gasped. Many dared to act arrogantly here. He was the only one who could silence the master's son. The auctioneer steadied his emotions and continued the auction. Xiao Sha easily secured his target with a crystal core. No one dared to follow. Jiang Qing did not dare to bid again. Others are even less willing to get involved in the conflict between the two. One has a strong background. The other is the son of the field owner. No one dares to mess with either of them. The auction ended, and it seemed the turmoil was over. But Jiang Qing suddenly jumped out again. If you want to take the fox girl, first pay 500 crystal cores. He crossed his arms, his face full of pride. Xiao Xiao laughed. You're the one who bid 500. Before he finished speaking, he gave a casual push. Jiang Qing felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, flying backward and crashing through a row of tables and chairs before coming to a stop. The whole scene was stunned. He was at least third level, yet he was pushed and knocked flying. What kind of strength does this person really have? The staff responsible for the delivery felt weak in the legs. This fox woman. No need to pay. I'll cover it for you. His voice trembled. Xiao Xia sneered coldly. You think I need that little bit from you? He raised his hand and took a crystal from the air, a piece of second-level crystal core landing steadily in the other's palm. He took Tanyu with him, then brought along the fox girl Zhao Xiaojing, preparing to leave the auction house. But just as he knocked Jiang Qing down, the people at the auction house were not willing to let him go. A crowd surrounded the entrance of the arena, waiting for Jiang Wu to come and settle the score. But these people could not stop Xiao Xia. With a raise of his hand, 7 or 8 people were blasted away, crashing into the corners of the surrounding walls. After leaving the arena, he originally intended to kill thoroughly, but remembered Huang Wenjing's warning and held back. He stopped a patrol squad and showed them a golden badge. The auction house wants to gang up on me. You handle this. The patrol team's faces changed instantly upon seeing the badge. The director had just instructed that the badge belonged to a transcendent expert, and anyone who saw it must fully cooperate. Someone asked for the reason, and Huang Wenjing only left behind one sentence. If you don't help, he'll take matters into his own hands, and the whole city of Ji will be in trouble. The captain studied Xiao Xia's calm expression, then looked at Tanyu beside him and immediately understood. Which dog offended you, Senior Killing God? He asked, lowering his head. Hearing his nickname, Xiao Xia was in a good mood and put his arm around his neck. The one being carried away over there is Jiang Wu's son. Can you handle it? The patrol team looked in that direction and just saw Jiang Qing being lifted onto a stretcher. The captain felt a chill in his heart, oppressed by the killing aura radiating from him. The smile on his face was casual, but deep down he was seething with murderous intent. He had been fighting monsters for years, always pushed to the edge of breathlessness. If Xiao Xia hadn't quickly let go, he truly thought he would have been strangled to death. As soon as Xiao Xia released him, he immediately gave the order. Not just Jiang Qing. Even if Jiang Wu comes, treat him the same. All units, listen up. Seal off the auction house. Not a single fly gets out. He hurriedly brought over 3 chairs, inviting Xiao Xia and the others to sit down. After arranging that, he coldly walked toward the people in the auction house. Jiang Qinggang was lifted up and then kicked off the stretcher by him. Someone even our director doesn't dare to mess with, and you dare to touch? Looking for death, he grabbed Jiang Qing by the collar and glared at the others. Go, call Jiang Wu here for me. I want to see how he teaches his son. The patrol team was overwhelmed and struggling to breathe, while Xiao Xia and Tanyu focused their attention on the fox woman, pressing her about Tanya's whereabouts. Why you hello? Zhao Xiaojing, having witnessed everything just now, was so frightened that her voice trembled. She had never seen any important figures before, but she understood that anyone who could freely command the patrol team was definitely not an ordinary person. She is the one who saved your life. Xiao Xia pushed the silent Tanyu forward. What owner? Don't say nonsense. Tanyu's face flushed. She lightly punched him, then walked up to Zhao Xiaojing. She raised her hand and waved it, a flash of fire streaking through the air. The next second, the specially made shackle on Zhao Xiaojing's body exploded. That was something only a third-tier expert could break. The girl before them looked delicate and weak, yet she had such power? Tanyu ignored her shock, took a deep breath, and spoke seriously. We saved you because we want to ask you something. Have you seen my sister Tanya? She is your classmate. Tanya. Zhao Xiaojing froze, lowered her head to recall. After several seconds, she raised her head, her voice hoarse. When the apocalypse first broke out, we found her very strange. She hadn't awakened any talents, but those monsters didn't attack her. We hid in the girls' dorm for 2 weeks. All the food was gone, and outside were all zombies. No one dared to go out. It was Xiaoya who stepped forward voluntarily, saying she would go find food. For 3 days in a row, she brought back several boxes of supplies each day. But on the 4th day, as she spoke, her voice trembled, her face full of guilt. What happened on the 4th day? Tan Yu's expression changed instantly. That was her only younger sister. She was taken away by someone and never came back. But I was upstairs and saw that person's face clearly. Hearing that she was only taken away, Tan Yu felt a surge of relief. Who was it? Her emotions spiraled out of control, flames slowly rising in her eyes. Zhao Xiaojing suddenly felt the air turn scorching hot, her skin burning as if on fire. Ah! She screamed in pain, unable to say a word. Calm down, don't let the phoenix backfire. Xiao Xia immediately stood in front, reaching out to cover Tan Yu's eyes, forcibly suppressing her power. After more than 10 seconds, the flames slowly receded. Tan Yu opened her eyes and saw a charred patch on Xiao Xia's palm. Although the wound was healing rapidly, her heart tightened. She grabbed his hand and carefully licked it a few times. I'll control it better next time, she whispered. She didn't let go until the wound was fully healed, barely managing a smile. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Xia hardly felt any burning. It was even less intense than when she just licked the wound. He looked at the saliva on his hand and shook his head helplessly. Tan Yu was heading down the path of the silent Qin Ling, and she was even bolder, daring to do this kind of thing in front of outsiders. Tell me, who took Tanya? A calm Tan Yu grabbed Zhao Xiaojing and stared at her, asking. Zhao Xiaojing felt the burning fade and forced a smile, whispering a name. Jiang Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xia's eyes lit up. He originally thought the kid was just going crazy to take revenge, but he didn't expect the old man to be even more ruthless, daring to move against Tan Yu's younger sister. Even if he didn't intervene, this group of people wouldn't withstand Tan Yu's fury. In her past life, she wasn't self-proclaimed as the top expert in H City. She fought her way up, sitting firmly on that position by stepping over countless strong opponents' corpses. Don't be fooled by her sweet looks. When she fights, she's fiercer than anyone. Upon hearing it was Jiang Wu who acted, Tan Yu turned and walked straight toward the auction house. She planned to set the whole place on fire. Xiao Xia stopped her. If you burn it now, what if they all run away after realizing how formidable you are? Playing dumb while being fierce is cliché, but it always works. Inside the patrol bureau chief's office, Huang Wenjing kept pondering those two names. God of Murder, Immortal Phoenix. Where have I seen them before? She idly flipped through the files until a piece of information about the Annihilation Laboratory made her heart skip a beat. It was the smallest laboratory in City G, researching weapons and equipment, with nothing apparently wrong on the surface. But she always felt those two names appeared right here. Yet her memory told her this place was very ordinary. This contradiction made her uneasy. Could it be that her memory had been tampered with? I have to go in person. She closed the file, her eyes turning cold. On the other side, inside a dilapidated villa. No matter how useless my son is, no one has the right to beat him up like this. Jiang Wu slammed the table and shouted angrily, veins bulging. Call everyone over. If they want to fight to the death, we'll go all the way with them. The person reporting shrank their neck, not daring to make a sound. In the apocalypse, authority is life. If Jiang Wu doesn't come out to hold the fort today, it won't be long before no one sees him as the boss anymore. A stranger hit his son in public, and as a father, he didn't say a word. In others' eyes, he was a spineless coward. So he directly led over 100 people to his own auction house, saying it was to assert control. But what they didn't know was, what awaited them was not territory, but an abyss. Jiangxi, take your men and surround the patrol station. The rest follow me to rescue your brother. If you run into Huang Wenjing, hold her back and wait for our backup. As the men gathered, Jiang Wu gave the orders. Jiangxi nodded and took half of the men away. Jiang Wu led the remaining people, fully armed, straight to the venue. Who dares to touch my son? Are they tired of living? Jiang Wu shouted angrily at the door, holding a strange cane. The captain, who had been arrogant just now, immediately turned pale when he saw him and his men surrounding her. Senior Killing God, we can't beat this guy. He pulled his brothers back behind Xiao Xia and whispered. Xiao Xia smiled. Don't panic. Your Senior Divine Phoenix will make a move. Everyone was stunned. Senior Divine Phoenix? That little girl? Senior, this is no joke. Jiang Wu is a third-level botanist, and the plants he controls are tough and fierce, very hard to deal with. Just a mere third level, and you're scared like this? Xiao Xia waved his hand, telling them to watch. The few didn't dare speak again, but the doubt on their faces couldn't be suppressed. At this moment, Tinyu slowly walked up to Jiangwu. "Where did you sell the female students you caught from number 6 middle school?" she asked coldly. Jiangwu's face turned dark with anger. A little girl dared to question him to his face. Where did this wild girl come from? Get lost, he waved his hand. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a root as thick as an arm shot out, striking at Tanyu like a venomous snake. Danger! Zhao Xiaojing shouted urgently. But the next second, she covered her mouth directly. The flames around Tanyu erupted with a roar, forming a fiery shield around her body. The root just touched the flames and was burnt to charcoal, scattering all over the ground. This scene was so outrageous that everyone present was dumbfounded. I'll ask again, where did you sell my sister? Tanyu no longer held back, her voice cold as a knife. Jiang Wu felt uneasy but still tried to figure out her background. She was not from this city, and no one nearby had heard of such a strong girl. He didn't even dare mention the girl from number 6 middle school. That girl was bizarre, capable of nullifying the talents of those around her, and even monsters dared not approach. If it weren't for the high reward posted for people like her, no one would dare to make a move. I don't know who took your sister away. Jiang Wu tried to dodge the question. No sooner had the words fallen. Boom. Flames erupted from Tanyu's body, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. She seemed to transform into a fire spirit, directly attacking Jiang Wu. Wherever the flames swept, the ground was scorched black and the grass and trees withered instantly. Jiang Wu screamed in fright, green vines entwining. Countless vines blocked his way. But that was the divine phoenix fire. With a press of the flame, the vines instantly turned to ash. The residual fire brushed against Jiang Wu, and his whole body immediately caught fire. Oh! He rolled on the ground screaming, and the people around watched in horror. If Tanyu didn't still want to ask about her sister's whereabouts, she would have already burned him to ashes. Tell me the news, and I'll spare your life. She waved her hand, and the flames retreated. Jiang Wu was burned until his skin was torn and flesh exposed, yet he gritted his teeth. No, I can't tell you. If I do, I'll die even more miserably. Tanyu's expression was cold. Then I'll burn you inch by inch, and let you watch yourself turn to ashes. Flames rose again in her palm. Jiang Wu trembled all over, the pain from before not yet fading. Don't. I'll talk. He hurriedly shouted to stop her. Tanyu put away the flames, her gaze fixed firmly on him, waiting for him to speak. Your sister, after we catch her, we'll send her to. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Wu suddenly widened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed dead on the spot. The only clue was cut off again. Tanyu went from a newly rising hope to plummeting to rock bottom in an instant, her whole being nearly collapsing. Why? Why is it always just a little short? I'll burn you to ashes. She grit her teeth fiercely, the flames nearly out of control. Just as she was about to act, Xiao Xia stepped forward and held her. His death is suspicious. Calm down first. A few words pulled her back from her rage. Her eyes were red and swollen as she buried herself in his arms and cried. Why can't we find Xiaoya? We're so strong, yet we couldn't even protect her. The hope she had held on to for so long was extinguished time and again. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't hold on any longer. Don't overthink it. Xiaoya will be fine. Xiao Xia gently reassured. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to be led astray. The people around were stunned. Xiao Xia, braving the flames on her body, held her tightly. The fire burned on him for quite a while, yet he seemed unaffected, even smiling. This defense is simply terrifying. Originally, they thought Tanyu was already strong enough. Now they realized, the truly unfathomable one is this man. No one dared to make a sound, fearing being consumed by the flames. Tanyu's emotions steadied a bit. In his arms, she softly asked, You said his death is not simple. What do you mean? Xiao Xia lifted her chin. Why do you think he spat blood as soon as he started speaking? Poisoned. Not poison, he took medicine in advance. Xiao Xia's expression darkened slightly. It was a forbidden potion called Obliteration Potion, specifically used to control members. If organizational information is leaked, the poison activates immediately, causing death, with no cure below rank 5. In his previous life, he had only heard of the name. seeing it with my own eyes now, and recalling those two mimic insects from H City. Behind this, it is very likely the same organization. That potion was created by extraterrestrial creatures. Their goal is simple: to destroy humanity. Otherwise, why would it be called the Annihilation Organization? What are you thinking? Tanyu asked softly when she saw Xiao Xia stunned. I know who the killer is, but I still don't know where your sister is. Xiao Xia briefly explained the situation with the Obliteration Organization. Tanyu turned pale as soon as she heard this. If her sister was really kidnapped by aliens, the consequences were unimaginable. Where are they hiding? Xiao Xia shook his head. This group of guys specialized in black technology, and their whereabouts were completely unknown. Tanyu lowered her head in disappointment, tightly clutching the brown little bear at her waist. Don't be discouraged. He is dead, but there are still dozens of people on the scene. Xiao Xia smiled a bit coldly, and those dozens instantly felt their scalps tingle. They regretted causing trouble with Jiang Wu, only to provoke a ruthless man who could kill everyone in an instant. Consider yourselves lucky you didn't make a move, or you'd be lying on the ground by now. His voice pressed down like a knife. I don't like killing people. Just tell me the places Jiang Wu often goes, and I'll let you go. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could talk their way out. The next second, Xiao Xia coldly added, You just tried to surround me. This debt must be settled. Everyone write down a few locations. If it's too few or randomly written, I'll personally send them on their way. The patrol captain froze in place, murmuring, Too ruthless. But Xiao Xia wasn't joking. More than a dozen people who wrote carelessly or didn't write at all were instantly killed by him. Everyone only saw his figure flash and the wind blade swirl. When he returned to the original spot, those people had already been cut to bloody fragments. After finishing the matter, he left directly with Tanyu. A few people remaining stood trembling in place, staring at the chaotic scene on the ground. As expected, the gentler the smile, the scarier it is. The anime I watched didn't lie to me at all. Luckily, we helped him earlier, and he gave us crystal cores in return. Honestly, this senior isn't bad at all. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and clean it up. Blood is pooling at your feet. 10 minutes ago, Tanyu was still confronting Jiang Wu. Huang Wenjing followed the clues to the outskirts of the research department. She knocked out a first-level guard, put on a white coat, wore a mask, and blended into the building. As she walked through, she saw the weapons center, the armor center, and the pharmaceutical center. But she couldn't find the Annihilation Laboratory anywhere. What was even stranger was that everyone here had a dazed expression, repeated their actions, like emotionless machines. She walked for several minutes, yet no one glanced at her, and no one spoke to her. This is way off, she muttered softly, stepping into the elevator. In her memory, this place had always been focused on peaceful research, rarely conflicting with the outside world. But now, this group of people was as indifferent as zombies. She got distracted and pressed the basement level button a few extra times. The next second, the elevator jolted violently. The surrounding walls began to twist and deform, the metal turning into mirrors, countless virtual screens lighting up. The entire space became like a giant mirror surrounding her. An electronic voice suddenly sounded. Detecting visitor. Warning. Third level unidentified intruder detected. Initiate emergency protocol. Release the mist. Huang Wenjing felt a sinking sensation in her heart and swung her sword fiercely. Sword light flashed everywhere, yet not a single scratch was left. Gray-white mist quickly spread. She tried to hold her breath, but her vision darkened and her body weakened. After a few seconds, she fell to the ground, completely unconscious. A laser swept across her body from above. Mechanical sounds rang out again. Identity confirmed. Director of G City Patrol Bureau. Third intrusion attempt. Special identity. Terminate extermination protocol. Switch to memory erasure. Obliterate number 199. Execute procedure and return to Patrol Bureau. As the voice fell, the mirrored wall slowly cracked open a door. A figure in a black robe, whose face was indistinguishable, stepped out from behind the door. It walked up to Huang Wenjing, crouched down, grabbed her neck, and injected a strange blue potion into her body. Huang Wenjing twitched in pain. The man in the black robe took out a pocket watch and pressed a button. The two of them turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the mirror space. 1 minute later, Huang Wenjing woke up in the office. She rubbed her forehead, thinking she had just fallen asleep from exhaustion. But her body felt off, as if something was missing, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Suddenly, noise came from outside the door. "Patrol Bureau people, get out here. Weren't you going to fight us at the auction? I've brought people." The arrogant shouting made her expression darken. After confirming the rapier was still with her, she pushed open the door and headed towards the main entrance. Leading the disturbance outside was Jiang Shi, who had just separated from Jiang Wu. Both sides faced off, neither daring to make the first move. Huang Wenjing pushed aside her subordinates and stepped to the front. "What do you want to do?" In a word, Jiang Shi and the others actually took several steps back. "Director Huang, you guys started hitting people first. We only came afterward." He forced himself to speak. "So what if you hit someone? You didn't kill anyone, and yet you dare to surround me." She sneered coldly. Jiang Shi was instantly at a loss for words. What's the big deal about hitting someone in the apocalypse? Only then did he realize that he had been pushed out by his own father as cannon fodder. But since the people were already here, there was nowhere left to retreat. "Valkyrie, this is my father's order. We have no other choice." He lowered his head and pleaded. "Whether it's you or your father, it's the same. Since you dare to besiege my patrol bureau, you must pay the price." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew and sheathed her sword. Everyone saw a flash of cold light. When Huang Wenjing turned around, Jiang Shi was already trembling all over. 3 seconds later, his head fell to the ground. "The rest of you, kneel for 1 hour. Whoever dares to run will meet the same fate." The rest of the people all turned pale, knelt down in unison, not daring to even breathe. Xiao Sha took the intelligence written by those people, holding Tan Yufa in midair, and asked her softly, "Where to next?" "First, to the research department." Tan Yu pressed her lips. "Didn't you say those outsiders love to do research? Let's go check it out there." Logically, since they love research, they shouldn't have set up the base in the research institute. It's too conspicuous. But Xiao Sha still nodded and led her straight to the G City Research Department. That was the Gene Research Institute before the apocalypse, which was simply remodeled to become the current research department. The two went inside, inquiring about Tanya's whereabouts while looking around. Xiao Sha activated Eagle Eye and scanned carefully. Strangely, the people here were completely different from those Huang Wenjing had seen earlier. Everyone looked natural and spoke normally. Under Eagle Eye, no abnormalities could be found. Their talents were all in scientific research, without the slightest anomaly. They followed the person in charge to tour the entire building, but still found no clue about Tanya. "I hope you find Miss Tanya soon." The person in charge politely saw them off. The two took off again, rushing to the next location. But they didn't know that 10 minutes later, a mist suddenly rose inside the research institute. All the researchers' expressions instantly went blank, their movements stiff and repetitive, reverting to the state Huang Wenjing had seen before. Except for the trading center and the arena, they had searched almost every place. They even searched Jiang Wu's wife's room, but still found no trace of Tanya. "Shall we keep looking?" The long journey gradually extinguished the light in Tanya's eyes. "Yes." Xiao Sha's tone was firm. "Even if we have to turn this place upside down, we must find any news of Xiaoya." With only a few places left, he absolutely would not stop. Tanya was on the verge of breaking down, but still gritted her teeth and nodded, following him onward. The penultimate stop was the arena on the outskirts of G City. It was a bloody venue converted from a football field, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum. People gathered to watch humans fight humans and humans fight monsters, betting on who would survive. With Huang Wenjing's golden badge, the two passed through smoothly and went straight backstage. Inside, many contestants were confined, along with several monsters locked in specially made iron cages growling lowly. Humans competing is not surprising. Xiao Sha stared coldly at the monsters in the cages. "But you even bring monsters here to fight?" "These monsters were sent by the research department, not wild ones," the staff member said with a smile. "Research department? You mean these monsters are artificially created?" Tenyu frowned. She didn't believe monsters could be manufactured. "Yes, this is the result of the fusion experiment." The staff member pointed to the cage. "That one, which barely shows any zombie traits, is the latest modified specimen." Xiao Sha looked over. The monster's appearance was exactly like a human's, only its eyes radiated murderous intent. What shocked him even more was that the eagle-eye display still showed a human name. In other words, this new type of monster had already fooled his identification system. No wonder he could sense the zombie aura, but saw very few zombies. Perhaps, most of the people in G City had long been zombies. They just didn't know it themselves. This city seems peaceful on the surface, but a zombie outbreak could erupt at any time. This is not an ordinary experiment. It feels more like someone is manipulating things. Xiao Sha stared at the cage, a chill running through his heart. He suddenly realized that the research department staff he had seen before might not be human either. Brother Sha, what's wrong with you? Tan Yu asked softly. He smiled and replied casually, saying he just found it fascinating. But Tan Yu was staring blankly at the monster, clearly suspecting something as well. After touring the entire arena, Hawkeye still couldn't find Tan Yu's name. Xiao Sha, however, already had his answer in his heart. Human and monster genes were simply impossible to merge, unless there is a special physique. He had heard from a 9th-rank expert that there is a kind of Nuwa physique in the world with pure bloodline, capable of merging with all things. Only such a person can become the core of the experiment. Tanya has most likely been murdered. The best outcome would only be to be transformed into a monster. Whatever the case, he did not dare to tell Tan Yu. Xiao Yu, let's go back first, he said cautiously. Tan Yu saw through his intention. Can I go together? She forced herself to ask. No. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sha still refused her. The equipment made by the mimic insect was always sinister and strange. He was afraid that Tan Yu would be used as a breakthrough point. Then promise me one thing. What's the matter? If possible, let me see Xiao Yu one last time. Her voice grew lower and lower, and before finishing, she broke down, tears suddenly pouring out. Xiao Sha comforted her with a few words and sent her to the inn to rest. He himself went straight to the last place, the trading center. If he still couldn't find any news of Tanya, he would have to break into the research department again and follow the clues to dig out the mimic worm's lair. With a clear target, he quickly arrived at the trading center. This was the last hope. 3rd-level zombie skulls, cheap sale. 2nd-level black cat blood, wards off evil and protects. Newly released 2nd-level crystal core weapons from the research department. $80 for a 2nd-level crystal core. Calls rose one after another, bustling like a night market before the apocalypse. The entire street, stretching hundreds of meters, was filled with vendors setting up stalls. He knew clearly in his heart that Tanya couldn't be in a place like this. But since he promised Tanya Yu, he had to search personally. He walked from one end of the street to the other, scanning each one. There was no Tanya, not even anyone with the surname Tan. Just as he shook his head, ready to leave, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his left eye. Golden light suddenly exploded, as if something inside was awakening. His attributes were at their peak, yet he still groaned in pain from the torment of this eye. It felt like his eyeball was being gouged out alive. The pain lasted for 5 minutes. Covered in cold sweat, he leaned against the wall to catch his breath, and the golden light slowly faded away. When he recovered, a piece of unfamiliar information suddenly entered his mind. I am beneath your feet. Find me, defeat me, and you shall have me. The voice was ancient and domineering, as if coming from deep within antiquity. He took quite a while to comprehend its meaning. Beneath my feet. Xiao Sha frowned, touched his left eye, and confirmed there was nothing wrong. Beneath his feet was just ordinary cement. But that summons was so strong, it almost forced him to go down. He was silent for a few seconds, then made a decision. Find that thing first. Then go have a proper fight with the mimic bug. The reason was simple. He had played too many games. Before a big battle, there must be supplies. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With one hand, he summoned the heaven-splitting axe, leapt into the air, and fiercely struck down at the earth beneath his feet. Boom! Power exploded instantly, tearing a bottomless fissure in the ground, darkness surging, chaos spreading. From the depths of the fissure, the shout grew clearer and clearer, as if urging for life. Xiao Sha held his breath and dove down along the sound, plunging directly into the darkness. 1 hour later, Tan Yu, who had been lying painfully in the inn, suddenly saw her sister's face outside the window. Xiaoya. She jumped off the bed abruptly, ignoring her swollen red eyes, rushing to the window. But as soon as the window was opened, Tanya was already standing on the street across from her. A long mist smile graced her face, arms outstretched as if waiting for her sister to embrace her. Xiaoya, why? Tanya cried like rain. She knew very well that it was not her sister. The real Tanya would never let anyone hold her outside. She always thought her sister was short and felt ashamed. Who hurt you, Xiaoya? Tanya clenched her fists tightly, staring fixedly at the sister on the street. Even though she knew it was a decoy, a fake. But she had no way out. That was her only sister. Xiao, I'm sorry. She wiped away her tears, clutched the little bear at her waist, and leapt down. That thing seemed to be mocking her. Whenever she was about to catch up, Tanya instantly disappeared, appearing in a farther place. After several chases, Tanya was led to the outskirts of the research department. The fake stopped in front of the research department's main gate, then vanished without a trace. Phoenix, prepare for battle. This fight is probably not going to be simple. She took a deep breath and spoke to the Phoenix spirit within her. After receiving a response, she transformed into a flame sprite and rushed into the research department. The building was empty. There was only one figure in a black robe, standing quietly in front of the elevator waiting for her. Immortal Phoenix Tanyu, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The voice sounded both human and not human. Who are you? Where is my sister? Tanyu shouted angrily, diving forward with the Phoenix fire. Just as she was about to collide with the other party, the figure in the black robe vanished instantly. She didn't have time to pull back, and her whole body crashed into the suddenly opened elevator. Identity confirmed. Heading to the -99th floor, Immortal Phoenix Tanyu, please prepare yourself. The cold announcement echoed inside the elevator. She realized that she had long ago fallen into a trap. Ding! The elevator stopped. Destination reached. Please prepare. Defeat the enemy before you, and you will find your sister. The prompt sounded, and the elevator doors slowly opened. A huge monster blocked Tenyu's path. It was more than 20 meters long, covered in dark green slime, with 7 or 8 thick tentacles growing from its back, looking like a malformed slime from a distance. No matter how ugly the monster, I will kill them all. Tanyu pushed the flames to the limit, her eyes cold and resolute. She charged forward fiercely, aiming to end the fight with one strike. But the monster was already prepared. A tentacle swung down casually, astonishingly fast. Tanyu was caught off guard and hit head-on, flying backward, and the little bear at her waist fell to the ground. She crashed heavily onto the ground, her throat burning sweetly as blood sprayed out. What level of monster is this? She gritted her teeth and propped herself up, her eyes full of shock. The monster did not continue the attack. It only pushed her back and then quietly surveyed the surroundings. Soon, it noticed the little bear on the ground. The thick tentacle gently curled up the little bear. That was the first time since its birth that it saw toys outside the glass cover. No one noticed that when this huge creature touched the little bear, its body actually trembled slightly. That's my sister's. Give it back to me. Tanyu completely lost control, her eyes igniting with flames, allowing the phoenix to temporarily take over her body. The phoenix fire soared into the sky as she dove down once again, engaging in a new round of fierce battle with the monster. Elsewhere, following the crack, Xiao Sha finally found the source of the calling. Under night vision, he saw a circular object the size of a house buried deep within the chaos, half submerged in the strata. Its surface was carved with unfamiliar inscriptions. As he approached, a piercing whisper drilled into his mind. Chaotic, sharp, obscure, like countless voices tearing at his soul. The pain almost drove him to collapse. Come conquer it, inherit my power. Just as he could hardly bear it, the sphere suddenly trembled and cracked open with a roar. A golden light and a red light shot out from between them, directly entering his body. The moment they struck, the sky and earth changed color. Clear skies turned to sudden rain, the earth cracked open, and rivers flowed backward. It was as if the entire world was mourning for some existence. After several minutes, the influence of the inscriptions was suppressed, and the sky and earth returned to calm. A deep voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness. From this moment on, you are mine. When the final message arrived, A stunning vision exploded in Xiao Sha's mind. In the vast universe, four ugly giant beasts spanned the void, besieging an equally massive human. The fierce battle tore through space, with black holes continuously forming. The man faced the enemy alone, withstanding all attacks, and ultimately drove back all four monsters larger than planets. He stood like a lonely guardian, fiercely protecting this land. Xiao Sha was about to get a clear look at his face when he suddenly woke up from his meditation. Two things appeared in his mind. God's left eye, the left eye left behind after the fall of a certain deity, able to see through illusion and reality. God's blood, the blood of a deity. After absorption, it can awaken the talent, divine body. Ancient deity, Xiao Sha was shocked. In his past life, he had never encountered a god. Now everything had completely gotten out of control. But he did not retreat. Since he was reincarnated, this is his fate. Senior, I will inherit your will. He immediately absorbed the divine blood and the left eye of God. This time, there was no tearing pain. The power smoothly integrated into his body. 15 minutes later, he opened his eyes, and his aura surged violently. He gained a new talent, a divine body. His weapon, the sky-cleaving axe, entered its second form, and he also awakened the divine eye. The combat power value disappeared, but he could feel that his strength had already doubled, at least breaking through 10 million. The divine eye can see through reality and illusion. He finally had the confidence to settle scores with that group of mimic worms. Just as he was about to take action, a riot suddenly broke out in City G. More than half of the people went mad without warning, lunging at those around them and biting fiercely. They howled wildly. Then suddenly all turned and rushed in the same direction. Thousands of awakened zombies formed a torrent, charging straight toward the research department. Xiao Sha finally understood that the zombie tide in City G had completely erupted under the control of the mimic worms. He could no longer delay. He immediately took to the air, heading straight for the research department. When he landed, the front gate was already crowded with zombies. Vendors, patrol officers, researchers, those who should have been performing their duties were now standing together with vacant expressions. They probably didn't even know when they had been transformed into monsters. If you do evil, I will personally harvest you. But you are also victims. Xiao Sha spoke softly. This was the first time he felt no murderous intent toward the hordes of monsters. Give me time, I will save you. With that, he smashed the main door with a punch and stormed inside. As soon as he stepped into the hall, that familiar scent hit him. Xiao Sha's expression instantly darkened. How dare they lay a hand on my people? In the air was the scent of Tanyu. She should have been at the inn, but now she was here. No need to think twice. It was clear the mimic worm had tricked her. Xiao Sha snorted coldly and dashed into the elevator, following the scent. The elevator's startup detection system was smashed into scrap metal by his punch. The debris fell, revealing a deep shaft leading straight underground. He rapidly descended along the shaft. Until the -99th floor, the aura was incredibly clear. Tenyu was right ahead. He blasted through the specially made steel door, and before him was a fierce battle. Flames soared into the sky. Tanyu transformed into a phoenix, her eyes burning. The phoenix fire wildly scorching an ugly monster. That monster was clearly 7th rank, yet it was lying on the ground, completely powerless to fight back. Xiao Sha looked for 2 seconds, his face suddenly darkening. In the next moment, he erupted, throwing a punch at the phoenix that was about to kill the monster. Bang! He held back his strength, but Tanyu was still knocked flying, crashing hard into the wall. Dust rose everywhere, engulfing her. Her voice echoed through the ruins. Why? Why did you save it? Tanyu propped herself up and stood up, trembling all over, her eyes full of regret, as if she had finally seen Xiao Sha wrong. I'm about to succeed. As long as I kill it, I can see Xiaoya. Why are you stopping me? Her emotions spiraled out of control, and she reignited the phoenix flame, desperately rushing toward Xiao Sha. But the phoenix had already been crippled by that punch, and she was merely a 4th-tier human. Before Xiao Sha, this charge was completely ineffective. Xiao Sha seized her hand with the momentum, his expression complicated. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you're just a puppet of the monsters. Tenyu broke down, laughing wildly, crying and shouting. Say something. You're so strong. Why didn't you help me find Xiaoya? She desperately questioned him, but he remained silent. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell her the truth. The air was deathly silent, the monster behind them gasping on the ground. Tan Yu accidentally saw the bear stuffed in the monster's arms. It was her sister's toy. Her eyes blazed with anger, struggling wildly, trying to rush forward to kill it. At that moment, Xiaosha spoke. It's your sister. 7 words, like thunder, shattered her world. She was stunned for a long time, her voice trembling. Impossible. It's a monster. How could it be Xiaoya? You're lying to me. You're also a monster sent to torment me, aren't you? Xiaoya is so beautiful. How could this thing possibly be her? Xiaosha made no defense, just nodded heavily. Her gaze slowly crumbled bit by bit. Impossible. Do you know why it hugs the little bear and never fights back even once? Because it still remembers. That was a gift from its sister. If it didn't recognize you, you would have been dead long ago. 3 words completely shattered her last hope. She recalled the first time she was knocked down. That monster first carried away the little bear, holding it tightly in its arms. So it wasn't protecting its food, it was protecting memories. So it really was Xiaoya. The moment the truth was revealed, Tan Yu completely broke down. If it weren't for Xiaosha's punch, she might have unknowingly burned her beloved younger sister to death with her own hands. The drama of sisters killing each other was interrupted by you. What a disappointment. I wanted to see whether the sister killed the elder, or the elder destroyed the younger with her own hands. The harsh voice echoed through the space. Tan Yu completely collapsed. You damn bastards. Do you enjoy torturing humans this much? Xiaosha shouted angrily, holding the stunned Tan Yu tightly. This corpse mother was supposed to be the host of the queen, but her will was too strong. Even the corpse tide dared not unleash. So the queen changed her mind. She wants you to be the host. The other party's tone was displeased. When Xiaosha heard the words host, he immediately thought of that blood-absorbing mage zombie that went berserk. Power would surge, but the price was becoming a monster. Tanya had already lost control, and that zombie was nothing but a skeleton. He absolutely did not want to become like that. He had already locked onto the source of the sound, about 200 levels underground. He couldn't do it before, but now he had the divine body. Suppressing the opponent is not difficult. But right now, the bigger trouble is the 2 sisters. One has become a monster, the other is crushed by guilt. The situation is even more troublesome than a monster. Xiaosha decided to extract information first. He pointed at Tanya with a cold sneer. Even she couldn't handle it. And you expect me to be the host? The person opposite was silent for a long time. Either behave and become the queen's host. Either I blow up her sister right in front of your girlfriend. The threat was very direct. Xiaosha was completely unconcerned. Go ahead and blow it up. How ruthless I am. You have no idea. Don't just say her sister. If pushed hard enough, I could even ditch my girlfriend. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned close to Tan Yu's ear and whispered. The next moment, he kicked her towards Tanya. Tan Yu fell awkwardly beside her monstrous sister. The mimic worms on the ground were all stunned by the scene. This person kills without blinking, not even caring about those around him. Is he still human or not? The queen wants to make a deal with you. Their tone changed. The queen finds you interesting and wants to meet you in person. Xiaosha was slightly taken aback. The mimic bug is famous for its technology. No matter how confident he is, he doesn't want to stumble in the gutter. Compared to it, I'm more interested in meeting you rats hiding underground. He sneered. You have no choice. The queen is descending. Low-level life forms, prepare to face greatness. The other side was excited to the point of fanaticism. Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes. No matter what tricks they play, kill them all first. Tan Yu, burn the surveillance. Tan Yu on the ground suddenly leapt up, flames spraying in all directions. With a sizzling sound, the screens underground went completely black. The mimic worms were still taunting, saying they were too far away for him to catch. The next second, the ground beneath them turned into a blood-red space. It's a domain, a worm shouted as it reached for its pocket watch. The blood prison had already taken shape. It looked up to see Xiaosha hanging in midair, coldly gazing down. 7 bastards. Have you decided how you want to die? They were completely panicked. The intelligence said his domain wasn't this far-reaching, but he had just acquired a body. His strength skyrocketed. and the blood prison's range had expanded tenfold. Whoever tells me how to remove their mutation, I will spare it. Xiao Sha landed in front of 7 half-human-tall mimic worms with tentacles. One worm urgently shouted that he wouldn't release them. Before the words fell, the axe light swept across, cleaving it in two. Xiao Sha pulled out his axe and asked with a smile, "Who else wants to speak?" A few drops of blue blood still hung on the axe. Xiao Sha looked up at the remaining 6 mimetic bugs, a smile on his lips. This scene was brutal. All 6 bugs froze. No matter what creature, the instinct is to fear death. Seeing their companions smashed into pulp, they immediately rushed to speak. "Your girlfriend's younger sister has a special constitution. She can purify the abnormal energy inside her on her own. In at most a month, she can recover to become human. Her blood can also save others. Just a little sip is enough." 6 mouths shouted together, like a group of criminals competing to gain merit. Xiao Sha felt a headache coming. Too noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his axe. One strike at a time. Flesh and blood exploded, leaving only a pool of blue blood on the ground. Killed 7 alien mimic bugs, triggered Lord of Slaughter, gained mimicry technology. Xiao Sha didn't look at the reward. He scanned with his divine eye to confirm they were completely dead before retracting the blood prison. The blood-colored space dissipated. Tan Yu was crouching on the ground, anxiously touching the ugly monster. Seeing Xiao Sha come out, she suddenly stood up, her voice trembling. "Is there really still hope for Xiaoya?" Xiao Sha walked over and hugged her. "I said there's a cure, so there definitely is." Tan Yu felt her whole body relax. The fear and despair that had been weighing on her all day completely dissipated at this moment. She stopped crying and instead smiled. "As long as you cure Xiaoya, you can do whatever you want. I won't cry anymore." Xiao Sha looked at her innocent expression and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she hadn't been driven crazy. "Let's first check her condition." He touched Ting Yu's head, not responding to her words. If this girl is still conscious and hears what was just said, he would become a perverted brother-in-law. Ting Yu nodded. "Her breathing is steady, seems to be slowly recovering. The wound I burned earlier has also started to scab over." Xiao Sha pondered. According to those few bugs, Tanya would need a month to completely purify herself using Nuwa's constitution. In other words, those artificial monsters infected outside would also have to wait a month to recover through her blood. But the problem is, they simply couldn't wait a month. The queen mentioned by that group of mimic bugs was already on her way to find Xiao Sha. If he stayed here any longer, or took Tinyu back to H City, he would only be dragging everyone into greater danger. He still didn't know exactly what the queen was. But to lead a clan, her strength had to be far beyond that of ordinary mimic bugs. For safety, he had no choice but to leave and lure that thing elsewhere. "Xiao Yu, hold on to this." Xiao Sha was silent for a long time, then handed over a purple diamond-shaped mechanical box. Tan Yu tilted her head as she took it, weighing it in her hand. "What is this?" "Mimetic technology. When you wear it on your head, you'll naturally know how to use it. As for Xiaoya, she will return to normal in a month. Those people outside need to dilute her blood pressure to reverse the corpse-like state." Xiao Sha explained everything that needed to be clarified. Tan Yu obediently nodded and asked again, "What happens next?" "You stay with Xiaoya and wait for her to wake up. I'll leave you enough supplies for 2 months, so you won't go hungry." The smile on her face slowly stiffened. She knew him too well. He only left her behind when facing an enemy he couldn't possibly defeat. This means that things between her and Tanya end here. As for Xiao Sha, he would have to face the queen alone. "When will you be back?" She pretended to ask casually. "After I deal with her," Xiao Sha said with a smile. Tan Yu fell silent, gently touching the box in her hand. Just as Xiao Sha was about to speak, she whispered, "Kiss." "What? Just a kiss? Can't you understand that?" She pouted, a little annoyed. "Is that the only request?" Seeing her nod, Xiao Sha bowed his head and kissed her. They parted after a long time, a thin thread of saliva stretching between their lips. Tan Yu was the first to come back to her senses and patted her burning face. "You can leave now. Take good care of Xiaoya." Xiao Sha left enough food, smiled at her, and turned to fly toward the ground. On the ground, zombies were still howling and wandering. Xiao Sha glanced at the map, planning to find a secluded place to settle things with that queen. Go to the mountains or to the seaside. He stared at the topographic map of G City, his brows tightly furrowed. Before he could think it through, a sudden chill ran through his body, as if being watched by some terrifying presence. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits long ago. But Xiao Xia was not afraid. Instead, he became excited. The fact that it triggered his instinctive alertness meant the opponent was not weak. But the opponent only intimidated him without making a move. This meant he couldn't be killed, only bluffing. If that's the case, there was no need for him to hide either. Glorious Pig Farm? It must be here. He targeted a location near the mountains in the suburbs and headed straight there. Soon, he arrived at the pig farm. To his surprise, a place like this was still holding out amid the monster tide. Just as he landed on the rooftop, a little boy wearing a blue school uniform suddenly jumped up and flew straight at him. Who are you? What are you doing on my roof? The boy was full of spirit. Xiao Xia glanced over and saw the boy was only at the second rank. He smiled but said nothing. Soon, an old man with a cane came out of the room. Ziyang, apologize, or you'll be hung from the tree. These words made Xiao Xia squint, because just now he had indeed thought so. Sorry, big brother. I thought you were a bad person. The little boy immediately lowered his head in fear. Xiao Xia didn't take him seriously at all. He stared at the old man and smiled. You can encounter a master in the suburbs. Did you know I would come? The old man also smiled, raising his hand to gesture him inside. Xiao Xia looked at the talent information above his head, fell silent for a moment, and still followed him inside. 5th rank. Talent, great profit. Tea was already prepared in the room, with 2 bronze tea cups neatly arranged, clearly well prepared in advance. I am Bai Qinfeng. Just call me Old Bai, young Master Xiao. Xiao Xia nodded. Old Bai leisurely brewed the tea, rinsed the cups, and poured the tea. After Xiao Xia took a sip and nodded in approval, he finally spoke. As you can see, my talent is that of a great prophet. A month ago, I already saw that you would come. He smiled gently, but those eyes seemed to have seen through everything long ago. Xiao Xia was wondering in his heart whether Old Bai really knew what would happen next. So what will happen to me next? He tentatively asked. Old Bai stroked his beard and said with a smile, in half an hour, there will be the rare phenomenon of 7 stars aligning. A huge human face will suddenly appear in the sky, and you will be taken away on the spot by its outstretched hand. He said this while laughing, making Xiao Xia feel a chill down his spine. Others are trying to take him away, and yet this old man can still laugh? Isn't this fucking trouble already happening? Are you wondering why I'm laughing? Old Bai laughed heartily. Because before you got caught, you even gave that face the middle finger. That really sounds like something he would do. Xiao Xia hated this kind of mysterious existence the most, lurking in the shadows to play tricks, never showing themselves, but sending people to cause trouble. If they were really that strong, they'd come out and face it head-on. If it were him, with that kind of power, anyone who messed with him would just be dealt with directly, just like now. Then why did it capture me? What happened next? Xiao Xia continued to ask, but Old Bai shook his head, saying he could only see up to this point. He tried to continue the prediction, but as soon as the image of Xiao Xia appeared in his mind, the prophecy would immediately break off. It was as if a taboo had been touched, rendering things completely unclear. However, he was very sure that nothing would happen to Xiao Xia, because in the great prophecy art, there are only 3 types of people who cannot be predicted. The first is those whose status is extraordinarily noble. Second, an existence that must not be mentioned. Third, it is himself. No matter which category Xiao Xia belongs to, it signifies absolute strength and the protection of heaven and earth. With these 2 in place, even if the opponent is as huge as a starry sky monster, he will not lose. After listening, Xiao Xia was not troubled. The 5th level prophecy could see this far, which was already the limit. He took a sip of tea and then refilled the cups for the 2. What about that little guy's future? He asked. Anyway, the Mimic Queen won't arrive for another half hour, so he was in no hurry. Ziyang, I don't dare to watch. No matter the outcome, good or bad, I can't bear it. Old Bai sighed. What about your own? Foretelling my own fate is a huge taboo. Old Bai smiled and waved his hand. 20 minutes later, Xiao Xia calmly walked out of the room and said farewell to the old man and the child. Then he leapt up, soaring straight into the sky. He wanted to see for himself what this so-called mimic queen really was. Soon, that familiar shivering sensation struck again. The originally clear sky was instantly swallowed by dark clouds, only to completely clear again the next moment. Xiao Sha clearly saw that the atmosphere protecting Blue Star was gradually disappearing. His gaze penetrated the sky, reaching out into outer space. The so-called seven-star alignment appeared just like a movie scene, clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The crowd gasped. Some were shocked, some babbled incoherently, and others had already begun to feel fear. But what appeared after the seven-star alignment was not a miracle, but a pair of eyes so huge they covered the entire sky. Terrifying, twisted, evil. Everyone panicked. Some fled, some cried, while others stood in despair on the spot. Only Xiao Sha did not retreat. The monster had just appeared, and he immediately recognized it. That was not an ordinary mimic queen, but one of the four great monsters who had been brutally defeated by that god back then. Xiao Sha charged directly into the sky, staring down those giant eyes. His body was trembling, yet he sneered and shouted, "Last time your legs were broken, and you still dare to come back." This sentence completely ignited the monster's fury. It couldn't understand how a mere human could still remember its humiliation. "Low-level creatures, surrender immediately, or I will destroy the planet." The voice shook heaven and earth. Xiao Sha retorted on the spot, "If you really have the ability, then make your move now. What's the point of pretending if you can't get in?" His voice spread across the globe. Some cursed him for looking for death, some were eager to surrender, and others were enraged. But Xiao Sha was very clear in his heart. The other party can't get in. If they could get in, they would have been crushed long ago. The monster was completely enraged. "Lowly life form, you will pay the price." Xiao Sha's actions thoroughly enraged the mimic queen, and the creature resembling a black centipede instantly went berserk. "Don't think that having the power of the planet protects you. I will still kill you." Its roar shook outer space, all its power erupting at once. Its tentacles wildly struck the planetary barrier, determined to tear Xiao Sha apart. Xiao Sha, however, remained indifferent, raising his middle finger at the countless tentacles. In front of the tentacle comparable to a planet, he was laughably insignificant. But it was this very action that caused the mimic queen to completely lose control. A gigantic tentacle tore through the outer spatial layer, pressing down toward Blue Star. The dark shadow covered the sky and blocked out the sun. The world instantly plunged into darkness. The tentacle slowly descended until the moment it touched Xiao Sha, dragging him into another dimension. Before it could revel in its triumph, an irresistible force of law suddenly descended with a roar. In less than a second, its massive body shattered on the spot, utterly annihilated. The sky returned to its azure blue, as if nothing had ever happened. Only those familiar with Xiao Sha were silently praying for him. In the purple-black unknown space, Xiao Sha was smiling as he looked at the mimic queen. "Aren't you quite powerful? Why have you gone silent? Low-level life form. You are trapped here and will eventually go mad and die." Xiao Sha frowned and raised the heaven-opening axe to test the strength of the space. The black and white double-sided axe appeared, and the consciousness of the mimic queen instantly fell silent. At that moment, it recalled the ancient fear of being cleaved into 18 pieces by a single axe, with only the head escaping. That axe was exactly the same as the one before its eyes. Xiao Sha swung his axe down, but there was no fluctuation in the space, not even a trace. "You have your day today, too." The mimic queen sneered immediately. It silently rejoiced that the axe-wielding guardian god had long since fallen. "Don't cry when I break through here," Xiao Sha replied coldly. He raised his hand and struck repeatedly. 1 axe, 2 axes, 3 axes, 999 axes. His strength had not diminished, but there was no trace on the ground. The mimic queen saw that he couldn't escape and began to mock him wildly. "Lowly life form, don't waste your effort. This is just one of my clones, a sealed-off space I've set up. With you, it can't be destroyed." Xiao Sha had long anticipated it. The other party dared to fight desperately only because what came was just a clone. He ignored it and kept swinging the axe, chopping for several hours straight. "Useless, this space is forged by divine power. Only a deity can break it." Xiao Sha stopped, took out the corpse god's divine blood, and wanted to smear it on the heaven-opening axe. The axe frantically dodged, as if humiliated. Just a mere corpse god, worthy of wounding me. The other sneered coldly. Xiao Sha retracted his divine blood and said lightly, "For every drop of my blood I shed, your future will be even more miserable." With that, he slashed his arm with the axe. Fresh blood dripped onto the axe, and a golden light surged forth. This is impossible. That golden blood, he had only seen it on one person before. The forbidden being who once cleaved him into 18 pieces with a single strike. Swinging the axe again, the ground finally cracked open with thin fissures. This speed, it won't break through even in 10 years. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the 6th hour, Xiao Sha suddenly stopped and smiled. Divine blood only increases damage. What if we add the execution effect, heaven-destroying annihilation? He casually brought down the last axe. Boom. The space exploded on the spot, outer space churning like a nuclear blast. The Mimic Queen's consciousness was reduced to ashes and terror. At the same time, in the distant depths of the void. What? Him? He's back. A huge mimic bug looked terrified, almost losing control. They had witnessed with their own eyes that guardian god being shattered to pieces before daring to invade that star region. But now, its clone sent back a message. The existence actually has an heir. The Mimic Queen suddenly became restless. It immediately sent a message to the other 3 companions. Death, time-space, element, I am life. The Galactic Guardian has a successor who inherits the will. Immediately go to the Mimic Galaxy to discuss countermeasures. As soon as the message was sent, 3 terrifying shadows appeared in the murky void. God of life, is this true? A shadow resembling a giant cockroach asked urgently. The person sent by the god of corpses has already been slain by him. The Mimic Queen said calmly, causing the god of death to fall silent instantly. There is only one way. To disrupt the situation and kill him early. We must not let him grow into a new guardian god. The god of reincarnation said in a low voice. I agree, but that area is guarded by the power of the rules. How do we get in? The god of time and space raised the key question. Several evil gods then conferred, planning to strangle Xiao Sha before he could grow. But they didn't know. Xiao Sha's deepest obsession in his heart had never been guardianship, but slaughter. Even if he becomes a god, he is not a guardian deity, but a death god who will kill all the way to their lair. Outer space of the blue star. Xiao Sha, who had just split open the space, floated alone in the starry sky. Vast, magnificent, mysterious, and dangerous. This is the most real appearance of outer space. In his previous life, he never set foot here. In this life, how far can he go? Asterisk hack hack. Damn, the oxygen is running out. Asterisk. Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly realized he was still in space. No matter how strong he was still human, and right now he still needed to breathe. Not to mention he had just been trapped in a spatial rift for 6 hours. His body was already feeling unwell. In order not to suffocate to death, Xiao Sha immediately spread his wings, his blood-red battle robe enveloping his entire body, and headed straight for Blue Star. Before long, he was back over H-City. He hadn't seen Ling and the others for 2 or 3 days. Before going to find Tanyu, he decided to check on Ling first. Arriving at the familiar villa district, he realized something was wrong. The entire area was eerily quiet, not a single person in sight. Normally, at noon, even if people were resting, it wouldn't be this deserted. He frowned and began to sense the presence of the 3 individuals. He closed his eyes and scanned. He quickly pinpointed the locations of Ling and Xia Qianmei. Ling was still in the wild, while Xia Qianmei had already established the Black Rose headquarters. As for Tang Muqing, Xiao Sha did not sense any trace of her at all. With his current perceptive abilities, not to mention H-City, he could easily scan the entire island. But since he didn't discover anything, it only proves one thing. Tang Muqing is not in H-City at all. Forget it, I'll go find Qianmei first. He put the thought aside, soared into the air, and headed straight for Black Rose headquarters. Soon, he arrived in front of the headquarters gate. A row of black-clad guards stood at the entrance, all unfamiliar faces, which surprised him a bit. In just a few days, so many people had been recruited, and he didn't recognize a single one. Enemy attack. Someone broke in. He had just landed when the guards panicked. In less than 3 seconds, everyone around him had surrounded him. If it had been anyone else, they would have been taken down on the spot. Who dares to break into Black Rose? A familiar voice came through. The crowd parted, and a man with a red Shah emblem pinned to his chest stepped forward. He was about to see who was courting death, but the next second his face went pale, and he immediately knelt down with a smack. Young Master Shao, I was blind and rash to offend you. Please forgive me. Everyone present was stunned. The man suddenly turned around and shouted angrily at the others. What are you still standing for? All of you, get down on your knees. This is Xiao Xiao, young Master Xiao Xia. If you don't kneel, do you want to be dragged away to feed the dogs? Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. They had all heard of Xiao Xia before. Whoever crossed him was doomed. Not even their ashes would be safe. Offending someone like him would make even the ancestral grave smoke. The whole group knelt down in unison, not daring to lift their heads. Xiao Xia looked at Old Wang and smiled faintly. Climbed the ranks pretty fast. I'm in a good mood today, and since you all have been handling things for me, I'll let it slide this time. Next time, remember my face clearly, or else. As he finished speaking, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Everyone nodded repeatedly in fear, afraid he would turn hostile on the spot. Only then did Xiao Xia leisurely walk into the headquarters. After he walked away, Old Wang finally dared to stand up. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. But Old Wang's face was terrifyingly dark. He turned back and yelled at everyone. You guys really don't fear death, daring to gang up on young Master Xiao. If I hadn't knelt down quickly, you'd all be holding the first 7-day mourning ceremony by now. I've only been here for over 10 days, and even I know how ruthless Xiao Xiao is. The group looked confused. Old Wang looked at them, his teeth gritting with anger. Don't you know about that alien monster in the sky from over 10 days ago? He asked, trying to control his anger. That monster shocked the entire world. Who wouldn't know? The men quickly nodded. Seeing this, Old Wang raised his hand and slapped several of them, leaving them stunned. The person who was taken away during the standoff with the monster in the high altitude was Xiao Xiao. The fact that he can come back now means that the monster has already been taken down by him. Do you still dare to doubt? Xiao Xiao walked into the headquarters and immediately saw Xia Qianmei sitting in a high position. She was staring blankly at the documents, her mind clearly not on work. Xiao Xia slipped behind her and laughed close to her ear. Stayed up late again last night sneaking snacks. Xia Qianmei stiffened suddenly and slowly turned around. Seeing him, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Xiao Xia, it's really you. She held him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. You've been missing for 12 days. I thought you wouldn't come back. Xiao Xia was stunned. He clearly had only been unconscious for 6 hours, and searching for Tanya had taken no more than 2.5 days. I was only gone for 2.5 days. 12 days. Xia Qianmei cried as she pounded him. Xiao Xia finally realized that the passage of time inside the space was completely different from outside. 6 hours became 12 days. Staying one more day would mean nearly 2 months outside. No wonder that Mimic Queen dared to speak so harshly. Thinking about the 12 days stolen in vain, his anger flared. Mimic Queen, don't let me catch you. But looking at the person in his arms, he still suppressed his anger first. Those 12 days he disappeared felt like torture to them. Don't leave so suddenly like that next time. I'd rather have you safe and with me than see you risking your life. Xia Qianmei tugged at the corner of his clothes and spoke softly. Xiao Xia ruffled her hair and said he was just that kind of person. He couldn't stand pretenses and couldn't tolerate a sharp tongue. If someone wanted to make a name by stepping on him, he would make them pay the price. That's the you I like. As the familiar voice sounded, Xia Qianmei's tension eased, and the Black Rose, with a flirtatious smile, snuggled close, her hands already wandering indiscriminately around his waist. Can you be a bit more restrained? I just finished crying, and now you're acting wild the moment you come out. Xiao Xia slapped her hand away. She cried all her tears out. How can I still cry? I miss you too, okay? Black Rose acted coquettishly, but her eyes were fiercely intense. Xia Qianmei rolled her eyes inwardly. She had intended to get her to say a few good words, but she immediately went straight to the point, ruining the whole image. Even if she had that thought, She should have held it until the evening. All right, there's plenty of time in the evening. I'm going to meet someone first. Then come back early. Black Rose finally restrained herself, gave him a gentle kiss, and let him leave. Not long after, by the seaside in H City, Chun-Ling sat on the beach holding her legs, using telekinesis to toss pebble by pebble into the sea. A half-human-height pile of stones built up in front of her on the shore, her silence colder than the sea breeze. Lingling, I'm back. She froze, turned around and rushed over, but did not cry. Instead, she violently threw herself into his arms, biting his shoulder hard. You're a dog by Zodiac? He exclaimed exaggeratedly. I'll bite you, you heartless man. She vented for a long time, then stopped with red eyes. What exactly were you doing? She asked quietly. Xiao Sha held her as they sat by the sea, slowly recounting the events of the past few days. From encountering the mimetic bug in G City to coming up with a plan with Tan Yu, they finally found hope to save her sister. Because Xiao Sha insulted the mimetic queen with his sharp tongue, she would rather destroy her own clones than let him escape. He was trapped in the space for 6 hours, only to realize 12 days had passed outside. After Chun-Ling heard this, her expression changed from nervous to shocked, then from afraid to relieved. Every time Xiao Sha spoke, her heart tightened, fearing something else might go wrong. Fortunately, the outcome wasn't bad. Not only did he survive, but he also gained many opportunities. Did you touch Xiaoya? Chun-Ling suddenly asked. No, I'm not that kind of person, Xiao Sha said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun-Ling stood up, spun around, and directly transformed into Tan Yu. Since you didn't touch, do you want to try first? The familiar voice, the familiar face, even the petite figure was exactly the same. Xiao Sha blew up on the spot. You can still play like this? 3 hours later, he carried Tan Yu back to the villa. He said he didn't do anything, just played in the water. The weather was too hot, and the other person collapsed from heat stroke. As for whether he overdid it, he firmly denied it. After settling Chun-Ling, he immediately set off for G City to find Tang Muqing and Tan Yu. Chun-Ling said that Tang Muqing was worried about them and had gone to G City alone a week ago. As for how to cross the sea, they had long since brought the architect and completed the construction of the cross-sea bridge. Xiao Sha flew to the bridge, and sure enough, there were people patrolling at both ends. The entire bridge was almost identical to how it was before the apocalypse. This group of girls really has foresight, he thought with admiration. Before long, he found Tan Yu and Tang Muqing on the 99th floor of G City. The two burst into tears and caused a commotion before finally discussing the important matter. During these 12 days, Tan Yu taught herself mimicry technology and used laboratory materials to create a restorative potion. Tan Yu had already recovered 2 days ago. Come, I'll show you, Tan Yu said, pulling him inside. In the nutrition pod lay a girl who looked very much like her, but was 20 centimeters taller. She's too weak and needs to recover for a few more days. Fortunately, Sister Muqing was with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Tan Yu smiled and hugged Tang Muqing's shoulder. Tang Muqing looked at her affectionately, then shifted her gaze to Xiao Sha. Xiao Gu, what should we do next? She asked. Before, when Xiao Sha wasn't around, she could make decisions on her own. Now that he's back, everything naturally follows his lead. Xiao Sha thought for a moment. Tan Yu wasn't very familiar with him and was quite young. She couldn't bring her to live in the villa. Even if they went to H City, she could only stay next door. Let's stay here for a few days. Once Xiaoya wakes up and G City is restored, we'll go back, he decided. 7 days later, Tan Yu recovered, and they returned to H City. Xiao Sha asked Tan Yu to use mimicry technology to add protection to the villa, so nothing could be heard or seen from outside. The reason was simple. He didn't want to be disturbed. The first time Tan Yu accompanied him, the pain made him faint, but he gradually got used to it, and now it was no longer a problem. By the pool, for women in black and white stockings sunbathed and played in the water. Xiao Sha lay on a chair. Guess who I am? One of the women laughed as she leaned in. He was too lazy to distinguish and directly picked her up, falling into the water together. Splashes flew everywhere as a new round of fun began. The next day, Xiao Sha put away his thoughts. Indulging in gentleness would only dull his sharpness. After breakfast, he recalled the previous battle. When he shattered the space, the Lord of Slaughter dropped something, which he had never dared to use. That was the breath of the evil god. The name was ordinary, but it was a black and red bizarre book, covered with bristly hair and eyes, extremely eerie. It could cause people to be infected with the aura of alien evil gods. He instinctively rejected it, but thinking of those four monsters still eyeing Blue Star, he dared not relax. To uncover the truth, he flew to a deserted high altitude over the sea and took out the strange book. As soon as the book appeared, dark red blood surged from his palm, slowly winding around his entire body. Before long, a vast amount of information flooded into Xiao Sha's mind. Life, death, space, elements. The four great evil gods had long occupied countless ages. They invaded various universes, setting up the so-called death game. Once a living being failed, the entire universe would be devoured and turned into their nourishment. Seeing this, Xiao Sha's eyes turned cold. So that's how it is. Those mutated corpses were all the work of the evil god. And the talents possessed by humans were countermeasures forcibly granted by the cosmic will for self-preservation. No wonder the apocalypse came so swiftly, leaving humans with almost no means to resist. Ultimately, everyone was just a pawn, a chip in the game between the evil god and the cosmic will. People like him were extremely rare, because he inherited the bloodline of Pangu. This power allowed him to easily crush the evil god's minions and even destroy its clones. Suddenly, a shock hit his mind, as if someone was calling remotely. He calmed down and immediately recognized the aura. It was the mimic bug. I just killed your queen, and you still treat me like a newbie? Wait, I'm going to blow up your lair. Killing intent surged in Xiao Sha's eyes, and he immediately flew toward the direction of the signal. While flying, he also replied to the message. You're new here, the other party asked cautiously. The queen sent me recently, specifically to coordinate the ambush of a human named Xiao Sha. His tone was angry, as if there was true blood hatred. Code name. Xiao Sha was stunned. This group of bugs even had code names? After a brief silence, the tone on the other side turned cold. What exactly is your code name? Time passed bit by bit. If he delayed any longer, he would be exposed. He gritted his teeth and spoke. 9527. Personally bestowed by the queen. The other side was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke with respect. Senior, you have also descended to this planet? Xiao Sha was about to bait information when suddenly other voices cut in. Who? Senior 9527. Idiot, disconnect immediately. 9527 is a specialist in killing traitors. How could it possibly be here? Don't. Before Xiao Sha could finish, the other party's voice transmission was completely cut off. At this moment, he was flying over a wilderness. He opened the map and saw that ahead were 3 cities connected together. Z City, K City, R City. The 3 cities form a circular area, notorious even before the apocalypse, known as a lawless land. Xiao Sha preferred to call it the disaster zone. There, you could be 0 yuan purchased just walking down the street, and hiding indoors was not necessarily safe. Even the sewers were full of people causing chaos. What was more troublesome was that the people there had outrageously strong talents. Of course, no matter how strong, they posed no threat to him. But he felt no impulse. Black Rose was specifically in charge of intelligence. There was no need to alert that group of lunatics now. He stared thoughtfully at the distant sky for a moment, then turned and returned to City H. He handed the investigation over to Black Rose and went back to the villa to wait for news. As soon as he landed, he saw Chun Ling and the others gathered around Tanya, testing her abilities. Hello, brother-in-law. Tanya greeted obediently. Xiao Sha nodded in acknowledgement, signaling them to continue. He was just observing. Chun Ling recorded while reporting. Tanya's Nuwa body can suppress the talents of everyone within 100 meters. Except for Xiao Sha. He's different from others. I even suspect he has no talent at all, purely cheating. She glanced at Xiao Sha beside her, who was sneaking a laugh. Tanya's talent level was the highest, yet she had almost no combat ability. Chun Ling was about the same as Tan Yu. Below them were Tang Muqing and Xia Qianmei. As for Xiao Sha, with the Panga bloodline and the Godslayer, far above the Nuwa body, he was naturally unaffected. Have you tried the purification ability? Xiao Sha suddenly asked seriously. Chun Ling was taken aback. Since the last time the purification of the big fool failed, They haven't studied it again. Here, help me purify this. Xiao Sha took out that ugly black book from his backpack. As soon as the book appeared, the expressions of several people changed. Tanya even directly hid behind Tanya. I'll try. Tanya grit her teeth and stepped forward. She raised her hand, and a white light slowly flowed out, merging into the book. 3 minutes later, the light faded away. Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Xiao Sha took the book and used his divine eye to look again. Suddenly, his left eye glowed faintly golden, and a new line of information appeared before him. Evil God's breath. Confusion-type tool. Can use the breath of the evil god to disguise your appearance and become the person you want to be. He was stunned. Isn't this the ability of Chunlingshi's spirit? So, does that mean he can transform now too? How is it? Is it useful? Tanya whispered anxiously. She knew very well that her brother-in-law was absurdly strong. Even if he could only help a little, she would be happy. Useful, and it helped a lot, Xiao Sha said with a smile. This was no mere politeness. Although it was just a disguise and didn't truly change his body, it was enough for him to move freely in various areas. He was too famous now. There were probably wanted posters with his face posted at the entrance of the mimic bug's nest. Don't just laugh, get to the point. Chunling puffed her cheeks and poked his shoulder. This book was really sinister, and she had long been curious about what it could actually do. Just as the words left her mouth, Xiao Sha's figure flickered, instantly transforming into the likeness of Xia Qianmei. Chunling's mouth dropped open. This isn't Sister Qianmei? How can you turn into her? That book wouldn't steal my snake spirit, would it? Her face turned pale as she immediately sensed her snake spirit. While she was confirming the spirit, Xiao Sha also checked his body. Sure enough, his physical body showed no change, only a faint white light layer on the outside concealing it. The next second, he returned to his normal state. Seeing Chunling still panicking, Xiao Sha smiled and teased her. From now on, when you whisper to others, be careful that the sister might be me. Chunling froze on the spot. That is clearly her exclusive ability. 3 days later, at the dining table, Xia Qianmei directly sat on Xiao Sha's lap and reported the news. The strongest ones in the 3 cities have all been identified. In City Z, there's a 4th-level Flame Mage. In City R, a 4th-level Space-Time Walker. And City K is a bit unusual, with a 3rd-level Shadow Summoner. 2 4th-degree ones and 1 3rd-degree. To him, it's nothing worth mentioning. How is the investigation on their side going? Xiao Sha asked. He didn't care who was the strongest at all. No matter how strong, he can't beat him. He only cares about one thing, whether the mimic bugs are in this area. This is easy to judge. The more developed the technology, the more likely they are there. Those things love to play with technology the most. Xia Qianmei nodded. The most active organization right now is called Scavengers, and their headquarters are suspected to be in the disaster area you mentioned. Having only one organization means the other 3 cities form their own factions, each managing their own affairs. As for technology, I haven't seen any related information in the intelligence. Xia Qianmei reported while pulling Xiao Sha's hand to wander over her body. She was getting bolder and even dared to do this in front of the 3 of them. If no one else was around, she probably would have clung to him nonstop by now. Ahem, mind your image. The man pretended to be serious and pressed down on her hand. Any other clues? He ignored her displeasure and continued to ask. Xia Qianmei leaned on his shoulder and thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Right? Black Rose said someone was causing trouble near the Cross Sea Bridge in the afternoon, claiming to be from our city. Our city isn't close by. He actually managed to get to the seaside and even had an encounter with the guards? This isn't simple. Change the Rose. I want to hear the details, Xiao Sha said. Okay. Xia Qianmei immediately communicated with Black Rose in her mind. Soon, the person sitting on his lap changed to Black Rose, her gaze enchanting. As soon as she appeared, she tore open his collar and took a deep breath of his scent, smiling with satisfaction. Stop fooling around. Get to the point. Chunling pulled her down. So many people are watching. Black Rose was about to retort, but found Chunling had taken the opportunity to sit on Xiao Sha's lap. What a schemer. She couldn't argue and had to talk about what happened in the afternoon. That person appeared out of the sky. Wearing a blue robe and holding a book, like a mage, he directly opened a teleportation circle. But he was pretty bad. He even stumbled when he landed. The teleportation circle and the mage were normal. But why did he have to hold a book? Using talents shouldn't require a medium. What did he say after he landed? Xiao Sha grabbed Chen Ling's restless hand. He said he was a scout from City R, telling us to regularly hand over supplies. Otherwise, we'll all attack H City together. Black Rose couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. In the end, before I could even make a move, I was beaten half to death by the guards. If they weren't fast enough to run, we would have caught them already. Being this weak and still working as a scout indicates there aren't many mages on the other side. But what exactly is that book? In my previous life, even those with magical talent didn't carry books flying around everywhere. There are no spell scrolls in this world either. The more I think about it, the more confusing it gets. Xiao Sha simply stopped thinking about it. The other party was so arrogant, they would come again sooner or later. He arranged for several women to take turns guarding the bridge, while he prepared to go alone to the disaster area to investigate. Early the next morning, Chen Ling bit into a bun as she slid on the dirt towards the cross-sea bridge. Many people on the road greeted her with smiles. Since Xiao Sha left, the three sisters had smoothly unified H City, and wherever she went, people bowed their heads. She didn't stay long. It took only 3 minutes to reach the bridge. The guards were checking identities. She found it troublesome, grabbed the railing, and leapt directly onto the top of the bridge. Some people were making a deal for the first time and couldn't help but comment. Who is that woman? She's so wild. The people nearby immediately lowered their voices. Shut up. She's one of the strongest women in H City, capable of crushing a third-level monster with her bare hands. One of them was frightened, while the other sneered. What could one woman be capable of? No sooner had the words fallen. Chen Ling on the bridge top waved her hand casually. That person was hit by a giant rock, instantly thrown into the sea, and dragged away by fish monsters. You're lucky. You ran into me. If Brother Xiao were here, you'd have already been hung under the bridge to feed the fish. She waited on top of the bridge for 3 hours. The sun rises, and sunlight shines on the face. She jumps off the bridge and sits in the guard post. Why haven't you come yet? Just when feeling bored. Not far away in midair, a light blue portal suddenly tore open. The guards instantly became alert, aiming their weapons upward, ready to act at any moment. Chen Ling shook his fists and walked in front of them. Everyone stop. Step back. I'll handle this. Yes, miss. The crowd immediately withdrew onto the bridge, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. At the other end of the teleportation array, in our city, inside a magnificent office building, a group of people gathered in front of the teleportation portal, discussing who to send to give H City a warning. Mayor Zhou let my son go. He's a third-level sword demon. He cuts down anyone he sees. Absolutely unstoppable. My nephew is more suitable. He's a third-level sword master. His wind control technique is superb and more reliable. The two of them desperately promoted their own relatives. In their eyes, H City was nothing more than an isolated island. Where would any experts come from? Zhou Hong wore a blue robe and pondered for a long time before making a decision. Both of them would go together, along with his third-tier Dark Moon Jackal. Soon, 2 fierce-looking young men, accompanied by a 3-meter-tall giant wolf, stepped into the teleportation array. They had no idea what they were about to face. Time passed bit by bit. 2 subordinates kept boasting beside Zhou Hong, claiming how invincible their children were. Zhou Hong was in a great mood from all the praise. With 3 third-tier fighters joining, victory is beyond doubt. At that moment, the portal suddenly lit up again. Zhou Hong frowned. So fast, a subordinate hurriedly forced a smile. It must have been resolved. The opponent's strongest was killed and has come back with the good news. Zhou Hong nodded. 3 third-tier warriors, dealing with a bunch of natives, was still an easy task, right? He had even begun to fantasize about expanding his territory. In the next second, a mass of bluish scrap metal suddenly flew out of the portal, crashing heavily onto the ground. One of them looked pale. That was his son's sword, twisted into a tangled mess. He forced a smile. Mayor Zhou, this is the spoils of war. Before he finished speaking, another lump of red scrap metal rolled out. The other man shuddered all over. That was clearly his nephew's weapon. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Looks like they took quite a haul. Both men were drenched in cold sweat, but dared not show a hint of fear. Zhou finally smiled. Not bad. The words were not finished. Zhou looked at the two with calm expressions and nodded. Just wait. My wolf over there is not easy to mess with. It will definitely bring back a trophy. After saying that, he stared intently at the teleportation array, waiting for his pet to return victorious. As he had predicted, a wolf's head slowly emerged from the portal. Zhou suddenly stood up, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. But the next second, his smile froze. It was not a whole wolf, but a wolf's head that had been forcefully twisted off. Slap! The wolf's head rolled onto the ground, its eyes still filled with terror. Zhou face instantly darkened, a murderous intent surging. I will kill all the people from H City who are staying in our city to avenge my little wolf. At this moment, Xiao had long since infiltrated our city. He casually found someone on the road who had been bitten and killed by zombies and disguised himself as that person. Right now, he was walking alone on the street, observing secretly. After the apocalypse, the entire city was a scene of devastation. Buildings were shattered, streets stained with blood, and the air filled with the stench of decay. But what surprised him was, most people here have more than two talents. And the second talent is almost unanimously elemental. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Could it be related to that evil god who claims to be the god of elements? Xiao's heart stirred. If it really was that guy causing trouble, this phenomenon would make sense. But the problem is, he has never come into contact with him. He has no idea what methods the other party possesses. Acting rashly could easily lead to falling into a trap. That one in front. What's their name? Which city are they from? A sudden shout rang out. Xiao looked up and saw a group of second-tier guards questioning passers-by. He quickly understood. They were looking for people from H City. Did Qinling's side kill everyone? He thought. Otherwise, our city wouldn't have gotten this chaotic. But H City was too far away. It was impossible for anyone to sneak in. Even if they searched the entire city, they wouldn't find their target. Hey, I'm talking to you. What's your name? Where are you from? Seeing him silent, the guard's expression darkened and he stepped closer. The next second, Xiao looked up and smiled, his tone casual. Yang Xinchang from City Z. The guard kept staring at him, his gaze full of scrutiny. He saw the City Z emblem on Xiao's clothes and stopped questioning. Unbeknownst to him, that seemingly authentic emblem was actually a disguise created by Xiao using the breath of the evil god. Once the guard left, Xiao found a small restaurant bustling with families and sat down. Handsome, what do you want to eat? A boss with a thick neck and loud voice asked with a smile. Give me a large serving of fried rice noodles, extra meat. All right, I'll fry it for you right away. This scene was very much like before the apocalypse, except that before people used money, now they used crystal cores. While the boss was cooking, he perked up his ears to listen to the surrounding noise. I'm telling you, that girl can do every kind of pose. Two young men were chatting full of dirty talk. Xiao smiled and turned in another direction to continue listening. The two middle-aged men at the sixth table finally got to something useful. I heard that if you want to become an official citizen, you have to participate in a trial, and if you pass, you can get the second gift. Is that true or not? Of course it's true, but not everyone can pass that trial. Is it really that hard? You're second tier, right? The first stage throws you into a forest full of second-tier zombies. You have to kill more than 10 of them and still make it out alive. The other man frowned. Sounds not too hard to me. Damn right. This is just the first level. There are 3 levels in total, each one tougher than the last. With your skill, you'll get bitten to death at the first level. The two of them's words entered Xiao's ears without missing a single word. Trial? Interesting. He smirked. In his view, this kind of assessment was much like playing with kids. But wanting to figure out how they obtained the second talent, he still decided to give it a try. Just as he was about to eat, he heard even more crucial news. The trial happens once a week, and only the top 2 scorers each time can become official citizens. Even more ridiculous, teams must be formed with 1 male and 1 female. What kind of rule is this? Xiao, having lived through over a decade of the apocalypse, had never seen such a pairing before. He remembered that when he arrived here 3 years into his previous life, the city was already in chaos, divided among 7 or 8 factions. Walking the streets, you could be ambushed by several groups at any moment. Back then, there was no order at all. But the current situation is completely different from what he remembered. Bro, what if there's no female companion for the trial? After finishing his meal, Xiao Sha placed down a first-level crystal core and looked up to ask the boss. The boss put away the crystal core, glanced at the badge on his chest to confirm he wasn't a scout from the outer city, and then smiled. You couldn't make it in City Z and came here to try your luck, huh? Actually, the trials in all 3 cities are about the same. You might as well try your luck with the scavengers. He gave some advice, but seeing Xiao Sha's determined expression, he could only sigh. All right then, if you insist on taking the trial, go to the slums to find someone. Many teams are formed there. Thanks. Xiao Sha thanked him and turned to leave. After asking around, we soon arrived at the slums on the edge of the city. This was the area most heavily damaged during the apocalypse. All the tall buildings had collapsed, leaving only single-story houses stained with blood and full of cracks. The people living here had poor talents and lived hard lives, and over time it became a place everyone avoided. On a patch of open ground, quite a few people had gathered. There were both men and women, almost all from out of town. Some people whispered to each other, some sized each other up, all looking for suitable teammates. Xiao Sha scanned around, and his divine eye suddenly got stuck. The information of a girl was completely invisible. There was only one name on the panel, Emoli. All the others were blank. Anyone who could nullify the divine eye was definitely not ordinary. Just as he was about to go over and test, footsteps suddenly came from behind. A group of guards surrounded the crowd. Is there anyone from H City? Step forward voluntarily. The leader shouted. The girl slightly lowered her head, quietly gripping the sword at her waist. That was the stance of someone ready to make a move. Xiao Sha saw it at a glance. But if she killed someone on the spot, she would immediately be wanted. He still planned to recruit her into the team. How could he let things get out of hand? Sister, let's go. He waved at her. Emoli was stunned, looking up at him. Xiao Sha was young, his expression calm, without a trace of hostility. She sighed softly. This is my sister. We're here visiting from Z City. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Xiao Sha walked up to her side and signaled with his eyes to leave. Emoli understood his meaning. She didn't want to expose herself right now, so she nodded and followed him out of the crowd. Just as the two of them walked away, a guard quietly asked the captain, Captain, she doesn't have a badge. Shouldn't we stop and check? The captain gave him a sharp look. Check what? Do you know how far H City is from here? More than 1,800 kilometers. Even if you had wings, you'd be flying for half a day. We searched all day, and none of us ever saw anyone coming from H City. Today is just going through the motions, got it? After the captain's lecture, everyone immediately understood. Today was another good day to just roam around casually and earn a day's pay. Not long after the two left the slums, Emoli suddenly stopped. She stared at Xiao Sha, looking him up and down, confirming he was just barely in his 20s, and the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. It's not him after all, she sighed softly in her heart. Emoli was born into the reclusive, divine-blessed tribe. On this land, some families never show themselves, yet they have always existed. She comes from one of them. The family has a long heritage, and most importantly, they are protected by mysterious powers. When the apocalypse came, not a single member mutated. On the 120th day, grandfather suddenly received a prophecy. The person of destiny will appear in our city. Around 25 years old, with a fierce aura, an oppressive evil spirit, sweeping everything away, capable of changing the heavens and the earth. Lear, you will definitely meet him. Follow your heart. Give this piece of rare wood to him. She finally came out of seclusion and arrived at the slums to wait for someone. She wanted to see with her own eyes the prophesied strong warrior, perhaps even to participate in the trial side by side. But who she waited for was Xiao Sha, smiling purely. I want to go through the trial with you, how about it? Xiao Sha said straightforwardly. Emoli was stunned. Her face was full of rejection, yet he still dared to speak. Sorry, you're not the person I'm looking for. She waved her hand. But thank you just now. You can find someone anywhere. Maybe if you participate in the trial, you'll meet him. Xiao Sha refused to give up. Emoli stopped in her tracks. Grandpa said they were destined to meet. Since that's the case, no matter how she chooses, she won't miss it. What's your talent? She asked, turning around. I can see other people's names. Xiao Sha shrugged. For example, I know your name is Emily. He said it deliberately, as if it were ordinary. If the talent was too strong, he wouldn't need to fight for a second talent. How can you be so confident, calling yourself such a trash talent? Emily looked at him, embarrassed and speechless. Being dumb is one thing, but having such poor talent is another. However, considering he just helped her out of a tight spot, it's not impossible to bring him through the trial. Forget it. Might as well take him as a burden. We can team up, but you follow my lead the whole way. She stared at Xiao Sha, her tone serious. You're very strong? Xiao Sha scoffed with disdain. Emily instantly felt annoyed, snorted coldly, and with a thought, her long sword rose into the air. The next second, one slash shattered a thick wall. Handsome or not? She proudly lifted her chin. Too handsome. From now on, you've got to cover for me. Xiao Sha immediately changed his expression, playing the part of a little sidekick. Having survived in the apocalypse for over a decade, this level of acting was effortless for him. But, did you forget something? He suddenly stopped smiling. What? Emily was stunned. Following the direction he pointed, 3 men stood in the yard, their faces dark with anger. I was sleeping soundly. Why did you chop down my wall? After compensating with 5 first-tier crystal cores, the 2 of them finally left. Xiao Sha originally wanted to take action, but to find out more about her background, he had to hold back. However, the scene just now surprised him. She clearly could have easily crushed the other person, but instead actively apologized and urged him to compensate with crystal cores, promising to repay later. The apocalypse has come, and she's still being reasonable? Why do you feel ashamed? He couldn't help but ask. Because if you break someone else's stuff, you have to apologize, she said matter-of-factly. Now it's the apocalypse, and the one with the bigger fist sets the rules. Emily frowned. They have suffered enough, and I even destroyed their home. Shouldn't I compensate them? Xiao Sha knew the situation well. This woman was obviously overly protected. She didn't understand how malicious people could be, nor had she witnessed true cruelty. Simply put, she might be an extremely naive saint. Have you ever considered that they might have taken someone else's house? He suddenly asked in return. Emily looked shocked. Just as she was about to retort, Xiao Sha leisurely continued. If it really was their home, why wouldn't they sleep on their beds inside the house, but instead spread straw mats in the yard? Those words hit like a heavy hammer. According to his reasoning, it's not that they didn't want to enter the house, but that they simply couldn't. No key, and the door couldn't be pried open. Thinking this way, those 3 people were very likely real intruders. Emily stood frozen on the spot. For the first time, she realized that Xiao Sha's talent was average, but his mind was extremely sharp. In contrast, she had only focused on talent and hadn't even noticed such an obvious problem. No wonder her grandfather repeatedly warned her to be careful of outsiders. Thank you. Although you're not strong, you're very smart. She awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Xiao Sha smiled but said nothing. The 2 of them remained silent all the way to the trial registration office. Xiao Sha took out 2 second-tier crystal cores to register and exchanged them for 2 green badges. Normally, having so many crystal cores with such talent would raise some suspicion. But Emily was very pure and didn't think about it at all. After leaving the venue, Xiao Sha suddenly asked, Is your swordsmanship a family tradition? Emily immediately became alert and stopped walking. Why are you asking this? I once saw a senior who used the same sword technique. In his mind appeared that 9th-tier sword immortal. That person didn't like holding a sword, but preferred to control the sword with his mind. He had said a line. A sword is like a proud woman. You have to conquer her to master her. It wasn't until the day they parted that Xiao Sha saw a delicate sword spirit fly out from that sword. Senior? With your strength, you probably call any talented child senior, right? Emily snorted coldly. She let down her guard. Her family had never appeared publicly. Xiao Sha couldn't have seen them before. That person was a 9th-rank sword immortal, the head of a secretive family. How could he be the kind of person Xiao Sha described? Xiao Sha didn't explain. Since she didn't believe him, he was too lazy to say more. He still couldn't figure out her true background and couldn't reveal his strength. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where do you live? He looked down at the badge and asked casually. Emily stopped in her tracks once again. What are you trying to do? Why are you asking where I live? She gripped her sword hilt tightly, staring at Xiao Sha warily like a cat with its fur standing on end. Xiao Sha sighed deeply in his heart. If only he hadn't told her those people were bad. Now she sees everyone as an enemy. I don't know where you live. How are we supposed to attend the trial together tomorrow? He said, looking speechless. Mo Li immediately froze, feeling so awkward she wanted to disappear into the ground. Since they are teammates, not telling him her address was indeed inexcusable. She cleared her throat and exchanged addresses with him. After confirming the time, Xiao Sha casually tossed her a badge and turned to leave. At night, Xiao Sha went out looking for food and ran into Mo Li again. She stood by a small stall holding her sword, staring absent-mindedly at the meat in someone else's bowl with a fixed gaze, yet no one dared to speak to her. Have you gotten this poor? Xiao Sha suddenly spoke from behind. Mo Li almost jumped up. When she realized it was him, her face flushed. Being discovered by a thug for having no money was too embarrassing. She pretended not to hear and turned to leave. I originally wanted to treat my big sister to a meal, but it seems I mistook the person. Xiao Sha sighed deliberately and sat down in front of the stall. In less than 5 seconds, Mo Li pretended to be passing by, quietly sat opposite him, and kept her head down without speaking. Boss, 1 roast chicken and 2 bowls of rice. Before the food arrived, he stared at her and asked, where is your crystal core? With her status, she shouldn't be this poor. Mo Li was silent for a long time, then whispered, I'm out of money. Then won't you go earn some? No one wants me to work. Xiao Sha looked puzzled. With her strength, killing a few monsters would be enough to cover expenses, yet she was thinking about working. Don't you know that monsters have crystal cores in their heads? The boss happened to be bringing food over and couldn't help but chime in upon hearing this. It's been months since the apocalypse. Who doesn't know that? Little brother, stop joking. He finished speaking with a smile, put down the roast chicken and 2 bowls of rice, and left. Only Mo Li was left standing there, looking blank and confused. It's okay if you don't know. This kind of thing is rare to begin with. There are many unexpected things in the world, so it's normal if you haven't heard of it. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xiao Sha quickly comforted her. His words were caring, but in his heart, he was scheming, trying to take the opportunity to find out her background. Aren't people supposed to be working for money on TV? Why is it different from what I see? She murmured quietly, carrying the food. The opportunity has arrived. Xiao Sha promptly asked, Big sister, where exactly did you come from? How do you have no common sense at all? Mo Li slowly took a bite of rice, then picked up a piece of roast chicken, her movements elegant. After swallowing, she seriously said, If I told you that I never left my family since childhood, have had almost no contact with the outside world, and belong to a secluded family, would you believe me? Xiao Sha immediately nodded, speaking exaggeratedly. Of course. You're so impressive. You look just like someone from those hidden clans in novels. Those clans either have peerless treasures or top-tier experts. Are you coming out on some kind of mission this time? This reaction perfectly matched his current identity. To outsiders, he was young Shinchong, a sunny and innocent young man. You're too flattering, Mo Li laughed. The hidden clans are just waiting for the right moment, not as mystical as you make them out to be. She waved her hand, her tone calm. So why are you out here? Delivering treasures to the protagonist? Xiao Sha half-jokingly asked. Unexpectedly, she nodded seriously. Xiao Sha felt a shock in his heart. Could it be that she is connected to that sword immortal senior? In the previous life, that senior, besides obsessing over his sword, would most often talk about finding the destined person. Invincible under heaven, kill gods who block me, kill Buddhas who stand in my way. Every time he said this, Xiao Sha would lean in and jokingly ask, could that person be me? The sword immortal would always shake his head. You can't even beat me, so don't talk about being invincible. It sounds reasonable, but it actually stings. Until Xiao Sha died in battle, there was no news of the sword immortal finding any destined person. He even suspected that the elder was being fooled by the family. Just like Mo Li before him. It's not really giving away a treasure, Mo Li said softly. I have to find that destined one to complete the task my grandfather gave me. Mo Li had eaten Xiao Sha's food, so she no longer hid things from him. She told him everything she could. But as soon as the treasure, the family name, and where the family came from were mentioned, she immediately shut up, not uttering a single word. Even so, Xiao Sha understood. There was an 80 to 90% chance she was the daughter of the Sword Immortal Senior. Both of them were coaxed out of the secret realm by someone, told to find their destined person. Is it possible that this person doesn't exist at all? Xiaosha suddenly asked. That's impossible, Grandpa said. Emily hurriedly retorted. He said you would definitely meet this person this time, right? She was stunned, frowning as she looked at him, suspecting he could read minds. I was just saying it casually. Xiaosha smiled and didn't ask further. He originally wanted to tell her that he knew her father and had been looking for that so-called destined person for more than 10 years, but found nothing. But regarding the future, he never said much. He didn't explain, which made Emily even more curious. Have you ever played a game? Xiaosha suddenly asked. When you leave the beginner's village, the village chief always gives you the best sword and says you are the chosen hero. But when you reach the second map, you realize that sword isn't even as good as a copper sword from the street. Those 3 sentences left Emily silent. She didn't know if the metaphor was accurate, but she was indeed shaken inside. Grandpa's prophecy was too vague. Finding someone in a crowd was completely directionless. She secretly made up her mind. If there were still no clues by the end of the trial tomorrow, she would go back and ask clearly. After finishing the meal, seeing that she was still dazed, Xiaosha quietly left. In his past life, the Sword Immortal had saved him once. He couldn't just watch her waste over a decade for someone who didn't exist, because that person had never appeared. The next day, the two arrived at the trial grounds early in the morning. Outside city are a forest that has been sealed off. Arrived too early, could only rest in the waiting area. Not many people. Xiaosha habitually relaxed his hearing to listen to the staff's movements. Low voices came from inside the room. Brother-in-law, are you really doing this? I risked coming to find you. What's there to be afraid of? Whoever pays for this trial passes. With brother-in-law here, just wait to get your identity with Xiao Mei. They're actually doing this kind of deal behind the scenes. Their words made Xiaosha, who already suspected something was wrong with the trial, even more cautious. This guy doesn't want to scam me, does he? He frowned, already considering whether to strike first. So should I still enter the market? Of course we have to enter. It's your fault for not killing. Just hide with Xiao Mei. When you come out, brother-in-law will have it all arranged. Okay, we'll listen to brother-in-law. Quite the calculated plan. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiaosha. Today's trial, the only ones who will pass, are him and Emily. Contestants, enter the arena. The rules remain the same. Stage 1. Survive for 30 minutes in a forest with 100 second-level zombies. Stage 2. Survive for 30 minutes in a forest with 50 second-level cat demons. Stage 3. Evade a third-level zombified crocodile for 5 minutes. The city staff used sound transmission to broadcast the rules throughout the arena. The first 2 stages were manageable. Upon hearing third-level zombified crocodile, many people's expressions changed on the spot. Most of those present were second-tier awakeners with mediocre talent, just hoping to get lucky. But a third-tier monster? That's a death sentence. As soon as the words fell, 80% of the people immediately left. As the crowd dispersed, Emily secretly glanced at Xiaosha. This guy wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked completely relaxed. Your talent is so poor. How can you still be smiling? She poked him. Aren't you here, big sister? Xiaosha grinned. You take charge of leading, and I'll be behind cheering 666. What does 666 mean? Praising you. No one can beat you. Emily was coaxed into laughing. This little brother really knows how to talk. The two were chatting when a cold sneer came from beside them. Oh, already so proud before it even starts. If I didn't know better, I'd think you bribed the examiner. They turned their heads and saw a heavily made-up woman sneering sarcastically. If it were before, Xiaosha would have pinned her to the ground already. But now he is just a little sidekick. He can only play his role well. He stepped forward, blocking Emily. What's wrong? Jealous that my big sister is prettier, or jealous that she's stronger? The woman's face turned white with anger, her fingers trembling. You, a freeloader, how dare you talk to me like that? Xiaosha waited for a long time. That's all he's got. So what if I'm a freeloader? I'm willing, and so is she. Who are you to care? You, a garishly made-up ugly hag. You'd scare people even without makeup, wouldn't you? Xiaosha snapped back with one sentence, making the other party so angry that he was gasping for breath. It was not over yet. When Mo Lee dragged him into the arena, he looked back lightly and tossed out a word, "Idiot." The people opposite exploded on the spot, itching to take off their shoes and hit him, but unfortunately, he had already been pulled away. Not long after, the woman's companion came out of the staff cabin. "Xiaomei, let's go inside," the man in the suit said with a pretentious look. "Why are you just here?" "I got insulted. They said you're useless, and that I'm an ugly monster." The woman's words became more outrageous. The man actually believed her, soothing her while promising to get revenge for her later. One by one, everyone entered the trial forest. The staff lazily closed the fence, and the trial began. "Boss, there are zombies over there. Hurry and kill them." Just entering the forest, Xiao Sha hid behind Mo Li, pretending to be timid. "Look at your courage. Stand still. I'll handle it." Mo Li complained verbally, but controlled her sword to block the zombies. But she only defended, not killed. "Hurry and kill. What if we get surrounded?" Xiao Sha urged in her ear. Mo Li was scared by him and raised her hand to cut down a few. Strangely, all the other zombies surged toward them. Xiao Sha felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Something was wrong. It seemed like someone was controlling them. He told Mo Li to be careful and calmed himself to listen to the sounds. Soon, he heard someone outside quietly chanting a spell, like a hypnosis. The voice was exactly that of the man who had previously claimed to be his brother-in-law. Sure enough, there was trickery afoot, but he underestimated people too much. A woman who could even baffle Xiao Sha's divine eye. How could a few second-level zombies stop her? The zombies kept gathering, and behind them, Xiao Sha suddenly went silent. Emily thought he was scared silly. "How dare you lay a hand on my people? Everyone die." It was as if she was invincible, with her long sword sweeping across. Zombies were pierced one by one. In a few breaths, bodies were lying all over the ground. The challengers watching nearby were all dumbfounded. "Didn't you say it only had to last for 30 minutes? You've cut down all the zombies? What's going on?" The young man standing by the fence chatting with his brother-in-law had no idea that the area had already been cleared. Hearing the roaring in the forest stop, they thought Xiao Sha and the others had been completely wiped out and were preparing to go in to collect the bodies. But when they entered the forest, the ground was covered with zombie corpses, and the group stood there stunned. "Who can tell me what happened?" the man in charge of the trial shouted angrily. Only Xiao Sha knew clearly that this person was the mastermind controlling the zombies. Above his head was clearly written, "Third-level hypnotist, Hong Qing." Since they had met, he might as well teach him a lesson. "If no one speaks again, the trial is cancelled," Hong Qing threatened. Just as the words fell, a person who looked exactly like him flew out from the woods. Where did this monster come from, daring to impersonate me? Xiao Sha, transformed into Hong Qing's appearance, charged directly forward. Everyone was already confused, and now even more so. Just finished a chaotic battle, and now comes a real or fake showdown. But this scene ended too quickly. Xiao Sha threw a punch. Hong Qing was instantly blasted apart, his entire body flying dozens of meters, rolling several times before coming to a stop, dying swiftly and decisively. It was not over yet. Xiao Sha casually grabbed two accomplices nearby and threw them out together. He didn't spare a single person who had murderous intent against him. If he could kill instantly, he would never delay. This was a true killing god. The trial continues. "I'm going to report the shape-shifting monster. Did everyone hear clearly?" After dropping this sentence, he turned and disappeared. Turning into the corner, he changed back to Yang Shenchong and stood behind Mo Li as if nothing had happened. That person just now was so strong. The others were so scared they didn't dare breathe. Only Xiao Sha looked calm. No one expected Hong Qing to be so ruthless, killing without hesitation. Among the crowd, one person looked particularly excited. "I found him. Little brother." Mo Li's eyes shone as she stared at the scene of Hong Qing killing. That aura was overwhelmingly domineering. He looked about 30 years old. Never mind, 25 works too. A prophecy off by 10 years is not a mistake. In short, much better than the neat little boy behind him. "Huh? Who did you find?" Xiao Sha looked confused. Isn't it just killing someone right in front of her? She wouldn't really have noticed, would she? "The carrier I mentioned. That person just now must have been the carrier." Mo Li's eyes lit up, waving her hands as if she had just seen her idol, extremely excited. If Xiao Sha hadn't grabbed her, she would have rushed out to chase after Hong Qing. He is not the carrier, trust me. Xiao Sha's tone was calm as he directly interrupted her. But his aura is so intense. I'm trembling even from so far away, my body is scared. Emily insisted on her judgment. But she didn't know that the carrier she was talking about was Xiao Sha himself. Her father had said in the previous life that Xiao Sha was not the carrier. So in this life, he disbelieved such claims even more. Maybe he's just killed too many people. That's why his killing aura is so strong. Xiao Sha still tried to persuade her back, as he simply did not believe in the idea of a destined person. If it really existed, her father would have long since gotten rid of that broken piece of wood he carries around every day. Even if he has a strong killing intent, he still fits the profile. Emily muttered quietly, clearly not intending to give up. Xiao Sha saw that persuasion was useless and didn't bother to say more. Then accompany me to finish the trial, get the badge, and then go find him. All right. The two quickly passed through 3 stages in a row. The others were already scared off by Mo Li's fierceness, leaving only them to reach the end. The staff led them to the lounge, looking troubled. Congratulations on passing the trial. Please wait for Instructor Hong Qing to distribute the citizen badges. We are not qualified to distribute them. Xiao Sha felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The people have been killed by him, so how could they issue badges now? Could it be that they have to act it out again? Let's wait. Emily sat down, her demeanor calm and composed. Xiao Sha gritted his teeth. I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. After speaking, he rushed out. 3 minutes later, Hong Qing entered with a stern face. Why is it just you? He pretended to be surprised. My little brother has something to attend to. I'll collect it on his behalf. Emily appeared calm on the surface, but her eyes remained fixed on him. Unlike before, the oppressive aura that hung over Hong Qing was completely gone now. Emily felt a bit relieved and trusted Xiao Sha's words a little more. Perhaps he was just overwhelmed with killing intent earlier, and there really was no problem. As she was still pondering, Hong Qing nodded and gave orders. Old Zhang, distribute the badges. Make sure the points to note are clearly explained. I'm going to hand over the monster corpses. This place is in your hands. After speaking, he went into the office, searched for a while, then hurriedly left with the materials in hand. Old Zhang was momentarily stunned. Hong Qing had never asked them to distribute badges on his behalf. But since he said it was urgent, he could only agree. Emily remained seated, watching Hong Qing's every move. She didn't speak to stop him until he was far away. That strange aura vanished completely, leaving no flaws for anyone to catch. This is your exclusive badge. Your names are already engraved on it. Show it in our city, and you will be official citizens. Emily took the 2 green badges. The moment her fingertips touched them, her stomach churned with an indescribable nausea. Your identity will be registered this afternoon. Tomorrow, go to the city government to receive the 2nd talent development potion. Old Zhang recited mechanically. Emily nodded but had no desire to go claim the medicine at all. That badge felt like it was stained with something dirty, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Just give them all to that little brother. I never wanted to be a citizen anyway, she decided in her heart. Before long, the sunny boy with a radiant smile ran over. Boss lady, where's my badge? No one would have guessed that he was Hong Qing, the one who had been running back and forth just now. They're all here. Let's go. Emily tossed the 2 badges to Xiao Sha. Hey, be careful, these are lifelines. If you lose them, I'll be drinking the northwest wind from now on. He caught them clumsily, smiling like a child. Emily looked at him, feeling a sudden pang in her heart. His wish had come true, and she still hadn't found any clue about the carrier. Hong Qing wasn't impressive enough and had long been crossed off her list. Hey, big sister, where are you going? Seeing Emily leave without even taking her badge, Xiao Sha called out to her. The world is so big, I can go anywhere. I won't go back until I find the carrier. I'm off, little brother. Without looking back, she waved her hand, focused her thoughts, and rode her sword through the air. Thanks to Xiao Sha's reminder, she at least learned to kill monsters and earn crystal cores, so safety wasn't much of an issue. She flew on her sword while Tang Muqing slid across the ground. Both looked quite impressive. If Xiao Sha were to unfold his blood-red wings, it would definitely be more flamboyant. But he was used to turning his wings into a blood robe and was too lazy to change it. Better understand this early on, There is no such thing as a person of destiny in this world. He murmured to himself, lowering his head to look at the badge. Tracker. Rare tracking item, used to lock onto and track the movements of a target. The information revealed by the divine eye made his heart sink. They say it's an identity badge, so how did it become a tracker? Did Zhou Hong do this? He thought of the strongest in our city, the fourth-level fire mage Zhou Hong. If Zhou Hong wanted to control the whole city by using badges to monitor everyone, it would make sense. What's even more terrifying is that even Zhou Hong doesn't know its true purpose. Then the problem becomes serious. Let's just go into the space. I definitely don't want to be watched. Unable to figure it out, he directly threw the 2 badges into the infinite backpack. Since it's an independent space, it naturally blocks tracking. Afterwards, he disguised the badge pattern on his clothes. Preparation complete. Tomorrow, go to the city government and get the talent development potion in hand. The answer would naturally be revealed. With this thought, Xiao Xia returned to the hotel. Before long, the once quiet trial center was disrupted by an unexpected intruder. Old Zhang was about to finish work when a figure suddenly rushed in, grabbing his neck and pinning him firmly against the wall. How did Hong Qing die? The roar was ear-piercing. Him? He's dead. Old Zhang's face turned pale. But he came back not long ago to pick up something. As soon as he finished speaking, he finally saw who had come. The ruler of our city, 4th-level fire mage, Zhou Hong. Tell me everything that happened today, not a single word left out. Zhou Hong said coldly. Old Zhang dared not hide anything and hurriedly revealed the entire sequence of events, not even daring to miss any details. He even remembered clearly the detail that Xiao Xia had gone to the restroom midway. Old Zhang originally thought he had explained himself clearly enough, and the other party would let him off. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hong suddenly grabbed his neck. Hong Qing is a hypnotist and a wood-type mage. How could he possibly kill someone with his fists? Are you out of your mind? The one who was beaten to death was the real Hong Qing. You're blind. Zhou Hong was so furious that he lost control. With a shake of his hands, flames suddenly burst out, instantly engulfing Old Zhang. The fire was too fierce. Old Zhang didn't even have time to struggle before being burned to a charred corpse. Zhou Hong showed no mercy. He tossed the body outside and turned to return to his residence. 15 minutes later, the mayor's office. He pushed open the secret door behind the bookshelf and entered a cold, secluded chamber. Elemental envoy. The citizen was killed by an outsider. I have already looked up her information. He whispered his report to a black statue whose face was indistinguishable. That person is Xiao Xia. A strange voice came from the statue. No, her name is Mo Li. She is a highly skilled expert with exceptional talent in swordsmanship. The specific strength is still unclear. The statue remained silent for a long time. In the dark space, 3 vague figures were talking. If it's not Xiao Xia, should we still be careful? The king said that Xiao Xia is hunting our kind. It doesn't matter if it's him or not. Capture and investigate thoroughly. The hidden danger must be eliminated. Do as Magic Spirit 116 says. After a moment, the sound echoed again. Zhou Hong, find Mo Li and kill her. She might be a disguised monster. For the safety of our city, you must take action yourself. Remember, you must kill her openly and directly. No assassinations allowed. Zhou Hong thought the previous sentence was normal, but the latter sentence stunned him. Why must it be open and above board? Could it be that the deity wants to take this opportunity to test him? Thinking of this, his heart filled with wild joy. The divine envoy hadn't rewarded him for a long time. Perhaps this was the opportunity. I will definitely complete the task, he responded excitedly. He didn't know that the other party had no intention of rewarding him at all. They just wanted to use the battle between him and Mo Li to confirm whether she was the person the demon spirit king ordered to be hunted down. After leaving the secret chamber, Zhou Hong began planning how to force Mo Li out. Upon hearing that Yang Shinchang's talent was only displaying names, Zhou Hong was convinced that he wasn't the killer. Such a useless ability that couldn't be more useless. How could it be used to kill anyone? But here is a fatal flaw. If Zhou Hong had kept Lao Zhang at that time, he would have discovered that the person who killed Hong Qing and then impersonated him, upon just one glance, shouted Lao Zhang's name. But Lao Zhang had already been buried. The clue also ended there. Secretary Liu, bring the city management book. Zhou Hong pondered for a moment and instructed the secretary in black stockings next door who was handling documents. All right, Mayor Zhou, I'll arrange it immediately. The secretary stood up and left. Before long, a thick green-bound book was carried into the office. A full 2 meters tall, half a meter thick, it fell to the ground with a dull thud. After the others had stepped back, Zhou Hong placed his hand on the book's cover. The badge on his chest glowed faintly, and the massive book slowly opened. There was no text on the pages, only a miniature map of the city, covered with red dots that moved slowly. This was the management book bestowed by the Divine Envoy. It was specifically designed to track the location of all registered personnel within the city. The tracking medium was the identity badge on their chests. Locate Mo Li's position. As soon as the words fell, the red dots on the map instantly disappeared. Not a single one remained. Zhou Hong frowned. Has she escaped the city? Logically, since Mo Li had completed the trial, she must have used the badge. But now, there was no trace of her on the management book. Locate Yang Xinchang's position. He changed his target. This time, after the red dots cleared, only one remained lit. It was Yang Xinchang. Moreover, he was moving towards the city government. Outside the city government, Xiao Sha held the badge and slowly walked into the compound. He originally planned to come back the next day to pick up the potion, but he suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well take an early look to see what this so-called potion was all about. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, a group of people instantly surrounded him. Some were floating in the air, some controlling vines, some igniting flames in their palms, and others stirring water currents. Encircling him, they looked just like a standard mage squad. What a pity. Not a single one had even reached the 3rd tier. To Xiao Sha, they were nothing but decoration. Are you Yang Xinchang? In the stalemate, a man in a red robe stepped out from the crowd, his expression arrogant. Xiao Sha glanced at the name above his head, 4th tier fire mage, Zhou Hong, the strongest person here. So it's Grand Mage Zhou, bringing so many people to block me. Aren't you afraid that if a fire gets out of control, you might burn your own men too? His tone was casual, but he was the first to provoke. He knew clearly that if they really wanted to kill him, they would have done so as soon as they entered. Now, with such a large formation and Zhou Hong personally stepping forward, it was mostly because they needed something from him. However, Zhou Hong was too proud to bow. He could only try to intimidate with his presence. Zhou Hong's face turned cold, flames swirling around him. Do you know who you are talking to? I don't care who you are. The fact that you haven't made a move until now just means you don't dare to. In that case, stop pretending and tell me. What do you want me to do? After a few words, there was complete silence all around. Everyone thought Xiao Sha was doomed. The last person who angered Zhou Hong had even had the grass on his grave burned away. But unexpectedly, the fire on Zhou Hong slowly died down. His anger subsided, and a smile forced its way onto his face. Young brother Yang's talent is average, but his mind works well. He applauded politely, smiling, but inwardly he wished he could burn the person to ashes. However, the Divine Envoy had given orders, and he could not act recklessly. Everyone disperse. Yang and I will have a private talk. After everyone left, Zhou Hong led Xiao Sha into the office. Mayor Zhou, what do you need from me? Xiao Sha sat directly in his seat, exuding a brazen attitude. Zhou Hong twitched the corner of his eye, suppressed his anger, and forced out a smile. I want to ask for your help finding someone. The 3rd-rank female sword spirit who competed with you this morning, Mo Li. 3rd rank? Xiao Sha sneered coldly in his heart. Mo Li's strength was far more than this. He dared to make a move on her, without even checking the intel clearly. What do you want with her? Xiao Sha flipped through the report on Zhou Hong's desk and looked up at him. Zhou Hong was well prepared, speaking calmly. Her combat ability is very strong. I want to invite her to join our city, and the Daiyu can be whatever she asks. These words might fool others, but not Xiao Sha. Having survived so many years in the apocalypse, he knew this kind of trick too well. On the surface, it's to win over, but in reality, it's either to silence or to capture for research. A city lord wouldn't lower himself for some 2nd-tier minor player. My big sister isn't hard to find, Xiao Sha said with a smile. But you have to agree to 2 conditions. He wasn't afraid of death, he was confident. Zhou Hong wanted to kill him, but couldn't even break through his defenses. However, Zhou Hong didn't know that he was still planning to catch Emoli first and then casually kill him. First, give me the highest authority in our city. I want to look around everywhere. Second, give me a bottle of the top-tier talent development serum. That's all. If you don't agree, I'll leave now, and you can forget about finding her. After saying that, he pretended to leave. Zhou Hong, eager to find Emoli, had no choice but to stop him and immediately nodded. He sneered inwardly. No matter what, the person wouldn't run away. Once this was over, he'd be the first to burn him alive. He handed over a badge engraved with his name, saying it granted the highest authority in our city, then took out a bottle of blue serum from the drawer. Xiao Sha smiled as he accepted it and casually said, 3 days from now, she'll meet me in the slums. Flames surged instantly around Zhou Hong. Now that he knew the location, killing didn't matter anymore. But if I'm not there, she won't show up, Xiao Sha added innocently. Zhou Hong's heart tightened, and he had to suppress the flames. If the person really escaped, he couldn't bear the consequences. He forced a smile and personally escorted Xiao Sha out of the city government. Once the person was far away, his expression turned gloomy instantly. I'll give you 3 more days to live. By then, I'll burn your skin piece by piece, he vowed fiercely in his heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Sha was in a great mood. After leaving the city government, he immediately took out the bottle of blue potion and examined it with his divine eye. Alien body development potion can slowly transform the constitution of any species into a magical spirit constitution and also grant them exclusive elemental talents. This is fucking outrageous. To put it bluntly, it's targeting humans again. Last time, the mimic race transformed humans. Now it's the magic spirit race's turn. The magic spirit race is the race of the elemental gods, creatures of shadow who hide in darkness and die in the light. But Xiao Sha couldn't understand why they insist on controlling humans. The 4 races joined forces to invade, dragging Blue Star into an apocalypse. Now they want to guide humans into self-transformation. Could it be that humans harbor some crucial secret? Where did you get those clothes? What are you sneaking around for? A few shouts interrupted his train of thought. Xiao Sha tilted his head and saw that the city patrol team had surrounded 2 young men. The 2 were wearing jackets printed with the character Sha and looked around furtively, making them appear suspicious. Did Lord Black Rose say that the master is around here? One of them asked quietly. He must be. Otherwise they wouldn't be rushing us to deliver the intel. Now that we're surrounded, should we stealthily retreat? Wait, a man is coming over. The 2 saw Yang Xinchong approaching and decided to wait and see. Xiao Sha was also a bit surprised. Running into someone he knew in city was one thing, but being caught right after just meeting? What kind of luck was this? Stop. This is my bodyguard. How dare you touch him? He walked closer and spoke coldly. The patrol team saw he was a teenage boy and initially wanted to get angry. As a result, Xiao Sha directly showed Zhou Hong's flame badge. The few people's faces instantly turned pale, and they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Xiao Sha gave a signal, and the Black Rose members each kicked them once. The patrol team scrambled and ran away. What's the matter with the Black Rose? Xiao Sha asked directly after they had left. The 2 people's expressions changed drastically. The only one who dared to casually mention the Black Rose's name like that was the master. They were originally looking for someone, and now that person was right in front of them. My lord, this is the intelligence sent by Lady Black Rose. She said it must be handed to you personally. The other party handed over a paper folded into the shape of a flower, respectfully placing it in his hand. Xiao Sha didn't rush to look at it. He took the 2 people out for a meal, then gave them some crystal cores, urging them to leave quickly. Only after they left did he return to the rented room. When others send intelligence from 1,000 miles away, as the Lord of Black Rose, he must at least give some face. Back in the room, he immediately unfolded the small flower and spread the paper out on the table. The 3 cities, along with the central land of Calamity, each worship a different deity. A week later, the mayor of the 3 cities will go to the land of Calamity to meet with the leaders there. The land of Calamity is too chaotic, and no further clues can be found for the time being. The signature is in the handwriting of 4 women. Xiao Sha immediately thought of those 4 evil gods. Originally, it was just about catching a petty thief, but unexpectedly it led to the old nest. If handled properly, maybe it can be wiped out all at once. Strike in 7 days, kill Zhou Hong in advance, then go stir up trouble. He quickly came up with an idea. But Zhou Hong might turn hostile in 3 days. Once provoked, he would likely not be able to resist striking first. Have to endure for a few days. He squinted. So far, all that is known is that behind City are is the elemental god. Other details are unclear. But gathering from all directions definitely means they are plotting something big. Most likely they want to sacrifice humans again to summon something even more terrifying. He tucked the note away and looked up at the clear sky. It's time to prepare for the next level. He quickly thought of J City in the East China Sea. Before the apocalypse, nuclear bombs were stored there. Someone attempted to use the nuclear bombs to clear out monsters, which resulted in a leak. The monster didn't die. Instead, it caused the entire sea area to be contaminated by radiation. The monsters there are stronger and even more bizarre. Then we'll start with you. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He took off the badge and put it in his backpack to avoid being tracked by Zhou Hong. Then he found a deserted corner, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the East Sea. He burst out at full speed, tearing through the air with a piercing roar. Xiao Sha transformed into a blood shadow, skimming across the horizon like a fighter jet. 5 minutes later, he arrived at J City. This was a small island, yet it was as chaotic as a wasteland. Even the seawater was pitch black, as if poisoned. He had just stopped in the air when the people on the island spotted him. What is that in the sky? If you're human, dare to break in, I'll shoot you down. Several men, like zombies, looked up and sprayed poison gas at him. They were full of holes, their flesh shriveled, like mutated mummies. Xiao Sha frowned, slowly landing despite the poison gas. The poison gas had no effect on him. Who are you? J City has no one like you. Xiao Sha sneered coldly. Too much radiation has turned you all into monsters. Baka, this is a body gifted by the gods. Ichiro Kemita roared. The other two stared fixedly at Xiao Sha, their eyes full of jealousy. They envied his appearance and strength. Are all the people here this ugly? Xiao Sha retorted. The three, furious and humiliated, began to shout abuses. Xiao Sha was too lazy to listen further and swung the opener axe. With one strike, the three were shattered on the spot. He glanced at the dismembered corpses and turned to find stronger monsters. He needed a large number of 4th-tier crystal cores to level up. Just as he arrived at the beach, he was stunned. The black seawater was filled with 4th-tier monsters. Mutant fish, crabs, shrimp, octopuses, even the seaweed had become monsters. Whether it was the power of the apocalypse or a product of radiation, he didn't care. He only cared about the crystal cores. Come on. He patted his blood-stained clothes and raised his axe, rushing into the sea. One 4th-level monster after another was slain. Crystal cores kept falling into his hands. 16 monsters quickly fell. 16 4th-level crystal cores were obtained. The Lord of Slaughter still hadn't been triggered. Gene disorder. Unable to extract essence blood. Time Zen. After the massacre, the beach was piled high with the bodies of monsters. But the prompts in his mind kept ringing repeatedly, making Xiao Sha feel somewhat numb. These things have their genes all tangled up, not even bothering to suck blood despite having bloodthirsty wings. No matter how ugly or smelly they used to be, as long as they were living creatures, their wings could extract the essence of their blood. But this group of monsters isn't even worth the effort to comment on. If it weren't for the crystal cores he needed inside their bodies, he wouldn't want to make a move at all. Hey, you over there. Who are you? How dare you kill Lord Sato Kamikawa's pet? Baka. Xiao Sha was cleaning up the spoils when a hoarse roar came from behind. Turning around, he saw a few people who looked like mummies standing not far away, their pale eyeballs staring intently at him. Have you been exposed to too much radiation? These are monsters. Killing them is helping you. Got a problem? Those few people were pricked by the words radiation. So angry they were jumping, but they didn't dare to step forward. They could only stall for time waiting for reinforcements. Xiao Sha saw everything clearly. He, on the other hand, was somewhat puzzled. How did everyone here turn into this ghastly state? Could the entire city have been destroyed by radiation? He shook his head, pushing down the speculation. Raising monsters as pets. Are you all out of your minds? That is Lord Sato Kamikawa. Watch your tone. Fine, then call out your Sato. I want to talk to him. The few people's faces turned even paler, but they still held on. Lord Sato is not here, but he will arrive soon. When he comes, you'll be chopped up and fed to the pets. Xiao Sha smiled. Are you sure you want to threaten someone who can kill you with ease? Lord Sato will avenge us. You're not from J City. He'll definitely capture you for research. The group became increasingly arrogant as they spoke. Xiao Sha was too lazy to listen further. With a flourish of his blood-stained clothes, he swooped over in an instant. The wind blade swept up like a blood-red gale. The next moment, all of them collapsed to the ground, not even having time to struggle. After dealing with them, Xiao Sha soared into the air, beginning to search the area for any normal people. Just as those people said, the people here had long since become neither human nor ghost, openly eating food made from monster meat. The resource exchange machine in the city center was covered in thick cobwebs. Not a single person came to exchange anything. Are you guys even human? Xiao Sha hung in midair, frowning deeply. Why refuse to be normal people and insist on turning themselves into monsters? Could it be that the radiation really fried their brains? What he saw all along left him completely disheartened. Even if the apocalypse restarts, can these monsters still be called humans? Impossible. How did you all become like this? Xiao Sha grabbed a man who was gnawing on monster meat. It's Lord Sato. He can control radiation and grant us immortality, the man said with fanatic zeal. Immortality? Then let's see if you can live past the next second. As the words fell, Xiao Sha exerted force with both hands, and the man died on the spot. Whether going to heaven or hell, it counts as another form of immortality. He clapped his hands, ascending to the sky, overlooking the entire island, his gaze turning completely cold. Such monsters should not exist in this world. He originally wanted to save people, but now he understood that there was no one here to save. What's even more ironic is that 5 years later, Sato will lead these monsters calling themselves new humans to wage war against real humans, even twisting things to accuse Xiao Sha of being a monster. Utterly absurd. In that battle, he joined forces with several strong warriors to completely eliminate them. At that time, he was already an 8th rank strong warrior, but now he is only 3rd rank. However, this time, the outcome will come sooner. Xiao Sha last glanced at the small island, tightened his grip on the Kai Tian axe, and soared into the sky. Inside a high-rise building on the small island, a monster reduced to just a skeleton received a report from a subordinate. Lord Sato, the divine pet you raised was all slain by the evil intruders from outside the island. Please take action and kill this person. Sato was about to lose his temper when he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the sky. He lifted his ashen eyes to look up. Above the firmament, the faint image of a giant axe gradually emerged, black and white intertwined, exuding overwhelming momentum. Whose divine weapon is this? He thought with a heavy heart. The people on the island also looked up one after another, their faces filled with frenzy. The divine spirit has evidently manifested. This is the weapon bestowed upon us. It is a gift from Lord Yamada no Orochi. That giant axe is coming down. I will walk toward the light and become a servant of the divine. All the creatures on the island were watching. High above, Xiao Sha made no more holdbacks, swung the heaven-opening axe, and unleashed the strongest strike. In your next life, eat less radiation. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the axe blade erupted with terrifying energy. An annihilating slash descended from the sky, violently crashing into the ground. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded again, with force layering upon force, almost leveling everything. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, like a second sun. Wherever the light swept, all living beings were annihilated. Not just the monsters, the small island was also split in two, the fractured land slowly sinking into the sea. Successfully killed 1 4th-tier monster. Successfully killed 2 4th-tier monsters. Successfully killed 68 4th-tier monsters, 1 5th-tier monster. Obtained 68 4th-tier crystal cores, 1 5th-tier crystal core. Lord of Slaughter triggered. Acquired skill, Divine Domain. Divine Realm. Activate the domain of the gods. Within this realm, you possess the authority of a god and can control all states. The explosions and system notifications continued for over half an hour before finally stopping. This round of gains was considerable, so the time spent was not wasted. With the divine realm and these crystal cores in hand, he no longer worried even if the four gods gathered. Staring at the island already sunken beneath the sea, Xiao Sha's expression was cold. Since they refused to be human, then treat them as monsters. Being able to extract a divine skill from them was already their greatest value. He glanced at the crystal cores in his backpack, then stood on the reef above the sea, lost in thought for a moment. Breaking through the fourth tier will trigger a cosmic anomaly. That anomaly is naturally a deadly attack, but he didn't want to wait until a life-or-death moment to upgrade. Rather than breaking through in the heat of battle, it's better to open the divine realm now and quietly advance. Having an extra trump card makes it easier to deal with those monsters. Forget it, I'll upgrade now. Divine Realm, activate. Above the unseen deep sea, Xiao Sha's figure flashed and disappeared. The domain unfolded, and he began his advancement within it. Elsewhere, Xiao Sha had just left city when Zhou Hong, who had been watching him closely, discovered an anomaly in the city management system. Yang Xinchang, you definitely have something going on. Zhou Hong squinted his eyes. If Mo Li, who was missing, was really behind him, where would he get the confidence to be so arrogant in front of him, even deliberately provoking him? In the apocalypse, everyone values their life. Someone like Yang Xinchang, who isn't afraid of dying, is either crazy or has a bigger backing. I can't hide this any longer. I must inform the divine envoy. Zhou Hong sensed something was wrong and suddenly slammed the table, standing up. Yang Xinchang, a living person, disappearing out of thin air was too uncanny. No one could sleep without finding out the truth. He pushed open the hidden door behind him and stumbled into the secret chamber. Your Excellency the Divine Envoy, I have an urgent matter to report. A cold voice came from the darkness. What is the cause of your panic? I gave the badge you bestowed to someone closely connected with Mo Li. But he was here just moments ago. The next second, he vanished without a trace. Not even an aura could be found. Zhou Hong suppressed his panic and explained the situation clearly. The statue remained silent for a long time. Just as he was about to press for more details, the other party finally spoke. Indeed, 2 badges have lost contact. What he did before disappearing, tell it word for word. The presence within the statue also sensed danger. One Mo Li was manageable, but now with Yang Xinchang gone too, 2 people disappearing in succession is definitely not a coincidence. They began to feel uneasy. The last words left by the accomplice next door mentioned a name, Xiao Sha. That person always appeared suddenly, struck suddenly, and then strong figures kept falling. No one knew the process, only the outcome remained. After Zhou Hong finished reporting, the 3 demon spirits inside the statue were completely unsettled. We can't delay any longer. The ceremony must be advanced. Notify the other 4 clans to initiate the ceremony immediately. Don't give Xiao Sha any chance. It's decided then. Let Zhou Hong handle it. The order was quickly issued. The next day, Xiao Sha had not yet appeared, but the minions of the 4 evil gods had already gathered at the land of calamity. They drew a massive summoning array on the ground with blood. At each of the 4 corners stood a grotesque statue, bizarre in form, bearing claws and fangs. To the deceived eyes of the people, those were the incarnations of gods. Only the woman wearing a black coat was an exception. Mo Li, when she set her mind on something, she was determined to get to the bottom of it. Even after being struck down several times by Xiao Sha, she refused to believe her grandfather's prophecy was wrong. After days of investigation, she finally found the location of the 4 cities' leaders gathering. With such a grand setup, you should at least show yourself, she whispered to herself. But the unforeseen event came even faster. Before the ceremony began, the 4 statues suddenly emitted an eerie light. The next second, Mo Li, hidden in the crowd, felt a tightness in her heart. It was as if countless eyes were all locking onto her. She looked up and realized that everyone was staring at her with hateful eyes. You're Mo Li? Daring to break through the barriers set by the 4 divine envoys? You're looking for death. Zhou Hong, kneeling before the statue, seemed to have received an order. He suddenly stood up and looked down at her from a height. The leaders of each city also stood up and gradually closed in step by step. Damn, we have to leave. Mo Li sensed something was wrong, immediately summoned the spirit sword and rode it into the sky. She could only fly halfway up before realizing that the teleportation array was already sealed off by a layer of transparent barrier all around. Still want to run? A divine-level formation set up by the combined forces of the divine envoys. Do you think you can escape? Everyone attack. Capture her alive. The moment the words fell, countless abilities slammed into her at once. Slowdown, weakness, paralysis, poisoning. The space was too small. She couldn't dodge at all. Negative effects piled up instantly. Only then did she realize that this barrier not only trapped her, but also suppressed her power. She fought back desperately, injuring and killing dozens, but was still struck by Zhou Hong's fiery palm and slammed heavily to the ground. Bearer, where are you? Severely injured, she was still waiting for that person to appear before losing consciousness. Drag her to the center of the formation. The divine messenger said she must live to witness the god's arrival. The teleportation array continued to absorb the blood on the ground. Emily was tied at the center of the array. Everyone knelt down again, waiting for the ritual to be completed. Inside the statue, a group of alien creatures were ecstatic. Is this the level of Xiao Xia? No need to invite the seniors. We can take him down ourselves. How did those previous mimics die? I guess they overestimated him. Maybe he's not that strong after all. The teleportation array gradually activated, and above the land of calamity, a black hole prototype began to tear open. As soon as the formation was fully activated, monsters would pour into Blue Star. Sis, what is that? Tanya, far away in City H, pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Tanya, you looked up and saw that rift. That is. Before he finished speaking, Chunling whispered, no matter what it is, Brother Xiao will definitely go. She turned around and saw Tang Muqing, Xia Qianmei, and Chunling all looking into the distance. Xiao Xia is always carrying the burden alone. I want to help him too, but this time the enemy is too strong, Tang Muqing said, her voice tense as she looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Last time he fought with an alien from outer space, he was literally swallowed for 14 days. If this takes even longer this time, won't we have to endure it alone again? Xia Qianmei clenched her hands tightly, whispered a prayer, her face pale. He was always the one charging ahead alone. Thinking of this sentence, the four of them all felt a heavy weight in their hearts. No matter how strong he is still just a man. Why must he bear everything alone? Some say he is a killing god, but the ones he kills are all villains. Some say he is the savior, but his hands are stained with blood. No matter what outsiders say, he is the only man to them. But every time he fought desperately, they could only hide at home waiting for news. This is too unfair. I think we should fight alongside him too. After a long silence, Tinyu suddenly looked up, her gaze determined. But he's too far away. Yeah, we can't teleport either. Yeah, don't be impulsive. The three of them urged her repeatedly. Tinyu didn't argue and directly took something from her waist. With this, give me half a day, and we can definitely catch up to him. The three stared at the object, full of doubt. Can this really work? Time flies quickly. In the early hours of the next day, the teleportation formation was about to take shape. On the surface of the East China Sea, a figure suddenly appeared. Xiao Xia had completed his promotion. Only a mere 4th rank, and it took me 4 days. He stood on the sea, looking out at the deep ocean, his expression complex. Luckily, he broke through early, or else he would have been stuck at a critical moment, possibly losing his life. The divine realm can still adjust the flow of time. 1 day outside is 4 days inside. I've basically saved my life. Just 1 day, the few monsters probably haven't fully formed yet. As the thought crossed his mind, he looked up. What is that? The sky split open a huge void. Although not as shocking as when the Mimic Queen first arrived, it was stranger and more oppressive. What exactly happened throughout the day? He didn't have time to think much. The hollow was almost complete. 1 step slower, and everything would be too late. That blood-colored figure tore through the sky once again, heading straight for the land of disaster. Shield? Xiao Xia frowned, raised his axe, and struck. Energy poured down, and the shields that those alien creatures took pride in instantly shattered. The shield broke, and the ritual began to falter. He was too lazy to look at that group of small fries on the ground and locked his gaze on Mo Li in the center of the teleportation array. That girl really doesn't make things easy. He dove down, ready to save her. Damn it, who the hell are you? Stop him quickly. The ceremony cannot be interrupted. Zhou Hong was the first to rush out, slapping a flame palm straight forward. Since rising to fame, no one had dared to take his palm strike head-on. He had even imagined Xiao Sha getting smashed into pulp. But in the next second, get lost. Xiao Sha kicked out. The flame palm and Zhou Hong's chest shattered together. Before he could even scream, he was kicked into a puddle of blood, splattered onto the four statues. As soon as the blood touched them, the beings inside the statues instantly panicked. What kind of monster is this? Could he be the real Xiao Sha? Impossible. Humans can't be this strong. They panicked, but couldn't move. Their bodies had already merged with the statues and the teleportation array, and they could only wait for the array to be completed. I already told you, this fate person nonsense is fake, but you just won't believe it. Xiao Sha untied Mo Li's restraints and picked her up. The beings inside the statues thought he was leaving and finally relaxed, only to see him turn back. Such ugly things, and people actually worship them? He squinted. This aura, mimic insects? Hiding in shells pretending to be gods. The four statues remained silent. Not talking? Then forget it. He lifted his foot and stomped, crushing one statue after another. The black statues turned into bloody mud. But the moment the blood flowed into the teleportation array, the hole in the sky suddenly expanded. Boom! The rift fully took shape. Flocks of alien monsters poured out from the black hole. The ritual did not stop. From the moment it started, it was already irreversible. Wild laughter came from the sky. Humans, doomsday has arrived. Thinking destroying the statues can stop the ritual? Ridiculous. Suddenly, black smoke emerged from the originally shattered four statues, swirling, and from it crawled several ugly alien monsters. Among them was the mimic worm that Xiao Sha had seen before. If you were really capable, you would have destroyed Blue Star long ago. Why bother putting on this supernatural act here? Xiao Sha sneered at the dozen or so monsters, showing no fear on his face. At these words, the few monsters were clearly taken aback. Don't be so arrogant. We four clans have united to attack. There's no way you can stop us. A monster that looked like a cockroach coldly threatened. They clearly didn't open their mouths, yet the voices directly entered his mind. The four clan powers you mentioned are those four useless beings in the sky. Xiao Sha raised his hand, pointing at the air. A black hole tore open in the high sky, and four gigantic creatures were slowly descending. Using the breath of the evil god and the divine eye, he quickly recognized them. The ones resembling cockroaches were the demon spirit clan, the minions of the death god. The ones resembling octopuses were the mimic clan, belonging to the life god. The ones resembling clocks were the time spirit clan, obedient to the god of time and space. The ones resembling centipedes were the evil spirit clan, driven by the element god. He originally thought the teleportation array would release swarms of monsters. Unexpectedly, as soon as these four landed, the teleportation array shattered. How dare you insult the great general of my clan? Lowly life forms, you're courting death. The dark green clock roared angrily. Xiao Sha was too lazy to pay attention to its threats. What he was truly wary of was the red orb suspended above the head of that temporal spirit. Rule orb, condensed by a certain existence compressing power, containing immense rule energy. He was only at the 4th rank and already encountered the power of rules. His luck was just too good. Who is Xiao Sha? By order of the Mimic Queen, I am here to take his life. The octopus monster, over 10 meters tall, looked down upon the ground, its voice like thunder. Xiao Sha didn't take it seriously, but the ordinary people kneeling on the ground acted like they had gone mad. The gods have descended. The gods are here. The world is saved. Kill that demon quickly. So foolish to this extent, it was simply laughable. Xiao Sha hovered in midair, pointing at the 4 monsters and shouting, "This is called a god. No matter which god you believe in. Does any look like this grotesque mess? Use your brain, will you?" Someone was snapped awake by the scolding, hesitatingly showing on their face. Indeed, no matter how mysterious a god is, it shouldn't look this ugly. Those 4 monsters, rather than gods, looked more like demons crawling out of hell. Lowly inferior beings, you dare interrupt me? While everyone was still stunned, the giant octopus monster suddenly swung its thick tentacles, fiercely smashing toward Xiao Sha. The speed tore through the air, and the roar was so loud it made people's eardrums ache. With a buzzing sound, many instinctively closed their eyes. With that physique combined with that speed, who could stop him? They didn't dare to look at the scene of Xiao Sha being smashed into a bloody mess. However, in front of everyone, Xiao Sha casually grabbed the attack and effortlessly caught this deadly strike. He twisted his wrist, snapping off the tentacle on the spot, and casually dropped it to the ground. If it's really a god, then what am I? Xiao Sha sneered, not taking the four monsters seriously at all. What was even more shocking was that he was holding Mo Li in his other arm. Able to crush with one hand, the opponent was simply not on the same level. The octopus monster stared at him, its voice low. Are you the human the mimic queen mentioned? The severed tentacle rapidly regenerated, restoring itself in seconds. Xiao Sha ignored it and just coldly looked down at the crowd. The strongest people from the 3 cities were gathered here. He hoped someone would wake up and stand on his side. Unfortunately, not a single person moved. They acknowledged his strength, but no one dared to take a stand. The atmosphere stiffened. At this moment, a demon general resembling a black cockroach sneered. Xiao Sha, do you really think they will listen to you? These people have either undergone our modifications or accepted our benefits. And who are you? A hero who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Sha lifted his head, his pale golden pupils flashing a cold light. Then fight. Divine Realm, activate. Before the words finished, a massive domain instantly spread, engulfing him and the 4 monsters together. Time deceleration. Space compression. Gravity multiplied by 100. Suppression maximum. One rule after another was imposed. The air grew heavy, and the space felt compressed like an iron wall. The 4 monsters' bodies suddenly sank heavily, their movements forcibly slowed. Even raising their hands was difficult. This was Xiao Sha's home ground. His divine domain was recognized by the will of the world. As for these 4 alien generals, they simply couldn't use their own domains on Blue Star. Not to mention counterattacking, they couldn't even struggle. I want to see which one of you 4 can take the most punishment. Xiao Sha held Mo Li in midair and swung the Kaitian axe down. The axe light swept across, chopping the limbs of the 4 monsters until they were scattered on the ground. But strangely, their severed limbs began to regenerate as soon as they hit the ground, faster than he could strike again. Sitting in the position of Grand General was clearly not just for show. Even if you dismantle us, we can still live. So what if you have the Divine Realm? Your damage is no match for my secretary. Don't you have a killing move? Too bad you can't store energy, so what will you use to trigger it? The monsters sneered and mocked, their words filled with sarcasm. Xiao Sha frowned. They actually knew his abilities inside out, even the second special effect of the sky-splitting axe. If it were him at Tier 3, he might not be able to suppress them for sure. But now it's different. He is already at the 4th level. Since you know the first 2, you should also be clear about the 3rd. Xiao Sha sneered coldly, raised the Kaitian axe, golden light surging violently, and sliced straight at the clock general with the orb on his head. As the axe fell, the other party's expression changed drastically. Not good. His 3rd special effect is Soul Annihilation. Quick, activate the rule orb. The orb instantly exploded. The next second, Xiao Sha's divine domain shattered like glass. A cold alert tone sounded in his mind. Due to the influence of the rule's power, bloodthirsty wings are deactivated, divine domain closed. Personal attributes have been changed to increase based on the number of subordinates and close friends. Current number of teammates, 1. Attribute bonus, 1%. Xiao Sha felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Even the divine domain can be sealed? No wonder he thought that thing was dangerous before. The situation flipped instantly. Still feeling cocky now? No wings, no domain, no 100-fold bonuses. What do you have to fight us with? The monsters laughed out loud, as if they already saw his fate. Xiao Sha didn't reply. He held Mo Li, descending from high in the air, and gently placed her on the ground. Turning around, he activated the Divine Eye and locked onto the one with the highest bonuses. At this sight, his heart also trembled. That evil spirit general, relying on human admiration, had an attribute bonus as high as 4,800%, a full 48 times. If he were 3rd tier, he would have long been crushed. But now, he was fourth tier. Power transfer. He roared at the evil spirit general, and a strange, yet violent power instantly surged into his body. High-speed flight, powerful self-healing, explosive strength. The other party's ability was forcibly taken away by him. This is the new technique of the second-level God Devourer. Power transfer. Can borrow others' abilities for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not long, but enough to turn the tables. He didn't believe that the spherical barrier could hold forever. As long as he could stall, he would be able to break free again. Don't get cocky. The second round is just beginning. He sneered coldly with the axe and leaped up into the sky, clashing fiercely with the 4 monsters. The axe shadows intertwined as flesh and blood flew everywhere. As time went on, his physical strength began to decline. But with every axe swing that drew blood, it instead ignited his ferocity. The more he fought, the crazier he became, almost overpowering the 4 monsters. Kill. All of you die. He was blinded by a murderous rage, not dodging attacks at all, only fighting desperately. Where am I? On the other side, Emily woke up. She looked up and saw the man in the air covered in blood, her heart pounding fiercely. That aura was exactly the Chengyingjia she was looking for. Finally found you. She gritted her teeth and stood up, recalling her grandfather's words. This rotten piece of wood is something that can turn the tide. Chengyingjia, catch the treasure that belongs to you. She summoned all her remaining strength and threw the wood into the air. Almost at the same time, 5 minutes were up. Xiao Sha sensed the power fading and immediately withdrew, diving away. He caught the wooden stick with one hand. The next second, the monster launched a sneak attack, slapping him down. Boom! A large crater formed in the ground, dust billowing into the sky. Emily's heart was in her throat as she hurriedly tried to rush forward. Out of the smoke, a figure emerged. Big boss, I told you early on, there's no such thing as destined people in this world. Xiao Sha patted his clothes as if nothing had happened. That blow just now was only a flesh wound for someone who had lost their abilities. It would be hard to say if it happened again. You are Yang Xinchang? No nonsense. Blood oath. That's truly a treasure. Emily, unable to afford shock, urgently reminded him. Kunlun Divine Wood, after absorption, grants the ability of telepathic communication. Xiao Sha glanced at the information, and his originally cold eyes suddenly brightened. He lowered his head and spat blood onto the wood. Haha, didn't you know the rule orb can last for an hour? So what if I borrow you another 5 minutes? With your blood spat like that, can you still fight? For monsters hovered in midair, looking down at Xiao Sha on the ground, their faces full of mockery. In their eyes, humans were inherently lowly, but Xiao Sha, ignorant of death, insisted on holding on stubbornly. A trap personally set by the 4 emperors, even gods would die in it. But what they didn't know was that, at that very moment, Xiao Sha had already absorbed the power of the Kunlun Divine Wood. He opened those cold eyes and looked up at the sky. I, the blood-clothed killing god, call for aid in the land of disaster. All humans who receive this message, come quickly, and together we shall slay the alien evil god. 1 second, 2 seconds, silence all around. The monsters burst into laughter. Not even a response. You really are pitiful. Even Emily began to doubt whether that piece of divine wood was truly useful. Could the so-called destined one be nothing but a joke? Who dares to lay a hand on my husband? A crisp female voice suddenly exploded. The next moment, the space behind Xiao Sha tore open. 1, 2. A dozen portals opened simultaneously. Young Master Xiao, we're here. What bullshit evil gods. Let's mess them up together today. Xiao Sha suddenly turned around. Tan Yu held the pocket watch, leading a large group of troops stepping out of the portals. She used mimicry technology to reconstruct the pocket watch, forcibly initiating a large-scale directional teleportation. Not just his 4 women. Also the people from H City and G City whom he had saved. All of them came. At this moment, he was no longer alone. The numbers surged, and their combat power skyrocketed. By the time the portal closed, his attribute bonuses had already maxed out. He finally smiled. Taking advantage of the 4 monsters still being stunned, he spoke coldly. The final battle. Hope you can hold out a little longer. The monster generals felt uneasy for the first time. The more people behind Xiao Sha, the faster their strength drained. Recovery slowed down, constitution declined. The battlefield was reversing. All of this stems from the hidden effect of the rule orb. The side with more people is unrestricted, while the side with fewer people is suppressed. Rule change, divine realm reboot. The third special effect of the heaven-opening axe has been activated. Blood-devouring wings activated. God-eater passive recovery. The second passive effect of the Lord of Slaughter activates. A system prompt exploded in my mind. Xiao Sha slowly lifted his head. The counterattack had begun. Everyone, those people below are yours to deal with. I'll take care of the monsters above. Xiao Sha let out a fierce roar, leaping into the air. His figure blurred into a mere afterimage as he charged straight at the most arrogant octopus monster. With all boosts activated, his speed nearly tore through the night sky. A flash of bloody light streaked by, and the huge octopus monster was split in two by a single axe strike on the spot. Just one axe blow, and the evil spirit general instantly died. Damn, Xiao Sha is that ruthless. It's my first time seeing him strike. What's that? I heard his full power axe strike can split the solar system. Isn't that invincible? Being invincible on the ground is nothing. He's invincible in the sky too. Enough talk. Miss Tan Yu is charging. Follow me. They just bullied young Master Xiao because they had numbers. Let's teach them a lesson. Chun Ling and the other three girls each led their teams, charging towards the heretics who worshipped the monsters as gods. Wave after wave of attacks rolled in, dust billowing across the land of calamity, flames sweeping everything away. The situation completely reversed. This octopus isn't tough either. I wonder how long the three of you can hold out. Xiao Sha sneered at the remaining monsters, pointing at the corpse. The three monsters turned pale. No wonder their king wants to invade Blue Star. The humans here are too fierce. King Xiao, we are just following orders. The clock monster quickly lowered its head to ingratiate. The other two also hurriedly echoed. I have a few questions. Xiao Sha's expression was calm. Please ask. We will not withhold anything. Yes, we will answer everything. Though polite in words, the three monsters secretly sought help from the king. King of Time. Something's wrong. The rule orb is controlled by the enemy. In a distant, dark galaxy, the bloated King of Time suddenly stood up, causing the entire star region to shake. How is that possible? The Guardians have always acted alone. Where did this ally come from? It roared angrily. Hold him. Wait for my clone to go over and support. The orb must not be lost. Without it, we lose the coordinates of this galaxy. You three, at least one of you must survive to bring it back. The King of Time immediately contacted the other three companions, preparing to support together. At first, they relied on that spherical orb to lock on a blue star, allowing them to continuously infiltrate the cosmic will. Once lost, all their plans would collapse. While the four monsters were busy arranging their plans, Xiao Sha had already started the interrogation. Speak. Why did you invade Blue Star? His voice was icy cold, killing intent utterly undisguised. Because your planet's environment is very good, General Clock answered, braving the situation. This was clearly a perfunctory answer. A good environment wouldn't justify such a desperate invasion, let alone the need to kill him. You have two more chances. Xiao Sha raised his fingers, his tone even colder. General Demon's spirit trembled with fear and hurriedly spoke. Because this is the only planet where a supreme god was ever born. Supreme God. This name carries great weight. So what? What does that have to do with your invasion? It does. Rumor has it that if you collect all the treasures left behind after the supreme god's death, you can become the new supreme god. To save their lives, they told the whole truth. Xiao Sha was even angrier. You want to find the treasures, so why drag innocent people to their deaths? Why create an apocalypse, causing countless ordinary people to die tragically? Tell me the name of the supreme god, and the treasures he left behind, Xiao Sha said coldly. After asking this question, he was already planning to send them on their way. No, you can't say it. As soon as that name is spoken, we will be erased on the spot by the cosmic will. The three monsters trembled simultaneously, shaking their heads desperately. That kind of fear was not fake. Xiao Sha no longer pursued the matter. What needed to be known, he already knew. Since you've said it all, then it's time to die. With those words, he swung his axe toward Shirling. The second special effect triggered instantly, and General Shirling was blown to pieces, leaving only the regular sphere hanging in the air. What? You can't kill us. The demon spirits and evil spirits rushed at the sphere like mad. The evil spirit got closer, grabbed it, and a crazed laugh appeared on its face. Evil Spirit King, save me. The sphere is in my hands. It roared toward the sky. Xiao Sha remained calm and leisurely looked up. The azure sky tore open a hollow once again. 3 evil god avatars from outer space forcibly resisted the cosmic will, tearing through the defense of Blue Star and breaking in. A gigantic cockroach monster slowly stretched out its antennae, trying to rescue its subordinates. Despite the cosmic will suppression, they desperately tried to snatch the sphere back. Ha ha ha, trash. My boss is here to pick me up. Even if this invasion fails, as long as the sphere has coordinates, you'll never have peace for the rest of your life. Sooner or later, we'll torment you to death. The evil spirit general, who thought he could escape immediately, along with the demon spirit general, crazily mocked Xiao Sha. But they forgot one thing. The trembling tentacle was about to touch the two when it suddenly stopped mid-air, as if pressed hard by an invisible hand, unable to move anymore. The evil spirit king's once triumphant smile instantly froze. Before he could figure out what was happening, a furious roar exploded in his mind. What's going on? How is there a divine realm inside? Why wasn't such a big deal mentioned earlier? You are? My clones. Screams of agony rang out one after another. The tentacle reaching into the void, along with the 2 resisting evil god clones outside, were instantly crushed into nothingness by the will of the universe. Outer space quickly returned to its original azure blue. When did you open the domain? The evil spirit general, with no way to retreat, stared trembling at the barrier suddenly appearing in the sky. It and the demon spirit king didn't see each other activate their domains at all. Just moments ago, it was clearly still the normal world. How could a domain suddenly descend? The moment the portal closed, Xiao Sha said flatly. The demon spirit general instantly flew into a rage. Impossible. A domain can't appear so silently. Even at my peak, I couldn't merge a domain into the environment like that. They have domains too, but their strength is suppressed, so they can't use them. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't, Xiao Sha remained calm. To prevent them from escaping, the moment the divine domain was restored, he expanded his territory and casually concealed his presence within the environment. To him, it was merely a casual action. I don't believe it. Evil Spirit King attacked together. Unable to return to their old lair and completely outwitted, the demon spirit general lost control and lunged forward with his massive body. The next moment, a flash of an axe swept by. The demon spirit general shattered on the spot, not even leaving behind a single piece of debris. The last evil spirit king was completely stunned with fright. He couldn't understand how the most inconspicuous Xiao Sha could unleash such power. His control and understanding of the domain was even deeper than his own, despite being a monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? There are coordinates inside the sphere. Take good care of them. As for me, I won't trouble you to make a move. He sighed, threw the sphere to Xiao Sha. Then his figure flickered, and he suddenly exploded, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. If it were someone else, they might have really been fooled by this act. But who was Xiao Sha? Killer God. He immediately saw that the other party's panel was still floating above the chunk of meat. Not dead at all. Pretending quite convincingly. Do you think that by putting on a hero's final act, I'll go easy on you? Xiao Sha sneered coldly and began swinging the Kai Tian axe fiercely. One axe blow after another, so fast it left only afterimages. He only stopped when the kill notification popped up, then sheathed his axe. Successfully killed the Camouflage General, Evil Spirit General, Time Spirit General, and Demon Spirit General, and obtained the Alien Monster Locator map. The Lord of Slaughter has not been triggered. Points have been accumulated. The bloodthirsty wings are absorbing excess essence blood and are evolving. 3 prompts popped up one after another. Xiao Sha's eyes lit up. The 4 monsters were actually carrying a map with a location pin. With it, once he's done here, he will be able to wipe out the remaining evil god monsters all at once. But for now, let's call it a day. With a thought, the divine realm shuts down. The people outside finally saw Xiao Sha, dressed in blood-stained clothes, suspended in midair. It's young Master Xiao. I knew he was fine. Young Master Xiao, blood-clothed killing god. No one knew who shouted first, but the crowd instantly erupted, shouting in unison. The scene was shocking, but it also gave him a headache. He was on the path of slaughter, not to be an idol. Xiaoya, open the portal and send everyone back. Thank you all for today. Tanyu immediately took out his pocket watch and created more than a dozen portals. Everyone was already excited, and upon hearing Xiao Sha personally express his thanks, they became even more thrilled. Today was really worth it. Thanks, young Master Xiao. This will give me bragging rights for 10 years. Even if you didn't thank me, I'd still come. Young Master Zhao's shelter offers the best treatment. I heard next door, exchanging a little rice and flour costs 3 times the crystal cores. So dark? Luckily I'm in H City. It's really reassuring to have Xiao Xiao here. The crowd laughed and gradually left. In the end, only 4 were left. No, they were 5 women. Emily didn't have much feeling for him. She stayed because there was something she had to tell him. Because Xiao Xia, this person of destiny, has appeared in this world. The sacred realm guarded by the Xinyu clan for thousands of years is about to be opened. After the people left, Xiao Xia stood in front of a few women. Brother Xiao, was I handsome just now? Those who bullied you, I slaughtered them all. Chen Ling threw herself at him like a child, smiling foolishly. Xiao Xia immediately understood. She was putting on a show for Emily, most likely treating her as a new sister, deliberately asserting her claim. Stop acting. She's not your new sister. She's a friend I met here, a very important one. Really? Chen Ling leaned close to his ear and whispered, why would I lie to you? Hurry up and come down. Don't you think this pose is embarrassing? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Ling blushed, quickly jumped down, and lowered her head to play dead. The other women couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thank you for your Kunlun divine wood, Xiao Xia said, looking at Emily. He didn't move, only communicated with her through telepathy. So there really is a chosen one. You knew your identity all along and still teased me. Emily was a bit annoyed. Xiao Xia gave an awkward smile. In her past life, her grandfather didn't find a successor, but this time it fell to him. Whether it counts as stealing someone else's opportunity, even he couldn't say. Let's not talk about that for now. You've given me the item, so what do you plan to do next? Of course I have plans. Emily's expression turned serious. Since you have appeared in the world, according to grandfather's prophecy, she looked up at the sky. The Tunlong secret realm is about to open. The Tunlong secret realm. In the late post-apocalyptic period, secret realms will gradually appear on Blue Star. Those who enter will all gain extraordinary opportunities. The Tunlong secret realm is the most famous one. It is rumored that inside one can obtain a powerful assistant. Unfortunately, when it appeared in the previous life, Xiao Xia's strength was not enough. He also wasn't clear about what exactly was inside. Who exactly is your grandfather? Compared to the secret realm, he cared more about this issue. Anyone who could foresee the opening of the secret realm in advance was definitely not simple. My grandfather. You should go find him yourself. He said you would definitely come to see him. Emily narrowed her eyes with a smile, her tone full of calculation, making Xiao Xia feel uneasy. Then save me a spot. A few days from now, I'll visit the old gentleman in person. Since the conversation had come this far, he couldn't ask further. The other party had traveled thousands of miles to deliver the Kunlun divine wood. If he didn't go, it would be hard to explain. That's better. Remember to bring some tea for my grandfather. He loves that. Emily nodded in satisfaction. Tea was nothing. Xiao Xia had plenty in his backpack, both expensive and cheap. By the way, our Xinyu clan has lived in Kunlun Mountain for generations. Without a token, no one can enter, Emily said, handing over a small item. Keep this safe. If you lose it, don't even think about entering the mountain. Kunlun Mountains. The reclusive clan truly is extraordinary. Xiao Xia looked down and saw a purple fruit seed in the palm of his hand, only half a centimeter in size. Before he could get a clear look, Emily had already stepped onto the spirit sword and soared into the sky. The gazes of the 4 women made her feel uncomfortable all over, and she was eager to leave as soon as possible. Who was that? Times 3. She had just left when the three women asked in unison. Go back and ask Lingling. I already told her. Xiao Xia waved his hand. Xiaoya, open the teleportation portal. Let's go home first. Despite many questions, the three still obeyed. Tan Yu opened the portal, and they returned to the villa. Hey, he didn't say anything, just said we're good friends. Really? If you don't believe me, asked Brother Xiao, we're just ordinary friends. Chun Ling was surrounded and questioned, nearly breaking down. Only then did she understand how much trouble she had caused Xiao Xia when she previously kept pestering him for information. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xia worked almost without rest, finally eradicating all the remaining minions of the evil god on Blue Star. Now, Blue Star only has mutated creatures left. There are no more lunatics shouting every day about destroying humanity. But in the past 2 days, he also sensed something was wrong. He visited several special locations, always feeling that something big would happen there sooner or later. The Bermuda Triangle, the ancient Egyptian pyramids, Devil City, Ghost Island. Those places are like bombs with burning fuses. They look calm, but no one knows when they will explode. What's even stranger is that in Xinyan's view, these locations all show 4 question marks. Not even Xinyan can see through them. That's what's most frightening. Carrying heavy doubts, Xiao Xia returned to his home in H City. He had been running around these past 2 days. Without eliminating the evil gods, he simply couldn't sleep well. Now it was finally peaceful. Those 4 evil gods had lost the Blue Star coordinates and could no longer interfere. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Welcome home. As soon as the villa door was pushed open, 4 women were already waiting at the doorway. The door barely opened a crack before he was completely surrounded. Chun Ling was the first to rush forward, pressing close to his ear, her voice soft and enticing. Been away from home so long. Should we eat first, take a shower first, or eat us first? Xiao Xia originally just wanted to obediently take a shower and fill his stomach. But seeing the fire in their eyes, there was no longer any choice. Then just go straight ahead. 2 days later, only when they finally shouted to stop did he consider himself free. Before leaving, the 4 of them chattered noisily in his mind. Come back earlier. Don't bring women home anymore. Aren't 4 enough? If you bring someone younger than Yaya again, I'll bite you to death. When you see beautiful flowers, bring me some seeds. Remember to let me know when you arrive. I'll open a portal for you. Having telepathy is indeed convenient. If you miss him, just say it directly, no need to wait around. Of course, most of the time what they say isn't very serious, and he can only pretend not to hear. Back to the main topic. Xiao Sheifai was in the high sky, looking for directions on the map. Kunlun Mountains, here. The target is confirmed, but the exact location is unclear. We'll figure it out when we get there. He put away the map and headed straight for Kunlun. Before long, only a scorched and blackened forest remained before his eyes. This was Kunlun Mountain after the apocalypse, a scene of devastation. He took out the purple fruit given by Emoli. As soon as the fruit appeared, ripples stirred in the air. The next moment, the entire forest was transformed drastically. The scorched earth turned into green woods, and the ruined road was restored. The mountain path extended upward. A few hundred meters ahead, a simple and ancient Taoist temple stood quietly. No wonder it's called the Hidden World Family. Turns out it's hidden in another dimension. Xiao Xia spoke softly. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would never have imagined such a place existed in the world. Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. Suddenly, a little boy with braided hair and wearing a red belly band jumped out from the forest, staring him up and down. Xiao Xia smiled. I'm here to see the elders of your family. Xiao Xia thought for a moment and casually made up a reason that sounded somewhat believable. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the little boy was completely stunned. Oh, you must be the big brother that Sister Emoli was talking about. He was so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot, his eyes shining brightly. Grandpa Emo is waiting for you in the main hall. Hurry over. He pointed to the main hall on the mountaintop, smiling so widely that his teeth showed, but his eyes disappeared. It seemed that this child was particularly close to him. Little guy, what's your name? Xiao Xia squatted down and patted his head. Big brother, my name is Little Stone. Xiao sure too. Is there a shortcut to the main hall? He wasn't overly suspicious, just cautious since he was new to someone else's territory. But what he didn't know was that several pairs of eyes in the main hall were watching his every move. Humph, so timid and cautious. Does he even deserve to be called the divine son? The man carrying the black, greatsword sneered. He doesn't deserve it, does your son? The middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist scoffed. Your son pisses his pants just at the sight of a zombie. This man was none other than Mo Feng, the ninth-rank sword immortal who had once saved Xiao Xia. Being publicly exposed, Moen's face turned ashen. Sienna is just going out for the first time. He's just nervous. He suppressed his anger. If it really comes to strength, he would never lose to that kid. Mo Feng smiled, but said nothing. These people have been trapped in the secret realm for too long and have no idea what the sky outside has become. If they knew Xiao Xia killed monsters like slicing vegetables, they probably wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. It's just your Mo Xian who couldn't even defeat my daughter Mo Li, and you still dare to brag? Mo Feng added another jab. Moen trembled with anger, but didn't dare to retort. Mo Li is the clan leader's biological granddaughter and the only saintess in the clan. Not to mention his son. Even he himself might not be able to win no matter how hard he tried. Clan leader, there is no such thing as an invincible person in the world. Moen turned to look at the high seat. I think the saintess was frightened outside and was deceived by this kid. On the dais, Mo Tiangao, the chief of the Xinyu clan, stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on the screen. His granddaughter had brought the person back, and the Kunlun divine would have been handed over, proving his prophecy was not wrong. It's just the timing doesn't match. He had clearly calculated it to be a few years later. But his granddaughter returned in less than 10 days, which was very abnormal. Don't rush. He raised his hand to silence the arguments. Wait until the divine child arrives, then we'll talk. Thus, 7 or 8 people in the main hall all waited for Xiao Xia. 3 minutes later, Little Stone brought the person to the door. As soon as he stepped inside, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell on him. He was stared at all along the way, but he was too lazy to care. Looking up at the elder seated on the high platform, he immediately knew that was Mo Li's grandfather. The reason is simple. Like Mo Li, the other party only has a name above their head. Nothing else is visible. Senior Mo, I heard you love drinking tea, so I brought some over. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Green tea, flower tea, da hong pao, tea guanyin, all were laid out. Even 3 bottles of iced black tea were placed down. In the next moment, 10 sacks of tea leaves came crashing down. The whole room was stunned. Tea delivered in sacks? And 10 sacks at once? The main hall fell silent instantly. It was still Mo Tiangao who snapped back to reality first, clearing his throat twice. Thank you, divine son. The packaging was shabby, but the moment he smelled it, he knew it was all good tea. A year ago, when he sent someone to buy a few pounds from outside, the other party said they didn't have enough money. Now, it was directly 10 sacks. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about drinking it every day. For him, this was more tangible than anything else. The divine wood you gave me is worth more than these, Xiao Xia said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several people immediately changed. Clan leader, you gave a branch of the Kunlun divine tree to an outsider? That is a treasure passed down for thousands of years. It takes over 1,000 years for a single branch to grow, and each branch is imbued with divine power. Everyone in the clan takes pride in receiving the recognition of the divine tree. It's just a single branch. What's the rush? Xiao Xia said indifferently. On the way here, he had already seen the Kunlun divine tree. It was a towering giant tree that guarded the entire Xinyu clan. He even tried talking to it a few times and found that it had long since awakened intelligence. If it weren't for needing to meet Grandpa Mo Li first, he would have liked to chat a bit longer. Do you know what that single branch represents? Moen couldn't help but snap. That is our most precious treasure. You, an outsider, have no right to. The sentence was left unfinished. Xiao Xia raised his hand. Stop. If you really want some, I'll have the Kunlun divine would give you a few branches later. You four shut up. I'm talking to Senior Mo first, understand? He was too lazy to waste words. He was only here to ask about the Tunglong secret realm. The Kunlun divine wood is the sacred artifact of the clan. You're an outsider. On what basis do you take branches? Clan leader, he is insulting the divine wood. Mon immediately grabbed onto this, as if he had caught a great weapon. The other three had long conspired and immediately started to cheer on. Seeing Xiao Sha frown, Mo Feng's heart tightened, afraid that he would lose his temper and cut them all down the next second. His own daughter couldn't last a move in his hands, yet these few dared to provoke him. They were hateful, but not deserving of death. The status of the divine child is above that of the patriarch. Who are you to question this? In accordance with tribal rules, throw them into the valley of death to face the wall for 7 days. Seeing Xiao Sha's expression soften, Mo Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Confinement was better than losing his life. Xiao Sha didn't pursue the matter further, partly out of gratitude since Mo Feng had saved his life. Mon, however, was stunned. According to tribal rules, the divine child status indeed ranked higher than Shinmu's. There was no fault in that statement. That's not right. Who can prove that he is the divine child? Even if the patriarch prophesied it, it might not be true. His face turned pale as he rushed to argue back. Mo Feng immediately counterattacked, stubbornly insisting that they had been disrespectful to the divine child. The argument escalated deeper, shifting from punishment to questioning whether he really is the divine child, turning the scene into chaos. Xiao Sha was too lazy to listen and directly used telepathic communication to contact Mo Tiangao. Senior, I want to ask about the Tunglong's secret realm. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Mo Tiangao's mind, and he looked at him in shock. Telepathic transmission? It seemed he really might be the divine child. But since he came too early, Mo Tiangao wasn't sure. If you truly are the prophesied one, the Tunglong's secret realm will open in 7 days, located in Kunlun Mountain, Mo Tiangao truthfully revealed. Whether or not he was the divine child, since he could absorb the power of the divine wood, he was at least not an enemy and didn't need to be concealed. 7 days later. So what exactly is the identity of the divine child? Xiao Sha continued to ask. The divine child is someone destined to appear in the Xinyu clan. Our clan has served the gods for generations. Everyone is born to believe in the gods, and the divine child is the one closest to the gods. That bad. After hearing this, Xiao Sha suddenly felt a bit sorry for Emoli. No wonder she knew nothing. The clan rules suppressed her, not even allowing her to step outside the door. However, you came a few years too early, so I can't be sure if you are the divine child, Mo Tiangao said apologetically. Divine child or not, Xiao Sha didn't care at all. He only cared about whether there was any benefit. Judging by Mo Tiangao's hesitant look, even if there really was a treasure, he probably wouldn't give it. He simply dropped the subject and instead asked about the Tunglong's secret realm. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, both sides were still arguing nonstop. Xiao Sha was too lazy to watch the drama and quietly left. Stop arguing, he's already gone. Mo Tiangao interrupted coldly. A proud clan arguing like this in front of guests. If it were when he was younger, he would have already stepped in to teach them a lesson. Now that my fate is about to end, I'm too lazy to care anymore. What? How can he just leave like that? Mon was full of disbelief. Don't worry. He said he would send new branches of the Kunlun Divine Wood. Mo Tiangao relayed Xiao Sha's message to everyone, telling them to wait. But Mon was not willing to accept it. He was even hoping that Xiao Sha wouldn't find the branches, so he could cause a big fuss. The bigger the commotion, the greater the chance for his son to become the Holy Son. After leaving the main hall, Xiao Sha returned to the huge purple gold tree. Little Shirtu was playing under the tree and ran over as soon as he saw him. Big brother, how is it going? He previously begged Xiao Sha to become the divine child so that their people could see the daylight again. But after this journey, even Xiao Sha wasn't sure. How about changing the wish? This big brother really isn't confident. Xiao Sha patted his head. Little Stone frowned, thinking for a long time, his fingers twisted together. Suddenly, he looked up and smiled. Then I want the leaves of the Kunlun divine tree. Xiao Sha was stunned. This is simple enough. All right, wait here, brother will give it a try. Good, kids are just that easy to fool. He said he could try, so Little Stone believed completely. After settling him aside, Xiao Sha closed his eyes and used his mind to communicate with the divine tree. I'm back again, little guy. After a moment, a clear and youthful voice echoed in his mind. You're back again. Hee hee, someone is finally talking to me. The voice of the Kunlun divine tree was impossible to identify as male or female, but was full of joy. How long have you been here? Xiao Sha asked straight to the point. He wanted to know exactly how many years this ancient giant tree had lived. 10,000 years or so. I can't really remember. I've been here ever since my master planted me. The tree spirit responded in a childish voice. Master? Whoever could plant such an existence must be a deity. Who is your master? Xiao Sha cautiously asked. My master is, boo-hoo, I can't say. It stopped abruptly with the words on the tip of its tongue. The master's real name must not be mentioned. It would break a taboo. At least I can't say it now. Another taboo. Then why were you planted here? Did the master give you any tasks? No. The master only told me to grow well and protect everything around. The answer is already very clear. Maybe it was just casually planted back then, and after a long time it grew into what it is now. Xiao Sha no longer hesitated. He glanced at the little stone beside him, eyes full of longing, and cleared his throat. Then can you give me some leaves and branches? The people here all need them. The tree spirit was silent for a long time. When it spoke again, its voice was noticeably quieter. Technically, you are my friend, so I should give you a gift. But I am not the one in charge. Unless you touch the tree trunk with your own hands and ask it. If it acknowledges you, you can take the branches and leaves freely. Even the most precious fruits can be given to you. Xiao Sha was stunned. Aren't you the tree? I am the spirit born from the heart of the tree. I can only speak, but cannot control the entire tree. So that's how it is. Xiao Sha did not blame it, but instead comforted it a few words. It's okay, I'll try. He walked to the huge tree trunk and raised his hand to press on it. Kunlun divine tree, give me a few branches with leaves, and I'll have them fertilize you more to ensure you grow better. The tree spirit inside the heart of the tree shook its head. The Kunlun divine tree never shows mercy. It only recognizes its owner and those related to the owner. Even if others cut it down, they can't take away a single leaf. It's a pity the boss doesn't listen to me. Otherwise, I could plead for him. Maybe there would still be a chance. The tree spirit stared at Xiao Sha, murmuring softly. Before the words had fallen, Xiao Sha's right hand suddenly resonated with the entire divine tree. A burst of purple golden light exploded. The Kunlun divine tree shook wildly, the trunk shaking violently, as if ready to break through the ground. The secret realm was instantly turned upside down, more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake. What's going on? It's the Kunlun divine tree. Is someone touching it? Everyone was panicked and at a loss, but no one dared to go out. Xiao Sha was also stunned. He had only touched it briefly, and the reaction was so intense. Could it be ticklish? Calm down, just borrow a few branches. Don't get so worked up if they refuse. The divine tree, however, showed no response. The next second, the massive tree body rapidly shrank, transforming into a palm-sized purple-golden small tree. Before Xiao Sha could react, the small tree slipped into his skin through his palm. What's going on? Xiao Sha was stunned. The tree spirit was even more confused. It watched helplessly as the eldest disappeared, leaving only its own massive silver-white tree heart hanging in midair. Where's my boss? Give him back to me. The tree spirit charged, Xiao Sha roaring furiously. But Xiao Sha himself couldn't make sense of it. In just a few seconds, the Kunlun divine tree completely disappeared, leaving not even a pit in the ground. Only the small stones could clearly see it. After the divine tree disappeared, 3 leaf-bearing branches lay quietly on the ground. Big brother, you really did it. 3 branches. He excitedly picked up the branches. But Xiao Sha couldn't smile. The branches were in hand. But why did that divine tree run into his body? Let's go. Please, take me with you. Xiao Sha was hesitating when suddenly a weak and soft voice echoed in his mind. The tree-shaped tattoo on his arm also glowed faintly. Are you? Kunlun divine wood, he whispered tentatively. Go, please, take me away. The voice was broken and only repeated this sentence, as if desperately begging for help. Xiao Sha glanced at the tattoo, then at the little stone who was grinning foolishly, and bit his lip to make a decision. Little stone, out of the 3 branches, leave one for Grandpa. Mo brother is leaving first. Huh? Both branches for me. Thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother. Little stone was overjoyed, hugging the branches tightly without looking up. But Xiao Sha was very clear. This divine wood was definitely a treasure. Since it had chosen him willingly, it belonged to him. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When Little Stone looked up again, Mo Li, who had hurried over, was standing in front of him. Little Stone, where is the divine wood? Mo Li asked, suppressing his emotions. I don't know. That brother touched it once, and it disappeared. These 3 branches were given to me by him. Little Stone only knew it was a treasure, but did not understand its significance. Mo Li pondered for a moment and could only pull him along. Let's go find Grandpa Mo and tell him what happened just now again. Good. Inside the Divine Blessing Hall, all the clan members who could come forward were present. Mo Li, Mon, Mo Feng, and others stood at the forefront, listening to Little Stone recount the events together with the clan leader Mo Tiangao. Little Stone spoke excitedly, finishing the story without any pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall instantly erupted. Clan leader, I told you early on that he is not the Divine Son. The Divine Son would only receive a gift from the Divine Wood. It's impossible for him to take the Divine Wood away. Mon seized the opportunity and was the first to stand up and press for answers. Emily frowned deeply, openly contradicting the clan leader. A punishment is due. She was about to draw her sword, but was held back by her father, Mo Feng. Mo Feng gently shook his head at her and gestured for her to look toward Mo Tiangao. Emily looked up and then noticed a white light emanating from her grandfather. It was the secret clan leader technique passed down by the deity, divine blessing, prophecy. Why has the clan leader closed his eyes? The divine tree is gone. What are we going to do? What if the monsters outside break in? That outsider stole the divine tree and ran. Mo Tiangao, aren't you going to explain? Just as he was using the prophecy technique, the people downstairs, led by Mo, kept jeering and pressing forward step by step. Emily could no longer hold back. Ignoring her father's objections, she suddenly surged upward on her sword into the sky. Wait until the clan leader's prophecy is finished before you say anything. If anyone dares to speak another word, I will personally clean house for the clan leader. Her tone was icy cold, murderous intent revealed, and the scene instantly fell silent. Mo Li was the strongest warrior in the clan. No one dared to provoke her. She snorted coldly, and seeing no one speak again, she returned to her original position. In the stifling silence, another 5 minutes passed. Mo Tiangao finally opened his eyes, his face pale, breathing heavily, as if he had seen a terrifying truth. I heard everything you just said. Now, silently recite the clan rules, and then make your choice. He stroked his white beard and pointed to both sides. Those who support reclaiming or seizing the sacred wood, stand on this side. Those who don't support it, stand on that side. The choice was too simple. 2/3 of the people followed Mon and stood on the side of seizing the sacred wood. Mo Li, Mo Feng, and Little Stone stood on the other side. Seeing they were outnumbered, Mon proudly shouted, Old man, the minority must obey the majority. Hurry and tell us where that kid hid the divine wood. Mo Tiangao shook his head coldly. You violated the first clan rule. All of you deserve to die. Everyone was stunned. It's just choosing sides. How is that a capital offense? Don't talk nonsense. Mon became anxious. The first clan rule is about disrespecting the gods. When did we ever break that? Mo Tiangao sneered. Do you know why the divine would just tremble? Just as Mon was about to speak, he was interrupted by a sharp shout. Because the outsider you mentioned is a god himself. Moreover, he is the one who personally planted the divine tree in ancient times. With a loud bang, Mon and the others turned pale and all knelt down simultaneously. Impossible, Mon shouted in despair. You're lying to me. He's just an ordinary person. Why would he be a god? You're deliberately deceiving me, aren't you? Trying to change the subject and cover up the fact that you lost the divine tree. Mon was the most stubborn person there. He stared fixedly at Mo Tiangao, trying to catch a hint of a flaw on his face. Mo Tiangao kept a cold face the whole time, not even bothering to cast him a second glance. Since you didn't offend him, why won't you stand up? His tone was calm. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, waking Mon up. The one suppressing him didn't seem to be Mo Tiangao at all. Instead, it was a force coming from the depths of his soul. Like a shackle, It locked him tightly, preventing even a thought of resistance from forming. Clan leader, I was wrong. Please spare me. We don't want the divine tree anymore. My knees are about to break. What kind of power is this? Mo Tiangao, did you tamper with it? Some cried, some begged, some cursed. But Mo couldn't say a word. No matter how they shouted, Mo Tiangao couldn't save them. Because Xiao Sha is the executor of that existence in the mortal world. Daring to snatch his sacred tree is courting death. The Xinyu clan was originally saved by that existence back in the day. Their ancestors willingly became slaves, serving generation after generation. So their souls have carried the slave mark since birth. Now, these slaves actually want to snatch their master's belongings. In the past, this would have been a grave crime punishable by extermination. In the next moment, Mon, the fiercest rebel, began to break apart, like weathered dust, dissipating bit by bit. No, I did not disrespect the gods. I just wanted the sacred wood to protect me. Spare me. Before the words were finished, the person had already turned to ashes. This scene caused the remaining people to completely collapse. They cried and begged for mercy. But the outcome did not change. 2/3 of the entire clan were obliterated on the spot, as if never having existed. Grandpa, this. Emily stood dumbfounded, her heart turning cold. They were indeed at fault, but the price was too high. Shaolier. Mo Tongao looked towards the direction Xiao Sha had left, his voice low. Without that existence, our clan would have been wiped out long ago. The main hall fell into complete silence. We have been secluded for too long. Many have forgotten who they are. This calamity is their debt. Mo Tiangao sighed deeply. His cold expression finally softened, leaving only exhaustion and helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiao Sha had long left the secret realm with the Kunlun divine wood. Back to reality, he found a pavilion that hadn't been destroyed by monsters and sat down. Why are you following me? He tapped the tree-shaped tattoo on his arm. Li, Ku, together go. The voice was intermittent, like it was about to give out. Xiao Sha looked utterly blank. Like, go together? This logic was just too strange. Could it be that just because he touched it, it acknowledged him as its master? Even an ancient divine tree wouldn't be this absurd. Can you speak more clearly? Learn ing. Very soon, it will be good. Its voice became smoother and eventually even responded loudly. The divine I scanned over. Kunlun divine tree. An ancient divine tree related to an indescribable existence. Information was pitifully scarce, almost as if nothing was said. Either the divine eye's level was insufficient, or this thing was too special. Xiao Sha was too lazy to dwell on it, and planned to go home first. Xiao Sha, wait a moment. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Moly. He felt a tightening in his heart, thinking the other party had come to claim the divine wood. Before he could explain, Moly quickly said, Great. I thought I wouldn't be able to reach you. Do I look like someone who's out of contact? You're in such a hurry. Is something wrong? He seized the opportunity to speak, ready to clarify the matter about Shinmu. Mo Li was even more nervous than him. Grandfather just confirmed that Xiao Sha is very likely a god walking the world, and as a saintess, she must serve him for life. In other words, he is the master, and she is the servant. But now it seems that Xiao Sha doesn't even know his own identity. Grandfather forgot to tell you something. Mo Li lowered her voice. Because you entered the secret realm today, it might open early. What? Xiao Sha frowned. Didn't they say the results would only come after 7 days? Is it because I took the Kunlun divine wood? As soon as the words fell, Mo Li's chest suddenly sank, as if something was pressing down on her. No, absolutely not. She almost instinctively denied it. That was originally your thing. Since it chose to go with you, it means it recognizes you as the master. Under the oppression of the slave mark, Mo Li quickly replied. If she was even a second slower, that force would have crushed her to her knees. Hearing her explanation, Xiao Sha's mouth twitched into a slight smile. So that's why they feared the Kunlun divine would so much. Had he known this, he wouldn't have rushed to leave it all. You're right, this thing stuck to me, and I can't shake it off, he said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the restraints pressing down on Mo Li instantly vanished. At this moment, she completely understood that Xiao Sha, this little brother he had just taken in for a few days, was the real master, and the kind who could take her life with just one word. By the way, I have one more thing. Emily suppressed her emotions and suddenly remembered the key point. Grandpa said that once the secret realm opens, the hidden families will come into the world, and a great era of chaos is coming. A great era of chaos? You didn't even survive the apocalypse, and now there's another one? What else did your grandfather say? Xiao Sha frowned and pressed further, feeling that things were not so simple. Nothing else, only mention this. Emily thought for a moment and could only shake her head. Since he couldn't get more information, he no longer persisted. All right, thank Emo Lao for me. It's nothing, I'll leave first. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Emily immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her face visibly relaxed. As long as he left, she wouldn't have to be on edge, fearing that a wrong word would lead to punishment by the slave mark. All right, let me know in advance next time so we can prepare. She hurriedly saw him off, afraid he would keep talking. All right. When Xiao Sha's voice completely disappeared from her mind, Emily let out a long breath. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed directly to the ground. This slave mark is too torturous. Why does it make my whole body go weak? She blushed with embarrassment and kept cursing inwardly. Next time, no matter what, she must remind Xiao Sha that she is of noble status and not to be so polite to her anymore. Otherwise, when the slave mark flares up, her reaction is completely different from others. Others only feel oppressed and suffocated, as if pressed down by a huge stone. But she feels numb and burning all over, her breathing tight, as if being firmly trapped by someone. It even felt like Xiao Sha was personally pressing down on her. This feeling made her both ashamed and powerless. Unaware of everything, Xiao Sha was flung a distance away and, with the help of Tan Yu's teleportation portal, quickly returned to the villa. At this time, the villa, and even the entire city H, looked completely renewed. Tan Yu used mimicry technology to fully deploy crystal core energy, and the people in the shelter were already using new equipment. As for Xiao Sha's villa, the changes were even more astonishing. After installing the isolation shield, thanks to Tan Yu and the others' efforts, the entire villa was thoroughly renovated. Originally 5 stories, it was forcibly transformed into 7, with each floor serving a different function. Xiaoya, where did your 3 older sisters go? Xiao Sha fell onto the 5th floor and gently hugged Tan Yu from behind, who was holding a crystal core and studying it. This was her research area, filled with piles of data and a wide array of equipment. Who would have thought that among the 4, the strongest in combat, Tan Yu, would be obsessed with studying crystal cores? Tan Yu turned around and nestled into his arms, rubbing against him before looking up and saying, Sister Mooching heard a whirlpool suddenly appeared by the sea and took Sister Linger to see it. Sister Qianmei is gathering intelligence at Rose Castle. By the sea, a whirlpool. 2 words stacked together, and Xiao Sha's heart suddenly sank. Could this be related to the great chaos that old Emo mentioned? Ling Ling Muqing, where are you? He immediately used telepathy. Xiao Sha? We're by the sea. What's wrong? Chun Ling hurriedly answered, even hugging Tang Muqing tightly, afraid of being a moment too slow. Who's competing with you? Tang Muqing tapped her once. When Chun Ling let go, she added another sentence. We are by the seaside. Is there something wrong? Hearing that they were fine, Xiao Sha breathed a sigh of relief. But with the whirlpool situation unclear, he had to get them to leave immediately. Get away from the whirlpool right now. I'm coming right away. After dropping these 2 sentences, he used Tan Yu's teleportation portal and rushed straight to the seaside. Since the location was not precise, he could only approximate the landing spot. Fortunately, with his strong perception, he quickly locked onto the 2 people's aura and sped over. By the seaside, Tang Muqing stared at the blue vortex, frowning deeply. Since Brother Xiao says so, let's go. Fine. I still want to see if there's anything fun. Chun Ling mumbled as the 2 activated their earth-sliding abilities, ready to leave. But just as they stepped onto the mound, a harsh, strange laugh suddenly came from the blue vortex. Ha ha! The god is dead, the evil god reigns. The profane clan has finally seen the light again. The voice was cold and bone-chilling. The 2 women's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately fled at full speed. The source of the strange cry spotted the 2 who were about to escape. Just as they slid away a short distance, a monstrous creature with a hideous face, walking upright like a black ape, suddenly caught up and ran alongside them. Humans, sweet humans. Encountering two prey right after coming out? I'm really lucky. It drooled, staring fixedly at the fleeing Chun-Ling and Tang Muqing. Chun-Ling suppressed his nausea and calmly reported, Xiao Gu, a black ape burst out of the whirlpool and is chasing us. It's very powerful. Xiao Sha's heart sank. Chun-Ling did not fight back, indicating that the other party was superior to her. Hold on, I see you. He immediately activated the Divine Realm, trying to trap the monster. Just as the Divine Realm pressed down, the ape man's expression changed drastically. Divine aura? The information was wrong. Retreat quickly. It turned around and fled toward the vortex. If it were someone else, it might have really gotten away. But it ran into Xiao Sha. Trying to run, Xiao Sha spread his wings and rose up, swinging the heaven-splitting axe down horizontally, moving much faster than the other party. Before the ape could dash back into the vortex, its back was struck by the axe, and the whole body was chopped into a deep pit in the ground. God, Grandpa, have mercy! Mercy! Before the dust settled, it was already screaming and begging for mercy. Xiao Sha immediately opened his divine domain, enclosing the ape and the two women who had rushed over, preventing any new variables from arising. Chun-Ling was teleported beside him, pointing at the ape and scolding. It's this one. It just said it would eat me and Sister Muqing. Enough talk, kill it. Xiao Sha patted her head, and she obediently stepped back behind him. She knew clearly that Xiao Sha would not let this thing go. He just wanted to first ask about its origin. Xiao Sha hovered in midair, coldly saying, What exactly are you? The ape panted, its voice trembling. I'm just an ordinary ape, trapped in the secret realm for too long. I was too hungry when I came out. That's why I lost control. The tone was feigned to sound pitiful. But this excuse couldn't fool Xiao Sha. It tries to eat people as soon as it comes out of the vortex, and still dares to say it was just hungry? This ape clearly likes to bite people, yet it pretends to be innocent, using such a lame excuse. Do you take me for a fool? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have caused trouble long ago. Xiao Sha sneered coldly. He raised the Kai Tian axe, pressing the blade against the gorilla's neck. Unexpectedly, at the sight of the axe, the gorilla's face instantly turned pale, trembling all over, its fur flattened. It's you. Impossible. This axe shouldn't be in your hands. He's long dead. I must have been mistaken. It closed its eyes, trembling as if it had seen a ghost. Since you recognize it, then speak clearly. Xiao Sha pressured it accordingly. He had no idea who the other was referring to, only wanting to coax out information. But the ape man seemed to have gone crazy, completely ignoring him, muttering nonstop on the ground. Don't blame me. It's all them. Not me. Really not me. Please spare me. Chun-Ling and Tang Muqing frowned. Just now it was arrogant. Now it's trembling on the ground like a dead dog. Too embarrassing. Kill it. Master, kill it. The voice of the Kunlun divine would suddenly echoed in Xiao Sha's mind. Xiao Sha was unclear about the reason, but seeing that the ape had lost control, he was too lazy to ask further. His face turned cold, and with a clean, decisive chop, he struck down with his axe. Killed a 5th-level ape man, obtained a 5th-level crystal core, did not trigger the Lord of Slaughter. Bloodthirsty wings have fully absorbed the essence, beginning evolution, estimated 12 hours. The ape was soon devoured by the wings. What else do you know? Xiao Sha kicked away the corpse and continued asking. Since Shenmu insists on killing it, there must be something hidden. Blood axe. Strike. Vortex. The childish voice was broken and intermittent. Use my blood to smear on the axe, then strike the vortex? Xiao Sha probed. Receiving confirmation, he immediately took action. Retracting the divine realm, he cut open his palm with the axe blade, and golden blood flowed out. He smeared the blood on the axe, leapt up, aimed at the swirling vortex, and struck down with all his strength. Boom! With this swing of the axe, the whirlpool, along with the surrounding sea surface and ground, was forcibly torn open by a huge crack. The next second, the whirlpool exploded with a thunderous roar within the crack. This is over? Brother Xiao is just too fierce. Tang Muqing and Chun-Ling stood at the back, staring blankly at the scene, unable to recover for a long time. Only then did they realize that Xiao Sha's usual dominance was actually being held back. If he were really to get angry, one axe swing might sink the entire H-city. Blood. Master, I want a drink. Growing up, very fast. Xiao Sha was staring at the sea surface, and the immature voice of the Kunlun divine tree echoed in his ears again. Hearing that it wanted to drink blood, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. You're a tree. What blood do you want to drink? Acting like a ghost from a Chinese ghost story. The Kunlun divine tree ignored him, its voice intermittently pleading. All right. If you want a drink, come out yourself. Don't dawdle. Anyway, it can come out. But drinking its blood comes at a cost. If you can't provide useful information, it won't give it freely. As soon as the words fell, the palm-sized little tree jumped out of his arm and stuck to the wound, frantically sucking blood. Do you really think you're a vampire? Xiao Sha looked at the rapidly flowing blood, twitching at the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong the healing is, it can't withstand this kind of treatment. Brother Xiao, why hasn't your wound healed yet? Chen Ling came over, looking anxious. The vortex had already been shattered, and she and Tang Muqing also followed up. Didn't you see? There's a vampire here? Xiao Sha pointed at his arm. Where? Chen Ling was startled. There's nothing at all. Don't scare me. Tang Muqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it possible that the vampire he's talking about is you? Who used to always lick his wounds, just like a kitten? Chen Ling's face blushed, and she immediately fired back. How can you say that? You lick even more. You're the real juice extractor. You're the vampire. You're the juice extractor. The two of them kept escalating, bickering on the spot. Xiao Sha was too lazy to pay them any attention, his gaze falling on the small tree emitting a faint purple-golden light. It clung to his arm, yet although the two were so close, they remained completely unaware of each other. This disguise ability was no simple matter. All right then, at least not useless, he said quietly. He casually stroked the tender leaves at the top of the Kunlun divine tree. The texture was delicate and soft, even more pleasant than petting a cat. Truly worthy of an ancient divine tree, even its leaves were extraordinary. The more Xiao Sha touched it, the more addicted he became, to the point of rubbing back and forth like petting a cat. The next second, an unexpected change occurred. The divine tree absorbed enough blood, and the purple-gold light suddenly surged, enveloping the entire tree. Only then did Xiao Sha realize that it was no longer sucking his blood. He stopped and stared at the glowing orb. In less than 10 seconds, the light faded away. Ah, what's going on? Sitting on his arm was a tiny fairy no bigger than a palm. With a rosy face, a purple-gold leaf skirt, and a crown of leaves on her head. If it weren't for this outfit, he would have almost thought he saw a ghost. Master, I can talk now. The little spirit flitted excitedly around him nonstop. Stop. Xiao Sha had a headache. When did I become your master? A master is a master. She tilted her head, looking completely self-righteous. We only met today. The first day, the little spirit suddenly landed on his shoulder, seriously sensing his breath. After 3 seconds, she breathed a sigh of relief. So the master has amnesia. It's okay. I will help you remember. Xiao Sha was speechless. An ancient divine tree turning into a chatterbox spirit and recognizing him as its master. That itself was absurd. He was about to ask more when he noticed Chen Ling and Tang Muqing giving him strange looks. After all, in their eyes, he was talking to thin air like a madman. Xiao Sha could only brush it off casually, and after confirming that the vortex no longer appeared, he took both the person and the divine tree back to the villa. Wow, does this twist to release water? Water dispenser. What about this crunchy thing? Potato chips. The little sprite flew around the room. Everything was new and fresh to her. Her tribe lived a semi-primitive life and had never seen these modern items. Watching her excited like a child, Xiao Sha felt a mix of emotions. The ancient divine tree chooses its master, yet it keeps insisting that he has amnesia. There is definitely more to this than meets the eye. Then what about this? Don't argue now, fly over here. I have a few questions for you. Xiao Sha raised his hand to interrupt the little spirit. He didn't have time for nonsense. All right. The little spirit landed on the edge of the wine glass, a tiny little figure sitting up straight. Why do you call me master? Because you gave me life. It's just that you've lost your memory and forgotten many things. These words made Xiao Sha's heart sink. Divine eyes, divine body, talent, Maybe what she mistook was some kind of power he possessed. Only a god can live that long. Then who was I before? He had to figure it out. You are a great, generous, invincible being, the entire world's. The little elf looked full of admiration and said a bunch of empty words. The more Xiao Sha listened, the more annoyed he became. It was all nonsense. Even more absurdly, whenever he asked for a name, she would keep silent. She said that anyone who calls him by his real name will be punished by the world's consciousness. All riddlers. Xiao Sha sneered. Strong or weak, none dared to speak. He simply gave up. What about that ape? Why did you ask me to kill it? As the words fell, the little elf's face suddenly turned cold. Because it belongs to the blasphemous tribe. This is an ancient race. They were not chosen by the gods, so they started to rebel against the gods. What's even more terrifying is that they have this thought when they are still beasts. Xiao Sha felt his scalp go numb. Can beasts resist gods? It's normal for the master not to believe, but it's true. The little elf's gaze was firm. What happened next? Xiao Sha suppressed his shock. Later, when they could no longer receive the protection of the gods, they dug up the corpses of the evil gods to seize power from them. This force altered their genes, making them ugly, afraid of sunlight, and eventually hunted down, forcing them to hide in secret realms. So that's how it is. After hearing the truth, Xiao Sha finally sorted out the whole story. In other words, the little elf's words matched Old Mo's prophecy. Once the hidden realm opens, ancient monsters endowed with the power of the evil god will appear in the world, and great chaos will ensue. What's even more troublesome is that group of blasphemous clan members most likely live in the form of monsters. In other words, he could very well encounter creatures long extinct. Saber-toothed tigers, white rhinos, even dinosaurs. Just thinking about these ancient beasts appearing before him made Xiao Sha's blood boil. Even if they wanted to tear him apart on sight, he couldn't help but feel excited. Do you know where these hidden realms might appear? He immediately asked. Sorry, master. I don't know how they got in, nor do I know when they will come out. The little elf shook its head. By this point in the conversation, Xiao Sha already had a clear understanding in his heart. The target has changed. He used to kill the henchmen of the evil gods. Now he kills another group. Killing is what he's best at. The problem is, he can't find the people. He must wait for the Tunglong's secret realm to open and seize the chance to break the deadlock. And the key is very likely on this little spirit right in front of him. She knows more than he does. Many things still depend on her. Looking at the little creature floating in front of him, Xiao Sha suddenly felt that calling her little spirit was not quite appropriate. Since I am your master, I have to give you a name. Sure. What does my master want to call me? She immediately flew up, her face full of anticipation. You love sucking blood, and you're so small. Let's name you Lilia. Lilia? Sounds lovely. Then I'll be called Lilia from now on. Thank you, master. She agreed without a second thought. Actually, Xiao Sha was still hesitating between Lily and Lilia just now. A Kunlun divine tree with a Western name sounded a bit odd, but then he thought, she has lived for who knows how many years, so any name wouldn't be strange. And Lilia sounds like a vampire banshee who has lived for hundreds of years. She suits him very well. At this moment, a hushed voice came from not far away. Hey, do you think what Brother Xiao said is true? Is there really a little fairy in front of him? I think he's just seeing things. While Xiao Sha and Lilia were chatting, Chunling and the other three gathered together whispering. If there is, there is. Why do you get so excited whenever you see someone younger than you? Black Rose teased with a mischievous smile. But we can't see it. That doesn't make sense. Tanyu stared at Xiao Sha, her face full of confusion. Why would he lie to us? It's just a little spirit. What are you all so nervous about? Tang Muqing said halfway through, her expression suddenly changing. Knowing Xiao Sha's temper, anything is possible. What if that little spirit can grow bigger? Wouldn't that mean there's another sister? Even if it can't grow, what if it becomes as strong as it is with Tanyu? Things would get out of hand. Tang Muqing didn't finish speaking, but everyone fell silent. Xiao Sha turned around and just happened to see them daydreaming. What are you doing, standing still like wooden dolls? He said, holding Lilia in his palm, and walked over. The four women looked up, their eyes showing a hint of ambiguity. Can your little elf see us? Chunling suddenly asked. Of course she can, Xiao Sha nodded. That's good. Chunling smiled. I want to show her." As soon as she finished speaking, she pounced directly. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the room spiraled out of control. Lilia widened her eyes, having never seen such a scene before. At the same time, another layer of space on Blue Star. Inside the secret realm of the Desecrator clan, a group of pitch-black monsters gathered around a pile of rubble, the atmosphere oppressive. "The ancient ape is dead." A hoarse voice broke the silence. The beasts were instantly shocked. He fell less than a minute after leaving, almost wiped out as soon as he stepped out of the secret realm. "Impossible, he was a 9th rank." The 5-meter-tall mammoth roared. "Forgot the ancestral rule." The mountain serpent coldly reminded, "The outside world suppresses our power." The saber-toothed tiger growled low. "Even if suppressed, the ancient ape isn't weak among those of the same rank." But his black light just went out. The black light is their lifeline in this world. When the black light goes out, it means the sacrilegious creature is completely dead. That light resembles a soul lantern, but it is black, and even the light it emits is chilling. The 3-headed giant beast was still wondering why the ancient ape suddenly died. A massive skeleton slowly approached from the distance, its imposing aura crushing, completely ignoring them. "Ancient dragon venerable, how shall we handle this matter?" The saber-toothed tiger lowered its head to ask. "Send someone to investigate the truth. The god has fallen. Outside are just small fry. If there is a formidable enemy, bring them in, and I will personally cut them down." "At your command." The skeleton said this and then left. The 3 beasts looked grim and discussed their strategy again. They finally decided that each tribe would send 3 young strong warriors to go out and investigate. They must find out who the strongest in the outside world is and try to lure them into this realm. Fight with the honor of the profaning god clan. Kill the enemy, then come back alive. Several figures leaped into the rift and disappeared. Half a day later, night fell. Xiao Sha sat on the sofa eating potato chips. "What were you just doing?" The little elf held it in for a while before finally asking. As a tree demon, Lilia had no understanding of matters between men and women. "You're a plant. You don't need to know," Xiao Sha said with a smile, patting her head. "What's wrong with being a plant? I can also turn into a human. My appearance was still changed according to your idea." She hurried to prove it, lifting the leaf skirt. "But she is too small, more like a pet. No matter how much you look like it, it won't work. You're a tree transformed, and I'm not Su Xian." Xiao Sha couldn't stop laughing. "What's Su Xian? I only recognize my master." Lilia fluttered anxiously in front of him. Xiao Sha just thought she was throwing a tantrum. He didn't realize she was simply too lonely. After living for countless years, she finally saw the master she longed to see most. To never lose him again, Lilia exerted all her strength to cling to Xiao Sha. But as soon as she stayed by his side, she noticed 4 women surrounding him. Watching them chat and laugh, her heart ached sharply. It's not jealousy, but fear. She is afraid he will despise her, afraid he will leave again, and even more afraid of falling back into that loneliness lasting tens of thousands of years. "What's wrong?" Xiao Sha cradled her in his palm. "Master, I'm afraid you'll leave. Don't abandon me." She clutched his fingers tightly, her eyes full of pleading. Xiao Sha's heart softened. He couldn't help but silently wonder what kind of hypnotic potion her previous master had fed her. "Be obedient, and I won't drive you away," he said. "I will definitely be obedient." She hurriedly promised, afraid he would go back on his word. Xiao Sha finally remembered the main matter. "What can you do?" "Right now? I only know how to detect." She lowered her head. Xiao Sha was stunned. "Lived this long, and this is the only ability?" Seeing his expression turn sour, Lilia quickly explained. "I used to know many things, but to take human form, I used up all my power. As long as I stay by your side, I will gradually recover." Xiao Sha felt a chill in his heart. He had thought he had found a treasure, but it turned out to be a defective piece. "Why do you insist on turning into a human?" he asked helplessly. "So I can always follow my master," she replied, blushing. He originally wanted to say that turning into a tree could also let her follow, but seeing her trembling nervously, he held back. "Forget it, just call it detection," Xiao Sha said as he ate potato chips and watched her. Lilia immediately began to seriously explain her ability. She spoke in great detail, only hoping he wouldn't look down on her. The previous master was immensely powerful and capable of anything. My little tricks are nothing more than child's play in his eyes. You just said this detection can be applied to others? Xiao Xiao pressed on. He wasn't particularly concerned about the detection effect itself. What truly interested him was the phrase, applied to others. I'll tell the master, then you'll know. Lilia flew in front of him, raising her right hand adorned with a leaf bracelet, and a purple golden light slowly fell upon Xiao Xia. Received Lilia's detection bonus. Loading map. Detection complete. New map generated. A prompt sound played, and a flat map unfolded before Xiao Xia's eyes. Dots of different colors clearly marked various targets. Earth yellow represented mountains, green was for living creatures, blue indicated water areas, and red signified buildings. The larger the dot, the stronger the power. Even more astonishing, this map covered an extremely wide range. A rough glance showed that it spanned at least 4 or 5 cities. Well done, this ability will be very useful. Xiao Xia rarely patted her on the head. A single compliment made Lilia so excited she could hardly contain herself. Really? Thank you, master. I finally helped. She flapped her wings faster. But what do these black dots represent? Lilia was momentarily stunned, then quickly explained. Those are the exclusive marks of the blasphemous clan. She spoke rapidly, as if eager for Xiao Xia to deal with it immediately. Xiao Xia was somewhat surprised. He had been looking for them recently, but never expected to run right into them. Near G City, but not yet inside the city. He stared at the direction, deep in thought. Judging by the size of the dots, this group is not weak. But since they are so strong, why have they been lurking outside the city? Could it be that they are hunting? According to Lilia, those guys are nothing more than talking beasts. Since they are beasts, lying in ambush for prey makes sense. Can we pinpoint the space where they are hiding? Not yet. My ability isn't strong enough. She felt a bit guilty. Xiao Xia was not impatient. At least they already had a direction. It's nothing. I'll go take a look myself. After comforting Lilia, he took her back into his hands and prepared to set off. He had just gone upstairs and was about to call Tanyu to open a portal, but saw her sleeping soundly, naked. Thinking about how the two had just been through a big battle, he awkwardly scratched his head and turned to go downstairs. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Opening a portal wasn't difficult. He was just usually too lazy to do it. When he arrived at the control center, he set the coordinates and chose the location. Soon the pale blue light gate lit up. Let me see, what on earth are you two up to? He sneered coldly, transformed into Yang Xinchang's appearance, and stepped into the portal. Night fell, and the outskirts of G City were in complete silence. 6 gray-black monsters hid in the forest, waiting for prey to come. They didn't know that this was the exact spot where Xiao Xia had opened the divine eye and split the earth with an axe that day. A huge fissure separated the two sides. Humans rarely passed through here. Feng Hu, are there any people or not? A big snake lost patience and snapped at a nearby saber-toothed tiger. The 3 tribes already disliked each other. After squatting for a long time with no result, everyone was holding in their anger. But the 2 saber-toothed tigers ignored it. As the strongest hunter in the tribe, Feng Hu knew very well that if he waited long enough, the prey would definitely come. He stared intently at the path ahead, completely still. This disregard made the Titan giant python explode with rage. It needed to regulate its body temperature, and being on Blue Star for the first time, the environment made it extremely uncomfortable, causing its anger to burn hotter and hotter. Damn it, I'm suffocating. Isn't there a single living thing in this damn place? It wildly flicked its tongue and roared loudly. At that moment, Feng Hu's eyes suddenly lit up. The prey appeared. It was a skinny human, looking like it could be killed with one bite. Just as the wind tiger was about to pounce, the roar of the giant snake alerted the target. What sound? That person suddenly stopped, looked back, and immediately turned around to run wildly. I'll deal with you later. Feng Hu snarled at the giant python and suddenly charged out of the forest. Moving as fast as a shadow, he closed in on his prey in just a few strides. Hearing the pursuit behind him, Xiao Xia felt a surge of joy in his heart. Sure enough, he was hunting. As soon as he showed up, fish started biting. Damn, what a huge tiger! He deliberately looked back. His face pale, stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. Just as he fell, a massive saber-toothed tiger lunged right in front of him. Its blood-red mouth was close to his face as it howled fiercely, making his eardrums numb. The entire city of G was awakened. What's that noise? A tiger's roar. Sounds like a lion. Tigers don't roar like that. What nonsense. A tiger can even bite a dinosaur, but it can't roar. All right, you know best. Everyone looked toward outside the city, feeling uneasy. At this moment, Xiao Sha lay beneath the saber-toothed tiger, but was thinking hard. If the other side wanted to kill him, they would have done it already. Right now, they were just trying to scare him, clearly with a purpose. Little one, who is the strongest among you? The saber-toothed tiger growled low. Xiao Sha felt a sudden thought strike him and put on a trembling act. The strongest guy? He can't be named. Keep talking and I'll crush you. A deeper voice came from behind him. Xiao Sha turned his head and his heart skipped. It was a mammoth. Its fur was gray-black, and strange, jagged diamond-shaped fleshy growths covered its body, making it look more sinister than any beast. He took a deep breath and kept acting. If I say his name, he'll hear it, and he'll possess me on the spot. By then, none of you will get away. That made the two monsters freeze. The Titan python and the other two saber-toothed tigers that were rushing over from a distance also stopped in their tracks. What level of strength are we talking? The saber-toothed tiger asked, calming down. This was exactly what Xiao Sha wanted. He slowly got to his feet, pretending his legs were weak, but the words kept coming more and more smoothly. His power is beyond comprehension. Invincible beneath the gods, and a one-for-one trade with the gods themselves. Some call him the demon lord descending from the heavens, the human realm's god of calamity. Bigger monsters than you wouldn't last a second in front of him. He talked while gesturing, full of swagger. The faces of the monsters all changed. No wonder the 9th-tier ancient ape got one shot. So there really was a monster like that in the city. The saber-toothed tiger stared at him and lowered its voice. What's his name? And where is he now? The saber-toothed tiger had already relayed the intel back to the clan leader in the other realm, and now it kept pressing Xiao Sha. If I say his name, he'll really possess me. Xiao Sha put on a terrified expression. The saber-toothed tiger was about to slap him to death and move on. Just then, the Titan python slowly slithered over, its tail coiling around Xiao Sha and binding him tightly. If you don't talk, I'll strangle you right now. It hissed, its voice icy. The moment it finished speaking, the tail tightened hard. That level of force felt like a tickle to Xiao Sha, but he acted like he was about to die. He's called. The monsters all held their breath. As long as they learned the name, the mission would be complete. The next second, Xiao Sha suddenly thrashed violently and shouted, "It's over. He possessed me. You're all dead." The Titan python thought it had been played and exploded in rage, tightening its grip with full force. You dare lie to me? Die. It was waiting for Xiao Sha to be crushed to death, only to see a strange smile spread across his face. I just killed a monkey the other day, and now you're delivering a few little dogs and worms to me too. Ha ha ha. The Titan python's heart sank, and it desperately tightened its tail. But the other man's body suddenly turned hard as iron, while also forcing its way outward in reverse. Its tail was actually starting to split apart under the strain, and pain shot through it. Stop standing there. Help me. The saber-toothed tiger and mammoth roared and lunged forward, their fangs stabbing straight at Xiao Sha's head. The two beasts plunged down. Crunch. Two crisp cracks rang out at the same time. My teeth. Is that head made of iron? Their fangs shattered on the spot, and they screamed as they staggered back. What came next was even more horrifying. Xiao Sha grabbed the Titan python's tail and yanked hard. The enormous body was torn in half with brute force, spraying blood everywhere. Clean and decisive, with no struggle at all. What kind of monster is this? Quick, open the portal. I want to go back. The little monsters completely broke down and turned to flee, even abandoning the two toothless squad leaders to buy time with their lives. But they had underestimated the man. He spread his blood wings and instantly blocked the path of the fleeing creatures. Only a dull thud echoed through the forest as two corpses fell to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger and mammoth had their teeth shattered. Before they could even send word back, Xiao Sha flashed through the air and cut them down as well. Killed 5 Tier 5 beings, obtained 5 Tier 5 crystal cores x5. The Lord of Slaughter was not triggered. Rewards have been accumulated. Blood-devouring wings, evolution complete. New ability acquired. Traverse. Traverse. Consume wing energy to move through space. That instant movement just now had been the effect of the new ability. From now on, he no longer needed to rely on Tanyu's portal, and he wouldn't be caught off guard by ambushes anymore. If you'd looked more normal, I might have even let Tanya purify you. Too bad you chose to fall. The corpses were quickly swallowed by black, filthy water, not even leaving behind bones. This was the fate of those who embraced the evil god. Lilia poked out from his arm and scolded angrily. Master, they deserve to die anyway. Even if you hadn't done it, they still would have attacked us. Back when it hadn't yet been surrounded by the secret realm, these guys had often come attacking the barrier. If not for Master's intervention, things would have already spiraled out of control. It was just that the current Master was even more decisive than before. Xiao Sha asked her whether there were any blasphemous clans nearby that hadn't absorbed the evil god's power. Lilia shook her head. If they didn't absorb that power, then they weren't considered blasphemers. Xiao Sha sighed. After confirming there were no more enemies nearby, he used Traverse to return to the villa. Sleep first. We'll deal with it tomorrow. He took off his. He lay down between 4 women and fell asleep almost immediately. He slept soundly. Meanwhile, the Blasphemer clan's secret realm had already fallen into chaos. Just moments ago, every member sent out to investigate had lost contact. In less than 5 seconds, the black lamps went out one after another. The situation was exactly the same as when the ancient apes were wiped out back then. Don't come out. There's something out there even more terrifying than a god. I got killed instantly before I could even make a move. His soul covers the outside world. The second we show ourselves, we'll be discovered. Whatever you do, don't come out. On the black clan tablets of every race, desperate last messages from the dying had been left behind. The clan chiefs' faces darkened after reading them. The venerables said the gods are dead. How could there still be some monster like this? Wind Tiger was an elite of our clan. The saber-toothed tiger clan chief growled through clenched teeth. The prophecy couldn't be wrong. But whatever was outside was absurdly strong. Even if he were suppressed to the same level, there was no way he could instantly kill so many experts at once. Power like that, in theory, belonged only to a god. The giant python clan chief and the mammoth clan chief were just as unwilling to accept it. Once could be called an accident. Twice was definitely no coincidence. Just as the others were beginning to doubt whether the gods were really dead, the ancient dragon Venerable spoke. The prophecy is correct. That man is merely an anomaly. His strength can span 3 tiers. A 3-tier gap, and he still dominates? A monster who could fight across 3 whole ranks. Did such a thing really exist? The 3 clan chiefs were half convinced, half skeptical, but none of them dared object. The ancient dragon continued. If we want to return to the outside world, we must eliminate him first. I've sensed that other secret realms will soon open. We'll strike while he's away, destroy his home, and then lure him here. Once he comes in, I'll kill him myself. The plan was airtight. The 3 clan chiefs finally nodded. The ancient dragon would handle intelligence. They would carry out the operation. After it was done, the ancient dragon would take only 1/4 of the territory. There was only one target: kill Xiao Sha and restore order. The 3 clan chiefs agreed very readily. Xiao Sha was too strong. Without the ancient dragon backing them, the 3 of them together might not even be his match. The trap is set. Now we just wait for the other secret realms to open. I have a feeling the first one will open within 3 days. When that man leaves, you'll all follow my orders and strike immediately. The ancient dragon's voice was low, as if Xiao Sha were already as good as dead. What he didn't know was that Xiao Sha was getting stronger every single day. After killing those blasphemer scouts, Xiao Sha waited another 3 days. No new black dots appeared on the map. Those monsters were probably scared off and dared not scout again. Looks like they're not coming. Too bad. I still didn't find their nest. Xiao Sha sighed where he stood, withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave. During those 3 days, he had gone to visit old Mo of the Divine Protection Clan. The other man had said the secret realm would open very soon. They said very soon. But 2 days have passed, and there's still not even a shadow of it. This prophecy isn't even as accurate as Lilia's detection. Lilia immediately activated her scan and searched for the entrance to the Tunglong secret realm. As her power spread outward, she actually caught a trace of something unusual. Master, I think I found it. It's above H City. Xiao Xia froze. In his previous life, he had only heard that there were entrances all over the world. He had never heard of one in H City. He looked at the map. A faint black vortex was slowly expanding. It looked like a portal, but something about it was off. The Divine Protection Clan's vortexes are pale yellow. This black one is clearly a problem. Just as Lilia was about to keep scanning, the map suddenly changed. Large numbers of pale yellow vortexes appeared all at once. Master, so many new entrances. Xiao Xia spoke calmly. No need to look anymore. It's above your head. Lilia jerked her head up. A pale yellow vortex, more than 10 meters wide, was slowly descending. This was exactly the secret realm entrance Xiao Xia had been waiting for. The entrance to the Tunglong secret realm. Xiao Xia had originally wanted to figure out what the black vortex above his city actually was. But after waiting several minutes, the vortex didn't move at all. Lingling, is there anything unusual above the shelter? He wasn't in H City, so he could only ask remotely. Above? No, the sky's perfectly blue. I don't even see a bird. Chen Ling's answer made his heart sink. This vortex was definitely not simple. Either the Blasphemer clan was behind it, or it was a brand new secret realm that hadn't fully opened yet. No matter which one it was dangerous. He couldn't tell what would crawl out from inside. You and Tanyu turn the defenses up to maximum and keep a close eye on the sky. Okay, when are you coming back? After I check out the secret realm. Be careful. The call ended. After Chen Ling shouted a few more times to make sure he had left, she immediately went to find Tanyu. Xiaoye, Brother Xiao said to turn the villa's defense shield to maximum in case something happens. Tanyu nodded and maxed out the entire protection system. The two of them. Everyone thought it was just routine precautions. A few minutes later, everything changed. At the same time, the moment Xiao Xia's aura vanished from Blue Star, the ancient dragon in the blasphemy realm sensed it immediately. It burst into laughter. He's gone. Send the troops now and destroy the place he lives in. When he comes back, I want him to regret ever leaving. The order was given. The three clan chiefs didn't dare delay and immediately dispatched their strongest unit, heading straight for H City through the teleportation gate. The sky suddenly split open. A massive black vortex churned overhead, and towering figures began crawling out of it one by one. Pythons, saber-toothed tigers, mammoths. One after another, they floated in the air, held aloft by the ability of a squad leader, lined up in neat formation. 60 elite clan members hovered there like demons in the sky. At the front, a giant saber-toothed tiger roared, "Listen up. Kill everything down there and restore the glory of our clan. Move out." The beastly roar shook the heavens. Charge. Kill. 60 figures split into 5 groups and dove toward the residential district. But when they landed with overwhelming momentum, they found the people below didn't even look at them. The saber-toothed tiger flew into a rage. Looking for death. You dare ignore us? I'll rip you apart. A titan python locked onto a child who was playing ball and lunged at him, opening its blood-red maw, ready to bite his head off in one shot. With a crisp crack, it thought it had already succeeded and sneered smugly. Trying to act tough? Let's see if you die or not. It bit down hard a few more times just to make sure. But as it kept chewing, it froze. There was nothing in its mouth. Why is there no taste at all? Did I bite the wrong thing? Fear crept up its spine. It looked down, and its entire body went cold. The child beneath its feet was actually just an illusion, standing there clearly, but impossible to touch. They had been tricked. Just as the python was about to shout a warning to the others, it realized everyone else had already fallen into chaos. Damn it, what's going on? Not a single one of them can be hit. Did we not actually get out? Is this some second layer of reality? Roars exploded from every direction. Before long, the monsters all gathered around the strongest one, the saber-toothed tiger, each of them wearing grim expressions. The tiger glanced around at the unervingly realistic surroundings, and its heart sank. Had there been a problem with the passage the ancient dragon elder opened? It was the squad leader. If this mission got botched, neither the clan chiefs nor the ancient dragon would let it off. Just as it was about to contact the ancient dragon, the noise from its subordinates kept getting louder, making its temper flare. It hadn't even spoken yet, and these low-level trash were already yelling? Shut up, all of you. Wait until I figure this out before you move. Anyone who keeps talking, I'll rip them apart. With its roar and the ancient dragon's name backing it up, the group finally fell silent. The saber-toothed tiger snorted and began reporting to the ancient dragon. Ancient dragon elder, we've reached the outside world, but we can't hit those beings. Inside the blasphemy realm, the ancient dragon frowned. Impossible. The teleportation gate leads straight to that being's residence. How could you not be able to hit them? Its tone was already turning angry. It was the blasphemy clan's strongest being. How could some young saber-toothed tiger dare question it? If it weren't still useful, it would have slapped it to death already. Ancient dragon elder, we're not sure either. The moment we got here, nothing could move. It's like we've entered another space. The saber-toothed tiger replied in a low voice. It didn't dare talk back, only swallowed its anger. After hearing this, the ancient dragon's rage eased slightly. Could its spell really have gone wrong? It had been too long since it last used this technique. A mistake wouldn't be that strange. But it refused to lose face, so it told them to stay put. Half a minute later, it spoke again. You're in the exact area I designated. There's no way it's wrong. The moment those words came out, the saber-toothed tiger and the others could no longer hold back. But we can't touch anything here, not even the ground. We can't break it. It raised its voice. That tiny bit of pushback completely set the ancient dragon off. You dare question my spell? It roared. I confirmed that the strongest one had disappeared before opening the teleportation gate for you. As soon as the words fell, the other side went dead silent. The ancient dragon thought it had frightened them and was about to sneer. Then it heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice, slow and trembling. Elder, the being you mentioned, was it the one with blood-red wings, golden eyes, and the ability to hover in the air? The ancient dragon's heart suddenly dropped. Impossible. It had clearly confirmed that the other party had left before making its move. That was just his illusion. He had already. Before it could finish, a scream suddenly came from the saber-toothed tiger's side. Help, there's a mon. The voice cut off abruptly. Less than 3 seconds later, everything fell silent. The ancient dragon snapped its head up and looked into the sky. The black lamps representing the lives of the blasphemy clan instantly went dark, one after another. 60 in total. Not more, not less. Exactly that squad. Its expression changed violently. I've been set up. He never left. He even slipped past my detection and stayed hidden right there. What the hell are you? It had roamed unchecked for years, only to be pushed to this point for the first time. Anger and shock twisted together. In its heart, it swore it would lure Xiao Sha out and tear him apart with its own hands. Meanwhile, over H City. Domain disengage. Xiao Sha muttered, stepping out of his divine domain. 5 minutes earlier, he had used the aura of the evil god to turn back into Yang Xinchang, then immediately blinked back to H City. He just wanted to confirm whether that black vortex would react after he had left. As expected, not even a minute later, the vortex in the sky slowly appeared. Xiao Sha had opened his domain ahead of time, blending it with the surrounding environment so the other side would think it had descended on H City. In reality, all of those things had fallen straight into his domain. Successfully killed 60 Tier 5 creatures. Obtained 60 Tier 5 cores. Killing Lord not triggered. Reward points have been accumulated. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Xiao Sha looked at Lilia's map. The vortex was already gone. That meant someone in the profane god's secret realm could lock onto his location and even direct monsters to sneak attack his base. If I could get in there, I'd have rushed in and killed them already. Xiao Sha stared at the sky, his eyes cold. Good thing he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, the moment he entered the secret realm, his home would have been wiped out. At the end of the day, he still had to thank Lilia for her detection ability. Seeing her face go pale, Xiao Sha reached out and rubbed her head. What's wrong? Master, you've become so ruthless. So decisive. Lilia said quietly. If I weren't decisive, the one dying would be me. Xiao Sha said with a smile. You want me dead? Lilia shook her head frantically. She didn't dislike what he was doing. She just wasn't used to it. In her memories, her master had been gentle and restrained, rarely dealing lethal blows to the profane god clan. That was why she'd always hoped he would be harsher and wipe those people out. Seeing her lower her head in a daze, Xiao Sha said flatly, You'll get used to it. In this era, being soft-hearted is the same as asking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed back into Yang Shinchang again, took Lilia with him, and shuttled back to G City before stepping into the teleport gate leading to the Tunglong's secret realm. A flash of yellow light. The next second, the two of them were standing inside the secret realm. No fairyland, no treasure trove, only barren gray soil, ruins devoid of even a blade of grass, humans slaughtering each other, and monsters running wild. And most striking of all was a towering structure that pierced heaven and earth. It was a massive bronze tower, so enormous it was almost unimaginable, as if it were holding up the entire world. Xiao Sha was staring blankly at the tower when a deep, ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Clear the tower and obtain the blessing of the gods. A blessing from the gods. It sounded impressive enough. But the moment gods were mentioned, he was even less inclined to believe anyone could actually clear it. A challenge set by the gods was never meant for mortals to walk through. He hesitated only a few seconds before seeing several people get blasted straight out of the tower, looking utterly miserable. Lilia, what is that? He didn't rush in. Lilia stood on his shoulder and looked for a long time, then frowned. It doesn't feel like anything good. It doesn't have the master's aura. Xiao Sha let out a laugh. So now good and bad could be judged by smell? The mysterious tower. Opportunity and danger coexist, like Pandora's box. The hint from the god I was similar to what Lilia had said, but the words Pandora's box made something stir in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something inside he absolutely had to get. Good or bad, I have to go take a look. With that said, he was already shooting toward the tower. The people below also noticed him. Birdman, take me up there, and I'll give you cores. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man shouted, holding up several Tier 3 cores. Xiao Sha didn't even look back and flew straight into the tower. The man cursed in rage, but didn't dare approach the monsters near the tower's edge. The secret realm entrances were spread all over the world, so people of every race were present. They watched Xiao Sha fly in effortlessly, their faces full of envy. Flight abilities were far too rare. Some even recognized him. Isn't that Xiao Sha from H City? Are we still going in? With him here, what's the point? Let's go. If he clears it, there won't be anything left for us. If he fails, we still won't have a chance. A single tower, before the fight had even begun, had already scared off more than half the crowd. Those who knew they weren't strong enough quickly withdrew. Those who loved watching the excitement hid nearby, waiting to see what kind of treasure would fall out after the tower was cleared. Amid the chatter, Xiao Sha had already stepped inside. The interior of the tower was empty, with only dull yellow walls carrying the aura of age. There wasn't even a single decent piece of furniture. Nothing here at all. How am I supposed to clear this? He frowned. No prompt, no mechanism, not even a direction. This tower's owner is way too stingy. They couldn't even be bothered to set up a proper layout. What are you supposed to do? He couldn't help but grumble. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out in his mind. You are not worthy of a god's blessing. Leave at once. In the next second, his vision blurred, and he was abruptly tossed back outside the tower. When Lao Fei saw that he'd been kicked out too, he burst out laughing. Haha, so you got rejected too. If it were me, I'd have cleared it already. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby turned to look. In the crowd were a few men wearing battle uniforms marked with the character Sha. He's mocking Lord Sha? Only a Tier 3, and he's acting up. Take him down. A few of them exchanged a glance, then immediately surrounded Lao Fei. Before he could even react, they pinned him down and started punching and kicking him. Still laughing? Stop hitting me. I was just talking nonsense. Nonsense or not, doesn't matter. Fists rained down, and screams followed one after another. Before long, Lao Fei was beaten black and blue, unable to even speak clearly. After warning him a few more times, they finally stopped and looked up toward the tower. High in the air, Xiao Sha hovered silently, looking dazed as if he'd been kicked in the head, staring fixedly at the tower. More and more people were being thrown out, crashing down around the perimeter. The result was obvious. Everyone had been rejected. No one made it through the first gate. Not even Xiao Sha. What exactly is this tower? All the strongest people in the world are here, and it won't accept a single one of them. A few Tier 3 experts murmured among themselves. At that moment, a young man with skin like stone pointed up into the sky. See that spear wing thing? That's the strongest in Northern Europe, a Tier 5 fallen angel named Regito. That bald guy walking through the air over there is Hamid, the strongest Tier 5 expert in India. And that guy in the red battle suit with the red hair is Thompson. He calls himself a Tier 5 Superman and says he's the strongest human in the US. And this one, and that one. Even though the others didn't recognize the names he mentioned, just hearing the words Tier 5 was enough to shock them. Tier 5 was the ceiling of Blue Star. Normally, you might not see even one in an entire year. But today, with the mystic realm opened, powerful beings were pouring in like a flood. Everyone wanted a shot at the opportunity. But opportunities had always belonged only to the strong or to the protagonist. People like them, just ordinary Tier 3s, could only stand off to the side and watch the show. As they were sighing in admiration, someone suddenly cried out. The second floor of the tower lit up. Everyone snapped their heads around. Sure enough, the second level of the tower was glowing with golden light. The mystic realm had been open for nearly an hour, and this was the first change. The people nearby who hadn't left yet immediately exploded into chatter. Who got in? Regito, who had just been kicked out, clenched his spear and stared fixedly at the tower. He didn't believe anyone was stronger than him. If even he had been rejected, why should anyone else be able to enter? Just as he was suppressing his anger and about to lash out, a strange yet clear voice suddenly sounded behind him. Why get angry, benefactor? Such fortune was never meant for ordinary mortals. Regito turned around. In midair stood a bald man, floating cross-legged in the air, draped in a pale yellow robe. What was even stranger was that he could actually understand what the man was saying. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hamid. My talent is universal translation. It can dissolve language barriers, so there's no need for concern, benefactor. Hamid's tone was calm, like a monk reciting scripture. Regito snorted. I'm just curious who managed to earn the tower's approval. He wasn't afraid. It was just that the holy aura around the other man happened to suppress his fallen angel talent. And anyone bold enough to stand right beside him was clearly no ordinary person. The two of them said no more, silently keeping watch outside the tower and staring at the people being kicked out. At that moment, a burly man in a red robe, dressed up like some superhero, was also blasted out. Damn it, I got kicked out the second I went in. Others can get in, so why can't I? His face was livid, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. No one was willing to admit they were inferior. People like Regito and Thompson were the ceiling in their own domains. None of them answered to anyone. On their own turf, they were the final word. If someone irritated them, they could suppress them with a wave of the hand. That kind of absolute power had made them used to controlling everything. But now, the tower had actually acknowledged someone else. That was basically a public slap in the face. As top-tier powerhouses, they would never accept having someone stand above them. If there really was someone stronger, then they'd have to fight it out in person before anything counted. So when he saw Hamid and Regito already waiting ahead, he raised an eyebrow and, without a word, landed beside them in tacit agreement. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, silently waiting, like three tigers staring down, just as the prey was about to appear. A minute later, the tower suddenly stirred. The entire wall on the third floor slowly opened, like a window being pushed ajar. The next second, the scene inside the tower was projected directly outward. Someone that young? Legiato's eyes widened. He and Thompson were both in their 40s, and Hamid was already past 50. Who would have thought the one recognized by the tower was just a guy in his early 20s? So young, and he can really handle this blessing? Hamid said evenly. That one line made the other two exchange a knowing smile. Maybe he just got lucky. When he comes out, I'll test him a little. Wouldn't the tower's reward still be mine? Heh. The three of them each had their own motives, staring at the image and waiting to see how the young man would get through the trial. Let's roll the clock back 15 minutes. Xiao had just been thrown out by the tower. I got kicked out the moment I went in. That makes no sense. The tower said he wasn't a fit, but gave no reason. Just one sentence, and he was shut out. Xiao obviously wasn't having it. You don't want me in? Fine. I'll go in anyway. His lips curled as a plan formed. Since the breath of the evil god could mimic auras, why not try switching identities? With so many people here, there was no way every single one of them would fail. No sooner said than done. He started repeatedly mimicking, entering, and getting kicked out, trying again and again. To outsiders, he looked like he was just hovering in midair in a daze. In reality, his transformations and speed were happening so fast no one could see clearly. His first target worked. Xiao Sha successfully mimicked that person and broke into the tower again. But everything inside was unchanged, and even the tower's reaction was the same. It mercilessly kicked him back out. If that doesn't work, I'll switch again. I don't buy it. Grinding his teeth, he refused to back off and kept messing with the tower over and over. 1, 2, 59, 999, 9,987. He frantically kept changing forms, charging in non-stop, only to be flung out time and again. Others thought he was spacing out, but in fact he had already simulated the process tens of thousands of times. So many times he couldn't even keep count himself. He'd practically forgotten whether anything had changed and was just mechanically forcing his way in. At last, after countless failures, a different voice rang in his ear. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor and entered the second floor. The scene shifted, and he landed inside an empty bronze tower. Looking up, he saw a new image unfolding on the wall. In the picture, a towering giant was fighting two monsters barehanded. One black, one white, their limbs twisted, their bodies covered in spikes, looking like creatures straight out of a sci-fi horror film. They clamped onto the giant's arms, trying to force him to let go. The giant roared, summoned a small bronze tower, and instantly sucked the two screaming monsters inside. The image cut off abruptly, and the wall returned to its dull yellow color. What does that mean? Xiao Sha frowned. He recognized it. The small tower was the very one in front of him. But if the tower was this massive, just how terrifying had the suppressed monsters been? Do you choose to challenge this monster? The familiar voice sounded again. How could he possibly back down? Bring it on. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, the space inside the tower changed dramatically. A force dragged him downward at terrifying speed, dropping him into a sea of chaos. Before he could even react, a huge claw suddenly reached up from below. It looked slow, but in an instant it was right at his head. He was just about to defend himself when the claw was already in front of him. If it hadn't stopped all of a sudden, he would have been dead. Only then did he realize this monster was absolutely not something he could contend with. It shouldn't even exist on Earth. Now, do you still dare to challenge it? The voice sounded again. Thinking back to that claw just now, he already had his answer. If this tower really wanted him to fight the monster head-on, it could have thrown him down there from the start. The fact that it bothered to ask him at all meant it was testing his attitude toward the monster. Just like the first level, it wasn't testing strength, intelligence, or speed. It was testing whether, after being rejected countless times, you still dared to keep moving forward. Plain and simple, it was testing perseverance. If I get the chance, I'd still fight it to the death. Even if I die, I won't back down, he murmured inwardly. The moment that thought settled, the claw slowly withdrew. His falling body suddenly stopped, then shot upward, straight to the third floor of the tower. Just as I thought. Xiao Sha glanced at the even tighter space and quietly felt relieved he'd made the right bet. The first floor tested perseverance. The second floor tested courage. So what about the third? Trial challenger, your identity will be revealed to everyone nearby. Do you accept? Accept. This time, the voice was much softer, almost like a familiar whisper. Third floor cleared. In nearly 10,000 years, you are the first to pass this floor. Xiao Sha froze for a moment. That was it. He had thought it would be much more dangerous, but it turned out to be nothing more than revealing his identity. What was there to be afraid of? Even if all those people outside came at him together, they still couldn't stop him. He stepped onto the fourth floor. The space was even smaller, yet somehow more oppressive. In the very center stood 4 shattered cyan stone pillars. The bizarre symbols carved all over it were a pale blue, like some ancient language. He waited a long time, but there was still no hint in his mind. For this level, he'd have to figure it out on his own. The clue was probably on these 4 stone pillars. Xiao Sha reached out, intending to touch the runes. Before his hand even made contact, Lilia, just after absorbing his power, woke up. "Master, where are we?" she asked groggily, glancing around. Then her eyes suddenly fixed on the stone pillars, and she shrieked. "That's the stone of slavery." Xiao Sha immediately pulled his hand back and turned to her with a smile. That smile sent a chill through the air. Lilia hurriedly explained, Master, that's the slavery divine stone you used sometimes back in the day. It can forcibly suppress the mind, and in the end, it can even enslave the soul outright. The divine stone of slavery? His heart sank. Just what kind of person was this past self of his? He even knew methods this vicious. If you called it enslavement, it sounded more like hypnosis. The kind of method that slowly breaks someone down psychologically until they lower their guard and submit willingly. But looking at it now, this doesn't seem like it's enslaving anyone. It looks like the enslaving's already done, Lilia said, pointing at the ancient stone pillar, practically buzzing with excitement. So what if it was done? It had nothing to do with Xiao Xia. He wasn't even its former master. At most, he was its heir. Probably. Lilia, do you recognize these runes? Help me translate them, Xiao Xia asked directly, too lazy to beat around the bush. She'd lived long enough. Maybe she really did know. But Lilia tilted her head and gave an awkward smile. Master, this is your spell. How would I understand it? She said, spreading her hands with a look of complete innocence. Xiao Xia immediately felt a headache coming on. If even she didn't understand it, then with his 2 lifetimes combined, he still wasn't even 100 years old. What made him think he could read it? While he stood frozen, the people outside saw it too. Haha, that kid's stuck, isn't he? I don't even understand it. So how could he? Regid said, laughing gleefully. Hamid and Thompson didn't laugh. Instead, they stared at the stone pillars and thought. Since the tower had projected the scene, there had to be a reason. Maybe this was the test. As long as they cracked the secret of the 4 stone pillars, they could overtake Xiao Xia and head straight to the 5th floor. A lot of people started studying the runes, figuring they might as well give it a shot. The more they guessed, though, the more ridiculous it got. Could the purple patterns represent some kind of flower? Purple means flower? What? Do you think those are morning glories? Speaking of morning glories, I'm thinking of the weeping stone. And if I think of the weeping stone, I think of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Could it be related to them? Are you talking mythology? The cowherd and the weaver girl are in the sky, not in a tower. In a tower? You mean the tower of Tota Li Tianwang? Then I wasn't wrong after all. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Those 4 stone pillars were dragged into all kinds of wild stories. Even though every guess was wrong, at least they were having fun with it. 5 minutes passed. The crowd was arguing away, while Xiao Xia still hadn't moved an inch. Hamid lost his patience. Damn it. If you can't solve it, let someone else do it. What's the point of just standing there and staring? His gaze turned colder and colder. The moment those words landed, Thompson caught them. He glanced at Hamid and immediately started sizing up his strength in his mind. He was already calculating. If that kid really had something, then let the 2 of them fight each other to the death first. Once both sides were badly wounded, he'd go in and clean up the mess for an easy win. If the plan worked, he'd make out like a bandit. The bald guy and that bat are both hiding their strength, he thought after just a couple of looks. They're thinking the same thing I am. Maybe sensing his stare, Regid and Hamid also locked eyes with him. The 3 of them stared each other down in turn, and the air instantly tightened. Any one of them looked ready to strike, take out one opponent first, and worry about the rest later. They held each other off for a full minute. Only when Thompson noticed Xiao Xia moving did the tension break. That kid moved. He called out toward the image inside the tower. Hamid and Regid immediately turned their heads. The treasure still hadn't appeared yet, so there was no need to fall out early. If they were really going to fight for their lives, they'd wait until they saw the goods. The 3 of them quickly fell silent, all eyes on Xiao Xia. Inside the bronze tower, on the 4th floor. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Xia suddenly had an idea. Since this was something left by Lilia's master, then he should use the power of that master to trigger it. Divine blood wouldn't work. After all, stone doesn't drink blood. He'd tried his divine eye before, but it didn't react from a distance. What if he used it up close to the pillar? He walked straight up to the stone pillar. Under the gaze of everyone outside the tower, he pressed his forehead against the runes. Hamid exploded on the spot. After all that, he's just hugging a stone pillar? What? He thinks embracing it is going to solve the puzzle. If he couldn't have it, he'd rather destroy it. That was his thinking at the moment. Thompson remained relatively calm. The method may not be good, but it's better than doing nothing. Regid snorted with laughter. If that's all it takes to open the tower, I'll eat the tower myself. The words had barely left his mouth. Less than 10 seconds later, All four stone pillars lit up at the same time. Regito stood there, mouth hanging open in stunned silence. Xiao Sha had successfully reached the fifth floor. His judgment had been completely right. The moment he touched the stone pillar, a flood of information rushed into his mind. A deep, ancient voice sounded, slowly explaining the runes carved into the pillar. The art of subjugation is the most dangerous ability I ever created. It uses the subjugation godstone to apply pressure, eroding the target's soul and body until they are completely broken and tamed, becoming my pet. This technique is far too cruel. I only ever used it when I fought two extraterrestrial spirit beings. I originally wanted to take them in as subordinates, but unfortunately, my time was running out. If a descendant comes here in the future, and my bloodline flows in their veins, then they may inherit this art. As the voice faded, a simple incantation appeared in Xiao Sha's mind. That was the core of the art of subjugation. New ability acquired. Divine subjugation, forbidden art. Divine subjugation. Invoke the will of the world to attack a target, causing them to fall and become your servant. Xiao Sha froze. He had thought it was just some kind of hypnosis-based ability. He never expected it to actually be able to draw on the will of the world. Rules and will were supposed to be the strongest forces in a world. Yet the person who created this art could actually wield them. If they could be borrowed, did that mean they could also be resisted? If I actually defeated the will of the world, would this world just fall apart? He muttered under his breath, rubbing his chin. He was still nowhere close to doing that, but that path seemed to exist for real. If he got the chance, he would definitely want to see what the will of the world actually was. But for now, he needed to clear the tower first. He looked up toward the top. 3 more trials. I'm taking this down today. He had no idea that every move he made was being watched from outside. Regito, who had just been mocking him for supposedly never getting any information, now looked a little embarrassed. Haha, this kid's got some luck. He probably just stumbled onto the mechanism by accident, he said with a forced laugh, trying to smooth things over. Thompson said nothing, his eyes locked on Xiao Sha the whole time. Hamid narrowed his eyes and pointed at the tower, saying coldly, "The tower's over there. Go eat it." A top-tier powerhouse should keep his word, right? Regito's face darkened. He wanted nothing more than to kill that bald bastard on the spot. He tightened his grip on his spear until his knuckles turned white. But the treasure had not appeared yet. Now was not the time to turn on each other. He sighed inwardly and loosened his hand. The mood was too heavy, so I was just joking, he said calmly. Hamid sneered and said nothing more. Thompson stared at the image of Xiao Sha, who had remained calm the entire time, and suddenly spoke up. Is it possible this kid really isn't ordinary? He's cleared 2 floors in a row and hasn't even changed expression. That kind of composure isn't something just anyone has. After hearing that, the other 2 began to revise their opinion of Xiao Sha, just a little, but only a little. If they got the chance, they would still snatch his treasure. Good things should naturally be kept in their own hands. In truth, all 3 of them were thinking the same thing. Steady temperament is a good thing, but it also means he's not very aggressive. He'll never become a top-tier powerhouse, Hamid concluded after watching for a while. This was the first time since Xiao Sha had risen to fame that someone had called him easygoing. If he heard that, he'd probably laugh out loud. Regito watched the screen repeatedly and chimed in as well. If it were me, I'd already have smashed the wall by now. He doesn't have the slightest bit of fire in him. He's probably been living under someone else's roof all these years, with no backbone. At most, he's a 4th tier. He was half right and half wrong. Xiao Sha really was 4th tier. But if they really fought, even if all of them teamed up, they might not be enough to handle him. They just had no idea how absurd his actual combat power was. While the outside world kept sneering, Xiao Sha remained calm and unhurried, continuing to clear the trials. The 5th floor was much the same as the earlier ones, just smaller. The surroundings were still those dark yellow, rusted walls. After all this time, you're the first person to reach the 5th trial. Not bad, especially the first trial. Being rejected over 10,000 times and still not giving up is rare. That familiar voice sounded in his mind again, even praising him a little. Xiao Sha felt a bit more at ease. Being recognized by someone like this was no easy thing. But praise was never given for free. The trial ahead of you, however, you probably won't pass. My test is far more dangerous than the ones before. The voice deepened, clearly not optimistic about him. Xiao Sha's expression remained calm as he waited for the next trial to begin. The fifth floor's trial is combat. I will teleport the world's 100 strongest beings into the tower. What you need to do is endure for one full day under their combined assault. Hearing this, Xiao Sha burst out laughing on the spot. This wasn't a test at all. It was basically handing him free EXP. As soon as the words fell, portals appeared simultaneously in front of the world's top 100 strongest people. They hardly hesitated and stepped right in. The tower's interior expanded as well, growing to be 2 or 3 times larger than the first floor. Once the space stabilized, 100 light blue portals lined up in front of Xiao Sha, hovering in midair like a sword formation. One by one, wary figures walked out, men and women alike, and among them were several familiar faces. Xiao bro, why are you here? Chen Ling spotted him the moment she emerged. Tang Muqing, Xia Qianmei, and Tan Yu also waved at him. That scene changed a lot of people's expressions. They had been summoned here. As long as they defeated the target in the tower, they could gain power. But now, for women were greeting the target like they knew him personally. The relationship was clearly unusual. A lot of people immediately started getting ideas. Ryujito, Hamid, and Thompson were among them too. Of course, some people were also planning to side with Xiao Sha. Very quickly, everyone gathered near people they knew and formed small groups for safety. In less than 10 seconds, the situation had taken shape. Xiao Sha's side, plus the 4 women and 3 others, made 8 people total. Ryujito's side had 32. Thompson's side had 29. Hamid's side had 20. And 11 others remained neutral, standing where they were and watching. On the surface, it looked like 4-way tension. In reality, it was 3 sides encircling one. They didn't say it outright, but Xiao Sha knew very well they would definitely team up in the end. Sure enough, just as the formation stabilized, Thompson spoke first. Everyone, we're all here for the reward. Why don't we just work together and take down that guy over there?